Okay, it is recording. Welcome. Did I miss the stream of waiting for it? Nope, it's happening right now. Welcome, everybody, to the Fire Emblem Fates Deep Dive. And know the title is not an exaggeration. This is the best, worst game of all time, and it is literally epic.
It's my favorite game of all time. Yes, I do know about How to Have a Boyfriend.
Yeah, it's a game. It's certainly a game. I actually mentioned you when I was talking about How to Full Boyfriend because I was like, I know two people who have completed at least most of How to Full Boyfriend, and that is moderator Ashley and now Riley Minkaru.
Yeah.
Did you go to St. Pigeon Nations, Ashley?
I guess I did, yes.
Alright. Colleen!
Yes.
Today is all about you, actually.
Oh, joy.
What do you know about Fire Emblem? Not even just Fates, just in general.
I know they were in Super Smash Bros. Brawl, and that's it.
Oh, this is gonna be fucking good.
See, Ash, I told you, that's why I didn't include the section of what is Fire Emblem.
Yeah. Just so you know, the most oh my god, Angel's going crazy in the background. Most Fire Emblem games do not go whatever Fates did. So
it's a very special exception.
Fates is gonna be like free houses in the way that they're special exceptions, from what I'm hearing from reviews from Engage.
Oh, yippee. Gonna be working my server. Lurk time, BB. Enjoy your lurk. Alright, boys. Okay, Colleen, you can see the screen, right?
Hold on. Sorry. I can now.
Okay, sick.
I forgot to click watch stream.
I would have started crying if you said no. I hope you know that. My tears were in your hands. Alright, so, guys, we have been working so hard on this deep dive for so long, so if you don't like it, too bad. This is for me.
Yeah.
Alright, let's begin. Welcome to Fire Emblem Fates, the worst, best game of all times. A presentation by me, Chaichiru, and moderator Ashley. Oh wait, I have to move you too. God damn it.
It's true.
Yes. It's true.
Well, I get to be moved.
You would if the OBS fucking worked. Okay, there we go. I'm so normal. I'm so normal. I don't have anger issues.
It's true. They sure don't.
Oh my god, I hate this. I hate this so fucking much. Okay. Are we good? Are we in?
As good. Yee.
Okay.
Mm.
Let's fucking begin. So, welcome back to Lore School. Here are the rules. Shut the fuck up. We know this game is bad, but we're attached to the characters. First person, this is now a race. First person to call any of the characters their waifu, completely unironically, is gonna get either timed out, banned, and also relentlessly made fun of. I am not kidding. If you simp for Elise or Sakura, the children, or any of the other literal actual children, you're gonna get your ass beat and also banned. Do you understand that? Do you understand that here? Sounds good. Now,
this is a great disclaimer.
Listen,
Yeah.
Fire Emblem fans are the scum of the earth. I say that as a Fire Emblem fan.
It's true. You guys are lucky that my Fire Emblem waifu isn't in here. I don't actually have a Fire Emblem waifu now that I think about it. Well, does Chrome count?
I think Kron counts. Kron counts as a wife.
Chrome counts as a male wife, I think.
Yeah, he's definitely a male wife. Also, I just realized, motherfucker, I have to open stream labels. Does Fire Emblem have a what? Oh, Emily, there's too many white-haired anime boys, actually.
Oh god. Don't enable them.
I have to. Legally, I have to. The main character is a white-haired anime boy.
And one of my favorite characters in this game is arguably a whitish hair anime boy.
Yeah, gray. Either way, disclaimer, as always, we are not experts, and neither are you. Let's be real. Let's be kind. Be nice. Be courteous. This is for fun. If we say anything wrong, correct us, but be nice about it. There's a lot of characters, and a lot of characters are going to get overlooked in the grand scheme of things. Sorry, not sorry, but we will try our best. There is too many characters, actually, which is part of the fun. Okay.
I'm scared.
The second disclaimer. Yes, we know this game is bad. It's really bad. I'm so sorry for what you're about to learn here today, but also not really because this shit's funny as fuck. I love this game. I have to preface by saying, as much as I relentlessly make fun of it, and, you know, the title's literally best worst game of all time, it's true. This is the best worst game of all time.
All I'm reminded of is that one YouTube video I saw that said, Fire Emblem Fates is my guilty pleasure, and I wish I could say that without noting the 15 caveats that are attached to that.
Yeah,
Oh.
there's layers. Like an onion. So how's this gonna work? So we're gonna go over what is Fire Emblem, what is Fire Emblem Awakening, that's important, the future children problem, the if Fates localization controversies. When I wrote this, there's only one. There's many I've learned while researching.
So you guys can't tell, this was supposed to be a shorter PowerPoint.
How did it get like this?
That's a great question!
Wait, is this just what are we going through today? All
That-
of this?
No. God, no. I think I'll kill myself.
I think I would kill you.
So the main goal is part 1 and then one of the paths. Currently, how long is it, Ash? 240, 250?
250 because we started on the second part. The entirety of the first part that we had to get ready for this stream, so that's part 1 plus the 2 paths, is about 206 slides.
So yeah, it is going to be the longest slides to date. Which, here's the thing, Val, you could still be right, because Ash and I aren't even done yet with part 2. We've only just started Revelation.
Yeah.
So Colleen, I'm sure your ass is clenching right now, but keep it together, we've only just started.
I'm scared.
Fuck! I forgot to do this! Okay, I would just say it. Please, God! Nintendo, hear me out! Hear me out! Please don't take down my video! I beg of you! It's gonna have cutscenes of your game. I know that's a crime in your eyes, but please, we're trying to explain the game. Please don't take down my VOD. Thank you.
Why are you this close to crying? We just started.
I'm just thinking about Nintendo, and I'm so scared of them.
That's fair.
I'm used to it by now.
Of me crying or of Nintendo?
Yeah.
Okay, sick. Slay. But yeah, we're gonna be including a lot of footage of the game. So Nintendo, please understand that we're not trying to steal your game, because that's what you think we're doing for some reason.
ha-has.
It's just for funny ha-has. Alright, so, part 1. What's this anime bullshit? What's going on here?
I wish I
recognize that
meme.
Yeah, that's from Fire Emblem.
You made that meme, but with us.
I did. Alright, Ash, you wanna read the first slide?
Oh, so what is Fire Emblem? Fire Emblem is a fantasy tactical turn-based JRPG franchise developed by Intelligent Systems and published by Nintendo. The first game was released in 1990 in Japan. It's fucking old. The games were not released outside of Japan until the Blazing Blade, also known as just Fire Emblem, in the US version in 2003. It's confusing. I know.
Yeah.
The gameplay is heavily based on RNG and training up your characters and moving them tactically on the map. You have to remember the iconic TM, weapons triangle, so you can plan ahead of which character to move and where to avoid certain enemies and their weapons. It's a very strategy-heavy game. You will rage quit a couple times.
It happens.
One of the more famous aspects of the game is the permadeath feature. If you move a character to a wrong spot, or they get hit by a critical hit and die, or they get hit by a 20%, 14% critical hit, Jacob, they stay dead. There are very few exceptions to this rule, such as if you lose your main character, then that's an automatic game over. Everything is done.
Yeah.
And when two characters fight together, they can unlock support conversations. This is still the case to this day, unless you play in a newly introduced, comparatively, casual mode, where characters are revived for the next battle. Despite the... Huh?
Let's see. I'm
Yeah.
following. Go.
Good, this is the
despite
easy
the
part. I
popular-
would hope you're following. This is just introducing what the game is.
Yeah, this is just... We're just reading Wikipedia now. Despite the popularity of characters like Marth, Ike, and Roy in Super Smash Bros., the franchise faced a decline in popularity, mainly because Ike... wasn't Roy introduced before? Like, Roy was never had his game localized. He was introduced...
he was only in Smash Bros. His game to this day has not been localized.
Yeah, it's so funny. So the franchise faced a decline in popularity. I wonder why. The franchise was going to be retired until the release of Fire Emblem Awakening for the 3DS in 2012. The game single-handedly saved the franchise. We'll talk about that in a moment because Fire Emblem Awakening is the ghost that haunts Fates.
Oh, joy.
It's also the first video game I ever purchased for myself. That's not even a joke. Alright, so the weapons triangle that I mentioned earlier. So, as I mentioned, strategy game. These triangles, these fucking triangles, have saved my ass so many times.
This is Pokemon.
Yes. but with
Like rock, paper, scissors,
swords.
but, like,
yeah.
sword, axes, lances.
Okay, so, as you can see by these hand-dandy charts, there's a lot of factors at play when it comes to strategizing in Fire Emblem. The triangle is love, the triangle is life, live life by the triangle, or else you will actually die. There's also bonus damage depending on classes. Bow does extra damage to flying units such as Pegasus Riders, and as does wind magic. Sometimes enemies will have weapons specific to kill specific races. Beast Killer's swords do extra damage to the Lagoos, Kitsunes, Tagwells, Wolfskins, and units who ride horses, Pegasi, and Griffins. Horse Slayers lances, well, slay horses, as the name implies.
That's unfortunate.
It's real unfortunate. So don't send your knights towards a unit with a horse slayer, to make it kind of easy. Down here we have the magical and elemental triangles. On the left is the modern era of magic triangle. A lot of newer tomes have been included. And on the right is the original triangle from the GBA era of the games, where there were less tomes to focus on, but magic would also take HP to cast, and there was no casual mode, so do with that as you will. Some say that the GBA games were like the peak Fire Emblem, bro, because, like, it was technically harder, but not really.
Oh my god.
Sacred Stones is easy. The next person to say the GBA games were harder, I'm gonna beat their fucking ass.
Blazing Sword was fucking easy with like 3 exceptions. Like, GBA was not peak, it was just what you played when you were a little kid, you fucking loser. Whatever. I can't be a hater this early into the fucking PowerPoint.
Oh, Bobby! Under fire! Buddy!
Buddy!
Oh my god!
Oh my god! There's a reason why I just started this PowerPoint by saying Fire Emblem fans are the scum of the earth! You know Pokemon fans, how they're never happy? Imagine that, but like, there's like a cross-section here of like, Pokemon fans are never happy, and then anime fans are never happy, and then when you put them in the middle of people who are never happy, it's Fire Emblem fans, because it's like the whole thing of like, the video game was better back then, and then weebs playing this franchise.
The only Fire Emblem elitist thing I'll fucking ever agree with is that the Tellius duology was really fucking good.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, this franchise
Those
is a
are
very...
words.
This franchise is a very potent thing. Ash and I are over here unlocking Pandora's box by talking about this specific game, I will say.
It's fine. It's
The-
fine.
the tum-
The
the-
Fire
God,
Emblem
the
elitists are gonna come here in droves
the
and fuck us ass.
The Fire Emblem tumblers, oh god, during this era. Nightmare World, Nightmare World, Nightmare World.
Okay,
So, what even is the Fire Emblem? It depends on the game, actually.
Amazing.
More often than not, the Fire Emblem is an object of immense power that can grant powerful abilities to whoever wields it. Usually, the protagonist slash antagonist is the one who wields it. Sometimes it's just a symbol that represents great power. And sometimes it's actual power. You know, in every Fire Emblem game, the Fire Emblem itself takes on different forms. In Shadow Dragon, Mystery of the Emblem, Awakening, and Warriors, it's a shield, which is the shield that you see right here. In Genealogy of the Holy War, 3CS776, it's a crest. In Blazing Blade, Binding Blade, it's an Imperial Magic Seal. In Sacred Stones, you'll never believe it, it's a fucking stone.
Wow.
True.
Shocker! I fucking know. In Path of Radiance and Radiant Dawn, it's a medallion. In Fates, it's a sword, but not really. It's complicated. You'll see as we go. In Tokyo Mirage Sessions, it's an operatic ritual. It's a song.
I see.
It's Marth Fire Emblem from Super Smash Bros. Getting on stage and singing his little heart out, and that's the Fire Emblem.
I love the Fire Emblem.
Fire Emblem. It's an iconic moment in pop culture media, I will say. And in Three Houses / Three Hopes, it's a crest. The magic kind, it's a manifestation of the power of the goddess of Hodlin. You know. Moving on.
Happens. Sometimes the Fire Emblem is a family, funny-looking crest. Sometimes it's a bloodline thing. You just gotta fucking go with it.
You just fucking gotta deal with it, man. Alright, Ash.
This franchise really likes its dragons, huh? If there's one thing consistent across the Fire Emblem games, it's dragons. And also fairies. But specifically, dragons. There's no shortage of dragons.
No, idiot. It actually gets worse.
There's no shortage of dragons, dragon-type people, etc. So there are divine dragons / godly dragons. As the name implies, divine dragons / godly dragons are dragons with immense godlike power. Think of them like Greek gods, which are all gods which do different things, and most of them have some sort of ability of creation. Some examples are divine dragons and godly dragons are Naga on the left.
I personally think it's very fitting, Riley.
I think Tiki could be argued to be a Manakete as well. We'll see. There's overlap for reasons. And Mila and Duma from Fire Emblem Echoes. There are dragons who are revered as gods and are often worshipped. Entire countries can be and have been founded on the worshipping of these gods. Aselthus from Fire Emblem Three Houses is also a divine dragon and known as the progenitor god, and all of her children were different kinds of divine dragons. Now let's talk about Manaketes.
Manaketes! They are quite literally. I am not ashamed to say that a part of my PNG TV is quite literally based upon Fire Emblem Manaketes because they all have green hair and pointy ears.
I think the lore for the Fire Emblem Manaketes is really good. I just wish that 90% of them were children who were 1,000 years old or whatever.
Welcome to anime bullshit.
They use dragon stones to turn into dragon form from their human form. And so technically type of divine dragon, most of them, they possess immense strength in their dragon form, and divine dragon flows through their veins and they age slowly.
Wait, I need you to read what Riley Minkaru just said. Green hair, but you have pointy ears too. Stop bullying, you guys.
That's part of the plot in Fire Emblem Three Houses, actually.
That's literally a plot point, Riley! This is just like when I accidentally guessed plot points of Hatoful Boyfriend. As a joke.
Some Manaketes can live up to thousands of years old and still look no older than a preteen. This mostly just creates a sad existence where they're forced to outlive their friends and loved ones. This was the case for Naui from Fire Emblem,
oh, fuck.
Awakening.
That's supposed to be Awakening, sorry.
Yeah. Also, depending on the game, Manaketes are often the target of attempted genocide.
Yeah!
Because it turns out that they're actually considered weaker than humans when they're in their human form. That's the price they pay for being able to turn into a huge-ass dragon.
Mm-hmm.
Racism.
Yeah. Oh, there's so much racism.
Holy shit, there's like... Oh my god.
There isn't, like, I would say Radiant Dawn, Radiant Path is, like, one of the most prevalent ones where it's a plot point of, like, how fucking racist humans are.
Yeah, it's literally, I will say, I don't know how I feel about the fact that the analogy for minorities are basically beast people, but I will say they actually do really good on the plot.
It's
a
a it's
really
a it's
good
a
plot.
very interesting, nuanced conversation to have, and it's a powerful one too. At that, I just hear with
Yeah.
Zona Al here. There's so much racism. Yeah, welcome to Fire Emblem.
Unfortunately, this isn't about the Talia City series, a better game.
Yeah,
But
unfortunately, we're here at my favorite game, the bad one. All right, so timeline. Luckily, you can consider most Fire Emblem games to be a part of separate timelines. Fire Emblem Fates is a separate universe in Fire Emblem Awakening, technically, and all crossovers because of Magic Timeline wormhole bullshit. I'll talk about that later. But thanks to Serene's Forest, which is the Fire Emblem forum that is literally my lifeline, my saving grace. It is where you get a lot of information. It's like a constantly updating forum. We have a timeline of the games that are connected to each other, as confirmed by in-game lore or by the developers. So we have the original Fire Emblem, going to Shadow Dragon, going to Gaiden, going to Mystery, going to Awakening. And then Blazing Sword leads directly into Binding Blade, because in Blazing Sword you play as Eliwood, which is Roy's dad. And then Path of Radiance goes into Radiant Dawn. And then Genealogy of the Holy War goes on. And then during Genealogy of Holy War is when Thracia starts. And to get to Awakening from Fates, there's a post-game dimensional offshoot that may be even before the first Fire Emblem game, because there's evidence that points that this game actually happens right before the original Fire Emblem.
yeah.
Okay.
Fates is in that weird fucking wormhole. We're not too sure where Fates fits in.
Yeah, so overall, these games are directly connected, these games are directly connected, these games are directly connected, these games are directly connected. Three Houses happens in a different universe, and, but the problem is, Fates is both connected directly to Awakening, and might also be the original, you know how, like, when, what was it? Not Breath of the Wild. Might be Breath of the Wild. It was either Breath of the Wild or Skyward Sword. How everyone thought it was like a post game, but it turns out it's actually the first game in the entire timeline. Yeah, it's like that, where everyone was like, this is a sequel, right? And then the developers were like, no, it's the first game ever.
God.
Welcome to my personal fucking hell. Enjoy your lurk, Valpenia. Okay, so let's talk here about this marvel of literal video game history. Ashley.
Alright, Fire Emblem Fire Emblem Awakening speedrun, let's go. My scramblers. I'm not sure I love this game and its stories. It's not the point of this PowerPoint. Spoilers ahead, but it's a fantastic game. As I mentioned earlier, Fire Emblem Awakening was supposed to be the final entry into the franchise. The franchise was facing a decline in popularity, and I suppose they figured, let's go all out as a final hurrah! Fun fact, one of the ideas that they pushed around, I don't know if it's on this slide, but one of the ideas they pushed around for this game was that it takes place on Mars in the future.
Yeah, and then they decided, we probably shouldn't do that.
Yeah.
Amazing.
Like I said, this is supposed to be the last game, so they were like, let's just fucking just try some shit.
So they were like, oh, what's the worst that can happen? To summarize the
Oh
story,
God. What's the worst that can happen? Oh God, we were successful.
Yeah, basically. That's literally it.
you play as Robin, a customizable avatar, but the default name is Robin.
That's this
And
white-haired anime boy over here.
That's why her anime boy. An amnesiac tactician who wakes up in the field one day and is found by Crom, the Crown Prince of Ulysses, and his sister Lisa, and his retainer / bodyguard / babysitter Frederick. Crom, the most trusting man alive, decides to make Robin his tactician for his volunteer army, known as the Shepherds, after seeing their skills in action against some bandits. Crom's day only gets stranger as that night a bunch of corpse soldiers fall from the sky and attack him and his sister. Also falling out of the sky is a mysterious figure who goes by the name Marth. Marth warns them that shit's only gonna get worse from here before he disappears. You see, Ulysses is at war with Plegia and Gangrel, the current ruler of Plegia. Really? The Fire Emblem? From this point forward, the war gets intense, shit gets wild. Emmeryn, Crom's older sister, succumbs to the fatal older sister / parental figure in Fire Emblem Syndrome, commits suicide, but not really, which makes Crom the exile of Ulysses. It's a really powerful plot moment. I'm so sad we have to skim over it like this.
It's a beautiful moment, and little 13-year-old me was in the school cafeteria, dry heave sobbing when Emmeryn fucking died.
Oh
God.
Yeah. It's a really good. Anyways, and then it turns out that Martha is actually Crom's daughter, Lucina, from the future, where Robin succeeded in their destiny to become the vessel for the fell dragon Grima. If you play as female Robin, you can be Lucina's mother, which means Robin kills her own husband and destroys the world in the future, as Lucina and her friends. She brought her friends with her, and those friends are the children of the other shepherds you pair up with through the game, who also lost their parents, come from.
Mm-hmm. There's also and it's also weird. You can also marry her if you play as a man. So there is a part where she tries to stab you because she reveals what happens in the future, and she's like, "I'm sorry, my love," and it's like, "Oh God, what is happening?"
What the fuck?
It's
To be fair to Fire Emblem, they are adults.
They are adults.
They have their own, like, they already went through all, like, 18 to 20 years of history.
Yeah. But, yeah, so to summarize that, Robin meets Crom and Lissa and Frederick. Emerin kills herself. Crom is the king, has a daughter, Lucina, who comes back from the future and calls herself Marth because they're descendants of Marth directly. And then it turns out Lucina's future is actually where Robin became a dragon and killed everyone.
Yeah.
As you do.
It happens.
Awakening Speedrun, Part 2, any percent. Pretty cool story, huh? Love, time travel, betrayal, fighting your literal inner demons. And the story ends with 2 versions of Robin fighting on the back of the freshly summoned Grima, while the most gut-wrenching, toe-curling, ass-shaking theme ever plays. It purpose fucking slaps.
It's so good! I want to play it on stream, but it's not on Spotify easily.
So one of the Robins is evil, and from Lucina's future, he traveled back in time with Lucina and crashed into Robin, which is what gave them amnesia. He was trying to basically speed up the process of getting a new vessel, and that shit failed.
Also, it turns out you as Robin are the son of, like, the king, not Gangrel, the other one, of Plegia, which creates a whole thing of just, like, Valadar's the fucking ugliest creature on the fucking planet, so I don't know how. I guess Robin's mom was just really fucking pretty, but we never see her, so.
Yeah. Valadar was, like, the king that came after Gangrel. He's basically a leader of the, Grimleal, which is the religion in Plegia, which, worships the Fell Dragon.
It's a good time.
Yeah. So you can then either kill Robin by having them kill the other Robin, which will ensure Grima never returns, because of the paradox of killing your future self, I guess. Or have Crom deal the final blow. Robin will live, but Grima will return for a future generation to deal with. Literally, it's not my problem. You can only get the true ending if Robin dies, which will trigger a cutscene where everyone talks about how great Robin was, how much they love and miss them, and some time passes and Robin does return, and Crom finds them again, with the mark of Grima gone from their hand.
Also, Ash, what mic are you using? You sound terrible. It's getting worse.
It's because I'm on my phone.
Okay, I was just wondering.
Hold on.
You sound very muffled.
Hold on.
Okay.
Hi.
So, Fire Emblem Awakening. God, I wish you were doing a deep dive on this game. It's actually good.
You're the one who chooses the deep dives.
I know, but it's like, fuck. I forgot how good Fire Emblem Awakening was. Compared to my actual favorite game, which is Fates, which sucks.
How's this?
I guess a bit better.
Okay, because I'm on my phone because the other mic sucks too.
Fair. All right.
Where was I?
Love and Miss Them.
Oh, I love and miss them, and an ending where some time passes, and Robin does return, and Crom finds them again. The mark of Grima is gone from their hand. They killed the Grima, and you're allowed to come back because, I don't know.
Naga was just really nice to you.
It's like the Alga fucking decided to bring the main character back. I guess Naga did something. I don't fucking know.
Yeah, it's just that straight up main character energy. It's just like.
Yeah. So every ending a character gets is dependent on if you marry them off or not, including the future children. So why do we have to go over this? Because this game fucks so hard. Because it gives a glimpse of the idea of the future children/children units being from the marriages you, the player, set up. That was a big selling point, I'll tell you. And also the start of you are the main character focuses that the game started to take after the success of Awakening. Because a lot of things were introduced in Awakening that would later be seen in Fates. Like I said, Awakening is the ghost that haunts Fates' legacy. Because in Awakening, you get a lot of timeline nonsense because the goddess Naga, and this unfortunately leads into Fates, as in directly into Fates. As in, like, some characters from Awakening get sent into Fates, and you meet some of their ancestors.
This is the part where I have to explain the literal actual ghost that is Awakening that haunts Fates. Okay, so here are some characters. We got Owain, Inigo, Severa, Cordelia, Gaius, and Tharja, or Tharja, I never learned. So Cordelia is Severa's mom. Gaius could be either Inigo's dad or Owain's dad. Depends on if you set him up with Olivia or Lissa or neither of them. And Tharja is her canon future child is a different character who didn't get the Fates treatment because she wasn't as popular. So, but what if it was Fatesified? Let's see it Fatesified. Yeah!
Yay!
Yay! I fucking hate this plot point. Okay, so Owain, Inigo, and Severa became Odin, Laszlo, and Selena. Real fucking good fake name, Severa. One letter, good job.
Listen, if it works, it works.
It works.
Yeah.
Why did they do this? Oh, because they got transported into the Fates timeline via a magic dragon bullshit. We'll go over that in part 3. Cordelia, Tharja, and Gaius got rebranded and became Kalidori, Rajat, and Asugi. And why are they there? Because intelligence systems saw the success of the future children and decided to bring that concept into Fates, which does lead us into part 2. But first, the reason why Severa, Owain, Inigo, Gaius, and Cordelia and Tharja were chosen was because they won the adult and child unit popularity polls. Cordelia, Gaius...
I'm sorry, I am...
I'm getting to that. Don't look at the titties. Cordelia, Gaius, Tharja were also the same ones who got the fan service CGs during the Summer Scramble DLC episode, outside of Crom. Also, in the USA, they censored Tharja's ass with a cape. No reason.
I noticed ass. I don't know why they did
The
it.
Americans can't handle ass.
The Americans simply cannot handle ass. But these characters were the most popular of the adult units, which is why they were turned into child units in Fates. And then Severa, Owain, and Inigo became adult units in Fates.
Okay.
Because they hate me. Okay. So we're going to part 2. The problems with Fates. We're not even at the fucking actual story.
Oh, this is a fun section. You ever think that a section's gonna be really small and then you just keep adding to it?
If you go through Ask Nice DMs, it is like a mental downward spiral of a madman. I just kept coming back to her being like, I found something else.
Oh my god.
Okay, there are many. So, let's start. First, let's explain what my castle is. So, I'm explaining it. In Fire Emblem Awakening, the reasoning behind the appearance of the future children was hand in hand with the main story of Lucina, Crom, and Grima's appearance. AKA, there were canon, lore-based reasons for the children units existing and being able to be recruited and being able to be marriage options for the main character. Yes, you can marry the children units. They're not actually children. They're just called that because they're the kids of the units. They're all over 18. Okay. Don't get it twisted. And it's fine because technically in that timeline the children haven't even been born yet, save for Lucina. So it's a whole thing.
It's literally like if you found a stranger on the street and you started talking to them, you know?
Yeah.
Sure.
However, because at the very least compared to what happens in Fates, you can at least make an argument for why you would want to marry them. Which really paints a real bad picture for Fates, don't it?
Yeah. Wait, what?
Yeah, Colleen?
Can you repeat that? Hold on.
Yeah? Which part?
The last bit.
It paints a real bad picture for Fates, don't it?
Yeah. What does?
You'll seat. Oh, I love anime. Okay, so, however, because of the popularity of the children units and the angst, the concept was brought back in Fire Emblem Fates. However, they decided to do it a bit differently. So, within the game, there's a character named Lilith. That's a dragonfish. We'll explain her later. During early chapters... Yeah, she's a dragonfish. It happens. During early chapters, Lilith saves Corrin from death by whisking them away into a pocket dimension known as My Castle. My Castle is where your character / you, the player, goes between levels before picking where you go next in the story. It's where your characters can eat / cook in the cafeteria, participate in an arena, bond with your allies, invite them to your room to touch faces. I'll get to that. It can also act as a street pass for other 3DSs.
So if anyone has been introduced into the series with free houses, this was basically the precursor to the Garrock monarchy.
Yeah. This is where you just, like, spent your free time between chapters, where you could just run around and talk to characters. My Castle is also where you can listen to support conversations and get characters married. And when they marry, that is when you end up with a baby. Which leads to the baby time dimension.
I hate that sentence.
Ash, you want to go over the deep realms?
Alright, let's go over the deep realms. When certain male characters of this game gets S-ranked with a member of the opposite sex, they will have a child. This is another thing that was affected by Awakening, because in Awakening it was the female units that were attached to the children.
Now it's the male units.
So this isn't a Nintendo game that has canon sex.
Yes.
Yeah.
And a lot of it. Canonical sex.
You guys canonically bone.
Mm-hmm.
Got it.
So in lore, having a child in lore is dangerous, obviously. Why did they do it? Fuck you. Therefore, the solution became that they go into a pocket dimension within a pocket dimension. These realms are known as the Deep Realms. They are described in-game as tiny worlds strewn across the astral plane. In the blink of an eye, babies grew into children. Soon after, to adulthood.
So, is there a reasoning for speed running puberty or some shit?
Yep.
Yep. So yes, whenever a couple has a child in this game, which is always 0.3 seconds after marriage, the children are sent to the customized Deep Realms to be raised by caretakers hired by their parents. Wow, that sucks. So the couple you painstakingly got together as you played the strategy game didn't even raise their own child? Yup. Even better, sometimes, because of course, depending on the couples you get together, sometimes a child you recruit ends up being older or the same age than one of their parents. To make it worse, you have the option to marry any of the child units. I could, excuse marrying the children units in Awakening? Not here.
I'm scared.
It also just makes every single one of your units terrible parents. Great. It also ruins the child. For example, Selkie, you won't see her again, but just know she's a child unit, is around 16, maybe. However, she acts like she's 7, because it turns out being raised in isolation from the rest of your species isn't good.
In a pocket dimension within a pocket dimension, away from your family, and expediting your fucking growth.
It's worse with Selkie, because the reason why she acts like that is because she doesn't know her kind is literally hunted for sport.
Yep.
Anyways,
Wow.
Yeah, this tied into the racism again, sorry.
Yeah.
It's stupid.
Guys,
I
can we have a
hate it.
deep dive where there isn't racism?
No.
No.
Because the world is cruel. The world is cruel, Colleen.
I feel like that's been happening a lot lately.
Wake your white ass up. Racism is real.
Okay. I'll keep my mouth shut.
Exactly.
It's stupid. I hate it. I want a gun. So it doesn't exist to me. Fuck you. Except there's a story mode later on that does make it canon. Fuck me. And that's just one fascinating problem with Fates.
Just
Trust me,
one?
there's more.
Also, here's a perfect example I picked out where Elise is at the most 15. She's most likely 13. And Shido, a possible son she can have when you recruit him, he's 18, 19.
This game already hurts my brain.
Yeah, it fucking sucks, don't it? It's so bad.
Like that, like the mechanics of it all.
Oh, we're not even at the story. This is just a mechanic. Yeah. Okay. Oh, good. Okay.
Oh.
So, trigger warning. Next slide is going to include some unfortunate themes of lesbophobia, drugging, and conversion therapy. What do you mean? I had to cover this part because I'm the lesbian, so...
Yep.
Welcome to my favorite game. I hate it so much. Okay, so speaking of the children, so this is Solel. Solio? Either way. There's an interesting phenomenon when it comes to faiths, which is the very powerful attempt at positive LGBT representation. It is certainly an attempt. So while we're discussing the children, let me introduce you to Solel. Solel is a daughter of Laszlo, and her character is introduced as a chronic flirt who loves cute girls. She's a lesbian, or she would be if IntelliSystems weren't cowards and her marry women. And also her name in the manga, which introduces all the characters, is literally Girl Lover.
Bruh.
Come on! You could make the argument that she's bisexual, however, all of her S supports, -1/2, are platonic in nature, further cementing her lesbian identity. The Japanese implies she leans more towards bisexual, but again, she could be just an issue of the game devs playing more for tropes than actually creating an LGBT character. Her only S supports that are romantic are the ones with Forrest, who is assigned male at birth, but dresses like a woman. He's a whole thing. We literally have a slide about him, like 500 slides down the line that explains him. And also male Corrin. The male Corrin one is the issue. The Forest one is also an issue, but in a more kind of like, what's the fucking kid from Danganronpa?
Chidori?
Yeah,
Something
it's like
that?
it's like the
Fucking close.
Chihiro, right?
Oh, that guy.
It's like the Chihiro problem of, like, there's a big cultural gap about gender norms between the East and the West. So creating a kind of non-gender gender character who is, like, you know, a man who dresses as a woman but strongly identifies as a man it's a bit of a complex issue that doesn't translate very well into the West.
I got you.
Yeah. So, Fire Emblem If, the Japanese version of Fates.
The answer is we're just simple Americans and shit's weird.
Yeah.
Got it.
Yeah.
But in the same breath, people in Japan also had a problem with Forrest because they also didn't know what to make of him. So it's a whole thing.
Oh great, never mind. It just sucks.
Everything just sucks, yeah. So in Fire Emblem, I know we could have had a lesbian, but God, they were cowards. In Fire Emblem If, the Japanese version of Fates, the support chain that starts with Solel expressing how she wants to be stronger, but can't around pretty women because she gets flustered. Male Corrin's solution is slipping something into her drink so that she sees him as a girl. So...
What?
All...
That's not good.
So already, this is a terrible start.
1 minute.
Okay. I hate this fucking game, Ashley.
Oh, yeah. This game is awful.
Yeah, it's a... And what's so fascinating is that this wasn't even a localization issue. This is the original Japanese one. So before anyone says, like, Fire Emblem If is the perfect one, this is in it!
Yeah.
Hey, chat, how you doing? Hey, chat. How you doing? How's it going? How's it hanging? How's
I
it...
think they're stunned. I'm not seeing anyone in there. I think they're all stunned.
I think they're dead. That's crazy. I wonder what Colleen... what if Colleen just ran away?
No, come back.
Colleen, please, we put in so much effort. Please. I'm just gonna work on my PowerPoint. Yeah. I do not know what to say. Yeah. This is the beginning. We haven't even gone to the main story. I just have to, like, the reason why this part is first is, like, because I need to explain that even though this is my favorite game, one of my favorite games, I know there's many issues with it.
There's so many issues. There's so many problems.
It's got
We just kept finding them.
it's got issues and problems disorder.
We just kept finding them. I think that's what just the tragic part.
And I didn't even include the part about the. This is also I didn't even include the part about the what's it called? About the love child. The Corin love child.
Sorry, RJ stopped in and I had to help him with something real quick.
Okay.
Okay.
Welcome back. Are you ready?
As ready as I'll ever be.
Perfect. So the reason male Corin or so the reason why male Corin it is a lot, I know. The reason male Corin or Kamui, because this is the Japanese version, does this is to help Soleil get more comfortable around cute women so that she doesn't faint around them. Harry does this by drugging her without her consent. What the fuck? It gets better and then worse. Then better. In her A support, Soleil brings up how the magic powder didn't work and she's still nervous around cute girls, so her and Kamui decide to just chill and be friends and train together. It'd be fine, not good, but fine, if the supports had ended there. However, as is typical Fire Emblem bullshit, there is not a single person out there you're not allowed to romance, so an S support exists. S support is where the controversy rears its ugly head again, as Kamui proposes to Soleil, and she mentions having fallen in love with female Kamui from when she was drugged, but now she loves the male Kamui, so she's been fixed. There's also just horrendous vibes when it comes to the last lines of their support, where Kamui says he at least doesn't have to worry about Soleil flirting with other guys, and Soleil saying, I belong only to Kamui.
I feel that.
Yeah. Obviously, the support conversation sucks ass from the weird cure the lesbian aspect of it. There's no way getting around it, no matter what Redditors try to say. Non-consensual drugging, and even with the context, it's still not good. So, luckily, the support conversation was removed and localization and changed after the controversy blew up around it by rightfully upset LGBTQ fans online. If you're curious, the support conversation was altered to be that instead Corin and Soleil try out thought exercises where she imagines him as a girl while blindfolded. And then she realizes that she can like him if they spent more time together as Corin's actual gender. It just reads it like a lesbian trying to force herself to like a man because of compet, if I'm going to be honest here. So it's not much better, but it is significantly better. Yeah. Okay, and then there's the Rajat and Niles issues. Next! Nuance is important, guys, so please listen to me. Please, guys.
Oh god, nuance. Okay.
I know. TikTok doesn't like that, but it has to happen in the real world. So, before the TikTok police come and kicked on my door, no, I'm not saying all LGBT rep has to be necessarily good people, and no, I'm not encouraging purity culture, blah, 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 blah. There is a discussion to be had about how the only gay marriage options in the game are Rajat, a child unit who's just your stalker from Awakening, and Niles, an interesting character, but he's just another sadomasochist, flirty bastard archetype, which was a choice. When I like him a lot, but it's a choice that they are the only options.
Yeah, the issue here isn't that they're badly written characters. They're actually very fleshed out characters. Like, I like Tharja from Awakening. I know Rajat is just Tharja, but different. But I think a good character to base her off. Same with Niles. It's just when you have those archetypes as your only options for gay marriage.
And also, this should be very specified. Again, not only is Rajat a child unit that you have to get by marrying off somebody else, but she's also Hoshido and Revelations exclusive. So you can't be gay if you go to Nor. You can't be a lesbian if you go to Nor, but you can't be gay if you go to Hoshido because Niles is a Conquest and Revelations exclusive.
Yep.
This is a lot.
Yeah, but wrong one. Woo. There we go. Okay, so also, how insulting is it to make it so that the only way I can be a lesbian in peace is I gotta marry a Hayato who had a bad bill to someone so he can create my wife and send her to the baby time dimension. I'm still mad about this. There's another issue.
Loops you have to go through.
The loops I had to go through. The gays could just recruit Niles. I had to create like a system to get Hayato married so I can have my wife. There's another issue that comes out of here, which is that regardless of your gender, your support will be exactly the same with Niles and Rajat. Why is that an issue? Well, it technically isn't, but it was an interesting choice by Treehouse, the localization team. By the way, in this chat, it's always Treehouse / fucking Neg. Fuck them. Gone. Because in the original Japanese, you got custom supports depending on your gender. Exactly, Cloaked. So base Cloaked. Also, hi, Cloaked.
Hi, Cloak.
Hi, Cloaked.
I'm Cloaked.
This is where I tell you the very fun, epic fact that localization teams are cowards sometimes. Ash.
Oh, localization changing things are normal. However, some changes weren't normal, and also Fire Emblem fans are not normal.
Yeah.
So the history
gathering that.
Yeah.
The history behind the localization of Fire Emblem Fates is a wild and semi-complex one that can be broken down to Japanese trailers came first, fans got excited for the Japanese version of the game, then the English trailers released, and to everyone's shock and horror, things were cut from the Japanese and things were changed for the English version, you know, the normal localization pipeline, before they started doing worldwide releases for big games.
Mm-hmm.
But it wasn't like just a couple things. There was
a
many
lot?
things.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like, entire characters were flanderized or just completely changed to support conversations change. For the worse, see Perukas and Saizo's C support, yeah. Fun fact, Saizo and Peruka's C support was originally them talking about having to assassinate people, and in the location, it's replaced entirely by ellipses. I'm not kidding. Literally 4 lines of ellipses.
And that's their whole C support. And the original, they bonded over being forced to kill people, and then in the localization, they went, nah. It's just
Nah, the Americans can't handle murder.
Americans can't handle murder. It's illegal.
What's even more insane is that their later supports are like translated from the original script. Like they just picked up, like they already had that connection.
I am fully convinced it had to be some kind of error or glitch that they couldn't fix because, again, like Ashley said, B through S completely the same as the Japanese. Why was C removed? It's so insane to me. Okay, so... Oh my god. So here's where I include screenshots of the localization of the game being arguably worse than the Japanese because of a funny thing called localization teams are cowards sometimes. Shout out to r/Fire Emblem and this post by user Erislet from 7 years ago that gives me comparisons behind Niles and Rajat's dialogue between If and Fates. There's a lot of them. I'm not going to read all of them because we'll be here for 30 years.
Yeah. I
Okay.
think there's a couple of these that are like really telling.
Yeah, I'll
Like,
read like a couple. So here's ones for Rajat. So so in the localization, they had her say, "I know I don't need to put on spell on you, but I think I'm gonna to anyway." And then in the original, it's, "Hey, who will come here next? I wonder if I should curse them." Hoo-hoo. And it's like that's like a subtle little change. And then
there's like
And then it goes to like a bit more of a change, where in the localization she says, "Give me a kiss, prove your love for me," and the spell is complete. And then the original was, "Will you let me kiss you as proof of my love? He, this is bliss/happiness." And it's like, And then it gets a little bit more worse, where it's like, "Have I told you lately that I love you? Good." And the original is, "I love you. No matter how many times I say it, it's not enough. I love you. I really love you. Say, what about you, dear?" So it's like, oh, they were just kind of fucking around and just like got rid of a lot of nuance for her character. And she is not the only example. There are many examples.
telling line here is though her gifts when she doesn't like your gift.
Yeah, which
So
is,
she says like,
yeah, you want to read it?
Yeah, localization said, "You just made your first mistake. Don't make it a habit." And her original line was, "No matter what you give me, I'm happy with it. I'm happy with it." But
That's
that is
very
a completely different character.
Yep, there's more changes like this, but TLDR, in the localization, Rajat loses her unique, much less stalking-focused, better-written support with female Corrin in favor of a barely changed version of her support with male Corrin, and her personality overall was made creepier, losing a lot of her sweeter lines and adding more focus on her stalking, and even have her made curse Corrin, apparently.
Damn.
And then Niles is kind of the same way, where he's like, you're back. I got you these flowers. Go ahead. You can kiss me. But in the original, he's like, welcome back. Here, take this. Giving flowers to one's lover. You understand the meaning of that, don't you? And another fun one is, my gain will be another one's pain, which is like his level up quote. And then in the original, it's like, I won't hold back anymore, you know? Which is like, the original phrasing is a slight more innuendo-y, but not really sadistic / cruel.
Yeah.
And then the kiss line is, no, what's the one that, like, was, oh yeah, I never thought I'd feel this way about anyone. It's a weakness, I suppose. And the original was, I really love you. You took the pieces of my heart that broke so long ago and put them back together.
Bruh.
And then he also said, this is a line only in the original for some reason. I forgot where it was. I think it's also another kissing audio, where it's like, you've taught me to embrace love and showed me that it can be just as exquisite as pain. Let's share plenty of both.
Hey, yo.
So another TLDR is like, just like Rajat's negative traits seem to be upped somewhat and her support is now the same for both Corns, now sadomasochism and innuendo usage were upped a bit, and the reasons for both change, with the former being inconsistent now and the latter being changed for the worse, along with the trait itself being played much straighter and being played up even at points where he's long since dropped it in the Japanese version. And his support is the same for both Corns. And aside from that, his backstory was toned down, which I'll get to in a little bit. So basically, to summarize this, these are two very big examples of, like, characters were just, like, dumbed down and, like, their more negative traits were just upped for comedy's sake, I guess. Because apparently Americans can't handle nuance.
Yeah, it's weird.
Ash, you want to get into this one?
Sure, other Niles changes. The Reddit post did mention how Niles' backstory was altered between the original and the localization. That is true. It was changed. Sort of. It was more toned down, to say the least. While this isn't a huge deal, it's something to mention, as it's something fans were upset with. It also shows a problem that plagues the main story in both If and Fates of cool thing with heavy themes set up, not expanded upon, abandoned, and subtleties lost. His original backstory in the Japanese is that his father left, his mother abandoned him and then died. He sold everything that could be sold. He was tricked by an unsavory group of thieves and forced to commit crimes to survive from a young age. And then he was abandoned again by said thieves after a failed raid at the Norian castle. And then he was turned to Leo's retainer after Leo found him. The localization rather implies that he willingly joined the thieves, and that it was the thieves that begrudgingly raised him. That he did what he had to do to survive, rather than saying how he sold everything and how he was involved in crime in his childhood.
Sorry, Phantom with a gun just followed me.
Oh, hi, Phantom with a gun. I'm glad you're enjoying the stream.
I'm glad you got your gun. Holy shit, that took me out of it. Oh my god. Thank you for the follow, lovely. You're a little tadpole now.
So, another interesting change was that he was neglected, then abandoned, rather than just straight up abandoned.
So, yeah, Cliff said it really well. So they toned down his backstory, which justifies even less why he's acting worse. Also, he has, like, lines in the original, so you know what he was like. Is listening to me so pleasurable that it gets you all agitated inside? How about I ram something even better into you?
Whoa. I hate it.
I love Niles.
I love him so much. His original name was Zero, which is arguably a lot cooler. So, here's what we'll get. So,
yes, the petty waifu controversy.
Here's where shit goes from us with the nuances of characters to, what do you mean I can't pet my waifu?
What does this mean?
Exactly what it says. So we'll get to the main story problems when we actually get to explain the story. Now we'll just focus on other not story problems. For example, the more localization controversies. Woohoo! For example, if Fire Emblem If promised a very particular feature where when you invite your character to your room, you get a minigame known as the skin shipping minigame. To the right is a comparison video that shows how the minigame worked in the original Japanese versus what happens when you bond characters in the USA release. Oh, please work. Come on. What do I gotta do? What do I gotta do to be happy? Come on now.
I'm apparently going to YouTube.com.
Okay, so here, lovely video by Omega Valwin. Oh my god, Val.
Oh?
So here's the USA versus the Japan when they arrive. Go away, ads for YouTube TV. I don't give a shit. So in the Japanese, as you can see, you could pet them. This
Pokemon and me, but it's the people now.
So basically, Colleen. Okay, can you see it now?
Yeah. I saw it before, too.
Okay, good. I just had to make sure.
I just don't have anything to say.
So, as you can see,
Why are you petting a grown man?
excuse me, that's not just any grown man. That's my literal actual wife. So, as you can see, in the American release, the characters kind of stare at you and gives you a random line. In the Japanese release, you pet their face, but as this game is not fully voice acted, it is the way you get most character lines and noises, TM, from whoever your blurb of the game is. The exact reason behind the minigame being removed is often debated, as Kotaku is not seen as the most credible source because they're the only one that really put out any kind of explanation for it. But allegedly the reason was given like this. You might have heard somewhat misinterpreted or exaggerated information about the Japanese original game, but even in the Japanese original version, we have not included any features which are considered inappropriate in Japan. So their reasoning was, people in Japan found it weird, so they removed it for the American, because they didn't think the Americans would like it either. That's allegedly the reasoning. However, because in fact I have to talk about this again, clearly the Americans really want to pet their waifu.
We want to pet our fucking waifu.
And it's, go back. There we go. So this was originally.
What do you mean there's lore?
This was originally a conspiracy corner, and then I discovered more things. And then the lore gets deeper, that you can find skinship audios originally recorded for the dub. The audio clips were posted by Florida Blankets on YouTube, who credits another creator called Pigeon Senpai for the audio clips. While some of these audios were later confirmed by commenters to be seen in very specific areas in the game, a majority of the audio is still mostly unused. This implies that the localization was originally going to have the petting minigame, but halfway through the production, the minigame was then cut, because it was later found to be inappropriate after they recorded it. But the recording still exists as data within the game. No, but if you have a dating sim section of the game, especially in Japanese games, you can usually pat their heads. Yeah, it's not like a new thing. It's just cut for Fire Emblem. Originally, I had seen a conspiracy theory that they took it out so they wouldn't have to pay the voice actors as much, as the game is not fully voice acted, so they would not have needed as many lines from the actors. However, finding this audio collection has disproved this theory, so what does that leave us with? Nothing. Honestly, there's more pressing matters at hand, but let me speedrun some things that were cut from the original to the localization as well. But also, before that... In an even stranger decision, while the skinship minigame is out, you still have the option to blow on your spouse and smack slash poke them awake.
Okay, I needed to add a little bit more after blow on your spouse.
That's what it is. You just blow on them. Hold on, I'm showing you.
Well, first, they come back from the bath.
They come to the bath because they're all wet and sweaty, so you have to blow on them. He gets me every time. Press A to blow.
I'm so glad you guys are having so much fun. I'm just.
Yeah.
I don't know what.
And then you just blow on it.
You just blow on her.
And here's slapping Shugure awake. Wake that slug bag up.
It's so funny how mean you can be to these people.
Oh, it's so fucking funny. Okay, God. No, please, I want to be free. Okay. Wrong. Okay, whatever. It's just some fucking minigame. Wrong. It's not just some fucking minigame. It's the seal that has been broken that unleashes the floodgates and leads us to make this game a fucking dumpster fire. You're all too focused on whether or not you could pet your waifu/husbando. You ignored the biggest controversy about this game yet. Name changes. Oh god, the horror! Oh, also there's no dual audio option, so if you didn't like the dub, you didn't have the option to change the voice acting to Japanese or Spanish or anything unlike in Awakening. I remember the weebs in my Japanese class were very upset by this news. But what? Shut up! So, there's a lot of name changes. Good fucking god. Some of them are just like, what the fuck was that? Sorry, my computer just had a fucking threw up on me. Okay. Some of them are just like direct, just like Felicia became Felicia, but then Joker became Jacob, Suzukasa became Kaze because they cut the Suzu, Aqua became Azura, Seals became Sealus, that stayed the same. And they just got rid of a lot of long ooze, like Saizol became just Saizol. And then Ryoma became Ryoma.
A lot of the Japanese names.
Yeah, most of it's just them shortening the names. And there's a lot of characters. And another thing.
Oh god.
As you can see, there's a lot of fucking characters in this game.
How do you keep track of them?
By crying.
Yeah.
By crying. Okay, so Ash, speedrun key differences.
For speedrunning, why am I always the speedrunner? I don't know.
It just
Korin's personality
happens.
in the Japanese version, story and support dialogue for Korin, aka Kamui, would be altered and depending on what voice you chose for your character. A cuter voice gave you a more informal way of speaking, a deeper voice gave you more formal, child versus adult, basically.
Mm-hmm.
These options for voice distinctions altering dialogue were removed in translations of the game. To be fair, how do you translate that into English?
Yeah, that's mostly just a Japanese thing because of their many different ways of speaking.
But Korin is also given harsher dialogue in Birthright in regards to her siblings and Nora if they chose Hashida. It's honestly kind of an ass about it. I don't know why they changed it. I have my own conspiracy for when my conspiracy corner comes by. Don't worry. Hot Springs camera. The option to manipulate the camera in the hot spring was removed in the localization because they didn't want the creeps to spend their whole time zooming in on people's no-nos in the hot springs, I guess. They're 3DS models. Who the fuck is jerking off to that?
I don't know, but they cut it out just in case.
Yeah. Swimwear. The flower swimsuit, darkness robe, the shell swimsuit, and a toga of love swimwear options were removed in the localization. Originally, you could purchase those and force your characters to run around in little bikinis in battle, which is actually pretty funny when some of the very... This is literally one of those games where whatever you put on your character shows up in the cutscenes.
It's really good.
It was kind of a slay, but super inappropriate when you remember, oh wait, some of these characters are minors. Only option for swimwear and localization is the bath towel.
I love swimming in my bath towel.
It's my favorite thing to do. And another thing. God.
Oh.
What? I'm sorry. What is this?
Single fucking lie.
What is this? Oh, that's you.
It's my slide, I guess. This. Turns out it was multiple fucking people. Alright, like everything else about
I'm crying.
Like everything else about Face, the writing was heavily affected by Awakening's success. Although in a slightly different way. Since Awakening was supposed to be the series' last hurrah, the developers went all out on it. So when it became a commercial success overseas and domestically, Nintendo told them to make more. But when you go out on a project that's meant to be your last, well, burnout happens.
It happens.
How do you think? Huh?
I know that feel.
Yeah. How do you fix this? Hire a new writer. And with a spanking new budget, they can be a famous writer. Ooh. Enter Shin Kibayashi, manga writer and screenwriter. He has a shit ton of pen names. Holy shit. But his main one is Tadashi Agi. Some of his more known works are, I'm going to butcher all these names, Psycho Mature, the Tadashi Case Files, Get Backers, and most important, Drops of God. What is Drops of God? Great question. I didn't know either. It's a manga about wine and business drama and mystery. Apparently, the series has a very accurate knowledge of the wines they depict. Oh, and it also had a global impact on the wine market, so much that certain wines depicted in the manga shot up from a couple $20 or something into the thousands of dollars price tag. So important, influential guy.
Yeah.
So Intelligent Systems hired Kibayashi to write the outline/first draft of the story. He also contributed in adding certain gameplay features such as using the internet to visit other My Castles. In preparation for the job, he played through Awakening. I believe that was the only Fire Emblem game he played through.
Mm-hmm.
But that's just the outline/first draft. Who edited and wrote the final product? The answer is complicated, like the rest of game development. To keep it simple, call him my story supervisor. Nami Komodo and her team did Birthright and Conquest, and Yukinori Kitajima and his team handled most of Revelation and character supports. In total, about 14 people handled the writing for this game. Holy shit.
All of them.
Jesus.
There's a reason why. When people talk about the game, they talk about the inconsistency between characters. There's a fucking reason. It's because they had separate teams in, like, opposite rooms writing this game. They didn't talk to each other enough.
You gotta understand, like, most writing teams on games consist about, like, 3 to 5 people.
This
That's
game
the
had
norm.
14.
You know Komodo, if you already into Fire Emblem, since most of her writing work started with Awakening. Kitajima, on the other hand, has writing credits in the Senran Kagura series and the 3DS era of Ace Attorney games, also Okamiden and 999.
When Ashley found out that he wrote the 3DS era of Ace Attorney games, she literally, like, screamed in the VC and went, like, I can't escape! It all it's a cycle! It's all connected!
Back to those gay lawyers.
Everything goes back to Ace Attorney on the Twitch.tv channel. Try the Chew channel.
It all goes back to these gay lawyers.
It all cycles back! So,
Alright, so the 500-page draft. More isn't always better, but sometimes. If the slide title just struck the fear of God into you, then good.
Ashley's
have a
back
chance.
in the fucking building again.
Yeah, it's me. Intelligent Systems asked Kibayashi to write about 10 pages for the game story. According to Kibayashi, he spent 10 pages on the beginning. The whole draft amounted to 500 pages. What? And it might have been more.
I hate it here.
Next, transition next. Oh, there it is. Sorry, go back. I missed it. Okay, so did you see there? He's basically talking about that he only had to write 10 pages for each of the 3 storylines. I believe that translates to 10 pages each, so maybe 30 pages in total.
Mm-hmm.
And so he spent 10 pages in the beginning. He ended up writing about 500 pages, so go to the next slide.
Hi, Teal.
And then
I
he
hope
says
so.
that we ended up writing a huge amount, and while this has become quite a task, I gave them the pages for initial storyline for the Hoshido family, that was Birthright, and then I had to write the same amount for the other 2 stories. That, I'm not too sure how you can take it. You can take it as maybe a part of the 500 pages was Hoshido, or that he had to write 500 pages more for Conquest. I want to assume it's 500 pages total, because 1,500 pages makes me feel like I'm going to go fucking insane.
Go
But he
ape
also
shit.
says, I've written so much that it could be turned into 2 books. So that puts him anywhere between 800 to 1,500, right?
Yeah, Kibayashi got really hyper-focused on writing this ungodly amount of lore, and honestly, I think Ash goes into it when I, like, transition to the next part, but, like, we don't know what made it into the final cut. But this game, it definitely had an influence, because this game has so much world building.
Yeah.
An
So
overwhelming
Intelligent
amount.
Yeah, so Intelligent Systems had to squeeze in all of that draft into a game they only expected 10 or maybe 30 pages of story to work with 14 writers/editors. It is a wonder why the story is a fucking mess. Another little fun fact that is important for context, remember how I said Kibayashi was also a screenwriter?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Most of his screenwriting work is for live-action historical dramas, which makes sense why Intelligent Systems want to hire him. Fire Emblem is a historical fantasy, but anime. Except now a new issue arises. Live-action historical dramas do not often have their target audience in mind to be video game players.
So there's bound to be issues. It's like the trend of hiring live-action actors to be voice actors, you know? There's some overlap, but it's not, you know? So I'm sure Kibayashi is a talented writer, and that maybe under different conditions his drafts would have been chef's kiss. But all the above factors might explain some of the issues of the story. Also, side note, since I've seen it sometimes come up in a lot of like Reddit posts and all that, no, we don't know if the original draft was better. Anyone telling you the original draft was better is a fucking idiot.
And also
We
a
don't know
liar,
what it was.
because we don't know what it says.
We don't know if it was better or worse than the final product. We just know it exists. It was 500 pages. It was more than they expected, and that probably helps explain some of the issues that we come across in the story.
It also explains why this game is kind of notorious in the final community for being filled to the brim with an overwhelming amount of world building and not a lot of story. It's one of those games.
I have the exact opposite issue when it comes to shit.
Yeah, that's the thing, Colleen. That's most people. That's why this game is fucking insane. I can do first slide of 2 Xanders of Fates. Ashley made these slides, though. Or do you want to do Xander? Because these are your slides still.
Oh my god, this entire thing literally slide after slide with me of that I've made.
Oh my god. Hold on. Pause. Ashley, you've gone so robotic.
I don't have information going into my ears. Hold on. Hold on. I can hear things now.
Okay.
Oh, we lost Ashley.
It's because her mic went super robotic. Welcome back. Oh god. There we are.
Okay, so this entire section of the PowerPoint was me just shitting out slides. So if you want, do 2 Xanders, but you're gonna have to do the next couple slides.
Okay.
All right, the 2 Xanders of Fate, in more ways than one.
Ooh.
Hi guys, Ash here. I don't want to make this slide after finding out some sick ass issue. I am tired. Let's talk about the issue that plagues Xander and so the other characters remaining him. Character inconsistency. We went over this with Rajat and Niles, kind of, but it becomes even better in this slide.
He's like the biggest example of character inconsistencies.
I'm gonna be honest with you, Xander is fucked up. Let's take a guy who's seen his father turn from a loving family man to an abusive monster and has seen many of his half-siblings die due to assassinations. Cool. Now let's make him a crown prince. Sick and poggers. Xander's a man under a lot of pressure and expectations. He is tired of war and of killing. He hates himself for the things he does, but believes he must do it for the betterment of Nor. While he is a family man, he understands that he needs to be distant and stern because he has a country to run someday and also for the safety of his family. At least that's who he is in the supports. Main story Xander is a fucking mess, and not in the way it was intended. He's a wishy-washy, obstinate mess of a man. He talks shit about his father and immediately cowers whenever he puts an inkling of pressure on him. He constantly does things that actually worsens Nor's situation for Daddy Dearest. And even when his father isn't breathing down his neck, he makes active decisions to harm his own allies and countrymen because they want to stop the war using dishonorable methods.
That's actually a plot point across multiple chapters.
Okay, two issues here. One, why do dishonorable methods only matter when Daddy Dearest isn't the one using them? Grow a fucking backbone. 2, these dishonorable methods are going to end the war. You know, the same war he hates and believes, once it ends, will bring the loving father from his memories back to him. Justice and illusion intensifies. You'll figure out what that is. It is.
Here.
Honestly, I'm not even that annoyed at Xander's stubbornness and almost complete willful ignorance about his father. The issue is that the purpose of supports is to add extra characterization that characters might not get in main story. Yet Xander's supports create a very different character from the one seen in main story. Also, his behavior in main story is how evil but cowardly underlings from a Saturday morning cartoon act. He's one of our main protagonists, for fuck's sake. So Xander's a complex character. I'm sure someone who has been writing this up at 12:30 a.m. and is also smarter than me can analyze him better in one slide. It's just very inconsistent editing, and none of this actually matters. I've lied to you.
Yay!
None of this matters.
None of this fucking matters! We're still talking about localization!
That's right, I tricked you. You're still a baby.
When will I be free?
Never! Because I'll never be free!
Confession, I did not think the two Xander side would come back to this. I found this out because of some rabbit hole research, and I'm a new person now. We will not... Disclaimer. So I can... For your sanity, Colleen.
Ashley was thinking about you throughout the entire PowerPoint, because I'd be like, we can add this, and then Ashley was like, I think Colleen would die!
Actually, I'm so glad you care about me.
Well,
Somebody needs to. Somebody in this godforsaken earth.
Ashley has your back when no one else does.
No one's got me. Ashley's got me.
we will not cover all localization changes. I promise you we'd be here all week. But it's important to understand that we experienced this game via the lens of English speakers. This pre-localization culture that we were a part of was very anti-spoiler, so we didn't have the fan translation experience. So a lot of this deep dive is made from the point of view of people who just got the English experience and only learned about the localizations later. Okay? So any weird stuff that you're like, oh, but in the localization they did it better. I know. Probably.
We know. Trust me, we know.
We are judging this story based on what we got. Okay?
I got you.
The treehouse dialogue and lore changes are made within the construct of cutscenes and gameplay. Their changes cannot change the whole plot of the game, but they can sure as hell try. In the original script, Xander never badmouthed his father or even tried to voice dissent towards him. It's done both out of fear and the remaining love he has for his father. It's also more clear that his ignorance is him being in extreme denial as a coping mechanism. So his character development is less finally, you see your obviously evil father is evil, and more like he's no longer turning the other cheek and accepting that the father he once knew is dead. It's a more powerful character development. This is a different characterization than his weak-willed, but father, and then immediately breaking like a twig.
Father will hear about this.
Wait till father hears it. Father will surely not be happy about this. That's Xander's whole localized character.
And let me be clear, Xander's inability to go against his father is fine. I'm not mad about that.
It's a character flaw.
Character flaw that moves the plot. It's good tragedy, right? But it's what would be its downfall. But by Treehouse adding all of these extra speaking lines to him in an attempt to make him look more, I don't know, of moral character, to make him look like a better brother or something, it makes him a more unlikable character. How much of his translated supports is actually Xander too? There's just too much to go over, but goddamn. A great example of why good localization is important. A lot of nuance is lost if the translators fails to correctly convey the meaning, tone, and context of the original text, or even just decide to change the script for some reason, because people like me end up analyzing what is given, which is the English text. So yeah, there are two Xanders of Fates. There's the support in the main story version, and then there's the localized and non-localized version. Woohoo!
Woohoo!
Lovely. Wahoo!
Wahoo! So, the expected Fates experience. Oh boy. So, the big gimmick of Fire Emblem Fates. Oh, is this the slide where you roast me?
Yeah, this is like I roast you in a lot of these slides.
I fucking hate your ass so much. Alright, the big gimmick of Fire Emblem Fates, or Fire Emblem If, as we've so lovingly derogatory called it, is that you get to choose the story. That's right, there are 3 paths you can take, and they each have a unique storylines and characters that you can use. However, at launch, the game only had 2 of these paths available. Well, unless you were die. So what is expected? What is the expected Fates experience? You know what? Eat your ice cream, queen. Eat your ice cream.
Yeah, eat your ice cream.
What is the expected Fates experience? You purchase the game and have to choose a path during gameplay. Wrong! Fire Emblem Fates was bundled into 2 different games, like Pokemon. These games are titled Fire Emblem Fates and Fire Emblem Fates Birthright and Fire Emblem Fates Conquest. So what players had to do was to buy the games they wanted to be put in the path they wanted to be on, but if you wanted to play the other path afterwards, easy. You only pay half the full game price to add the other option as DLC. Then and only then could then and only then could you have the actual option to choose a path instead of being wheeled onto the path your cartridge said that you were on. The third path never had a physical copy, so it also had to be added as DLC. While there was a special edition that had all 3 paths on one cartridge, which is all as close as an official physical release Revelations would get, so people who bought the copy could experience Revelation early. This is what Chai did. It was $80. I did do that.
And by the way, a fun fact that doesn't
It was
really
pre-order
matter.
only.
Yeah, fun fact that doesn't really matter. When I say this, I didn't mean Revelations got their own unique cartridge, or no, it was a Birthright cartridge that had everything pre-downloaded on it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
So.
Sorry, my headphones unplugged again.
Oh no. Welcome back, Val.
Welcome
Hi,
back.
Val.
You missed a lot.
Val, help me.
No.
Don't worry, you're still in the middle of the rant time.
Yeah, we haven't even got to chapter 1. But, yeah, I did pay $80 to play this game.
So, question.
Yes.
Why? Why do you like this game?
Okay, here's the actual answer. The actual answer, and honestly, it's the same answer a lot of people have when they talk about how much they like Fire Emblem Fates, which is that it's just a lot of fun. It's really fun to play, and you get attached to the characters. However, you also have to play the game knowing that it's kind of bad.
Yeah. The characters are really good. Main story does not do them
Jadu
justice.
2008, thanks for the
The
follow, you
characters
little
are really
tadpole
good
now.
in, like,
Welcome.
outside of that sphere. The game's really fun. Sometimes the ideal way to play Fire Emblem Fates is to just have your finger on the start or select button to skip the cutscenes and play the game.
Yeah. It's definitely a game that, first of all, I have to like mention this. This game came out obviously after Fire Emblem Awakening. Fire Emblem Awakening was like a cultural fucking phenomenon when it came out in like the like video game spheres that we are a part of. Don't mention my separate DS. Okay.
Excuse
Okay, I'll admit my faults. I also have a Japanese 3DS so that I could play Fire Emblem if.
Yeah.
I have
You're
my
an insane man.
It's the
Are you
tism.
aware?
It's the tism. Listen, I had my Fire Emblem Fates pre-ordered special edition copy with all 3 paths on one cartridge, and then I had my Japanese 3DS second with also a special edition so I could play all 3 paths in Japanese.
I love you, Chai, you are my very dear, close, personal friend. I love you so much. I would kill a man for you.
But
You are so mentally ill.
leave me alone.
It's true. There
And
was
I
there
say
was
that in the
someone-
most affectionate way possible. I love you. You are I would die, I would kill, I would maim for you. But Jesus Christ, I could never.
There was someone in our Japanese class that bought Fire Emblem Fate, like bought a Japanese 3DS and Fire Emblem If to play in Japanese.
God bless. Also, yeah, I did. Okay, so I now realize why I do know a bit more about this game. Me and Cloaked had an ex-friend who literally took his name from one of these characters, I think.
Oh my god. You know what, that actually tracks. There is an entire, like, there are many games to come from. A lot of them are transmass names I've seen many times over.
I can't remember if it just happened to be the same name as him, or if, I'm not gonna dox this person, because me and Cloak have beef with this person now, but, and the amount of characters, good luck guessing.
Oh god, yeah.
But, me and Cloak, this person, I can't remember if it just happened to share the name or if he literally took the name from the game. I can't remember which came first, but he was obsessed with Fire Emblem, and now me and Cloak don't like this person for reasons.
Oh my god. Well, it's okay, because I'm a good little Fire Emblem boy. I'm insane, but I'm normal. At the same time. God. Also, yeah, to experience the full game, you had to pay double the amount of a regular 3DS game if you got that pre-ordered special edition. Even better, Later on, Three Houses did a similar thing with 3 paths. Granted, the paths were shorter, but it was still cheaper than getting this 3DS experience. Disclaimer, this is not me saying that all Three Houses paths were better than Fate's, because Crimson Flower exists. And no matter what anyone tells you, Crimson Flower isn't that good. Edelgard's a great character, but Crimson Flower got really fucking shafted at the end. You can't deny that.
Yeah, a lot of, like, it's weird to say. Fates have done some story beats better than Free Houses. It's weird to say that.
Yeah. Which, if you say that in circles now, you'll be shot for it, but I'm just right.
Yeah, I mean,
You usually are.
I know, it's so difficult.
Even like Fire Emblem elitist stuff, this is just me saying, like, from a purely story perspective.
Yeah. Also, whatever. Just choose the path with the person you want to marry. Stop right there, motherfucker. See, there's another thing that's different about these paths. Difficulty. Conquest is hard. Like, Ash literally quit Conquest 3 chapters away from the ending hard. That's true, I was there. Don't worry, I finished it years later, and Ash finished it years later, and to be fair, Ash was playing Classic hard, and she was a dumb teenager. And Birthright is insultingly easy. You also can't grind experience in Conquest, but you can in Birthright. You also can't grind money in Conquest either.
Yeah, that too.
That's a part of it. Technically there's a in-story reason, which is that your dad in Conquest wants you fucking dead so hard he does everything to make your life harder. And in Birthright you have the full support of your country.
I had to axe it on this slide just for space reasons, but something that was really good is that lore related. We'll discuss it later. Nor is a country that suffers from poor land and just poor, like, minerals.
Yeah.
And Bushido flourishes.
So, which is also why the paths are difficult. I understand why. I don't like it, personally, but it's a very cool world-building thing that really makes you feel like you are suffering the consequences of choosing your path.
And if it sounds like Conquest is, like, fucking punishing, like, not fun punishing, it really isn't, because I was playing on the hard difficulty, and I was playing Classic, and I was a dumb teenager. After replaying it on normal, just for reasons for this PowerPoint, because I had to, like, refresh my mind with all the stuff. It's fun. It's fun. Conquest is literally the funnest of the free paths. If you're gonna pick up Fates, Conquest for sure. It's also technically the better story, but that's like saying you're not the shortest dwarf. Like, you're still in a bad game. Also, on top of that, each path has their own difficulties. Want to experience true hell? Great, play Conquest on Lunatic Classic. Unlike Maddening, of 3 Hazard, Lunatic Plus, and Awakening, Conquest Lunatic was actually play-tested. Thank God. Yeah, that was an issue in Awakening. Nobody play-tested Lunatic Plus.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, Ashley played Lunatic Plus because she's insane. And I would like be looking over her shoulder while I was eating my my school cafeteria chicken nuggets, and I'd be like, "What's happening?" And she'd be like, "Don't worry about it."
Yeah, Lunatic Plus for the first couple chapters is literally memorizing where to put your units and hoping that the dice rolls in your favor.
Yep, because it's RNG, baby. Don't forget that. Revelation's difficulty is supposed to be somewhere between the two, but honestly, it leans more toward. It really depends on the difficulty. It's okay on normal. On hard, it can be nightmare because this game is notorious for having really, really fucked up RNG. Yeah, it's called lunatic mode because you are insane.
Yeah, Revelation. I completed Revelation on Lunatic, so I could finally say that I finished the game.
Oh god, this part.
I thought it was okay. The issue was that midway into the game, and we'll see that when we get into part 2, midway into the game, you get a really harsh difficulty spike. China knows what I'm talking about, right?
Yep.
Yep, it's a really harsh difficulty spike, but the rest of the game is fine on Lunatic.
It's fine. It's just there's a reason why we say it's like supposed to be somewhere between the two, because really it leans more towards Birthright levels of easy, just with like more fun gameplay, and then suddenly just halfway through it just suddenly gets so fucking hard for no reason.
Yeah, I don't know. But what that difficulty spike is.
Okay, now Ash originally had here a whole spiel about the pros and cons of giving the player two different gameplay experiences like this, but while Ash was researching, she found something that shattered anything she wanted to say. Let's look at something that broke hardcore Fire Emblem elitists. Phoenix mode! Oh, Phoenix
Do you
mode!
want me to read this so I take the blow for you?
Yeah, it's your rant.
All right. I will not take criticism on this slide. Thank you, mods. Anyone want to criticize me? Time them out. Wait,
You're
I'm
a mod yourself.
Yeah, but like that requires me to go to my computer.
Okay, fair. Keep going. Pop off.
Okay. We went over this very briefly, but let's talk about casual mode. Casual mode was introduced in New Mystery of the Emblem, a Japan exclusive game, and basically works like this. When a unit falls in battle, they will be unusable for the rest of the map, but will respawn in the next map. Basically, removes permadeath. Cool. Fire Emblem veterans did not like this inclusion. Holy shit.
They were
But I
very
will take
mad.
their concerns in good faith this time. The best argument I've seen that isn't easy mode sucks, LOL, is that players were worried that future games would be balanced around casual instead of classic. And that's fair. Fire Emblem is a strategy game with heavy emphasis on consequences. That's why permadeath exists. That's kind of like saying, like, I don't like Elden Ring because it's too hard for me. You know?
Also, Ash, while you're ranting, I'm gonna go grab a water bottle.
Yeah, no problem. But I think that casual doesn't fuck with the spirit of the game. Casual still has consequences. Your units will be unusable for the rest of the map. Duh. They will not gain EXP because they're not fighting. So you probably shouldn't throw them all at the enemy and let them die, or you're going to end up with some really shitty units later on. And you still have instant lose conditions. If your lord/main character dies, you still get game over. It's a good inclusion for newcomers and allows people to enjoy the game less stressfully. It's also a good inclusion for people who want to play Fire Emblem but just don't have the patience or time to reset an entire map. The mistakes aren't punished harshly, but they are still punished enough for the player to be incentivized to not do it
Is
again.
fucking Phoenix by Fallout Boy playing right now on stream? Are you shitting me?
Really? It's on Phoenix?
No one planned. There's no way we play. Try walking away, and they're the only one with
Huh?
Oh, it's playing the Phoenix right now.
Yes! Yes!
Fallout Boy started playing.
That's so good!
So the gameplay
Is no VOD watcher will be able to witness that.
Sorry, VOD watchers, L.
L. So
I'm
yeah,
glad
so the
oh my god. God bless.
the gameplay still exists. Phoenix mode, on the other hand, is Phoenix mode works like this. When a unit dies, they respawn on the next turn. Also, the enemies can no longer dual attack/guard. Oh, I accidentally. There we go. I argue that this is a bad and lazy way of implementing easy mode because nothing really matters. Just turn on auto attack, set the game down, and go watch something else or whatever. Exception to this, Conquest Chapter 10. Conquest Chapter 10 is hell, no matter what you play it on. Also exclusive to the lowest difficulty, normal. So yeah. Phoenix mode never came back and is exclusive to Fates, but after the game, this franchise introduced being able to turn back time to redo turns for a limited amount of times, which is a better implementation of an easy mode than Phoenix mode. It's a better implementation. I didn't say it was perfect. Anyone coming after me for that, I'm going to bite you. Basically, my thesis for this slide, fuck you if you think games shouldn't have an easy mode, but an easy mode should not take away the core of gameplay. If you don't like playing horror games for their horror, maybe just watch someone else playing on YouTube or Twitch. Likewise, if you don't have time to play a game or just want to see the story, just watch someone else play the game and save your money for something you want or have the time for, or just wait for some nerds to make a PowerPoint about it.
Hi, that's us. That's us. That's us. Ash, that's us.
Yeah, because that's usually what I end up doing when it comes. Like, I've been, like, I love horror, but I'm such a pussy, I can't do it alone. So I like watching people play it because I still enjoy it.
Exactly.
Yeah, same here. Yeah.
Like, I still enjoy getting spooked, but sometimes having Jack Manifold to make funny ha-has jokes about it makes it easy.
The manifold.
I think it's funnier when I'm watching someone else get spooked.
Yeah. Oh, yay!
Shy's
Oh.
insanity spotlight.
I have to pause the music for this.
Okay.
What time? It was like late at night, and I had to talk really quietly. Also, the video is at like 244p for some reason, but I upload the good version of the final image on the next slide. Welcome to my insanity spotlight. Let's go. I'm gonna mute my mic for this too. Welcome to the Chai the Chew Insanity Corner. I'm sure you're wondering why I brought you here today already, so early in today's presentation. Well, that is because, unfortunately, dear friend, there is insanity.
Did you raise the volume a little, Chai? I don't know if it's good on stream.
There are too many fucking characters in this game. Don't believe me? Watch. I have created a little chart here. Don't know what kind of chart it is. I call it my mental breakdown chart. Every single bubble you will see today represents a character in this video game. We have the 4 Norian siblings, we have the 4 Hoshidan siblings, and we have Korrin, and we have Azura. Main characters of the game. That's 10 characters. A pretty small cast comparatively, but a good cast to have. Honestly, if the game was just these assholes, I would have had a better time. Maybe the game would have flushed them out. I don't know. That's just me being a little bit silly. Shut up, Cloaked.
Oh,
But wait, what if I told you? All of these royal family members, except for Azura and except for Korrin, had 2 retainers each. So that's 16 characters to our 10. Okay, we're already in the 20s. That's crazy. We're at about 27 now. I say 27 because we're
little
Lilith, who is here too early because Lilith will show up later with the surprise reveal of the rest of Korrin's retainers. But whatever, we make an exception for Lilith. Lilith is special. Lilith is spoilers, so we'll get to Lilith later. But what if I told you it's not over yet? Remember that children problem I told you about? How there's children that come out of a baby dimension in this game? What if I told you that Korrin has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, like 7 more retainers? Wait, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 more retainers. I know how to count. Plus Xander's default kid, Leo's default kid, Korrin's default kid, Ryoma's default kid, Takumi's default kid, Azura's default kid, Laszlo's default kid, Arthur's default kid, Odin's default kid, Nal's default kid, Saizo's, Azuma's, Hinata's, and Tsubaki's. Wow! That's a lot of fucking characters already! And there's a lot of really weird ties that connect everyone one way or another. There's a lot of cousins in this game.
Please tell me
There's
there's
a lot of
color
weird shit
coding.
going on with it. How many fucking
Yeah, it's
characters
color
Korrin
coded.
seems to hoard like she's a goddamn dragon. Well, anyway. So you may be thinking, well, whoa, Chai, that's already a lot of characters. Surely there's no more. Wrong. There's more. These are just the schmucks we picked up along the side of the road that we decided to let join our fucking army. That's why they're in pink. And guess what? Some of these pink default characters have their own default kids. Hayato has Rajat, Benny has Ignatius, Keaton has Valoria, Kaden has Selkie, and guess what, numbnuts? Most of these fucking characters, you can have all of them if you play Revelations. Why are there so many fucking characters, Nintendo? Why have you done this?
So,
I hate this.
there's too many fucking characters is what we're saying here.
So here's my chart. With
Okay, can you explain what retainers are again?
they're like,
Retainers are servants.
yeah,
Okay.
they're like the servants
they're-
that you keep with you at all times. They're like
Okay.
bodyguard / servants.
Got it.
Yeah.
And yeah, here's all of the playable characters in this game. As you can see, they're all color coded and line coded, and I even include little stars of the ones that are on suns that are of the ones that are on every single path.
I see.
There's too many
Yep.
fucking characters in this game, and they're all connected one way or another. There's so many fucking cousins, bro. I hate it.
I can't wait for them to show up on the Olympian SMP.
Oh my god! I'll kill them myself at the gates. God.
All these cousins in one place.
So
we did it, guys.
yeah!
We survived the onslaught.
We did it.
It
We
took
can get
us
to the
2 hours.
we
It
can
took
get
us
to the main
2 hours.
stories. Who
It took
clapped?
us 2 hours.
Clap! Yay!
It took 2 hours.
It happens. Yippee! Okay, so corn. I just had my insanity spotlight, but that was a pre-recorded video, so I'll take this one. So
Yeah.
I fucking hate how many characters in this goddamn game. You have no idea how many. You have no idea how hard it is to make to like have just like that many characters up until you play Revelation. Suddenly you have just way too many fucking bitches to keep track of. Mind you, you can have of like all of those characters. You can only really use 10 at the most of them at a time.
I think at max in Revelations, you can have 16 people on the field.
That's it. It's
So why?
because they hate me.
So here's actually gameplay from a once aspiring game industry, whatever. Here's the gameplay reason. Because remember when I said Fire Emblem has permadeath?
Yeah.
So when characters die, you need something to replace them.
Face them. Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah, and also if you aren't playing with permadeath or like you reset when you when someone dies or you're playing casual, sometimes characters get bad growths because growths are based on RNG. So sometimes you're like, this mage isn't working. I have a backup mage that might work. You know.
Mm-hmm.
So those are the reasons why. However, the issue comes when you want to make a whole path where you can get everyone. Because Conquest and Birthright, that many characters is fine.
Yeah.
But when you combine them all,
Yeah.
now you have
It's like how in 3 Houses there's a fuck ton of characters. Not as many as in Faiths, mind you, but there's still a lot of characters, and you can recruit all of them if you when you play the paths. However, even then, the game limits you because it says no, you can't have this guy if you're playing this route. Like, there isn't, like, a Revelations route. Maybe 3 Hopes. I haven't played 3 Hopes yet. I just got it for Christmas.
No, Free Hope is literally, remember when I said you had access to, like, so many timelines?
Yeah.
Because Free Hopes is just, like, Crimson Flower, but a different timeline. There is no good timeline.
Great, awesome.
No.
Yeah. It's more realistic that way, to be fair. But,
Yeah, it's realistic, honestly, yeah.
Alright. Well, if your brain's gonna explode, don't worry, because we're at prologue. We did it!
Yeah.
That was all just IRL lore. Welcome to the game lore. Alright, so, what is a post-GBA Fire Emblem game without its kind of not really self-insert, as defined in loose terms, main character?
Mary Sue time! Except not really Mary
Except
Sue.
not really, but kind of, yeah. Technically, Blazing Blade had the first self-insert, but because you don't get to customize that one, or really, they never have a single speaking line ever.
No, it's just sometimes Lynn looks at you like, hi.
Sometimes Lynn looks into the camera like it's the office, and she's like, "How are you doing, Shy?" And I have to be like, "Oh God, I forgot I was canonically here." But meet Corrin, or Kamui if you're a weeb and thought all localized names were dumb. Also known as one of the most polarizing Fire Emblem main characters you will ever meet. You either love them or despise them. There's literally no in between. Baz is a close second, though, from what I've seen, but maybe the new VTuber protagonist might take Corrin's spot, who knows. We're using female Corrin because that's the canon Corrin, because that's the one they use in Warriors and now Engage, and most of the alts Corrin gets are her female version in
It's like how
Heroes.
male Robin is the canon Robin.
Yeah.
What is it for Byleth? Female Byleth? Or is it male Byleth?
I think it's male Byleth, because Engage you get male Byleth.
Okay, then, we're probably gonna have Engage is, it's gonna be female Alir, which sucks because male Alir is clearly the better design.
No, he's so baby girl. Whatever, we're not doing that today. God. So we're using female Corrin because of canon Corrin. Corrin's main deal is that they were born in Hoshido and raised in Nor. How and why? Well, that's the point of the deep dive, isn't it? We're gonna get to that. Back when gameplay was first released, Corrin's dragon transformation was shown with no explanation, which was exciting because dragons are fucking cool. And if your self-insert could turn into a dragon, that was fucking cool. But why can Corrin turn into a dragon? That's part of the intrigue, the mystery. Buy the game and find out. Buy Revelations and find out. In terms of personality, Corrin is very dear to me, but Corrin is Corrin is naive at best, dumb at worst. All that trauma and neglect has really done a number on their higher level functions, to say the least.
What a mood.
Yeah. Hi, B!
Hi, B!
Ashley, what the fuck is this?
My name is
What? What
Corey.
You don't know you're reading the slide, fuck you.
I read this one?
Yes.
Well, did you know that corn is a fruit?
I did
No,
now.
it's corn. Corn is everything a generic Fire Emblem main lord should be. Idealistic, kind, charismatic, etc. But it's their naivety and willingness to trust people who are obvious bad guys that make them stand out. This is not a bad setup for a character. Yeah, I said it. The setup for Corn is not bad. Corn is not intrinsically a bad character. There we go. That's what I was trying to say.
Mm-hmm.
No, really, a sheltered, neglected prince/princess trying to hold on to their trust and kindness towards others, being thrust into the heat of war, and thus being forced into situations that test the limits of their kindness is not a bad idea. It's a tale as old as time. Hell, they had the family element in there too. There's something here. They had something here. That's why we were freaking out about it in Japanese class, you know?
Yeah.
That's not Charlie Slimesicle, that's Corrin Slimesicle. Okay, get it right. The problem is that the writing is not that polished sometimes. The execution fucking sucks. Oh, did I? Hold on. Is my internet freaking out right
Ash?
now? Oh, you guys
I
are
hear
still
you.
there?
Yeah.
Okay.
We're listening.
Sorry, my internet
We're
freaked
just
out a little.
listening. We're just deep into the Fire Emblem's lore.
I'm still staring at Corrin Slimesicle.
So Corrin borders on bland and or / disgusting naive at times. Some people call her whiny at times. I didn't put that on the slide because I forgot exactly what the exact phrase was, which is understandable. She does sometimes feel like a whiny bitch sometimes, even after going through the ringer a few times. They barely develop as a character, as the personality shifts into whatever the plot needs them to be. It's like the opposite of a Mary Sue. If Corrin has been trusting this entire time and the plot dictates, hey, they die if they were trusting here, Corrin is suddenly no longer trusting. Natural character development, cool?
I see.
Oh, but that's expected from a self-insert. Hi, yes, remember when I said Corrin was only kind of a self-insert? The only agency the player gets over Corrin is their appearance and the main choice TM. For all intents and purposes, Corrin is a character with dialogue and choices the player can't influence. You don't get to shape their personality. They already have it predefined. They do have their moments, though. You just gotta look for them. I swear, Corrin, for all Corrin's hate gets, it's not that bad of a character,
Yeah,
guys.
when
It's
Ash
just...
and I were replaying it for this deep dive, we ended up realizing, like, it's not as bad as we remember, honestly. It's not that bad. It's honestly, Corrin does have their very, very funny moments and does have their very, like, polarizing moments. Yeah. But at the end of the day, Corrin is not that bad as people make it out to be.
Yeah, it's just sometimes the writing makes it sound worse.
Yeah.
If you don't look at it closely. So what I'm saying is that it's my OC now. Corrin can also play the piano. It's only brought up in canon a couple times, but hey, that's a cute little character thing, don't you think? Chai added this.
Hey, it's brought up like twice. Both of them bypass it, but it is brought up. I thought it was cute. God.
It is. Okay, I just thought this was funny. This is from the wiki. It should be noted that if male Corrin is chosen, there will be not enough first-generation female characters who can S support with other characters available. Should male Corrin be paired with any of the bachelorettes, so one male unit cannot form an S support. Thus, not all children can be recruited. This can be resolved by having to marry Flora, Rena, Scarlet, Anna, or any of the second-generation female children. And as you're reading this, you might be wondering, how didn't they catch this oversight during development?
I guess they just didn't think about it.
Oh my
Yeah, I
God.
guess they were like, oh,
It's her. It's Aqua from Kingdom Hearts.
oh my god, it's her.
But no, it's Azura. But her Japanese name was Aqua, which is very, very interesting. You'll never believe it, but she's got water powers. I know. Shocker. Because of Redacted. Azura is a deuteragonist of fates, and thus will follow Corrin no matter what path they take. Her situation in the royal family is the opposite of Corrin. She's a Norian princess who was raised in Hoshido. Despite this, she's fully ready to turn her back on Hoshido without a second thought, which is like so funny, actually. She's a singer and a dancer. Azura has access to a unique class called Songstress, which has the unique Sing command. What does the Sing command do? Oh, nothing big. It just allows the unit to move again. However, she is fragile as fuck. She has a very low defense and HP growth. And she will die if you leave her out in the front lines unless you give her a shit ton of, like, talismans and the such. Her strength stat can get surprisingly high, though, and she's really good at hitting critical hits. So she's like the best example I can give of somebody who's just a glass cannon unit.
Yeah.
Azura is actually the one who sings the main theme of Fire of Fates, Lost in Thoughts All Alone. And trust me, you will be able to sing the song by memory by the time the game is over. That song also has story importance big time. It's also the only song Azura sings because of budget issues. If you're sick of it by the time the deep dive is done, you should listen to the full version. Rena Strobo's performance wasn't liked at first because people hate women succeeding, but she's a Broadway singer, so it's not bad by any means. I think most of the criticism came from the fact that it feels like she's pushing her voice on the notes because they gave her kind of a really high range song, but she's definitely not that range of a singer.
Yeah. You'll see later that there's a what do you call it, a stanza or like a
remix?
No, it's like a portion of a song. What do you call it?
A stanza? A verse?
A verse, yeah. There's a verse that she sings in what I believe is a voice range that she's more comfortable with, and it fucking slaps. And we never got a clean version of it.
Yeah,
which makes me so
and
mad.
also the Norian remix, which is like a plot point in the game, is like literally.
That's what I was referring to.
Yeah, it's the remix technically.
Yeah,
but because it has different instrumentation, so it's a remix. But it's sung in her range, and it's beautiful. But there's no clean version of the audio that exists. Because they hate me.
So, guys, I'll be right back. I have to use the bathroom.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
I'll take this time to use the bathroom, too.
Really? Okay.
Sorry, do you want us to just hold it in and get a kidney infection?
No, it's just very funny how you're both just like, okay, but at the same time.
Well, I might as well take that chance.
Okay, that's fair. You know what? I'll go to the bathroom, too. Let's go.
I entertain your stream all the time.
Nah, I'm playing music. Fuck y'all. Bye. I have returned. I don't know if they're back, but I'm back.
I am back from the pissing challenge.
Welcome back.
I'm very funny, but only sometimes.
You know what? I treasure you.
Thank you. I like to feel treasured.
Oh, Colleen's mouth moved. Oh, 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 oh,
I
oh.
let my phone charge a little, so I'm at 50%, which means I can keep going for 2 more hours before having to go into the charging station where I can let my body crumble up like a pretzel.
Okay. How are you guys liking Fire Emblem Fates so far? We haven't even hit chapter 1. Oh, I love deep dives. They're so much fun.
I know.
Oh, it looks like, judging by the time it's taken us to get this far, it looks like we're not gonna have to worry about doing 2 routes today, Ash.
Well, thank God. I don't know, but I think we might have to worry about a part 3 being very real.
Oh, no, we'll just fucking ball through. We'll just suffer. It's fine. It's Pog good. I will cry. I'm so happy. I love talking about Fire Emblem Fates so much. I'm kicking my little feetsies.
Yeah. Anyway, like, I really mean it when I say, like, Raina Strober's voice is... They really... I don't know why they made her do that voice. She should have done her normal range, honestly.
I don't know, honestly. I wish she was on Spotify. I bet it is in the Japanese servers of Spotify.
Oh. Really? You never put Lost in Thoughts All Alone on Spotify?
Not like an official cover, just like the Anapatsu and Amelie covers.
Anapatsu's not that bad. I like Anapatsu's cover.
I love her cover, but I just wish the Rina Strober version was on.
Yeah, I mean, Raina Strober does... like I said, she does a good job for the voice direction they gave her, you know?
Yeah, it's just... The only real one is like the Liz Robinette and them.
Yeah. I guess while we're doing this, fun fact, Fire Emblem Fates is coming off the eShop 1 month earlier than the eShop closing.
What the fuck?
You didn't know that? What you do?
No! I thought they were all going at the same time!
Well, they were moving it a month earlier than the rest of the eShop. So if you want to experience this marvel of video game history, you have a month.
You have a single month to get everything downloaded in time.
Yeah, and don't worry. At the end of this, well, you're not gonna see it this stream, but I do have a financial exercise where we're gonna see how much the entire game costs.
Oh, that's fun.
And I look fucking insane.
You do.
Making that slide, I looked at it again. I was like, I look fucking insane.
No, I think the insane one was the Heirs of Fate one.
Heirs of Fate is. Whew.
Guys, is it obvious yet that Ash and I really, really love this game? We can talk about it for so much. As much as we shit on it, it's so fun.
It is. It's great. I love it. I would like to one day, as a creative exercise, do the rewrite the plot of Fates, but keep the main plot points in check. You know.
I can add I'm gonna add the Amelie cover to the queue, just so the people watching can hear it. But it's not the Rina Strober one, unfortunately. But we will have like little clips of it.
Yeah, Amelie's version, if I remember correctly, is also not the original lyrics.
Oh, true.
So.
I think hers was made earlier before. No, I think that was the Adriana version.
No, I'm pretty sure Amelie, because I remember people were like on her ass about it for not using the translated the official lyrics.
Oh, maybe.
Yeah, I think her reasoning was that she just wanted, to do a mix that was more that was better for her voice or something. I don't know.
That's fair. Singing is hard.
I believe Anapatsu did the translated lyrics, except for her singing the dark version of it. The Conquest version is Japanese, but singing the...
God, I love the dark version. Why is there no clean audio of it?
Because fuck you specifically. People have done arrangements of it.
I know, but it's not the same.
I know.
Oh yeah, Amelie definitely uses different lyrics. I'm listening to it right now.
Okay, yeah, that's what I thought. So, you guys are probably not gonna get exposed to what makes us not what makes
Oh no, please, Ash. We can't go through that
Lost in
again.
thought. Sorry. They gotta stop naming things like this, okay? You're not gonna be exposed to the full version of Lost in Thoughts alone, so hopefully you guys won't be like sick and tired of it, but it is a big plot point, and it is something that we hear a lot while playing this game. Holy shit, a lot. You are the only
You are that opening like stanza fucking lives in our minds rent free. It is so consistently done throughout the game. Hello, ADHDGM. Hello there.
Hello.
When will Colleen return from group pissing?
That's what I want to know. Guess we did leave her in there. I will.
Oh fuck! Wait,
attach my-
I should text my dad that I'm hungry so he brings home food.
I'll just be in the corner, I guess.
Oh, should I get canes again? You know what? I will. Hey guys, did you guys know that Adam? Okay, sick. Did you guys know that this Friday, Clem, Eden, Peak, and I are going to be touring Dave Kratzy around Olympian SMP on Clem's channel, and then we're going to be playing Valorant? Did you guys know that? That's happening on Friday. Crazy! Chai sweep, let's go!
Wow.
I am back.
Yay!
Welcome back.
We were just talking about how we left you in the bathroom during our group pissing. That was crazy. I'm glad you made it out.
Yeah, it's kind of scary in there.
Alright, you ready?
Yeah.
Alright, live chat reactions back to this screen. Alright, did I finish reading this screen?
No, you didn't. We stopped after Raina Strover's performance.
Okay. She's stoic, blunt, and has a hard time opening up to people. Despite this, she's a kind-hearted woman and literally will go to bat to Corin. She will literally go to bat for Corin for some reason. Add disruption. I'm gonna be so honest. I want one of the mods to refund you because trust me, I would do ad time. However, my laptop will explode if I try to open Creative Dashboard right now. I'm so sorry.
The laptop is having issues.
My laptop's already having issues screen sharing a PowerPoint. Like, I can't open a thing. Yeah, can one of the mods refund Stump real quick? But thank you for using your points either way. She also has a love for telling scary stories, but this only comes up with her and Sakura's support conversations and nowhere else. But it's the little things, you know? Azura's a decent character. She suffers from Xander's problem too, but there's not too much to complain about here besides some plot things that'll come up as we go. Hello? PowerPoint?
Yeah.
Okay, there we go. Alright, so remember these bitches. We're about to learn about them.
I will do. Should I do the birth rate introductions?
Yeah. Well,
Alright.
well, hold on. That'll be the next slide because that'll be the thing. But
No,
Ryoma,
that's what I'm saying.
this is Ryoma, Hinoka, Takumi, Sakura, and this is Camilla, Xander, Leo, and Elise, and that's Corin, and that's male Corin. All right, you want to introduce the Hoshiden family?
Oh yeah. So let's speed run these bitches. Ryoma, he's the oldest brother, the High Prince of Hoshido and wielder of the legendary Rajinto. He follows the Bushido code and is quite hard on himself, much like his late father, Sumeragi. He's the worst at knowing when to quit. As fate would have it, yes, that is his real hair.
We called
he's a
him
sword
Lobster.
master.
We called him Lobster Lord back in the day.
He did. He looked like a lobster, and God bless. Hinoka, older sister, eldest princess of Hoshido, and someone who literally takes the defense of her kingdom in her own hands. Using Naginata, she's a powerful warrior and a skilled flyer. As fate would have it, she's the best at looking out for each other. Sky Knight. If you remember Hinoka's personality by the end of this deep dive, you get one cookie.
You get a reward. She does nothing.
I'm so sorry, Hinoka.
Oh wait, this wasn't mentioned when we talked about it earlier. In that original draft, Hinoka did not exist.
I believe that is something that they said, yes.
Yeah.
That is one of the only things that we know about the original script.
Originally, she was not there. So there's a reason why, if she feels like she's just kind of forcibly added, she was.
So, Takumi, younger brother, a Hoshiden prince who wields the legendary Fujin Yumi. An emotional young man who seeks attention, a bit tempestuous. He's very kind to people he trusts. As fate would have it, sometimes he has bad nightmares. He's my little Blorbo.
He's my Scrimblow.
He's an archer. Sakura, younger sister. The youngest princess of Ashido uses Festo. By the way, I always thought it was spelled festival until I read this. And then I realized it's not festival, it's Festo.
Oh god.
To heal the wounded. She is surprisingly strong-willed for one so painfully shy. As fate would have it, the most relaxing to be around, she starts off as a shrine maiden.
Xander, older brother. This is Nor now. He's the crown prince of Nor. We already talked about him a lot, but he's a wielder of the legendary Siegfried. He's a gifted military leader. Can seem unapproachable. He's actually very kind and personable. He has nice handwriting. Camilla, she's my sexy wife. She's the elder princess of Nor. She's an extremely affectionate older sister and mother figure to Corrin. She's a terror to her enemies in battle. She loves hot springs and baths. Warning, she's also kind of a freak.
Yeah,
she's obsessed with her younger sibling Corrin to a very uncomfortable degree. She does play a mother figure to Corrin while also being just like genuinely obsessed with them.
It's literally one of those things where you look at it and you're like, oh, the developers put this in for a very specific reason.
For a very specific reason. Leo, my other Scrimblow. He's the younger brother. He's a brilliant prince of Nor who wields the legendary Brihindler and is known for his potent magic. He can be quite cruel to his enemies. He loves tomatoes more than anyone else. Fun fact, when this game came out, we had only made his personality tomatoes.
Yeah.
Because you can't have a character who likes a food and expect it not to be their personality. We called him Tomato Boy. Elise, my baby girl. I love her so much. She's the younger sister. She's a playful Norian princess whose innocence sometimes lets her see truths that others miss. She loves her siblings to a degree bordering on hero worship. She's the best at remembering birthdays. And let's look at Ryoma's IMDb real quick. Hey, who's that guy? What? Welcome to the fucking did it! It's a Matthew Mercer show.
God fucking damn it, we'll never be free!
He's everywhere! He is everywhere! I forgot to tell you, he also voices Crom from Awakening. Oops.
But that wasn't important, you know?
But yeah, we're gonna be hearing his voice a lot.
I thought it was free. No, because before, sorry to talk about GMSMP real quick.
No!
No, it's literally just for context of the timeline of my life.
Okay.
Before I was into the GMSMP, you wanna know what my hyperfixation fucking was?
Was it Critical Role?
It was fucking Critical Role.
Yeah, that sounds alright. My Eldritch patron, Matt Mercer. So yeah, Matthew's here.
So much of this man.
Well, guess so you're gonna be hearing a lot more about this man.
Also, what is that fucking headshot?
I don't know! He looks like fucking photoshopped Aaron Hansen. Why'd they do that to him?
It's the fucking subtle blowing of his hair.
It's a good shot. He felt very handsome.
He is a very handsome boy.
So we'll get to part 3 before Corn's Choice, aka pre/early game lore. Woohoo! Alright, before we begin, shout out to it's almost time, Ash. A shout out to Omega Revolution for their playthrough of Fates that Ashley and I used to get screenshots for all the pats because I, personally, was not about to replay all of Fates just to get screen capture footage of the game for this deep dive. It would have never seen the light of day.
Yay!
Alright, Ash, go!
Hey, where the fuck are we? Fire Emblem Fates takes place on an unknown continent. Star geography nerds, they literally failed to give this continent a name. It is literally the only continent in the series to have no name besides Warriors, which kind of is a spin-off. It doesn't really count, you know?
Yeah.
I hate this.
Here, take this realistic rendering of a continent as a consolation prize.
Yay!
That's what it would look like on a map. There are many countries on this continent, but thankfully most of them are only barely relevant. Nor and Hoshida will be elaborated on because, important countries. Let's speedrun the other countries we will visit on our journey right now. Izumo, nation on Hoshida's southern border, peaceful but non-existent military, neutral.
Mokushu, nation south of Hoshida and Izumo, known for their ninjas, annexed the country of Koga, neutral. Go.
Nestra, nation on north southern border, tourist country known for entertainment even during wartime, neutral.
Notre Sagesse, island nation located in the southern sea between Hoshido and Nor, land of philosophers, neutral.
Sheev, technically part of Nor, implied to be annexed by Nor and outright stated to be a territory in the original script. Land of Knights hates Nor.
Bottomless Canyon, literally a giant gash that separates Hoshido and Nor. Not a country, but I guess neutral ground, technically.
Yeah.
Where's your map? Oh!
It's after this one.
Okay.
Oh, right.
Hi, Spice! Hi, Spice! Hold on, I gotta raid.
Hello.
Hi, Raiders! Hello! Welcome to the Fire Emblem Fates deep dive! Mystic Purple and also Little Star Kitty. Very cute name. Thank you for the follows, lovely. Your little tadpoles now. Welcome! Can one of the mods shout out Spice real quick? Thanks for the raid. You guys are just in time. We're only at the very beginning of the game. All right. Oh right, our minorities. Welcome. The continent where our arguable heroes lives on is home to tribes as well. The important ones are the Ice Tribe, autonomous tribe located in Nor, at least autonomously only in name, considering it's Nor. Located in the snowy mountains, this is where Corrin's maids, Flora and Felicia, are from.
Kitsune, shapeshifters that can turn into giant foxes. They live in the Hoshidan Mountains and are isolated due to poachers, implied to be an endangered race.
This is the race we were talking about where they are hunted for sport for their coats.
Yep.
Oh, so they give Selkie vibes. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's actually why her name is Selkie.
Yeah.
Isn't it?
Hey, I know things.
You know things! Let's go!
My hyperfixation on mythological creatures comes in fucking clutch sometimes.
Yeah! Wind Tribe, autonomous tribe located in Hoshido, therefore friendly with Hoshido, but are technically neutral, located in the desert mountains.
Wolfskin, shapeshifters that can turn into giant wolves. They live on Mount Garo in Nor. Aggressive towards humans, also isolated. Possibly endangered, they don't really state it outright.
Good night. Fire Tribe, they exist. We know they exist because of one character. Friendly with Hoshido, though, allegedly.
Yeah.
Don't worry if you don't remember all of this. They will come up as with the slides as we go. This is just here to help you just get a sense of the world that we're currently in. To further help you, there is a handy map to visualize what the fuck's going on. Screenshot it or whatever for reference where the hell the gang is at any given moment in time.
There you go.
Here's and here's Hoshido, and here's Izumo, Mokushu, Nuchisagase, Nestra, and then the bottomless canyon that splits between the two countries.
Yeah. Just screenshot it, do whatever, so you can reference it, mainly for Colleen's sake. Mainly for Colleen to screenshot this.
Oh god. Okay, hold on. Where's my phone?
Because as the game progresses, you'll see 99.9% of the plot is Corrin walking places between the two countries.
And sometimes it's hard to tell where Corrin is.
The only reason why you can really keep track of where you are in the game is because in-game, the map where you get to different levels is on the map. So it makes it easier.
Yeah, that's where I got the realistic rendering from.
Yeah. Alright, ready for next slide?
Yep.
Alright. So, this is your boys.
Hoshido, aka Fantasy Japan, located in the east of unnamed continent, that's what we're calling it now. Hoshido was founded by those descended from the people chosen by the Dawn Dragon. We'll talk about the dragons later. In Japanese, Hoshido is called the Byakuya, literally White Knight Kingdom. If you're wondering why I'm telling you this, it's because the pre-localization Fates culture has seared this name into my brain.
Was it Nora Anya?
Anya, yep.
Yep. Pre-localization
No points for
culture.
guessing what it is before we change the slide. The country is bountiful with good weather and rich farmland. Hoshido can apparently fix the hunger crisis, since it said the amount of food Hoshido produces can feed both Nor's and Hoshido's population. Hey, maybe Nor does have a right to be super pissed at these guys.
They have all the food, and then they could fix the hunger crisis, and then they said no.
Yeah.
being
So they're
fantasy land.
capitalists.
Basically,
Yeah.
here's the okay, I know we're gonna get into this later, but here's the fucking wacky thing is that, well, shocker, the game made in Japan has fantasy Japan be a fucking utopia. Wow. But here's the real fun part. Hoshido's full of the fakest bitches.
Oh
It's
god, they're the
true.
popular girls in high school.
Literally.
It's true. I joke here that the developers are Japanese, so they make Japan like a fantasy utopia. But in the original localization, they do a much better job of depicting Hoshido as not a utopia, but as a country in the middle of wartime. You
Yeah.
know?
It also doesn't help that, like, there's many points in the story, both in the original and the localization, where it's very obvious that a lot of Hoshido's problems could honestly be fixed if they had just, like, helped a little bit.
Yeah, it's
also,
pretty odd. A lot of
it's more like Hoshido has a lot of problems that they just, like, refuse to acknowledge, which is, history.
It's kind of a reflection of actual Japan with the xenophobia, right?
Yeah. And there's also a very important plot point that involves Takumi's character, which we'll get into, but it can be summarized to Hoshido's family is well put together only on the surface. These guys are so fucking dysfunctional when you look at them for more than 3 seconds. You know Dahas and Melanie Martinez? That's them.
I was about to say, I just about to make that reference.
That's them. That's them fucking
There's a
to the T.
There's a reason I listen to that song so much now that I think about it.
You're right. The capital.
Yeah, so the capital is unknown. We only know the name of the fucking castle. Castle Shidasagi. Technically, the game calls the actual city Castle Shidasagi Town, but, like, I don't think that's actually the name. I just think they forgot.
That's why do so many of these things not have names?
I wish
all
we had an answer.
For all the story building these motherfuckers did, they couldn't go to fantasy name generator and figure something out.
You would fucking think, and then they just didn't.
And if you look at the map, you notice that there's like 4 locations in Hoshido that we go to, and only like 2 of them are actually Hoshido because one of them is like the fucking wind triumph, and the other one is for the kitsune.
It's a lot.
Yeah, so unique to Hoshido are Pegasi and Kinshi. Kinshi are just giant fucking birds you can ride. Unit source classes from Hoshido will use the following weapons: katanas, clubs, naginatas, yumis, scrolls, shuriken, and rods.
Nor, aka Fantasy Europe. This is my place. I love this place. Located in the west of unnamed continent, Nor was founded by those who descended from the people chosen by the Dusk Dragon. In Japanese, it is called Anya, aka Dark Knight Kingdom. At least the localization tried to give them proper sounding names based on their real life origins, which begs the question, what languages are both countries speaking? There's even, like, support conversations between, like, a character from Nor and a character from Hoshido, where, it's very obvious that there is a language barrier, which just makes the game more complicated because they're all speaking perfect English until the developers decided, no, that you're not going to do that anymore. So I don't know.
Yeah, it's weird.
Nor suffers from extremely poor weather conditions. Hi, Tofu! The sky is normally overcast, and as a result, the land barely gets sunlight. This means most of Nor's land is tundra and the crops struggle to grow here. Consequently, Nor has a real crime problem. People tend to stay indoors or live underground to avoid getting mugged and or killed. Nor has always envied Hoshido's lands. This is where most of the tension between both countries come from. But, like, Hoshido can help them, but then they just don't, so I get it. Because it's not like they were always at war. There was a point in which help could have been given, but it just wasn't. The capital is Windmire, and the castle is called Castle Krakenberg.
So they get to name their capital.
Yeah. Nor relies a lot on cavalry as well as heavy armor. Unit/classes from Nor will use the following weapons: swords, axes, lances, bows, tomes, knives, and staves. So basically, Nor is the trademark generic Fire Emblem European evil country.
Nice.
Yep.
Ash.
Alright, dragons are the cause of all problems. We all know this. Once upon a time, when the unnamed continent was named Unnamed Continent, there were 12 ancient dragons entangled in war with one another to see who would control the land.
Who are we
These
growing?
dragons would
You have
come
to tell
be
me
known
which
as
one.
the first dragons. One of these dragons took it upon themselves
me,
to forge
Asher,
5
Colleen.
weapons to give to humanity, so that they too could fight in the war for them. Oh, that sounds about right for gods. These weapons are the Fusion Yumi, the Rajinta, the Yata, the Himmler, and Siegfried, pictured left to right. The dragons would also give their chosen humans their blood, granting them incredible power. Sometime after the war, the dragons would disappear. Their chosen humans passed on their power through their blood, and 2 of the sons would become the royal families of Nor and Hoshido. As we mentioned before, Hoshido's royal family gets their power from the Dawn Dragon, while Nor gets it from the Dust Dragon. And then, in less obvious terms,
So
but
where
still,
are the other 10 dragons?
Well,
um,
we find them along the way.
yeah, we find them. Just know that they disappeared for now, because I'm going to be honest with you, Colleen, that is a little bit of spoilers.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
Yeah, the Ice Tribe gets their power from the Ice Dragon, Wind Tribe, and the Wind Dragon, etc. Those who have this power can use dragon veins to basically manipulate their surroundings, drying up a river, regenerating health, freezing enemies, etc. For gameplay purposes, though, only Korin and the Hoshidan/Norian royals can use dragon veins and any children that they produce.
The real dragons was the friends we made along the way. So true, Tofu.
That actually sums up part of the story.
Yeah.
Fun fact, when using a dragon vein, a random picture of a dragon shows up. These dragons are based on the 4 symbols. What? I don't know, man. You think they'd also be first dragons, but it's never confirmed. Just cool things to look for if you want a random trivia.
Alright, welcome to one big happy family, except not really. This bullshit fuckery of a circus all starts when Korin is born in Hoshido, allegedly. Again, this entire area, not even in a spoiler way, just this entire area is very vague. You know she was a baby there.
Yeah, no. A lot of this is vague.
Yeah.
Was she in the baby dimension?
You know what? Maybe.
Yeah.
Who knows? Who knows? This bullshit fuckery says the Korin's born Hoshido to King Sumeragi and his wife Queen Mikoto. Both are well-loved rulers by their citizens. Sumeragi was said to be a fair and just ruler and to have loved his children more than his position. Mikoto was known to be a very calm and kind woman. She came from a foreign country, but despite that, the people of Hoshido accepted her as their own. Korin is born as the 3rd child of the Hoshidan royal family. Her older siblings are Ryoma and Hinoka, and her younger siblings are Takumi and Sakura. Overall, life with Hoshidan royals is kind of uneventful, to be honest. I'm serious. The most substance we get here is that Hinoka was a crybaby who was attached to Korin, and Takumi took up archery because Ryoma beat him so hard at swordplay he gave up forever.
Takumi is so funny, actually.
He's my favorite. Fuck, man, look at this empty ass slide. Don't get used to it. Nor and Hoshido were not at war with each other, but tensions were still high. Sometime after Sakura was born, King Garen of Nor asked Sumeragi to meet him in Chief for a peace conference, one that would hopefully end tensions between the 2 nations.
Oh, fucking family, a dysfunctional family. Meanwhile, in Nor, everything is off the fucking rails. Children and women are killing each other. But how did we get here? King Garen had some major issues. Said issues being that he fell in love with many women and he couldn't leave them. This resulted in him having many concubines and many children. Apparently, Garen was just that good at getting pussy.
Yeah, wouldn't you fuck this?
This is when we turn up on Karma Falls.
I hate that you're right.
His wife, Katarina, was very popular among the Norian people. Her son is Xander, which makes him Garen's only surviving child to not be born to a concubine. We're going to get to why we are emphasizing surviving. Why'd you go?
Sorry, I clicked my mistake. Sorry, keep going.
Well, we will get to, in this slide, why we're emphasizing surviving. Of course, with many children and concubines and only one throne, things quickly turned sour. Concubines would use their children to gain favor and hopefully power, and eventually would turn into violence and assassinations. This environment obviously caused a lot of trauma for the surviving Norian royals. Leo and Camilla were never loved by their mothers and were only viewed as tools. This caused Camilla to become overly protective over her younger siblings to make sure they got the mother's love that she never got. And Leo flat out states he hated his mother. He's a hater. We love him. Elise was given to a wet nurse to raise and was neglected by both Garen and her mother. On her mother's deathbed, she only called for Garen and forgot about her daughter.
So yeah, they've got problems and issues disorder.
Yep. At some point, Garen's first wife died, and he remarried to another woman named Arete, who he fell in love with for her singing voice. She had a child, which was Azura. However, Katarina was so popular that Arete wasn't.
Yeah? What? Ashley? Ashley?
Oh god, we lost Ashley.
Oh god, it's just clicking noises now. Oh god. Oh no! Oh no!
Go back.
Hello?
There you are. Okay, welcome back.
Okay, when did I die?
Katarina was so popular, and then you died.
Okay, so because Katarina was so popular that Arete wasn't accepted by the Norian people and by connection Azura, she was hated by concubines and the other children within the castle, and if not ignored, would be bullied relentlessly, and I believe it's implied some physical violence was performed on her.
Mm-hmm. There are also many in one of her sports with this guy named Arthur. It's also revealed that at one point she was just like flat out abandoned and left to die by like her like siblings, I believe, or at least the like someone in the Norian castle. And then she was rescued. Type shit.
That reminds me, that weird little like legging, one legging that she has is covering a scar that she got when she was living in Nor.
Mm-hmm. So Azura was going through a lot of abuse. Leo and Camilla were going through a lot of abuse. Elise was also going through a lot of abuse. And Xander was just a witness to it all, and he hated every fucking moment of it. So yeah, the Norian siblings have problems and issues.
Yep, and a lot of dead siblings.
So bring your child to work day prank gone wrong. The death of King Garen's second wife and the power struggle between his concubines to become his next wife hardened Garen's heart. He soon became cold and cruel and held little attachment to his remaining children. And this is where shit truly goes down. Sumeragi, being an honorable man, truly believed Garen wanted peace, so he went down to Chief with his older children, Ryoma and Korin. What about Hinoka? Shut up! Like I said, she's not important. As it turns out, this peace talk was a trap, and Garen had surrounded Sumeragi and Korin with archers. And I tricked you. We're still talking about localization. So if you think it sounds dumb that Sumeragi went to a supposed peace talk with a hostile country while bringing his literal children, you'd be right. I had a whole explanation here about teaching kids diplomacy and having to show them trust, but fuck that. This entire peace talk is a creation of the localization team.
Yep.
The Japanese version had Hoshido establishing friendly relations with actually Chief, since they both hate Nor, and not signing a peace treaty with Nor. Garen's trap was actually an ambush, which makes more sense.
Wait, just so Chief is another country, right?
Yeah, Chief is like a territory that was occupied by Nor.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And Hoshido wanted to originally have talks with Chief to annex them. Kind of like, this is like a history fun fact. During the Spanish-American War, the USA got Puerto Rico because they were like, you hate Spain, we hate Spain, let's fight together. And that's how they ended up getting Puerto Rico. And then lied to us and said we would get independence after. But that's neither here nor there. It's like that. They were like, you hate Nor, we hate Nor, let's do a peace thing and we'll fight together. And like that. And if that sounds insane, imagine being me finding out this info 7 years later.
Oh my god.
Garen gave the order to fire, and Sumeragi protected Korin with his body, and then Garen dealt the final blow. Surrounded and traumatized by the death of her father, Korin is kidnapped and taken to Nor, and we get a cutscene.
Yay!
Please work. There we go.
Fire it well. I'm disappointed in you, Sumeragi. That wasn't even my best trap.
That sounded fun.
You poor thing. Orphaned at such a tender young age.
You are my child now.
Yeah, that's the entire thing. That's what Garen's supposed to be. Fucking creepy.
Yeah, he's a fucking terrible, terrible person. Also, it does sound like Endeavor. I think it might be the same voice actor. Yeah, this is a 3DS game Ashley and I played when we were like 15. Yippee!
Fine.
Forward. This is a video game. No. Okay. Also, hey guys, Shy Division here. It should be noted that while this trauma is occurring, we have no fucking idea how old any of these characters are. 500 pages writing and we don't know any of anybody's fucking ages.
Nope.
We don't know how old they are in the present time either, so we definitely don't know how old Corrin is when they're kidnapped, you know? It's not like it's the catalyst for the whole game or anything. Maybe we should know some ages or whatever. Our only solid piece of information for ages is Leo calling Elise technically an adult, but in the present time of the game, but this is medieval times, so that's anywhere between 13 and 21. But she looks like she's at the most 15 if you squint. And Hinoka mentioning in her supports with Camilla that she picked up the Naginata when she's 7. Ryoma mentioned before that the only reason Hinoka took up the spear was to learn how to fight one day to bring home Corrin. But that could imply she only ramped up her training after the kidnapping, but before that she was learning the basic self-defense at 7. We simply don't know, because the game hates solid timelines, and me personally. So here's a chart of what I think everyone's ages are when the game actually starts.
Yeah, we just kind of had to roll the wheel on some of these, honestly.
Yeah, so it's assumed when the game actually begins, Corrin will be 18 or 19, Azura will probably be 19, Ryoma's probably 26, Hinoka 20, Takumi 17, and Sakura 16 or 15. Xander's probably either in his late 20s, early 30s, like 20 to 30, Camilla's probably 22, Leo's probably 17, and Elise is at the most probably 13. Epic? Got it. Cool. Ash.
Got kidnapped by the enemy king, and all I got was trauma in a new family by Fallout Boy. With the death of her husband and one of her children having been kidnapped, Mikoto was, understandably, very distraught. Many attempts were made by Hoshido to retrieve Corrin, but all of them failed. Eventually, Hoshido kidnapped one of the Norian royals to be used for hostage negotiations. That royal was Azura.
Azura.
Unfortunately, possibly because Azura wasn't well liked by her country. Because I believe she mentions that she wasn't well guarded, so she was the easiest to basically snatch.
Mm-hmm. That's the reason why she was taken.
Yeah, negotiations failed to happen. Azura would be raised in Oshido, where she would be treated by Mikoto as a daughter. Ryoma and Hinoka would be haunted by the kidnapping for years, with Hinoka's personality doing a 180 from shy crybaby baby to rash warrior. A rumor would be spread in Hoshido that Sakura was the original target for Nor's kidnapping. She became meek and timid due to survivor's guilt and paranoia as a result. It's amazing how there are 2 people. One of them haven't been revealed yet. We will reveal them later, either in this stream or next stream, depending on what happens. That there was another person there, and both them and Sakura got survivor's guilt from this incident.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, in Nor, Corrin was raised not within the castle, but within the northern fortress. She was not allowed to leave the fortress, as Garen told her she was too weak. Also, she gained trauma-induced amnesia after seeing her father, killed in front of her, so she's forgotten about Hoshido and all of her birth siblings.
It's also implied that, because of the fact that she was raised completely isolated from her siblings, that also created kind of a ice that also contributed to her trauma-based amnesia, because she went from being with her loving Hoshido family to seeing her dad die to being isolated in a fortress in a country she doesn't know and a language she doesn't speak, all within like 24 hours. So you can imagine, yep. Corrin kind of gets fucked in the head after this.
Yeah, Corrin's not having a fun time.
No.
This is probably all happening to, a 6-year-old? We don't know.
Yeah, she's either 5 or 6. I did the math. She's about there.
Mm-hmm. So the Norian royals would visit her from time to time, and she would become close to them. Xander and Camilla would be her older siblings, and Leo and Elise her younger siblings. She also had constant company from her 5 retainers: her combat instructor Gunter, her maids Flora and Felicia, her butler Jacob, and her stable girl Lilith. Corrin also nursed an injured baby bird back to Helval and Nor. This is important.
I'm scared.
What in the Todoroki kid is this? I'm so sorry, Nim. So, gee, Corrin, why does your dad let you have 5 retainers? So here's our list of important retainers. Gunter, he's the babysitter / combat instructor. He is a better father figure to Corrin than Garen will ever be. There's some drama between him and Garen. He's got a horse. I love him.
Yay.
Flora, she's a maid. She's the older twin to Felicia. Her dad is the Ice Tribe leader. She's a great maid, but she's weaker than her sister. She's got the most powerful jealousy in the army. She's got some issues also. Felicia, the maid, she's the younger twin sister to Flora, the worst maid of all time because she's extraordinarily clumsy. She fights really good, though. She's unfortunately kind of irrelevant to this deep dive because Corin is a female. So the way that it works is that if you play as a female, then Jacob will follow you throughout the game. If you play as a male, then Felicia follows you throughout the entire game.
Yep.
I don't know why they chose the distinction, but whatever. Anyway. So, Jacob... I'm kicking my feet. I'm twirling my hair. So this is Jacob. He's the butler. He's my male wife. He had rich parents, but they abandoned him as a child and left him at the steps of the fortress. He's refined, petty, blunt, and a little bit deranged. He's just a funny guy, and he's my love of my life.
He's really good.
He's
really
so
good
funny. He hates literally everyone that isn't Corin, and I stand that. He is my love of my life. And then there's Lilith. She's a stable girl. She's very sweet and kind. That's about it. She's loyal to Corin, but so is everyone else here. She isn't much, but she's nice. She's nice. She's also got really cool hair. How can you hate that? Yeah. Ash.
The reason why we had to explain Awakening. Flash forward to before the main game, but not that far back. Ambiguous timeline, my beloved. Severa, Owain, and Inigo are in Valm, a country from Awakening, under the Mila tree to meet a mysterious person. This is post-Awakening, so Grima has been defeated and everything is happy. Also, the Mila tree is a whole can of lore worms that requires me to explain Shadows of Valencia, so just know it's a very important place that serves as a resting place for a god. Two, actually. This mysterious person had come to them begging for help, and had given them instructions to meet him in Valm. He tells them they must travel to another world through space and time in order to save his kingdom. He also says it's a dangerous mission, and if they fail to save his kingdom, then death awaits them all. Despite the vagueness in that warning, the trio agreed to help them. Their reason is that they've already been through a lot, and they can't turn away from someone in need. The mysterious person thanks them and apologizes for being vague, but he's forced to for reasons. Before he sends the trio to his world, he first changes their hair color and removes Owain's brand to hide anything that could give up their identity away.
Oh wait, I didn't explain that at all. Okay, so in Ylisse, everyone who's in the royal family, so example, Owain is Lissa, which is Crom's little sister's son. So because of that, he has the mark of the Exalt on his what was it? It was on his like forearm, right?
It was on his forearm, yes.
Yeah, he had it on his forearm. Lucina had it on his eye. No, and Crom had it on his forearm. Lissa had it... Where did Lissa have it? Her back?
Lissa didn't have it. That was the issue.
Oh, right! She felt like she was
adopted. Because her support of Owain was her being happy that Owain had it.
Yeah. Lissa also had problems and issues, but she was very sweet and I loved her. Anyway, but yeah, that's the importance of the brand thing. And Owain was very proud of his brand, so he was very, very sad that mysterious man TM took it away, but it's for his own safety. Anyway, continue.
Yeah. He also reveals that he knows that they came from the future, which shocks them. The hair color he changes it to is their canonical hair color, aka the hair color seen in official art. You know, since their hair color is affected by their father in-game, they have to get around it somehow.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
By the way...
all this info? Oh, you want to do it?
Yeah. By the way, all this info... This very important lore-based info to explain why certain characters are in the game. DLC only.
Oh
Not even Revelations. A separate DLC called Hidden Truths.
Hidden Truths, my below. Anyways.
Severa asks who this mysterious person is, since he's not only powerful but also knows they come from the future. He's unable to answer as they are attacked by strange enemies. We get more into what is happening exactly when we will finish Revelations. So that's going to be in part 2. The trio can sense enemies, but they can't see them. The mysterious person explains that they come from his world, and the trio must defeat the invisible army. They emerge victorious, and Severa once again demands the mysterious person's identity. He apologizes, saying he cannot reveal his identity in this world. He promises to reward them before they can come to his world as a compromise. They ask if he has the power to bring them people back to life, specifically their original parents from their doomed timeline. Unfortunately, there is no power strong enough to bring back the dead, according to him. Instead, the trio asks if he could restore a destroyed world and create memorials for their loved ones there. The mysterious figure asks if that's what they truly want, as they'll never see the result of their wish. The trio says yes. He tells the trio that when he was blessing their old world, he heard the voices of the dead thanking them and wishing them luck. Now ready to send them to their world this time, the mysterious figure gives them a crystal that will take them back to the original world once they complete their mission. However, it can be only used once. He also mentions that they could go back to their doom world, well, not so doomed now, if they had wished. The trio are sent to Nor to become Norian royal retainers with their new identities, aka Selena, Odin, and Laszlo, and they sure are lucky background checks were impossible back then.
Oh my god.
So
Apparently he was also
how...
he was Germany and Italia? Oh, everything is connected. Everything is connected.
Please don't bring Italia back into this.
Oh no, 0 days since last Italia.
I will never leave.
I will never be happy. Okay, invisible soldiers. I'll go over this one real quick, Ash. You can do the next one. Periodically, we're going to be bringing up invisible soldiers or invisible armies, and when we talk about that, we mean they're soldiers who are literally invisible, and we can only make out what they are for a few seconds before they go transparent. They're usually surrounded by, like, a reddish-pink fog and, like, a vaguely purple outline. They're, like, weird, soulless ghost people. The real crime of this game is that it's on the 3DS, so getting a good screenshot is kind of impossible, but, like, this is what they are.
Yeah.
I can't believe it.
Is the next slide what I think it is?
Yes!
Everyone, welcome to the stage! Colleen Cornsona!
Oh, that's what you...
She'll be playing the role of Corin, if you will.
I hate that.
Hey guys,
It's not my fault, it was so perfect.
Hey guys, great news! Ashley replayed all of Fire Emblem Fates to get screenshots of Colleen's character for all of the screenshots for this entire slide.
Oh, Ashley, are you insane?
Yeah. Yeah, I am.
Oh my god.
We're not kidding either! Ashley replayed every single path! To get screenshots that talk about only Colleen, not Corin or Omega from the YouTube videos we were using originally.
Ashley, what are you sending me these screenshots? Please, begging.
You could probably get them back from the PowerPoint, but like, yeah.
Yeah, I actually have all the screenshots. I put them in a separate folder called Deep Dive if you want me to zip that up and just...
Yeah. Only when we're done, though, because it includes part 1 and part 2.
Yeah, only when I'm done, Colleen, you can get the zip file.
If you guys think Ashley and I are normal, fucking wrong.
I mean, the disclaimer did say Chai wasn't gonna do it.
Yeah, I wasn't gonna do it. Ashley, however, who modded her 3DS a year ago, she would.
Oh my god.
So finally, we in the main game now, boys.
Yay!
Here we are in the prologue to the prologue.
This is worse than the Markiplier deep dive. This is me doing the Markiplier deep dive.
It is. That was easier to do.
That was easier to do.
Yeah. Oh, give me a second.
I'm not at my computer right now since I'm at the charging station, which is where I call my side of the bed, where I have my charger. I have no idea what's happening in chat. Are they fucking calling me insane? Yeah, I sure am.
Well, Sater said, I don't think any of us are normal. Tofu's lying through her teeth and saying, y'all are so normal for this. Blue is just going, Lord Jesus.
Reminder that technically these are free full-length games.
Yep.
So.
Cloak's just doing a keyboard smash. It's real good.
So the game opens up to Corin fighting on the battlefield.
Wait, I don't think Colleen is back.
Oh, Colleen. Oh, where did Colleen go? I missed it.
Hi, sorry. My mom had to call me to let me know Meatloaf was ready.
Oh, lovely. All right, go, Ashley.
All right, the game opens to Corin fighting on the battlefield alongside the Hoshidan Royals. Hinoka is cheering her on as she defeats a random soldier. With no explanation on how we got here in the first place, the game throws you immediately into tutorial battle. Side note, this is actually a really good tutorial map. There's reasons why. Obviously, this isn't me analyzing Fate's gameplay, so just know it's a good tutorial map. Plot-wise, off to the distance, Xander and Ryoma are fighting as usual, with Ryoma demanding Xander to tell him why he's invading Hoshido, and Xander telling him to basically fuck off. Meanwhile, Camilla activates a dragon vein to dry up the river so that the Norian royals could get to the other side. Himilka goes, "Oh, what the fuck? I thought only royals can use dragon veins," proving that she doesn't have the almighty power that we have. Zooming out the map. Fun fact, at the bottom of the map, you can see most of the pathlock units in this game as a little tree. Reinforcements come in on both sides, so Hinoka leaves Korin with Takumi and Sakura to go scout the area. Once the tutorial battle ends, it only lasts for 2 turns, lol. Korin and Ko head over to see how Ryoma's doing, and when Xander spots her and tells her to come home, it causes all the royals to yell at each other about how Korin's actually my sister and not your sister. Ryoma and Xander beg Korin to come home to Hoshido and Nor respectively, and it all fades to white.
It was all a dream, fuck you. So, if you thought the res we're using in media res, then honey, you have a big storm coming. Nope, it was all actually a dream. If you're asking questions on how Korin knows the name of people she's never met / has only repressed memories of, and also how does she know what they look like if the last time she saw them she was like literally 5 years old, don't. Or even better, just how she knows what her, it's just a casual prophetic dream of hers. We all have one of those once in a while.
Just casually.
Also, I do have to preface by saying it is heavily implied in the story. Korin, it has like prophetic dreams and kind of like a child of Apollo type shit where she just can like tell the future sometimes. But it's never brought up.
No.
It's just kind of a thing that it's like everyone's just like, oh yeah, that's just what happens, I guess. She sleeps in the same outfit as her armor. They have a budget, okay? In the northern fortress where Korin is actually in the present time, Felicia wakes Korin up alongside Flora, Gunter, and Jacob. Gunter tells her that she has sparring practice today with Xander, and Flora and Felicia slap her awake with their Ice Tribe powers. The Ice Tribe thing has no gameplay relevance, by the way. Yeah, that magical ice they create with their hands, no use for war, apparently.
Tofu, I know you're Tofu. I don't know why I keep saying Tofu. Tofu. I know you're talking about, like, the character, the me in the game, apparently that's happening, but, like, the same shit happens to me from time to time where I just say shit for funny ha-has and then it becomes true.
So this is perfect, just for you.
Yeah.
Korin tells her retainers about the weird dream she's had, and some strange Hoshidans were calling her sister, when obviously the Norian royals are the only siblings she's ever had. Fucking weirdos, am I right? Flora says, interesting, but not really, and tells Korin she should hurry up and get ready, as Xander is already here waiting for her. The tutorial continues. I'll do this one. We flash forward to Korin sparring with Xander, where she is absolutely getting her shit kicked in. Leo's also here, amused at the whole Korin getting her shit kicked in thing. He's a little shit, and I love him. Also, Xander's on his horse on the roof of one of the fortress's towers. How the fuck did that horse get up there? It's never explained.
Nope.
Horses, man.
Horses, man, they're powerful.
It's no use.
I don't know how to pronounce your names. DJ Morgy Morgs 101. Thanks for the follow. Love you, little tadpole now. Xander tells Korin that Garen has been tracking her progress, and if she doesn't start getting good, then her father will never let her leave the Norian fortress. Obviously, this gets Korin all pumped up, so she really wants to leave and see the whole wide world. Just Disney princess things.
Fucking censoring of Disney.
Thank you.
Tutorial fight. This one teaches you how to use dragon veins and shit. Yeah. After the battle, Xander praises Korin for her skill and great improvement with the sword. Leo butts in and like the competitive little shit he is, he goes, "Hey, have you ever tried magic, dipshit? Swords aren't everything, you know?" In the classic display of the older sister little brother dynamic, Korin responds by telling him that his collar is inside out. This absolutely shatters Leo's argument and sends him running, yelling about how nobody told me. He actually has a unique model for his inside out collar. It's cute, and we love Leo here.
Aww.
Camilla and Elise eventually join on the family reunion, and it's all really cute and nice, especially Elise. She's so precious, and you will love her / threat.
Okay.
Leo, could you possibly act like the 14, like the adult you technically are? Actually, I'm 14, so shut the fuck up. Korin thanks them for being her family and being kind with her, even though she can't live with them in the main castle, and she's lost her memory? Crazy.
Wow.
Ashley?
Corrin becomes even more of a Disney princess. Camilla then says, "Great news!" and reveals that their father has allowed them to bring Corrin to the capital with them. Corrin is shocked and ecstatic that she finally gets to leave the fortress for the first time ever.
Oh my god, give me a second.
No! Colleen has the powers to manifest. Manifesting queen.
Yeah. I'm on my bed. I'm bouncing on my bed. Not really, I lied.
You're bouncing on your bed?
I lied, I'm sorry.
Why would you lie to me on the internet? Don't you know people can't lie on the internet? It's actually illegal.
I'm sorry.
How dare you? You're going to jail. I love Elise so much. She's my precious baby girl.
Elise is great.
Man, I miss Colleen. You think she'll ever come back to us?
I think she's dead.
That's so sad.
Yeah.
I miss her dearly. You're back with samosas. Can I have one? I want a samosa. Sarah has samosas.
I'll give you one.
Do you have enough for all of us? Can you share with the class? You can't bring snacks if you can't share with the class. That's a basic elementary school rules. Come on now. I love how Decode by Paramore is playing right now.
I always forget that it's the email playlist.
It's my special playlist.
Because you didn't know what to put here.
I didn't. What else could I even play? Vocaloid Bops?
Yeah, you could.
I could. You know what? It is an anime game. Fuck it. After Decode, we'll play the Vocaloid playlist.
Alright.
I'm still getting over Garen having 2 English VAs, one of which was both Endeavor and Germany. Yeah. I think it's because his VA changed for Warriors.
Oh, I thought it was for Heroes.
Or Heroes, that's the game. I forgot.
Yeah. I don't think Garen was in Warriors.
No. If he was, then... God, I can't imagine it.
I don't remember him. That's what I'm saying. I don't think he was a Warriors guy.
I have 227 left in the freezer and I've fried 16 of them, so enough, I guess. Oh, yay! The other one voices Knuckles? Oh my god, Garen. What the shit?
Garen got a voice range.
Crazy. Dad's wacky, even.
That's fucking wild.
You so well. I'm party rocking in the house tonight.
Really?
No, I lied.
Oh. Isn't that illegal?
Not when I do it.
Oh. Okay, well.
It's because of
I'll be at your
special.
house soon.
Oh, well, okay, well, the front door is
I'm
open.
back. I'm so sorry. My mom needed.
Welcome
mom
back
called
again.
Welcome
Mom
back.
called me and asking me something.
Don't worry.
Are we good?
Yes. I'm like, I'm just like, this could wait. I could tell you what she asked me later, and you're going to laugh.
Oh, goodness
Oh
gracious.
my god.
All right.
I can't say on stream.
Fair.
Okay.
All right, Ash, wherever you
So
left
Corrin is
off.
shocked and ecstatic that she finally gets to leave the fortress for the first time ever. Later, Lilith meets with the fam and says she'll be heading to the capital with Corrin to look after her horses, which reveals very important lore. Corrin has horses.
Shy intermission. She has horses, but never fucking uses them. Do you understand how much of this game is just Corrin walking places, then arriving and being like, oh no, we're late, the army's already here. What happened to your canonical horses? Whatever, continue, Ash.
Thank you. Lilith brings up that all the horses love Corrin from her time in the stables, probably because there's nothing else to goddamn do in that fortress. Camilla praises Corrin for being so kind-hearted and also mentions the baby bird incident. Remember?
Oh, are you talking about fucking Travis Willingham?
What? Who are you talking to? Oh, Tofu?
Yeah. Again, you don't need to know that. Fucking critical role.
I
Anyway,
see.
I'm sorry.
So, for some reason, this has Lilith gritting her teeth and clenching her fists. When Corrin asks what's wrong, Lilith goes, "Oh, it's nothing. Don't worry." Not suspicious. Oh, sorry, not suspicious at all. Elise mentions how fond Lilith is of Corrin, and this causes Lilith to bust. Masters of subtlety, this writing team. Warren, either Jacob or Felicia are left behind to watch the fortress. This is dependent on Corin's gender. Since Corin is female for this deep dive, Felicia is left behind. That's the end of her story importance. Is what I would like to say, but let's see. The fam plus Gunter, Jacob, and Lilith head to Windmire to meet with King Garen.
My food is downstairs, so Ashley, can you cover the next slide?
Yes, I'll cover next slide. Alright, meeting our obviously evil father. We arrive at Castle Krakenberg, where Garen praises Corin for her growth. Don't get used to this. He also takes the time to remind her that Hoshido and Nor are at war, and that they descended from the first dragons and thus have the power to conquer the world. I mean, Nor's enemies. What about the world? Sorry. Also, Camilla drops the sick lore that the Norian fortress is protected by a magical barrier. No wonder those unkidnapping attempts failed. But in order to serve Nor, Corin needs a powerful weapon. So Garen just has an obviously evil-looking sword manifest itself in front of Corin for her to take. All Corin has to say is, "Whoa, this sword." Yeah, that's all she has to say. This sword is the Ganglari, and according to Garen, is infused with magic from another world. Whatever that means. Side note, I was gonna put a concept art or at least render of Ganglari here, but it's literally impossible to get a full reference of this fucking sword. I am so mad.
Oh.
Garen brings out Hoshidan war prisoners for Corin to fight in the middle of the room. Two of these prisoners have unique portraits, which means that they are important. Rinka, who is on the left, is the daughter of the Flame Tribe's chieftain. She's the one character that was important for the Flame Tribe.
Ah.
Don't let those muscles fool you. She has the strength stat of Jello.
Oh.
I'm so mad that she sucks. Well, it's not that she sucks. It's just her strength graph. Her strength growth is just really low for some reason. Kaze is a ninja from Hoshido. We'll talk more about him later. He's popular with the ladies for being cool and mysterious. Rinka asks for Corin's name before the battle because that's what honorable people do. Kaze gasps in shock, seemingly recognizing her name. When Corin asks if he knows her, Kaze doesn't answer and prepares to fight. It's a total battle, but less so. Gunter and Jacob are there too. Just in case you forgot, Grandpa and Jacob were there. Little Grandpa. Ugh, I'm gonna drink some water in my throat. How long has this stream been going? I'm about to see.
Stream's been going. Guys, I built a chair right before this deep dive, and I love it. It caused me many trials and tribulations in order to get the chair to be made, but I got it like an hour before the deep dive started, and I was like, I can speedrun this.
and you did.
And I fucking did.
You did.
It is a cheaper version of a gamer chair, but it'll do.
So it'll do. How else do we stall?
I hate that my brain went somewhere, and I was like, no, let me not subject Ashley to that yet.
Yet.
Yet. I love you, Ash. We need to get to level 5 before I can. Unless I don't know.
Oh, I don't know. I don't know what level I am. I kind of assume just that weird voice in your head when Chai goes away.
Close. I do love your little dude. Your little dude's so cute. He's just a little guy.
Oh, thank you. It is, yeah, you little guy.
He's just a little dude, a little guy.
I'm back.
Yeah.
Yay!
Are we at the next slide?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry. I was getting my
That's
food.
fine.
Oh dear.
Oh God!
What was that?
I
Grandpa's jump there.
I forgot about Garen. Holy shit!
Chai fucking died on my end.
Yeah,
Hello?
that would have killed me too.
Oh, there they are.
I forgot.
Jump scare?
I forgot about Garen jump scare.
I knew we were gonna forget.
Anyway. That was fun. Now kill. What? After Corin and her two retainers beat the Hoshidan prisoners to a pulp, she wipes that sweat off her brow and says, "Wowee, that was is he doing here?
What?
What is
Why is he
What about him, huh?
What is he doing here?
Because, kill every last one of them.
Oh my god, I never noticed that you put that there.
I played a long game here.
Oh my god! She wears the sweater brow and says, "Wowie, that was a close one," and then Garen yells at her to kill the Hoshidans and calls her an idiot girl. Corin is shocked and appalled that Garen wants her to kill helpless people, and Garen gets more angry. She stands her ground and refuses to kill them. So Garen just sets the Hoshidan NPCs on fire. He tries to do the same to Kaze, but Corin blocks the blow. Garen is now super duper ultra pissed, and Xander attempts to calm him down by saying that Corin doesn't fully understand Nora's situation here. Garen tells Xander... Exactly. Garen tells Xander to execute the prisoners and to kill anyone who gets in the way, which is his not-so-subtle way of telling him to kill Corin. Could you tone down the obvious evilness a little bit? God. Xander tries to get Corin to back off, but she doesn't, so the next best thing to do is to beat her with a sword. I swear he's a good character, he's a good brother, but, listen, he has issues. It's because Dad's in the room.
Yeah, it's because Dad's in the room. He's a different character when Dad's in the room.
Elias is panicking, and Leo decides he must fix things as the designated fixer of things. He uses Brahindler and knocks Kaza and Rinka into the next week with his weird tree powers. He asks Father to be merciful when deciding Corin's punishment, and Garen tells him to shut the fuck up and leaves to do evil things, I guess, like laughing in his room alone. Corin starts yelling at Leo for killing the prisoners, except it turns out he didn't. He just knocked them out. Xander tells Corin her kindness will be the death of her, and Corin responds in this sick-ass way. Perhaps, to quote Colleen, do you want to read your own quote?
Yeah, I'm good. We saw my voice acting skills the other day with fucking Ace Attorney.
True, but it's about the immersion.
Oh, God.
So it's literally just you.
Yes. Perhaps, but I'm kind. I will die without regrets.
Yay!
We're all about the immersions here at Chai to Choose Deep Dive.
Truly.
Exactly. I'll do this one too because I felt bad for leaving for a bit.
Alright.
You'd think war prisoners would be more grateful. Xander says fair, then orders the guards to bring the bodies to his room so that he can inspect them and make sure they're totally dead. Leo does some tsundere shit and goes, I didn't do it for you. I did it because Camilla and Lisa would be mad at me if I upset you. But Corin doesn't buy it because it's Leo, and she knows that he's a moody teenager. Angst is routine by now. Camilla worries that this may not end well since Father never forgives a slight. Uh-oh. Anyways... Later, Xander and Corin let Rinka and Kaze go in the dead of night. Kaze leaves literally a second later after Xander stops talking, and Rinka vows to make Corin pay for this humiliation. Corin just stands there and says, okay, can we be friends next time then? There's nothing in that head of hers, and Rinka is learning that at record speeds. Corin also states, you're being a little mean. Corin states that she hopes to meet again, and when Nora and Hoshida are at peace, Rinka calls her sheltered and scurries off. The animations here is so funny. Honestly, a little tragic. You won't see them here.
Yeah,
right.
It's really funny.
Alright, Ash.
Alright. And what's he then that says I play the villain? Anyone who recognizes that you're a theater kid. I don't know how popular. Anyways, the next day, Corin and Elise are at the closed door of the throne room, ready to ask Garen for forgiveness. Out of nowhere, Garen starts laughing maniacally. Elise says we should come back later since it sounds like Garen is talking to someone, but he stops laughing and yells at them. The two siblings tell him Corin is here to apologize, so Garen lets them enter, and Corin notices there's no one else in there with him. Ooh. Spooky. Garen says he'll grant Corin some leeway and sends her on a mission to prove she's really sorry. The mission is to do some, I always fuck up this word. Reconnaissance of an abandoned fortress near the bottomless canyon. Sounds simple enough. Later, when Corin tells her siblings about their mission, they go, sounds too simple, actually, and are suspicious, so Camilla offers to come along. In comes a new character, Iago, to tell her, actually, Corin has to go alone because Garen said so. He reveals the mission is also
I should mention, if you think Iago is already very obviously fucking evil looking, his original name in the Japanese was Macbeth. That's not even a joke.
He looks greasy.
He is.
Oh yeah, he does. He's
He looks
greasy
like
as
the world's
fuck.
greasiest unicorn.
He is a greasy little rat man.
He reveals that the mission is also a test of Corin's worthiness as a royal family member. How? Fuck, I don't know.
Surviving?
So, yeah, Iago's is Garen's tactician and basically royal advisor. He's one of the many, many antagonists, par for the course in Fire Emblem, and his personality basically boils down to arrogant schemer who likes Garen and hates Corin. That's most people here. Nobody likes him. Honestly, it would be too much belief to suspend if the Norian siblings were to trust Garen and his evil royal visor, I guess.
Also, this is a fun fact we'll get into later in the bonus and in like the bonus section of the DVD. But there's a manga. We'll go over that later. There's a manga of Fire Emblem Fates, and in the manga, he actually had.
I'm gonna cry.
But in the manga, it's actually more implied that it's actually pretty much outright stated that Iago was actually groomed by Garen from a young age for dragon blood and power.
Yeah.
So it doesn't excuse his actions, but it does explain them a little bit more of his fierce loyalty to Garen.
Mm-hmm. So it
That's
depicts
why
him.
my brother just walked in and I'm just like, can this wait?
Forward.
Oh, what could go wrong? Everything.
Everything.
Everything. Garen then crashes the party and tells Corin that he totally isn't going to send her completely alone, and she'll be accompanied by Hans, a strong warrior that will definitely protect her.
Yeah, doesn't he look so nice?
Oh, the most nice.
Corin says, "Thank you," and then Xander immediately takes her aside and tells her that Hans is a murderer he arrested years ago. Garen says Hans has been released for good behavior, but Xander doesn't trust that one bit. She tells him that she'll be careful, and it's off to the border. Gunter and Jacob still get to tag along. And surprise! The fortress is not abandoned at all and has Hoshidan soldiers stationed all over the place. So Corin puts her hands up in the air and goes, "Well, Father said we don't need to fight. Let's go home." And Hans immediately calls her a pussy and kills a man. So now the gang is forced to fight the Hoshidans because it's an act of war. They are currently in war, but whatever. And Hans
Don't call
dies
his
in this
forehead
battle. He doesn't have hair, actually. That's just the shading.
That's just the shading.
He's just old. So if Hans dies in this battle, which he absolutely will, because formidable warrior, my ass, he sucks, he'll say, "Tee-hee, I did my job," and run away to hide. Corin manages to seize the fort, and then a ninja named Saizo runs in to kill her. But second surprise, Xander comes in and protects Corin. The rest of the royal family rushes in, ready for bloodshed, revealing that they were all following her from afar. Nobody can leave Corin on her own.
No, I mean, clearly not. She's proved time and time again.
Exactly. Camilla absolutely destroys the Hoshidan reinforcements, forcing Saizo to retreat for now.
In case Garen wasn't evil enough, here's a reminder. Another ninja named Kaguro runs into the battlefield to tell Saizo that Ryoma is behind her. Since Corin is safe and they all have the fort's condition, the Norians flee back to safety, and Corin and Gunter take the lead while the rest of the royal family will follow. This arrangement means it's the perfect time for Hans to rush in and slap Gunter with his axe so hard the bridge breaks under him and Gunter falls into the bottomless canyon, horse included.
We lost to Grandpa!
We lost Grandpa.
Rip Grandpa survived for almost 3 chapters. Also, side note, Jacob just, disappears at this point for plot reasons. Nobody knows where he went. It's implied he got taken by Hoshidan soldiers for a bit, but he just fought them off and showed up too late, but nobody actually knows.
Yeah, we don't know what happened there.
Corin gets so mad, her arm turns into, a lance-looking thing, and she swears that Hans will pay and beats the shit out of him with her freaky alien-looking limbs. She learns that violence is the best way to get answers from people and starts asking Hans why he provoked the Hoshidans and killed Gunter. Hans nervously is like, "Oh no, man, King Garen just told me to do it." Corin calls him a liar because surely her lovely dear father doesn't want her dead. Hans takes this time to escape and she tries to follow, but then the Ganglari starts glowing purple and drags her into the bottomless canyon. Now, you may be wondering, why are the Norian siblings following her? Yes. Anyway. Ashley.
Fun fact about that scene is that the bridge is all...
I have the worst case of the hiccups right now, guys. I'm so sorry.
It's okay. We can't
Oh,
hear
it's
it.
fine. I thought you were trying to say something. The funny thing about that scene is obviously you can't see it in screenshots, but the bridge is shaking and there's smoke. So at first you think the bridge is gonna snap and she's gonna fall in, and then Ganglari just kind of flies into the air and takes her with it.
Nice.
So funny. Is this my slide?
Mm-hmm.
Hello?
Yeah. I was chewing. Sorry.
Yeah. My babysitter is a dragon? After Corrin is pulled into the bottomless canyon, a lone figure jumps in after her. As it turns out, it's Lilith. She was also following us.
Everyone was literally following us.
Yeah, everyone was following us. As both of them falls, Lilith calls upon the first dragons, calling them her kin, and asks them to give her strength, specifically the astral dragon Moro. Also, you should know that Corrin keeps an iron grip on the Ganglari the entire time she falls. You know, the sword that pulled her and is currently pulling her further down in there in the first place?
Yippee.
She then turns into a fish-looking dragon and saves Corrin, pulling her out of the canyon. Corrin is shocked to see her stable girl turn into a fucking dragon, and Lilith reveals that she was never human. She also reveals that she was the
No, actually, you're right. No, not during the reveal. No, no.
Hey, back.
Yeah, literally, Ramsey said she reveals. You cut out completely.
Oh my god. Okay, she reveals that she was the injured bird Corrin helped all that time ago. I told you it was plot relevant. Also, it stated that the bird was Lilith's true form, which is the same size as Corrin's. So, Corrin was a dumb fucking kid.
I like to imagine that Corrin said, like, look at this baby bird I'm nursing back to health, and no one had the heart to tell her that that wasn't obviously a fucking bird.
Anyways, she gained a temporary human form to serve Corrin because she was grateful to her. Now she's returned to her true form, though, and she can no longer assume her human form. Remember this line. Remember that, lore drop.
Okay.
Mhm.
It won't be relevant until part 2.
But
I want
remember
you to
it.
remember.
Would make me remember shit for a week.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't know, screenshot it, fucking take a little, write your notes or something. I don't know, but that's a line that kills me and Chai to this day.
Oh my god.
Um,
Tofu, you didn't know? This is going to be a two-parter because Chai and Ashley love to make me suffer.
Hey,
We're
you can just say that we're insane.
Yeah.
So
okay,
Lilith
you're
is-
insane and you love to make me suffer.
Yeah, exactly.
That's
Double
true.
whammy.
Lilith is then struck by lightning and they start falling back into the canyon. So she opens a portal into the astral plane and they arrive at my castle. Lilith also explains all the original inhabitants of my castle are dead, but we won't touch on that lore again after this.
Yeah, it's never
Just
explained.
know people used to live there. After a nice rest, Lilith sends Corrin back to the border where she is immediately knocked out.
Also, here's the moral concept art. They never appear in the game, but man, they look fucking sick, right?
Yep. There's Lilith for reference, by the way.
Totally a bird.
That's such a... She looks like a fish!
Yeah,
Exactly!
I
Not
know!
even close to me. Like, if it was a bird-like dragon, then fine. I'll give you some... That's a straight-up fucking fish.
My theory is that fish doesn't exist in Nor. Fish don't exist in Nor, except I'm pretty sure fish is one of the Norian only, like, foods, is it?
You can definitely get fish in Nor for real.
Exactly. So they do have fish.
I just think it was Corn who never saw a fish. She was raised in the maybe she didn't like seafood. Who's to say?
Yeah, who knows?
But yeah, we never see this dragon in the game. They just drew it because, like I said earlier, the world building in this game is fucking insane. But it's never shown in the game. The ultimate custody battle begins. This is where it gets juicy. Corrin wakes up to find herself in the Flame Tribe territory, where it is ironically covered in snow. Rinka makes a reappearance and tells her that she was the one who knocked her out. She then says she's handing Corrin into the Hoshidan authorities, to which Corrin responds with, fair. She really should have a concussion. Rinka hit her noggin pretty hard with that club. Kaza then comes to pick her up and bows to her, calling her Princess Corrin. Corrin is a little confused as to why Kaza is bowing to the enemy princess, but, like, she's pretty sure she's going to get executed either way. He takes even the bird expects that except says that this isn't a bird. Exactly.
Yeah.
He takes her to Castle Shirasagi to meet the Hoshin royal family. Korin is still 90% sure she's going to die, so she screams in shock when Kimikoto just walks up to her, calls Korin her child, and then hugs her. If a random woman came up to you and started calling you your daughter and then hugged you without your consent, you'd start screaming too. Let's be real here.
Yeah.
After she calms down, Mikoto explains that Korin is her daughter. Ryoma corroborates Mikoto's story, giving that he was actually there for the entire thing, if you remember. Korin can't believe it due to the whole trauma-induced amnesia thing, and then a messenger appears in the throne room and to interrupt this scene. He tells Ryoma that there's an attack where Hinoka and Sakura are stationed. Ryoma goes to provide support and brings Korin with him to see the true nature of Nor.
In case you guys
White
didn't...
woman spotted!
Where are we at White Woman Spotted?
I'm sorry, I scrolled too much, I got excited. Okay, there we go.
There we go.
White Woman Spotted.
Nora pulls a Frankenstein times 100. Meanwhile, Sakura sprained her ankle while evacuating villagers and can't walk. Korin and Co., which is Kaze, Rinka, and Ryoma, arrive on the other side of the map, so it's a mad dash to reach them. After finding some weird Hulk-looking thing, the gang manages to reach their sisters in time. Hinoka recognizes Korin and starts crying on her chest.
Another woman coming up to her saying, "I know you," and just sobbing on her.
Ryoma says that
nobody
Hinoka was
in
very
Hoshino respects boundaries.
No.
Boundaries? Nah.
To be fair, there's a lot of emotions of seeing your long-lost sister come back, right?
Yeah, but it's really funny from Korin's POV because she's like, "God, not again!"
Yeah, Ryoma says Hinoka was very attached to her when they were children and she cried for months after she got kidnapped. After some awkward family reunion things, Korin asks what those weird monsters they were fighting. Ryoma explains they're called Faceless, and they're creatures created by Norian mages to have no soul. Why? Because Mikoto has a magical barrier around the entirety of Hoshida that makes people lose the will to fight. The Faceless have no souls, ergo they can go for the barrier and kill. Korin goes, "But Nora wouldn't do that. They wouldn't kill innocent people," completely forgetting about the shit that happened at the Bottomless Canyon, aka Hans revealing that Garen wants her dead.
She's not very smart.
Back in Castle Shirasagi, Mikoto takes Korin to her old room to hopefully get some of her memories back. It's been untouched ever since she got kidnapped. Unfortunately, it doesn't work. It's actually a really cute scene. Like, Mikoto even shows, like, Korin, like, the stuff she drew of them and everything. Yeah, because she said that she couldn't bear to touch anything after she left.
Mm-hmm. So there's, like, pictures of, like, that Korin had drawn when she was, like, 5 or 6 or younger.
Yeah.
Of
there
her
are
and the
toys
family.
there were toys that people have made for her in there. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Korin says this situation is just weird for her because everyone feels like strangers, even though they're persistent in telling her she's their siblings. Mikoto says that she understands and that maybe Korin just needs some time to rest and think, which, again, Mikoto being a stellar mom by giving her child personal space.
God
Finally,
bless her.
Somebody.
Yeah, one person.
Go use the bathroom while you read the next slide, Chad,
Okay.
of White Woman Spotted, since you love it so much.
I do love it so much. Alright, hard cut to Korin by the riverside, lamenting over how much she misses her Norian siblings, and then she's interrupted by someone singing. It's Azura! She's singing the title theme! Let's play it! Nintendo, please be so kind to me, I'm just a little guy.
Nintendo, please have mercy.
Yet the waters ever change, flowing like time. The path is yours to plow.
White woman! So White Woman spotted, she's here. They introduce themselves. It's her!
White woman.
With her beautiful voice. They introduce themselves to each other, and Azura calls herself a former princess of Nor, which confuses Korin, because she's never heard of her. Surely I would have heard of you. Okay, Korin, amnesiac paragon of memory. Azura then explains everything that we've already explained in the pre-game lore about her being kidnapped from Nor and all. Korin tries to apologize, but Azura says she's had a happy life in Hoshido and has been treated by Mikoto as a daughter despite being considered a hostage. Korin talks about her issues with not feeling close to Mikoto at all. And Azura relates, saying that she'd probably feel the same way if she was back in Nor. When Korin asks if Azura would like to return to Nor one day, Azura says that she would rather stay in Hoshido, as Mikoto is a peaceful ruler compared to Garen. She then asks what Korin's going to do, which Korin responds that she needs more time to think.
Also, I'm back.
Welcome
Why
back!
women got spotted? All right.
Chekhov's chair, but only in one path. Look at this old man.
A few days. Or is this my slide or yours?
I can do this one. You can do the next one. A few
Okay.
days later, Korin is ready to talk to Mikoto again. Mikoto asks for Korin to sit on the Hoshidan throne. Korin goes, "That's a weird request." What? So Mikoto explains that the Hoshidan throne is infused with the power of the first dragons and has the power to reveal the true form of those who sit on it. And most importantly, might help a certain someone regain their memories. Korin takes this as a sign of distrust from Mikoto, to be fair. Yeah. That tracks.
That's fair.
But Mikoto refutes this, saying that she only wants to see if the Norins maybe sealed away her memories or something. I mean, it's possible, but also Korin was like 5 years old when she got kidnapped. And also, trauma. So,
Yeah.
Mikoto.
I don't know if a magical phone can fix that.
Yeah. But since Mikoto sees Korin is clearly not comfortable with the situation, she backs off like a decent person should. A man named Yukimura interrupts the two of them to get Mikoto ready for an announcement to the public that will reveal Korin has come back to Hoshido. Yukimura is one of Mikoto's retainers and a tactician who was once a disciple of Sumuragi. He's got a puppet, and that's a mechanist. He's a mechanist. It's a funny class.
It's a funny class.
Mikoto then
Imagine
sends
instead of
off
forks, we
Korin.
had a puppet.
Yeah. Mikoto then sends off Korin with Takumi, Hinoka, Sakura, and Azura to explore the capital and have fun. As they head off, Ryoma tells his mother and Yukimura that he feels uneasy and that they should remain on high alert. Uh-oh.
That's
Uh-oh.
not foreshadowing at all.
Oh, the boy! Okay, Ash, go.
Fun times with the old new family? Korin is having a good old fun time with Azura and the rest of the family, mainly Azura, if I'm going to be honest, noting the contrast between Hoshido and the Northern Fortress. He's like, Hoshido is better than the Northern Fortress, basically.
Mhm.
Takumi, meanwhile, is not having fun and decides to drop some drama by calling Korin fake and then yelling at Azura for calling him by his name. Yeah, he has some big, you're not my real sister vibes towards Azura. Korin is rightfully like, dude, what the fuck is wrong with you? Since Azura was practically raised alongside him, to which Takumi answers, okay, we'll argue against this. Go fuck yourself. He's 17, come on, guys.
Yeah, he's got problems and issues, as we said. He gave up
He's a
on
good
swordplay
character, I
forever
swear.
because his brother beat him once.
Yeah. He's a good character, I swear. He's one of my favorite characters in the game. Please be nice to him. Sakura intervenes and apologizes for Takumi's rude behavior, and the whole thing blows over with minimal contributions from Hinoka. Side rant. This whole scene is supposed to be bonding with the Hoshidan siblings, but like the scene back in Northern Fortress, but they spend 90% of it eating food and 10% of it of Takumi being a bitch. None of this was spent on characterization or getting me attached to these bitches. Seriously? Come on. Like Sakura gets like 3 lines about dumplings and Hinoka gets 1 fucking line to tell everyone the ceremony is about to start, and I'm forever pissed about this, actually. Whatever, we gotta get to ceremony. The gang rushes to the plaza just in time. And now's a good time to ask, calling in the audience, hey, remember that evil sword? The one that pulled Korin to the bottomless canyon? She kept that,
Oh,
by the way.
how cool of her.
Let's watch a cutscene together, shall we? Of what happens when you keep an obviously evil sword. Oh, please work. Oh, thank God. Everything's so nice.
Ah,
Oh, I wonder who that is. I wonder what that is. Oh, what is going on here? Oh, that's crazy. I wonder what's going on here. Oh, that's crazy.
Well, if it isn't the context of my action.
This has when you keep evil swords!
Who's this bitch?
So unfortunately, this is male Korin. We couldn't find a cutscene with
tell me
female.
you're
Yeah.
okay.
I'm fine.
God damn.
I'm so glad.
Mother!
Yeah, everything's fine, guys.
You there!
Fucking Obi-Wan? Fucking Obi-Wan throwing me down in this bitch?
That's his lightning sword.
You killed a woman.
Oh, Phil! Oh yeah, this.
There's so many war crimes in this series, in this game. Don't worry.
Yeah, this is only the first
I
one.
love you. Please don't go.
Dragon!
Dragon!
So yeah, that's the dragon form. It was so...
Dead mom! We got a dead mom!
Yeah, that happens a lot in Fire Emblem. Did you really think Mom was gonna survive? A mother surviving a whole Fire Emblem game? Unheard of, actually.
Damn.
Yep.
Ash, you wanna read this one?
Sure. Yeah, babes, Mikoto's fucking dead. Korn should have really ditched that fucking sword somewhere along the way. But Korn is a dragon now. Sick.
She's out of control though and is on a rampage. Takumi is like, what the fuck is that freaking nature? And Ryoma identifies Korn as an ancient dragon. Fun fact, the game here introduces you to bonus damage by slapping Worm Slayers on this map. Worm Slayers deal triple damage to dragon-based units, aka Wyvern Knights, Malik Knights, anything by a dragon. You.
Oh.
Funnily enough, they don't use the Worm Slayer that often in this game after this, except for like one chapter in Birthright. Like I don't even remember it popping up in Conquest.
I just like a couple chapters here and there, that's about it.
Yeah. And Strange Man that killed our mom is also still here, taunting Ryoma just for the lols. With the help of everyone except Takumi and Hinoka, Korn defeats her mother's killer. However, she's still in her pearl dragon state, so Azura does what Azura does best and starts singing Lost in Thoughts all alone. Which leads to this whole cutscene, Chai.
It's a very nice cutscene, I will say.
Yeah.
Ocean's
Azura, no, stop!
Shut up, Matthew Mercer!
Fucking is Matthew Mercer.
This song is so pretty, though.
It is.
Goodbye, white woman.
Oh.
Never mind, she's back. She's okay.
Yours to climb. Kill me if you want, but do it as yourself.
Korn's dragon design is fucking sick. I love it personally.
It's so it's one of the peak dragon designs in this series.
Who's the dragon fucker? It was me! But yes.
So I vividly remember the ending of this cut. I think Chai can corroborate me on this one. Being used for prime pre-localization angst, especially since it was used to end the E3 2015 trailer.
Yep. Everyone was creating like theories of like what the fuck could this mean? What's Azura's relation to us? And turns out literally everybody was wrong because no one could have anticipated what was actually Azura's problem. But whatever.
Yep. So that's enough to bring Korn back to her senses and get her to transfer back into a human. I'm gonna be honest here. Cool dragon design. The mouth doesn't make any sense, but it's sick as fuck. This thing has human hands. Fucked up paws.
Yep.
Korn, now human again, remembers how Garen killed her father and then kidnapped her. That's actually where we got the Garen cutscene from.
Yeah. It actually takes place there.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
Hey, why can't you turn into a dragon? Shut up, Takumi. Korn is having a day, and it's made worse by the town being completely destroyed thanks to the explosion and also her rampage. Oops. Ryoma assures Korn that this isn't her fault, and that since Garen was the one to give her the sword, then that means that he masterminded the whole thing, because he somehow planned for, Korn to be pulled into the bottomless canyon, then saved and captured by Hoshido, and then recognized as the royal family to get into proximity of Mikoto in an open area, and when the mysterious assassin could steal Korn's sword, kill Mikoto, and destroy the barrier around Hoshido. Did you get all that? Cool. It gets more convoluted.
Guys, I was so planned to the T.
Yeah, God, he's so smart. Oh my god, how do you figure that out? That's
Yeah.
crazy.
I didn't get to all of that.
Yeah, like I said, half these characters are somewhat psychic somehow, and it's never explained.
Nope.
Takumi, on the other hand, being Takumi, is absolutely blaming Korn for everything. Everyone tries to tell Takumi in the nicest terms to shut up and calm down, but he's just not having it. Korn says that she should have never come to Hoshido, but Yukimura interrupts her to say that Mikoto wouldn't wish that. He reveals that Mikoto knew she was going to die today all along because she's psychic. So it's a genetic thing.
Yep.
So, which explains Korn's ability to dream about the future, I guess. This never comes up again outside of supports. Yukimura...
No use!
Hello. X-Rio2XO, thank you so much for the follow, little tadpole now, welcome. Yukimura then asks that everyone please draw their attention to the destroyed statue of the Dawn Dragon.
Let's see this bitch.
The fire.
It's it.
Well, no, it's kind of the Fire Emblem, though. It's complicated. In the pedestal is the divine sword Yato, the key of peace that will choose its own wielder when the time is right. Oh, wow, what a coincidence. The sword pulls itself in the pedestal and flies into Korin's hands. The Hoshidan fam is shooketh, but Kaze runs in with some grave news. Norians have gathered on the border now that Mikoto's barrier has disappeared, ready to invade. All-out war is now about to erupt, and Korn is ready to follow Ryoma in hopes of preventing it, and Azura stops her since her dragon blood makes her unstable and prone to turning feral again. And this time, it might be permanent. Don't worry, she has a solution. She pulls out a dragon stone from somewhere on her dress that she's apparently had on hand for some fucking reason. Are you psychic too, Azura? Did you know you're gonna be a half dragon? What? It's never brought up again.
She just has it.
Not even like in a way where it's like, as should I lying and be like, this is DLC for it's never brought up again.
Wow.
Whatever, plot necessary coincidences aside, she tunes Korn to the Dragon Stone like she's a fucking instrument, and bam! Korn is safe from turning feral and losing control again. You would think this would be a plot point, it's not. Korn and Azura confide that for some reason they feel like they need to keep the others safe at all costs, despite only knowing each other for such a short time. Then, it's off to the border to hopefully stop full-out war.
Yay!
Ash.
The path is yours. The Hoshidans arrive at the border, where Xander immediately spots Korn and asks if she's hurt. She says she's fine and demands to know why Xander's invading Hoshido. It's because Daddy Dearest Garen said so.
Yeah.
Everyone's shocked, aren't they?
Gasp.
So it calls for Korn to come to his side, as they can end the war quickly right now since all the remaining Hoshido royals are right there. Ryoma tells her to be careful, and the rest of Norian family, a royal family arrives, excited to see Korn again. The scene quickly turns into, you guessed it, a repeat of the prologue dream. Not really a surprise, but it was a dream of the future, without the extra units and reinforcements and all that stuff. So it was kind of half dream, half promotion,
Premonition.
I guess? Premonition, sorry. Now Xander and Ryoma are yelling at Korn to come home, and she's stressed out because it's real life now. With the Yato in hand, whichever path she chooses will surely shape the outcome of this war, and her family.
What will you choose?
This way.
Big brother? He's my brother!
Camilla! Sorry, I saw her and I got excited. This cutscene was all over the fucking internet for so long because of E3 2015. Good God! I have the music cues memorized. All right, Colleen. God damn it, go! I hate. What path do you want to do? You get to choose.
Are we doing both of them?
Eventually, but you get to decide the order.
Just whichever one you want to start with.
Oh, don't make me make decisions.
Too bad, you're Corin. You're literally Corin.
You know, if I had, however long ago the FNAF deep dive was, if I had just gone back in time to that moment and be like, listen, These are just gonna keep going and going and going. And Chai is gonna get insane. And Chai is gonna do way more work than you ever expected them to ever do for anything. This is, and then I would show them. First of all, I show them
Tofu, that's where
Markiplier deep
Camilla's
dive, 'cause
from.
Yep.
that rearranged my DNA. The Markiplier deep dive rearranged my DNA in the worst way possible. Okay? Just because of you being like, we're gonna fucking shove Colleen in this bitch now. Okay.
So, do you want to follow the Norian path, or do you want to stay in Hoshido? What does your heart desire? We'll do whatever path you don't choose today, we'll do next week.
Okay. I'm gonna go with, I'm gonna say the next, let's go to the next slide, guys.
We're in
Conquest!
Conquest!
Yay!
Congratulations, Colleen. You are of the dark.
Oh.
Also, congratulations, Colleen. You chose the best path in the game. It gets worse after this.
Yeah, it all goes downhill from here.
Welcome to the clown show. I'll do this slide. Okay. I'll start with this slide. You can do the next slides, Ash.
Alright.
So, you decide that the blood of the covenant is thicker than the water of the womb. Good choice. I chose this route too. Korin tells Ryoma that, can I just say, I keep interrupting, pre-localization and also pre-everyone having played the game already, like, right as the game came out, the fucking inner wars in the community over which path would be, like, more morally correct was insane. Tumblr was on fire about this game.
It's funny, because, like, the answer about which one is more morally correct is birthright. You commit so many war crimes in Conquest.
Yeah, also, you chose the war crime path. I hope you're ready, Colleen.
You know
Yeah,
what? Are we surprised?
No.
Surprised?
No.
The MC.
Get me! Look at me! I'm not gonna say it. I know what you all want me to say. I'm not gonna give you the satisfaction of me saying it.
Go, white woman, go! Go, white woman, go! Go, white woman, go!
Oh, wait, want to go? Oh, by the way, this is also the path that's the
not what
most
I was
violence
thinking, but-
against minorities.
Yeah. Oh, you chose your correct path, huh?
I was gonna go the Fields of Minecraft Kinney route, but you guys went a completely different route.
No, we're still the Fizzle Minecraft Kinney route. There's so many war crimes in this one.
Yeah, technically, yeah.
Also true, it's called Conquest. What else were we expecting?
Yeah.
Alright, Korin
Yeah.
tells Ryoma that she knows what Nor did to Hoshido is unforgivable, but she can't bring herself to betray the one family she's ever known. Fair. Xander tries to act high and mighty about this, but his ego is immediately shot down when Ryoma brings up the very valid point that his ego, that her sword that was given by Garen had blown up the city square, and had it been for Mikoto's sacrifice, then Korin would be super dead. So clearly Garen must not care about his kids that much, huh? Korin brings up that she clearly wants to hear that she really wants to hear Garen's side of the story before she is suddenly attacked by Ryoma, who commands his army to attack her and free her. Not a good, like, impression, I will say.
No.
Hinoko Takumi and Sakura join in on the assault, and it should be of note that Takumi doesn't bring up fighting to bring Korin home. Solely, he just wants to avenge his mother Mikoto. He really does not give a shit about Korin.
Actually, if you fight him with Korin, he actually, like, he kind of alludes that he actually wanted to like Korin, but he basically says, I know that trusting anyone from Nor never ends good for any of us.
Yeah, he's got problems and issues. He's a little tsum.
Yeah, and this basically confirms his suspicions correct.
Yeah. So, oops. And as the fight begins, Jacob returns! Yeah! He just appears! Turns out he had been looking for Korin tirelessly since they got separated at the Bottomless Canyon. He's kind of obsessed, but that's okay, he's my favorite. After swiftly kicking the Hoshidan army's ass, they retreat and Korin promises to end this war. Azura also appears before Nor and retreats as well to ask Korin if they're sure they're making the right choice. When she says yes, Azura is sure they'll meet each other again before she returns with her Hoshidan family. Don't worry, that's not the last we'll see of Azura. Also, after this chapter is where Lilith comes back in her dragon form and you whisk Jacob away to my castle.
Yay!
Dad's pissed!
Dad's pissed! a consistent theme.
Yep. No time to talk about the fact that Corrin is literally a dragon. It's time to go back to Dad. And he's super not happy to see Corrin survive this little exploding sword trick. He plays it off as him believing that Corrin has turned into a spy since our time in Hoshido, and Iago brings up that she's probably come back to assassinate him. Also, yes, the fact that Corrin is a dragon is never brought up again aside from some sages and stuff being like, yes, hello, dragon girl. And then we just don't talk about it again.
It's never brought up.
Fuck you if you want to know about the fact that Corrin's a dragon. Should have paid for Revelations. Anyways,
Yeah.
Xander lies and says Corrin beat up the entire army all by herself to defend Nor. And it isn't enough because Garen orders Xander to execute Corrin. Also, Corrin does bring up the exploding sword trick, but Garen just goes, okay. And it's just a sword. Grow up.
I'm not even kidding. Like, hold on. I replayed this part because I was like, I'm sure I know the entire beginning of Corrin, the entire beginning of Conquest like the back of my hand. And then I replayed it. I forgot Corrin just goes like, hey, what about the sword you sent that blew up the country capital? And then he's like, I don't know what you're talking about. What sword? The sword? That's just a sword. Grow up, idiot.
Yeah. That's what he says.
God damn.
He's
After Corrin says
professional gaslighter.
Yeah, professional guy. After Corrin says she'd just rather kill herself, no, that's really how this conversation goes. It's fucking wild. Garen decides to put Corrin's fate into the sacred mystical dragon Anakos. After he throws his hands in the air and stands there for a few minutes, apparently Anakos spares Corrin, so he sends Corrin on another solo suicide mission by telling her to suppress the Ice Tribe's rebellion to prove herself. To succeed, she has to pass through the woods of the Forlorn alone, which is basically the suicide mission before the suicide mission.
He really wants her dead.
Garen tries to assassinate Corrin attempt number 3, 4. It's a 2-in-1.
Lovely.
Yeah.
After Corrin leaves on her mission, Garen loudly proclaims to his other 4 children, who have only, are starting to leave the room, by the way, that he hopes Corrin suffers by losing all hope and then dying slowly and then evil laughing. Totally normal behavior. Xander formulates a plan to help Corrin behind his father's back. Remember this scene. I promise it's important for a future moment.
Yay.
These woods be scary. Smash cut to Corrin in the woods of the Forlorn. Also, Lilith is here. She's always there because she canonically hides in Corrin's shadow to accompany her on mission. This will be brought up exactly twice in this story, so remember this. She's always there, not doing anything, but yeah, she's there. And then 5 minutes into their journey, Corrin is surrounded by Faceless, and Lilith hides in her shadow again because she's a pussy.
Why is this woman wearing my brand?
That's Effie. We're getting to her in like 4 sentences. she's wearing Colleen brand. This is your mom. This is your true form, your true mother.
Oh, God.
Then Jacob appears because apparently he followed her alone all the way here because, again, he's kind of insane. More Faceless arrive along with the reinforcements in the form of a knight named Silas and Elise, plus her 2 retainers, Effie and Arthur. Effie is the one who you said is wearing your brand. Silas is a childhood friend of Corrin's who had snuck her out on a picnic once outside of the castle and was to be executed for doing so. But Corrin wouldn't let them hurt him, so he was instead banned from visiting again. But he's back, baby, and he's here as a knight. Arthur has terrible luck. He falls into swamps, birds steal his maps, he has negative luck, so enemies constantly critical hit him! And Effie is strong and loves training and also eating. She had a lot more to her character in the original, but again, localization. After the squad defeats the Faceless army, Jacob leads them to the Ice Tribe. And also, to no one's shock, Iago is the one who had summoned the Faceless army. He's also following Corrin, because he's kind of a freak. Also, how many fucking people are following Corrin? God. He really fucking hates her. It's so funny how much he loathes her. Hate her at birth. Ash.
Winter Wonderland featuring Death. Here's our first act of violence against a minority.
While scaling the mountain that leads to the ice tribe, Silas and Corin get separated from the group, and Corin, because she came here with no pants or shoes, she collapses in the snow and passes out. Luckily, her and Silas are saved and brought into a warm house by this fucking Delph to the left called Kilma. This was Chai riding it, by the way.
He's hot! He's hot!
The leader of the ice tribe. He also happens to be Flora and Felicia's dad. Crazy. He also recognizes the Yato from the Ice Tribe legends as the sword of a legendary hero. Oh, speaking of Flora, she's here, meaning she abandoned Felicia at the castle, and then Elise casually mentions that they are here to destroy the Ice Tribe's rebellion in front of the Ice Tribe leader.
Wow.
She's not very smart.
She's
the way
not-
she reveals it is she's like,
Corin and
"Oh,
Elise
we're
are like the dynamic dumbass duo.
the way she reveals it's like, oh, big sister, we're here to suppress the Ice Tribe, right? And everyone in the Ice Tribe is staring at her, and she's like, that means have tea time, right? And I'm sitting here like, you want to convince me that this is an adult?
Yeah. Also, yes, that is our white-haired anime boy number 3.
So shockingly, that doesn't go over well, so now we gotta fight. Then 2 more reinforcements arrive
Otto is in
from
a silly,
Leo's 2
goofy mood
retainers,
to-
Odin,
tofu, I don't know
Owain,
why.
if you remember, and Niles. Odin Dark is our favorite Chunibol, and Niles is Belial Grand Blue Fantasy if he was just a really skilled archer instead of an all-powerful angel primal beast, aka he speaks in 85% innuendos. Lore drop if you fight Flora with Jacob in avoidable battle since Flora doesn't move. She reveals that her and Felicia are actually hostages. Garen kidnapped them so the Ice Tribe wouldn't rebel. With Felicia, she simply alludes to this, which means Felicia doesn't know this despite them being twins? Huh?
In Felicia's world, apparently one day her and her sister just got hired to be maids at a secluded fortress. In reality, they were kidnapped and made into hostages and turned into maids for a different hostage.
Yep.
But apparently only Flora knew this.
Only Flora grew enough sentience to realize.
Apparently.
So Corin stops the rebellion with their help
Oh my
and
God, I
tells them
do
she doesn't want
remember.
any
You
bloodshed.
made it a
only
point
to
to
halt
get
the
tied out
rebellion
every stream.
temporarily while she works to get back their rights behind the scenes. She just needs some time. Kilma shockingly agrees because Corin is just so damn genuine. Also, it turns out Flora had no idea that Corin wasn't Garen's biological child. Turns out that secret was held from literally everyone but Xander and maybe Camilla. Winner! Rebellion halted for now.
Yay!
Time to go back to Dad!
Also, Emily, well, technically Takumi is more of a beige-gray white-haired anime boy. But now this is like the first white-haired anime boy. And he's a problematic bitch, and he's one of my favorites. Also, yeah, I really do emphasize on the point that, like, apparently, like, Corin having been just, like, a hostage from Hoshida was just, like, a secret to, like, everyone. Which is, like, I'm not shocked because, like, I'm sure Garen didn't want the secret getting out, but, like, how the fuck did we get this far?
Yeah.
No one, and here's the thing, they never go over what lies are being told to explain why Corin had to be kept in a secret fucking facility from the rest of her siblings.
Did the people just not know she existed? Like, did the common folk not know she existed?
That's literally a plot point where they bring up that, like, she's just a rumor in Nor. Rinka brings it up during, like, the prologue chapters too, where she's just like, I heard rumors of a sheltered Norian princess. I guess those rumors were fucking true. And it's like, I'm a rumor?
Seriously, when they said, like, she wasn't allowed outside of the fortress, she wasn't allowed outside the fortress. That's why Silas got beaten and almost executed for taking her outside the fortress.
He didn't even take her far. He took her just, like, outside of it to, like, the woods surrounding it. Like, I think maybe they went, like, a mile away from the fortress, not even that much, just to have a picnic. I'm pretty sure the motherfucker also left a note.
Yeah, so...
She was not allowed outside. And that's why only her siblings were allowed to visit her. Not even really stay with her, like, visit her. She was isolated. Also, Dad's pissed again. Yippee!
First.
Yippee! Another quick trip back to the Castle Krakenberg, and Garen is pissed that Corrin didn't do the mission on her own like Anne and Knos decreed. After all, the siblings threatened to kill themselves one by one. Totally healthy behavior. Totally. They're so normal, so functioning. After they threaten to kill themselves one by one, if Garen tries to hurt Corrin, Garen decides to give her another chance to prove herself since she's technically his daughter. Remember the war going on? Some Hoshidan soldiers have shown up at Notre Sagesse, so Corrin is sent there to take down the Hoshidan army occupying the area. Some Leo bullying Elise later, Xander tells Corrin that the area is home to the Rainbow Stage. Woo! Yeah, it's the queers! Exactly, Colleen! The sage gives divine power to those who are worthy, so now Corrin has a personal mission to visit him when she's done dealing with the soldiers. To get to the portal, yeah, I'm so sorry, guys, it's another one. To get to the port, to get to the Notre, we had got to go through a fort called Fort Dragonfall. A huge fort that's made up of a body of a dead divine dragon. That's only relevant in Birthright. Here is also where we meet a girl named Nyx, a murderer who got cursed to never age, so she's stuck as a permanent 12-year-old. Yep. Also, Azura, she's a really interesting character, but unfortunately, and also I love the fucking raw energy of the fact that she got cursed at the age where she murdered people, meaning she murdered her entire family at 12.
She was just murdering people.
She was just murdering. No, her family was definitely murdered. She brings that up, but she did it. It's like a conversation you get only for like for a few moments. Both me? Who's both you? Oh god. Both of you, get out of here and come back. What happened? Colleen, speak. You sound fine to me. Oh, actually, you sound worse, actually. Try again? So, how you doing, Colleen? Okay. I don't use Streamlabs. I'm using OBS now. I'm a big boy. I decided to be a big boy streamer. Oh, God! Jesus! Oh, wait. Speak again? Okay, now you're good.
Okay.
Colleen, speak?
Hello.
You sound fine to me. I think you're good.
Good now?
Yeah. Okay. Also, Azura is here. Remember Azura? She's back again. Because she got kidnapped by Hoshidan soldiers who thought she was a spy for Nor. So she got dragged back to Nor and can't go back home, so she decides to stay with Corrin.
Fun fact. Localization says that people who have connections to Nor should be being run out of their phones and being exiled. However, in the original script, they would be
Wait. Pause. Apparently you guys sound like shit on stream. You guys sound fine to me. What do I do?
That's weird.
I don't know what to do then. Claude, can you get in the VC and help me? Or somebody? Speak? Maybe I gotta leave and come back? Let me try that. Okay. Bad mail I did. Hello?
Hello. Are we
Okay.
back?
Hello.
Oh, are we fine?
It was your fault, Chai.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
Whatever I did work. Okay.
So, as I was saying with the fun fact, so in the localized version, Azura says that people with connections to Nora were getting exiled and run out of their homes in Oshido. But in the original script, she says they were being rounded up to be executed not by the royals, but by like rogue rogue soldiers, yeah.
So for some reason, the localization was really trying so hard to make Hoshido look better.
Which was a weird change, honestly.
Which was a very strange change. I don't understand it either. Again, localization teams are cowards sometimes. Elise is excited about this because yay, new big sister just dropped. After defeating the Hoshidan soldiers who kidnapped Azura, it's time to head to the port for the note trip from the Fort Dragonfall. She tries to tell Elise something but stops herself. Wonder what that's about. Anyway.
Anyway.
Okay, so we're at chapter 10. So, hi. Chapter 10 of this chapter, which is the upcoming chapter, is known in the community for being fucking ass and nightmarish. It's so difficult, so fucking horrible. I hate it so much. And so do the fans. It's why we always say #blame Takumi, because we gotta blame someone for our struggles and horrors. Fuck this chapter. It's 99% of the reason why I hated Takumi so much when I played Conquest.
I swear he's a good character.
He's a real good character. His chapter just sucks so much ass. Alright, Ash.
The boat chapter, required in Fire Emblem. Cor, Silas, and the squad make it to the port town of Dia, where they can catch a ferry to make it to Norte Sagas. Corin gets 3 seconds apiece before Jacob arrives to tell them the Hoshidan army has arrived, and leading it, it's Takumi. That bitch. Play the cutscene.
Yeah! It's a good cutscene.
It is.
Look at him stroll up here.
Damn.
Also, that's the Fujin Yumi. It's very special.
Abandoned your family and Hoshido. Now pay for your betrayal.
God, why does he sound like that?
He's very angry at you.
Is. Also on the way there, Corin thinks about what Azura tried to tell Elise when they first met. She questions if Azura is actually Elise's half-sibling or not.
Yeah.
Is it?
Drama.
We'll reveal that later, I think.
Yeah.
Takumi and his retainers, Hinata and Obito, begin their assault after calling Norians nothing more than wild animals who live for the hunt. Luckily for Corin, Camilla arrives with her 2 retainers, Selena, Severa, and Beruka. Selena is a tsundere with severe mommy issues and sass. Beruka is a quiet assassin. That's her whole personality.
She's
Camilla is here
she's
because
kinda
she couldn't
boring.
just sit by and let her beloved baby sister Corin get hurt by those foul creatures, the Hoshidans. So she got Xander and Leo to finish the mission for her.
Yeah. She can just do that, apparently. Like 100 turns later. After fighting in the literal trenches and taking down Takumi's retainers, who hate Corin's guts just because she made Takumi sad, not even because she betrayed Hoshido. Priorities, I guess. Takumi and Azura notices that Takumi's acting strange, but really it's pretty fucking obvious something's wrong with him, considering he's extra angry, understandable, and also gripping his head in pain and agony every few seconds. Less understandable, more concerning. He quite literally says, my head, the pain is, don't you touch me, keep your filthy Norian hands off of me, and then more stuff that I get into in a bit. Takumi also mentions that Ryoma has seen the Rainbow Sage, and now he's extra powerful, and soon he himself will be unstoppable. He leaves saying one day Corin will beg him for death, but until then he'll leave her with her guilt. His exact words. Camilla's so funny. So Camilla says that she should ignore him for now because it's a quotation because it's literally from the game. He's clearly got issues, and not to brag, but Xander received the Rainbow Sage's powers ages ago.
Oh.
It's so funny.
She's so funny. I love her. With that note, they finally get on the ferry to the Fort Sagesse after 500 million detours. On a related note, if you manage to fight Takumi, unlikely, with Azura, why? You learned that Ryoma was planning to rescue Azura and was worried sick about her. This never comes up again, but it's not like that Azura wants to go back anyways, because remember that whole thing about her Hoshido loyalty? Yeah, that was a fucking lie.
Yeah, she hears that, like, oh, Ryoma's trying to basically get her back home, and she's like, okay, Bye.
Okay, what am I supposed to do with that? Alright, Ash.
Mom said it's my turn to have divine powers. Corrin and Co. finally arrive in Norte Sagase, where the Rainbow Sage is. After getting absolutely fucked over at every turn, surely this will be smooth sailing from here on out. Psych! The Hoshidans kidnapped the Rainbow Sage, who took him up to Mount Sagase. The mountain, fun fact, is known for the fact that most people who... Huh?
Emily's like, it's the amount of, and it was never brought up again for me. Yeah, that's a theme.
Yeah, that's a theme. That most people who try to climb it never return is now flooding with Hoshidans guarding one particularly magical old man. There's also something known as the Sevenfold Sanctuary at its peak. Corrin and Zora know that this is totally a trap, but Corrin knows if she doesn't at least try, then Garen will have her killed. So off they go. Inside the sanctuary is none other than Hinoka herself, her retainers, Azama and Setsuna, Drinka and Kaze. Corrin then has her little army blow through Hoshida soldiers, but they don't actually kill anyone, just knock them out, which makes Rinka and Kaze rethink their views on Nor. Yeah, it turns out Corrin was serious when she said she wanted no bloodshed and told her army not to kill any Hoshidans. She knows her place as an Orient princess and she can dismantle it from the inside out, which is why she decided to return and fight in the war. So, babe, this is the path where you're supposed to dismantle the corruption from the inside out, supposedly. Although, if I'm going to be honest with you, you're doing the corruption for 90% of the path.
It's a complicated issue.
So the Hoshida army retreats after they're all injured except for Kaze, who was so shocked by Corrin's pacifism, he decides he wants to join the Norian army. So he does. Congrats. That's your retainer.
Hoshida bitches are so not loyal. It's amazing.
Congratulations. Kaze now replaces Grandpa. Are you happy now? You got 5 retainers again.
Yay!
So Kaze takes Corrin to the Rainbow Sage, who pulls the bullshit up. Oh, getting here was the actual trier, and you passed it. So you already got your new powers because the real blessing was the friends we made along the way.
The real blessing was the Hoshidan soldiers you didn't kill along the way.
But then he tells her the Yato blade is the key to solve the mystery of the Seal of Flames and to end the war, and that he needs to find the other sacred blades to unlock its final forms. Then Iago's shadow clone shows up and tells Corrin to kill the sage because Garen said so. The sage wills himself to die, so he just drops dead, and Corrin has another breakdown. Yippee! On to our next adventure.
I love this scene so much. He just goes like, "Don't worry, I'll die of my own accord," and then he just drops.
I'll do it for you, buddy.
he just wills himself to die, and then he just does. The Corrin has an anxiety attack. Oh god, this game is so fucking bad. I love it so much. He did. He just pulls a Luke Skywalker. He just drops dead.
Oh my god.
Also, so what is the Seal of Flames? The Seal of Flames is the Yato, but not really. The Seal of Flames is the Yato after its power merges with all of the divine weapons and transforms into its true form. And I know what you're thinking, wait, all the weapons? But in this path, you only get 2 of the weapons, because the other 2 weapons are Corrin's brothers on the other path. Yup. You can only get the Seal of Flames, let's say it again, in the DLC.
Why would they give you why would they give you a task? A plot point? Fucking goddamn.
Because they hate you. That's the reasoning, Corinne. They hate you. He gives you this task of like, oh yeah, collect all of your brothers, and then you'll get the Seal of Flames. And then Corrin's like, I'm literally at war with 2 of them, and he's like, that's crazy. Skill issue. And then he just dies.
This visual is there just to show you what the Seal of the Fire Emblem. It's actually in the Hoshidan Plaza where Mikoto died, and you can see like the statues and references to all the weapons.
So it's like really cool world building. Again, really cool world building, not really expanded upon. Moving forward. Yep. Dad's Pissed Part 3, Ash.
Okay, time for a Garen interlude. After the sage drops dead, Iago reports back to Garen of what happened. Garen then laughs maniacally at the fact his daughter succeeded in his mission and then dropped these special instructions for Iago, who hates Corin, don't get him wrong, but even he is confused for the absolute insane hate boner this man has for his adopted daughter.
Let me read these instructions.
Yep.
I
I
have
have an important...
I want to read them because I like doing the Garen
Okay.
voice. I have an important mission for you. I command you to make Colleen suffer. Make her rue the day she was born. But no matter what, no matter how she begs for death, do not kill her. You know, very normal thing to say about your daughter.
No, that's wild. That's wild. Hearing my name in that sentence is spoken by one of my best fucking friends. Like, damn, okay.
It's my daily affirmations before a deep dive.
God.
It's true. This is what Chai said to me, word for word, when we started the PowerPoint.
Yeah. You're the Iago. Keep reading.
Garen says it's because the great dragon Anarchus has willed that Corin must live, but at the expense of her hope, happiness, and that her body must be primed for what's to come. Freak. She needs to suffer before he will sacrifice her upon the altar of Anarchus.
Also, I should mention, again, when it's in quotations during, like, my, like, writing, it's because that's the exact phrasing he uses. That her body must be primed for what's to come. Quote, unquote, Garen.
There's a fucking freak over here. So, Iago comes up with the perfect plan to make Corin suffer, but no time to think about that because Elise got gravely ill conveniently all of a sudden. And Azura recognizes an illness she probably caught in Norte Sagase, and if she don't act fast enough, she's going to die. Luckily, Silas arrives to tell Corin that Iago is sending the group to Makareth. Makareth? I don't know.
Who knows?
Makareth.
Also, Emily,
luckily there are a lot of
Iago
doctors.
is
Sure,
Garen's, like, little
someone there will
henchman.
kill Elise, right? However, the second Corin arrives in the palace in Makareth, Rioma and his army are there to greet her. He then tells her L plus ratio that Elise is sick, and will only withdraw his troops if Corin goes home to Ashido with him. She says no, and Rioma decides he's going to take her home by force. After this, we never see Silas again.
He just disappears from the narrative. It's because we recruit too many siblings, so the writers were like, I guess we just don't need Silas anymore. They just never use him again. Oh my god, 2 more idiots joined the cause. We're still here. I never left. So I'm erasing myself from the narrative. Don't worry, though. Xander sent his 2 retainers, Laszlo, Inigo, and Petty. She's really cute, but she has no personality outside of that she loves blood. To help defend his sister. Laszlo is my baby boy, my sweet child, and he's a flirt, but he also gets shy and loves music and dancing. He's chivalrous and calls you milady, but that's okay because he's pretty. Perry is Toga from My Hero Academia and talks like a 6-year-old obsessed with blood. That's literally her entire character.
Oh.
Yep.
She's not got much else going on. You can marry her to Xander, which means she can become the future queen of Nor. Let that sink in.
Let that sink in. The very psychopathic girl that kills maids and butlers because they tripped for fun can be the future queen of Nor.
Isn't that great? I love this game. Corin tells Petty and Laszlo that they don't have a lot of time, so they need to cut through the Norians quickly, but they can't kill anyone, which Perry is very upset about. Also, Kagero and Saizo, Ryoma's retainers, are there, and they're actually pretty easy to defeat. They're literally so boring. Oh my god. The fight goes on, and Ryoma tells Corin that he hasn't given up on her, and that the only thing he wants is for her to come to her rightful home. After the fight... Hold on, I want to play a different playlist. I decided I'm going to play my quirky villain playlist, actually.
Listen, I've been playing that song, that fucking playlist so much lately. It's become the Civilization 6 playlist.
Fuck yeah! I'm good at
Very
playlists.
is fucking weird. I think it started that her mother was killed by a maid, And so she just started killing maids now all the time.
Yeah.
And just random people.
And then just went insane after that, I guess.
Yeah. Her dad just let her because
God, Tofu has been consistently based this entire deep dive. Oh, sorry. I thought the music stopped. It was just like a pause in the music. Okay, anyway. Fight goes on. After the Hoshidans are defeated and retreats, Elise collapses. She's like no longer able to like keep herself on her own 2 feet. Luckily, they find the exact herbs and medicine she needs, and Elise is saved just in time and rests to make a full recovery while under Azura and Korin's watchful eyes. However, the two of them are starting to become awful suspicious of how Ryoma knew that they'd be here. Spoiler alerts, because it's clearly Iago's fault. Like, that's fucking obvious, but whatever. Elise wakes up for a minute and sleepily tells Korin that Gunter is waiting for her before falling back asleep. But that can't be possible. Gunter is dead. Or is he? Buckle up, this chapter's fucking wild. Okay, I'll start it, and you want to finish them?
Oh, sure.
Yeah, because you know exactly where this is going. Korin returns home to Nor. And not shockingly, Garen is pissed again. However, this time he's pissed that not at Korin, but that there's another uprising, but this time in the territory known as Sheev. It's small, but the area is known for its skilled knights. Garen tells Korin he's sending her to lead the Honorian army to quell the uprising, but she doesn't want to go. But silly Korin, how dare she forget she doesn't get a choice in the matter?
Damn.
Garen tells Korin that he said but before Garen could send her away, she points out that she brought home Azura, his daughter. Unsurprisingly, he doesn't really give 2 shits at Azura's home and tells her to just go with Korin to quell the rebellion in a like, oh, welcome home. This'll help you remember your homeland super well. Yeah, I'm sure. Okay, whatever. Kind of a way. Korin is confused by this, but Azura brings up that the exactly 3 sentences they shared is honestly better than what she expected out of him. This only makes Korin more confused as to what's the beef. No time for any of that contemplation. It's time for horrible news. Remember Hans, the guy who threw Gunter down the bottomless canyon and tried to kill Korin? He's gonna be in the army that Korin is leading in Sheev, and she is not happy about it.
Naturally.
Hans spews some bullshit that he's terribly sorry and that Garen only commanded him to do it to test Korin. But it's not like Korin can fight against bringing Hans with her. Garen would be pissed, so off to Sheev we go.
Yay.
Takumi has problems and also issues.
I love him.
2 seconds into Sheev, and Takumi fires an arrow at Korin and is disappointed he couldn't nail her in her traitorous head. While Camilla stands in front of her to protect her, Korin tries to explain to everyone she's here to peacefully squash another rebellion while she tries to fix Nor from the inside out. However, a member of the resistance, Scarlet, appears and drops some lore bombs. Turns out she's been having people watching Korin's movements ever since her return to Nor, and's been the one giving the information to Hoshido. Camilla calls Scarlet a traitor, and Takumi laughs at this, and he points out that Scarlet basically did the same thing as Korin in his eyes. Betray your home country for the other side of the war. Except that literally isn't at all how this has been going, Takumi. You're just stupid, whatever. Then Takumi shoots Elisa because he finds her annoying, and that's it! It's go time! Also, he's like shaking and whispering, "I'll kill you all. Yes, if I kill the Norian, surely the pain in my head will go away." To himself, but that's totally normal, right? So normal. Let's go fight.
So normal. He's got nothing wrong with him.
Nope. As the battle rages on, Korin notices 2 Norian border guards that are noticeably upset by the racket that the Chevaliers are creating with this battle. Their names are Charlotte and Benny. Charlotte is the baby girl. She's a slut. She's a whore. She's a gold digger. She's a bitch. She wishes everyone who annoys her even once to drop dead. I love her so much.
She's my fucking favorite.
She only joins because she hears Korin mention she's a princess, and princesses lead to princess, which leads to money. Fun fact, she has different dialogue depending on what gender you are. If you're a male, she'll point out that, like, Benny, the next guy we're going to talk about, is her platonic friend.
She goes out of her way to be like, I am single and ready to mingle. My legs are spread. Just saying. I love her so fucking much. Yeah, the one with the this is Charlotte. I should have mentioned. Yeah, this is Scarlet, and this is Charlotte.
Yep. So
Charlotte's got
Scarlet
her.
on top,
Charlotte has an
Scarlet on
arguably
bottom.
terrible design, but it also makes sense for her character because she's literally a slut on purpose, and I love her. I love her so much.
Benny joins because he's a strong silent type with a sweet side who has to follow his bestie Charlotte around before she causes problems on purpose. These two are so unnecessary to the plot, but I love them so dearly.
I love them. I love them so much.
With those two guys newly recruited, Korrin's army continues to take down the Hoshida and Chevalier soldiers one by one, without killing them. Don't forget that.
Korrin peeps the horrors of war. After defeating the resistance, Korrin tells Takumi to return to Hoshida with his troops. Takumi screams and breaks down over this. All he wants is justice for himself and for his mother and Hoshido. He runs away after promising that Korrin will one day die to his hands. After he leaves, Azura brings up to Korrin that she's known Takumi for like half her life now, and she's never seen him act like this. Yeah, he's never accepted her as a sister, but at least he was always nice about it. So clearly something's up about him. Yeah, no shit, Azura! You can do anything about it, say anything to anyone else? Spoiler alert, she does not! No time to focus on that. It's time for one of the two most fucked up parts of the game. Remember how we brought Hans along?
Yeah.
While Korrin was distracted talking to her ex-brother, Hans had picked up his sword and started going around brutally massacring the villagers who had nothing to do with the resistance. They just lived there. Korrin tries to stop him, but once again he tells her that he's simply following King Garen's orders. Him and his men run off and continue the massacre. Korrin screams to try to stop at him, but is stopped by Camilla, who also tells her that all the injured Hoshidan soldiers were killed behind their backs as well, by Hans already, and Scarlet was practically ripped apart to be used as an example for what happens when you stand up to Nor.
Yep.
Korrin begs Camilla to tell her if this is what she's been fighting for all along and why Garen is doing this. Camilla tells her she doesn't know. She's never known, and all they can do is just go home lest they suffer the same fate as the villagers. King Garen is cruel not only to his people but his own children, and Camilla knows that better than anyone.
No, baby.
So, this game is for the 3DS.
So we just committed a genocide. How are you feeling? Are you excited that you're on this path, Colleen?
Why is this your favorite game?
No questions. Moving on.
Yeah, don't worry. It gets worse. Let's go.
Yeah. Actually,
don't worry, guys. It's opera time.
Don't worry, to calm your nerves after a literal massacre. I'm sure y'all want to. I'm sure this is what you wanted.
Yep. Welcome to the neutral kingdom of Nestra and the capital. I don't know how to pronounce this.
I said Carkenzia.
Carkenzia?
Mm-hmm.
Carkenzia. It's a place known for its beautiful opera house and performers. What's that? You don't want to go to the opera house because you're still recovering from watching the horrors of war? Shut up. Father says it's opera time, so it's opera time. Plus, Leo's there, so be grateful because he finally joins Korrin during this chapter and has some gay snugs with retainers. They're probably cool. Anyways, Korrin is in no mood for a show, and so she looks to Garen to ask if it's true that he ordered Hans to kill the innocent civilians. She doesn't get a word in before Garen tells her how proud she is that she showed no mercy, and that Hans had told her that she was gleeful to watch the light leave the eyes of all the villagers that she had slaughtered. So Hans is lying for her. Why? No time to think about that for too long. It's showtime. Cutscene.
Yay! Also, this cutscene, I think, made me gayer as a person.
This is where Raina Strover's voice really shines.
It's so good. God, I'm gay. Sorry. Oh, I forgot about this.
Don't worry, it's the authentic experience.
Is he okay? I hope he's dying, but God!
So anyway,
So Garrett reacts like, that? So Yago tells all the troops that came to protect Garrett to capture that mysterious singer for placing some kind of curse on Garrett. And if things could get more chaotic, Hoshida and soldiers appear. So Leo makes the
wait, look at Teal's chat message. Look at Teal. Porter caused a heart attack.
Teal, you weren't here! You're in here! Guys, remind you, that's his child!
Yeah. Teal, reminder, this is his stepdaughter.
Well, they don't know that yet.
They don't-
Well,
oh,
I guess they weren't very subtle about it.
Anyway, yeah, continue.
So
Teal, you're good.
can't
Don't worry.
believe Teal
Don't worry.
made
Even
Chai
when
spoil the
Ash and I
plot
were playing
twist.
this game, we were like, "What the fuck is he doing?"
I can't believe you made Chai spoil the plot twist with that. That's amazing.
Hold on,
she's
hold
a
on.
stepdaughter. She's not related to him.
Oh, sorry. Sorry, but God, Teal's message was just so funny.
Anyways, how are you guys feeling about that plot reveal? Was it a surprise? Probably not, but you know.
I thought you mentioned it before.
No, I said it was hinted at, but it was never confirmed until it gets confirmed later in this path.
Yeah.
It's kind of hinted at because it's just Corin saying like, could she not be related to Elise at all? Nah, that's weird. Anyways, so Iago tells all the troops that came to protect Garen to capture that mysterious singer for placing some kind of
Actually,
makes the conclusion that that mysterious singer must have been from Hoshido as well. The Hoshidan soldier is confused because he has no idea what the hell Leo's talking about, but he doesn't really care, so fight time! Looks like Nestra wasn't as neutral as we thought. This will become a running theme. Also, Azura rejoices like, hey guys, what I missed? Because everyone in Nor has face blindness. Yeah, nobody knows who that singer is.
they're like, "Who was that mysterious singer?
Oh my
Oh,
God.
did Stream die?
Did Stream die? I haven't gotten a thing."
I think it's...
too powerful.
I still
That's
see
the worst.
chat. I still see everyone just fine. Are we back?
Oh, but he's
No.
back now.
Oh, are we back? Okay, what do you guys miss?
What was the
What did
last
you
thing
guys
you guys heard? Because I never disconnected according to OBS.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. It's one of those days. Okay, luckily I was recording, so it's all gonna be one thing. Every day I wake up and my internet fucking hates me, man. God. What was the last thing y'all heard? That's so
Like-
weird. I never disconnected.
Huh.
There's a Twitch thing.
It might
Okay.
have been.
Maybe? Is there after we went back to the side where I truly addressed my comment?
Okay, so we spoiled something. Alright, okay, I know where I am.
Okay.
So Gary reacts like, So Leo makes the decision that the mysterious singer must have been from Hoshido as well. The Hoshidan soldier is confused because he has no idea what the hell Leo is talking about, but he really doesn't care, so... Fight time! Looks like Nestra wasn't as neutral as we thought. This will become a running theme. Also, Azura rejoins and is like, hey guys, what I missed? Because everyone in Nor has face blindness. Yeah, nobody recognizes Azura like that.
All it took was like a new outfit and a purple sheer mask, and that was enough.
Also during this battle, this furry on the right wanders into the building. His name is Keaton, and he's a wolf skin with half a brain cell. He was looking for bugs for his collection and ended up here. We love a
Oh, I
stupid
love
king.
him. I love him. He's my baby. That's my baby. He's my baby.
He's a stupid king. He joins the army because he has literally no idea how to get back home.
Also, it's only mentioned in like the birthright path, but apparently he's like the leader of the Wolfskin. So we really don't know how the fuck he got here.
Love him.
I'm glad.
That's my baby boy.
I wish he was lore important. I really do. But yeah, there's your baby boy. He's lovely.
I found him.
I found him.
Baby boy.
You found him.
Okay. Dad kind of sucks.
No!
Shocker, I know. Shocker, I know.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
When the soldiers are defeated and Garen recovers, he initiates a new order to kill every singer in Nestra. Corrin decides enough is enough and starts yelling at Garen, begging him to stop this and that this is no way to stop a war. Garen agrees that this is no way to stop a war, but it is what he's doing, so he can one day rule over Hoshido. Gasp! You're telling me the evil European man who clearly got something wrong with him didn't want to have peace, but really he just wanted to rule over another country? No. Could it be? Corrin yells at her father, bad idea, and things get intense, so much so that Leo has to drag Corrin away from their father before things could escalate. When the two are alone, Corrin tells Leo she understands that Leo may be raised directly under Garen and his, abuse, but she refuses to buckle under the pressure and her innocence. Leo grabs her and shakes her around to tell her that he's not just buckling under the pressure, he's playing smart. Something she should do more, honestly. And that he's only pretending to follow Garen's orders. He may be a bitch, but he's not a little bitch, He'll save the performers, but pretend to kill them himself, just like he did during the prologue with Kaza and Rinka. It's not a plan with 100% guarantee success, but it's the best that he can do. He then says this, us royal siblings have made an art of appearing to be good little soldiers, all while secretly manipulating things for the better from behind the scenes. Sometimes the righteous path is the most treacherous one to walk. Which is such a good line.
Which makes Leo better than Xander in this path.
Yep. Then he joins as he does so, his tome Brahindler begins to glow, as does Corrin's Yato blade. This is what the Rainbow Sage spoke about when he said that the other divine weapons joining her would transform her sword. It is now the Grim Yato. Leo's confused, but there's no time to explain. Time to save the singers! We just kind of leave Leo in confusion, and it's fucking fantastic.
It's great.
Felicia jump scare!
Whoa!
Hey, remember Corrin's maid Felicia? Pink hair, clumsy? Yeah, her?
Yeah.
She's here now. There's no story reason she just appears in my castle, but Fakes didn't want you to think that Fakes didn't want you to think you had two little characters and that your gender meant you couldn't have both Felicia and Jacob here. So at chapter 15, she randomly appears in my castle, talks about how she was looking for Corrin this whole time and randomly found her way into my castle. I don't know either, but here she is. Moving on. she just somehow breaks through a time-space dimension and ends up in my castle. It's never explained.
Yeah, she just does that something. She's a little quirky.
Yeah. Ashley.
Another mini massacre later. Whatever. Anyway, Corrin is chilling by the lakeside and contemplating if she chose the right path in staying in Nor. She loves her siblings and all she wants to fix Nor, but how can she do that when Garrett's pulling all the strings and oh my god, is that Azura? It is! She sees Azura walking to the light into a giant pillar of light and disappearing. Corrin is understandably freaked out by this and runs after her into the pillar of light.
Cutscene!
Yay!
Literal pillar of light. We were kidding.
Just in the middle of this lake.
Yeah. Very casual, very normal. Everything's fine. This is so normal. It happens. This happened to me last Tuesday.
Expecting to hear the Jurassic Park theme song.
Fuck you, we're in Grand Blue Fantasy. I lied to you.
So it all comes back to Grand Fantasy, baby.
Why are you here? Yeah, Corrin, Azura's not very happy to see you.
Yeah. Welcome to wherever we are.
Azura is
You-
not
you've
happy to see
infiltrated-
Corin here.
You've infiltrated her mind palace. It's fine.
That's fine. And is definitely not happy when some weird transparent soldiers appear to try and fight them. So Azura tells Corin that they are just gonna have to fight their way home, and then she can explain where they are. And what's this? It's Gunter with the steel chair! Everyone clap, he's alive.
Yeah, Grandpa!
He's been down here this whole time. No, literally, Gunter runs in and saves Corin and Azura from a couple invisible soldiers, and Corin is like, didn't you die? And he's like, dying is such a skill issue. So he helps Corin and Azura kill the remaining invisible soldier. This is a fun map. You're forced to only use Gunter, Azura, and Corin, and you can duplicate them to go across another map. It's really cool map, honestly. So when that's done, Azura explains that she knew Gunter was down here and had saved him from near death, but couldn't open a portal to this place to bring him home till this very moment. Also, yes, she opens portals to this place. She's been doing it for years. She tells Corin that if she speaks to this place in Nora or Hoshido, a curse will take hold of her and make her vanish, dead, deceased, goodbye. She also tells her that in order to get home, they'll need to jump down a hole that will lead them back to the bottomless canyon, instead of the water they came through. Why? Her and Corin are the only ones who can travel through water to get to this place, as she explains. Why? Pay $19.99 and find out by buying the Revelations DLC, idiot.
I hate this fucking game, actually. Okay, if Azura jumped down a cliff, would you? Yes. Despite spending this entire game questioning things, Corin decides she's not going to question this one just yet, and jumps down a big giant hole that Azura brings her and Gunter down to, and sure enough, she wakes up on the cliffside by the bottomless canyon with Azura. Gunter hasn't shown up yet because time flows differently down there, and because he jumped after Corin, it's going to take him a second. With the couple moments alone together they have, Azura asks Corin super casually if she's willing to defeat and dethrone Garen if it means she can put an end to the war. Corin, of course, freaks out about this idea, but Azura tells her it's the only way. Why? Oh, it's because King Garen is actually a terrifying slime creature pretending to be the real King Garen!
What?
No, I'm not kidding!
I hate
Azura pulls out a crystal she had snagged from when she was in the other world and hands it to Corin. Corin looks into it and reacts to her pure dragon blood and reveals to Garen's true form. This thing!
What the fuck?
Corin doesn't react to this, kind of just stares at Azura in shock. Understandable. Corin instead asks if there was any way to save his soul, but Azura shakes her head, that's what she said, heard, and mentions how if her magic song from the opera house wasn't enough to save him, he's already too far gone. Also, this is where Corin is like, what? You were the singer? Like an idiot.
God.
Corin and Azura come with a plan. They'll play perfect... This is such a stupid plan. They'll play perfect soldier. They'll get King Garen to conquer Hoshido and make him sit upon the Hoshidan throne. Remember, it reveals true forms.
I told you it was Chekhov's throne.
It reveals true forms to Nori and siblings so that they'll band together and kill him. It's risky, it's stupid, and it makes little sense, but it's the only plan we got. So welcome to the part of the conquest I'd call War Crime Speedrun. But also, why not just take your siblings to the bottomless canyon and show them the truth of their fucking eyes? It'd take like a couple hours at the most, but they decided to never do that, so instead we have to pretend to be war criminals for the next, 10 chapters.
This is what I mean by reforming the corruption makes you perform the corruption 90% of the time.
I love Fire Emblem!
Fire Emblem Fates is a bad
Ashley.
game. I love it. Go chapter 2. So Gunter returns to Northbot before Garen by Corin and Azura, who made up some lie about him calling his way out of the bottom of the bottomless canyon. Luckily, Garen doesn't really question that as he sent Corin and Co to the Enorian army. The Enorian army will be setting up base in I'm forgetting how to pronounce it.
Krykensia, I think.
And Garen is sending Corin by sea to infiltrate Hoshido. The war is in full swing now.
Yippee!
Before she can leave, Iago decides he's not done torturing Corin a little bit, so he decides to confront her in front of Garen about where her and Azura had disappeared off to in the middle of the night. Korn shrugs it off and says that her and Azura went on a midnight stroll where they killed some soldiers, and she uses the bloodstains on her armor as evidence to shut up Iago.
Can I just say,
He's not very happy about this.
Corin's like epic acting here of like, oh yeah, last night I was like, just killing some Hoshidans. Look at the blood on my armor. That's proof. She never does this again. She's a great actress, and it never comes up again.
The next day, while waiting for their boat to arrive, Xander finally joins Korn's army to fight by his family's side since he's done with his unnamed, nondescribed mission. Xander praises his retainers for keeping Korn safe while he was gone, and Laszlo almost creams himself and dies on the spot from the praise. He's fruity. Also, Xander was apparently the only one who remembers Azura and actually refers to her as Aretha's child and not Garen's child, so that's basically confirmation that, yeah, they're not related.
Yeah. Yippee! Plot twist!
Yippee!
Whoa!
Whoa! And when they get on their big warship, Hoshidan pirate ruffian ninjas, whatever you call them, sorry, I got an email. Invade, so Xander and Korn lead the charge to take them down. One fun game mechanic later, and we find out the so-called Hoshidan ninja boss that attacked the ship is just some Norian pirate who's really good at disguises. Xander beats his fucking ass in, and he tells us that he was actually the one who was responsible for kidnapping Azura and bringing her to Hoshido all those years ago after he was hired by Yukimura. He's also not Hoshidan or Norian, but from Koga. I don't know if you remember Koga, probably not, I don't blame you. It's a former ninja country that has long been destroyed by the neighboring country of Mukshu. But his clan used to work under the Hoshidan royalty, so he did it because he felt like he owed them. He became a really good pirate because, well, he needs to put food on the plate and get revenge somehow. This makes Shura really important to the plot. Not really important to the plot, but really important to the backstory of the plot.
He's important for lore. He's a lore building boy.
Because
it gives us perspective on what happened to Azura and why.
Yeah, so Yukimura, if you remember him, tactician guy from Hoshido, paid him to kidnap Azura. So, yeah, and his name is Shura.
Yeah.
Nice.
Korn then gets the choice between sparing him and letting him join her army, or killing him and taking his boots. Yes, if you get Shura, if you kill Shura, you just get a really nice pair of boots.
That's it. That's all you get for killing the man. Azura, here's the thing though, what's so crazy is that Azura's not even happy if you kill him. She has like no malice towards this man.
Yeah. She's like, whatever, I enjoyed Hoshido. Like, technically, Azura got the good end of the fucking bargain there, right? She got kidnapped from an abusive household.
Yeah. And ended up in Hoshido, where everyone but Takumi treated her like just another sibling. And then Korin ended up in Nor, trapped in an isolated fortress. Where she tried to go on a picnic once and it almost got her friend killed. So Azura really won in the end.
So if you let him join, Leo roasts Korn for being way too trusting, but Kamel takes this opportunity to dote on Korn for just being the sweetest being, but also, dear gosh, he's a little too trusting for her liking.
Yeah, nobody agrees with you if you don't kill Shura is the really funny part, so it's like a lose-lose.
Yeah, it's so funny. So the way this map works, if you see in the upper left corner, is that every turn you got 10,000 gold, and every turn you lose 300 gold if you don't find the guy. And that's basically your motivation to not fuck around because you barely get gold in Conquest.
Yeah.
So
Remember how we mentioned in Conquest you can't grind for gold or experience. So this level is really where you get most of your money, which is really fun, but also is very stressful. Oh right, this part I forgot about this. All right, I'll do this one. Korrin almost helps a war criminal.
Hold on. Then I want to pause really quick. I think I'm going to go downstairs and see what's up with the food because I don't know where it is and I'm hungry. So if I don't come back like immediately, just know I'm eating and I'll come back if the stream is still going by the time I'm done.
Okay, I'll just take over from here.
Alright, no problem.
Bye-bye.
Okay. Bye-bye.
Alright, while the bird is getting her food, I'll take over. Alright, so yeah, Korrin almost helps a different war criminal, though. It's fine. It's fine, Tofu. After some uneventful sea travel, Korin and Ko arrive back in Hoshida and are met by Kotaro, the current daimyo of Mokshu. Yes, the same Mokshu that destroyed Koga we just learned about. Talk about timing. He's here to tell Nor that Mokshu is on their side in the war, and he's here to guide them to a secret route he uses to get to Hoshido. 4 seconds into the coast looking clear, Hoshida ninja attack, and Korin and the siblings are roped into helping Kotaro dispatch the ninja since, as Kotaro claims, Mokshu is low on soldiers. After thinking the area's been cleared, in comes Saizo, Kaz's twin brother. Remember him? Ryoma's retainer. He keeps showing up for some reason. Of all the retainers, he is like constantly fucking around. It's crazy. Nice. Where was I? Kaza stands to protect Korin, and in turn Kotaro, and then it's revealed that Kotaro is actually the one who killed Kaza and Saizo's father! Gas. Good night, Sater!
Good night, Sater!
I don't know why this game treats the reveal like it's so monumental. We literally just learned that Mokshu destroyed Koga, like, last chapter. Yeah. Also Kagura's being held hostage by him to be used as a bargaining chip for Hoshido to surrender. That was also just kind of casually dropped on us. Korin can stand up to pretending to like the genocide man, but... Korin can stand up for pretending to like the genocide man, but holding hostages? Not allowed. So now Nor will no longer be helping Mokshu if Xander and Korin have anything to say about it, so the fight against Mokshu starts. Turns out he lied about being low on soldiers. Wow, who could have guessed? I know. A liar in this game? Impossible. A long winding path later, and Korin and Ko kill Kotaro and free Kagero. Turns out Saizo had just kept the identity of his father's murderer from Kaze, even though they're twins. So he had no idea who he was defending. It's okay, he's dead now. Their dad is avenged. Before leaving with Kagero, Saizo questions why the Norans didn't kill the enemies, save for Kotaro, and Korin tells him that he may not know Nor as well as he thinks, which is kind of a baller line. Saizo thanks her for her help, but he lets her know that next time they meet, he won't hold back just because she helped him this once. Kaze and Korin bond over how in war everyone thinks they're in the right and everyone's due for heartbreak since they're both betraying their blood relatives. Yeah. Welcome to Izumo, another white-haired anime boy!
There he is!
There he is! The boy! Welcome to Izumo. Totally nothing is wrong here. There is no war in Ba Sing Se.
Wow!
After the situation in Mokshu, Korin and Ko make their way to Izumo, a neutral territory that's known as the Kingdom of the Gods because of its beautiful temples. That totally woke me the fuck up. Slay. A peaceful environment. I woke sleeper agent Emily. They decide to stay for the night in the castle since they're royalty and only deserve the best hotels at rest before invading a country heart. Here's where we meet Izana, this white-haired anime boy. And he's the Archduke of Izumo, first heir to the divine bloodline, descendant of the gods, keeper of prophecies, and Izumo's very own winner of best hair 6 times running. Yes, that's exactly how he introduced himself, line by line.
Including the best hair?
Yep, he's very proud of his hair. After all the Norian siblings roast him, save for Elise, who asks if he wants to be her new best friend, he calls Elise by her name, which is odd because she hasn't even introduced herself yet. Azura notes this as strange off the bat. Oh well, can't focus on that. Izumo's holding a banquet. What perfect and coincidental timing. And who are the guests? Oh, no one in particular. Just the entire Hoshidan royal family. Oh! Needless to say, they are not happy to see Korin. In fact, everyone is so unhappy to see each other that a fight almost breaks out right then and there. And over the whole who stole Korin from who conversation. However, Izumo has a neutrality pact, so no one is allowed to fight. So everyone has to put their weapons away, and everyone has to pretend they like each other for the banquet.
Yay.
Ryoma and Xander since they can't fight, Xander and Korin sit aside for a few minutes so that Korin can have a panic attack in peace, while Xander calms her down, and then Ryoma finds them. He wants to talk to Korin privately, but Xander is not having any of that. Korn tries to get them to get along by bringing up how similar the two of them are, headstrong heirs to the throne who put a lot of pressure on themselves and are big softies on the inside. But they consider that a personal insult to dare be compared to the other because they are way more handsome than the other, already handsome other. I mean, what? I know what you are.
Fruity
Fruity.
behavior.
Like, I'm not even joking. Look at Ryoma down here in the corner. For once, I agree with Prince Xander. To start, I'm far more attractive. Not even saying that he's the attractive, I'm saying that he's far more attractive. Implying he thinks Xander's already attractive. Like,
Fruity.
gay people. In my Fire Emblem game, impossible.
Could never. It could never.
Before Korn can get them to see eye to eye, Norian soldiers appear from around the corner and capture Ryoma under Izana's command. What? But I thought violence was forbidden here. It is! But Izana doesn't care because he's not actually Izana. He's Zola. This little rat man, is actually a Norian mage who disguised himself as Izana and hid him in the basement along with his people. Why? To lull the Hoshidans into a false sense of security so he can capture them and kill them. He was not ordered to do this. He just thought to do it to be quirky.
He was in a silly goofy mood.
He's just in a silly goofy mood. Xander cannot stand for this cowardice. So he tells Korn to gather troops to save the Hoshidan royals. It's an interesting song, I know. After defeating Zola's army, Korn and the siblings corner him. He begs for forgiveness because really all he wanted to do was help Noah. Come on. I just wanted to help Noah.
I can't hurt me. I'm a silly guy.
Why is he being punished? But Leo is having none of that and kills him before he can plead his case any further for daring to disparage Nora's good name. I don't know where these boys get off having such pride in their country. Let's be fucking real. Make peace with it, Zola. Perhaps on the other side you will find forgiveness, was a banger line of Leo's. Korn also breaks the fourth wall a bit by here, but being like, gosh, Leo, I'm sure glad you're not my enemy and I wasn't a stupid little idiot to choose Hoshido path. Who would do that? Which I found kind of funny. After that's wrapped up, Izana and his people are freed, along with the Hoshidans, and it turns out Izana is also just as casual and cutesy as his doppelganger. He's just quirky. The banquet goes on as planned, much to the dismay of Takumi, who screams every time Korn so much as looks at him or his siblings. This in turn makes Leo mad at him, which makes Camilla upset at his behalf, which makes Hinoka mad at her. It only stops when Ryoma finally speaks up. Were the roles reversed, the Hoshidan siblings would have done the same. Except that's a lie. He wouldn't have. I should know. I played Birthright. He's just a liar.
Oh my god.
Because of this, he thinks he doesn't feel the need to show them gratitude since it's the bare minimum to have saved them, or whatever. Xander is just fine with this outcome. Korn and Azura are upset that they still aren't getting along, but the two are grateful that they can pretend everyone is a happy family, eating dinner together, even just for a moment before they have to go back to trying to kill each other. I fucking hate Ryoma in this scene. Enough. We are thankful that you saved our lives. As such, we feel no need to express gratitude for your actions. Like, I hate your ass. I hate you. This is why we're fighting a war against you. Fuck you.
Oh my god.
Flora jump scare. Fuck you. Hey, remember Korn's other maid, Flora? Blue hair and pronouns? She's here now. There's, again, no story reason. But if you level up a fire orb to level 3 or a launcher to level 3 in my castle, after chapter 18, she joins by somehow finding her way through space-time continuum. Again. I don't know either, but here she is. Moving on.
Cool.
Nor commits a genocide!
Oh!
Yippee! Aren't you so glad you chose this path? After Izumo, Korn's army continues its march through Hoshido and are intercepted by thousands of Hoshidan soldiers blocking their way. So they have to come up with a detour. Azura brings up that they could take the detour to the west, but it's full of Kitsune, a race of fox shapeshifters who are violent and super dangerous. Except when they get to the mountain where the villages, they meet Kaden, a super chill Kitsune who's just so happy to meet a new visitor. Much like Keaton the Wolfskin, he's an idiot who gets lost constantly, but he thinks Norians are alright. So what? Can we get through the valley without a detour? can we get through the Valley Detour without a scratch then? Wrong! Read the title! Not even 3 seconds later, the rest of Kaden's Kitsune village have Korin's army surrounded. They use Kaden as a distraction, so Korin has to fight her way through them. Kaden's kind of bummed that he has to fight Korin, but since she seems so nice and all, but he can't risk it. Every human that comes to the village never comes with good intentions after all. Korin and Ko then push through the Kitsune forces by slaughtering all of them. Every last one. No survivors are left of these attacks. What the fuck, Nintendo?
Hello? Hey, Nintendo?
Hey, Nintendo!
Hey, Nintendo? You should... You're known for, like, the funny haha games.
Nintendo? What's even better is that this is one of the few chapters in the Conquest route that's route the enemy, which in final term means you have to kill every enemy unit. You can't even, like, just leave the area or just get the boss. You have to kill every unit or you can't leave the chapter. You are forced to commit a genocide by Nintendo's hands. It's like probably the most fucked up part of the game, I will say.
Yeah, you think?
Yeah, you think? They really said genocide, Ron. Oh, they really said you're gonna do an Undertale real quick. It's so fucked. And we can safely assume this by Azura saying, I know what you're thinking, that they'd still be alive if we hadn't come through here. That this is the first time Korin has actually directly killed multiple people. Korin has a bit of a breakdown over this. Understandable. Yeah. Well, Azura tries to calmly reassure her that in war there is no clean-cut path and that she can't save everyone, no matter how hard she tries to. Sometimes people just get hurt along the way.
But you didn't need to do a genocide.
It's like, did we mention Korin's army just slaughtered an entire village of furries that are endangered?
Oh, God.
Did we forget that they're endangered? Man, I love Fire Emblem Fates for the quirky 3DS, the same console where I played Paper Mario Sticker Star. God! Korin and Azura leave and hope that this is the correct path in the war. It isn't.
No. I can tell you that. No,
it's not. I'm back in the fucking Wind Tribe village again. I hate this fucking place. Anyway, so the world's longest detour continues because we need to do minimum 27 chapters or else Nintendo kills us. So, Korin ends up at the base of the Wind Tribe village. Elise and Camilla bring back news that the chief of the Wind Tribe, Fuga, is this bald man down here, is absolutely not going to let the army just waltz in because they're neutral. Turns out they're neutral in the way that they fucking hate Nor but won't fight in the war over it. Also, there was that one time Nor sent Faceless into the village, but still. Korin tries to talk to Fuga herself, and he agrees to let Korin pass through so long as no nonsense occurs. He's giving her this leeway because of her grim Yato blade, and because he used to be best friends with her dad, Sumeragi. Sumeragi had warned him that the Yato is the key to the Seal of Flames and could either destroy the world or bring peace in it. And then he's actually a fucking liar. He retracts what he just said and summons his army to test Korin and her army to see if they truly mean to bring about peace. Asshole. So the fight begins. This chapter sucks. This map sucks. I hate the Wind Tribe. # fuck you, Fuga. I fucking hate this goddamn chapter. It's like this chapter is like, if you're in a spot that has like wind blowing on it, it pushes your units up or down without any control of your own unless you use a Dragon Vein. And then because of that, sometimes, for example, Felicia will get sent to, like, the top layer of the map where she cannot be because she has a defense of, like, 4. I just used her to heal someone else, and so she dies to reset the entire map. It sucks. I hate this map. It sucks. It's a cool idea, but I fucking hate it. As at the end of the fight, Fuga acknowledges Korin truly is a brave fighter, and she really does want peace. He then sends Korin and Ko on their merry way. Fuck you. Oh yeah, it's this. At the end of the enemy phase, any of your units caught in the wind's path will be moved 5 spaces. If there is nowhere to stand, they will be moved to the nearest safe space. I hate it. I'm on the stairway to hell. Things are looking up Korin. For now. Or they would be, but Iago has been watching carefully, and he's getting rather pissed that Korin's not losing hope and dying yet. It's kind of his whole thing. He realizes that Korin's heading to somewhere called the Eternal Stairway on their way to the Hoshiden Castle, and formulates a plan to crush her spirits once and for all. Smash cuts over to Korin at said Eternal Stairway, nervous about facing the Hoshiden army once they reach the castle. When Felicia and Jacob arrive to tell her what they scouted ahead, they I know how to read. Felicia and Jacob arrived to tell her that when they scouted ahead, they found a massacre. The stairway is littered with Hoshiden soldiers' corpses. Camilla takes this as a great sign. It's less soldiers for her and little Korin to fight, but it doesn't explain what killed them. Here's what killed them. Faceless! A whole army of them, too. So now they're heading straight for Korin's army and surrounding them on all sides. Xander points out that there's no way these were sent by their father, so someone else is pulling the strings here. Iago. You know. Or it could be someone else. It could be.
It could be.
Could be. Azur notices they seem to be mainly attacking just Korin. So they must escape, since there's too many faces to fight, and also infinite reinforcements. As the fight goes on, Xander and Azura tell Korin to move on without them, since she's the leader and she's the priority. She doesn't want to go, but she agrees to make it to the top of the Eternal Stairway and promises everyone will reunite soon. Korin makes it to the top, but not before a Faceless sneaks up on behind her exhausted form and prepares to strike. All seems lost, and then, hey, remember how I said Korin's fish dragon friend Lilith was always in her shadow canonically, and that this would come up eventually?
Oh, is it about to come up?
Oh no! Fish! Oh no! Lilith jumps out of Korin's shadow and takes a fatal blow that was meant for Korin. Korin screams in horror and kills the Faceless that originally meant to kill her before returning to Lilith's side. Lilith turns back into her human form temporarily, and Lilith says it must be the astral dragon Moro taking pity on her in her dying moments. Korin begs her to not say that she's dying, but Lilith tells her that it's all going to be okay. She's going to die with no regrets and will die forever grateful to Korin for leaving her a home and a family in her. Lilith dies in Korin's arms, and Korin screams in agony and curses the war for taking away so much all the time, and that this was her last straw. While she's sobbing, even more faces appear, and they are quickly cut down by Xander and Azura's reappearance. When they realize that Lilith is dead, Xander tells Korin that crying isn't going to bring her back, and the best thing they can do for her is to move forward. No matter who dies, even if it's himself, Elise, Camilla, or Leo, then she has to keep going for the sake of the troops and the war, without fear or hesitation. Korin gives Lilith her final goodbyes, and she pushes forward to Castle Shirasagi. Rest in peace, Fishy. You were only lore report in the very beginning.
God.
Do you want to hear a fun anecdote about this path, about this specific moment? Up until this moment, I forgot Lilith was a part of, the family.
Oh my god.
I forgot she was in the army. I thought she was just permanently going to stay in my castle. I forgot she was in our shadow.
Oh.
So you can imagine the jump scare I felt during this moment.
Oh, poor child.
Poor child. Rest in peace, Lilith. You were you were 14. So this is the horrors of war. This chapter is just called Sakura. Monka-s. They just kind of leave Lilith's body there, by the way. Anyway, Korin and crew make it to Fort Jinya, which is basically Hoshido's front line. Azura points out that the inside may be hers and Korin's ex-siblings, but it's too late to turn back now. Not when they're so close. Cut to Sakura, who's refusing to leave the fort as she heals the injured soldiers, despite Yukimuna's protest to beg her to retreat. She's refusing to leave, and is staying behind to fight, even if it means fighting Korin. Since last we saw her, she's learned how to wield a bow like her brother Takumi, and is donning Mikoto's old priestess uniform. Which is very cute, but also really sad. However, it isn't enough, and the Norin army sweeps through the fort soldiers, and they claim the fort as their own. While Sakura sobs, the army surrenders, and her and Yukimura are taken in as prisoners of war. Remember, she's 15, 16? With crippling anxiety. It's supposed to end there. And despite Xander's promises to let the remaining Hoshiden soldiers live, Iago and Hans show up and slaughter them anyway, even as he and Korin protest. Why are they not listening? It's because Garen is here. Slaughtering the remaining soldiers was his direct order. I don't know how the fuck he got here, but he somehow got here at the same time as us. Xander, the pussy, is too afraid to stand against his father, so the siblings have to stand by while Hans and Iago's men kill the soldiers, while Sakura screams in agony and Yukimura calls them spineless, lying, Norian scum. This is Sakura's line during all this. She says, "Please untie my hands. I swear I won't try to escape. Please let me help them." But they don't let her heal them, and so they force her to watch them all die one by one.
Hi, this is no longer a fun deep dive.
Welcome to war. Izana jump scare. But hey, remember Izana? He's also here now. He joins if you level up the hot springs to level 3 after chapter 22. I guess he abandoned his country for Korin? I don't know, but non-binary icon in my eyes, honestly. Forward we go. Jeez, Takumi, calm down, will ya? You didn't see that. Do not peer behind the curtain. After Sakura's I don't like reading anymore. Oh no, is it happening again? Colleen, is the stream still up? Colleen? Oh my god! Hello?
Hello?
Okay, hello? Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, Val says we're back.
Okay, god damn it. That's so upsetting. I reset my fucking router twice before starting the stream too. Oh, now I'm really sad.
Sorry. At least you are recording, so it's still gonna be all in one spot.
True. What was the last thing you heard?
Fucking sadness and we just got to this slide.
Okay, perfect. Okay, epic. I think it's Twitch. Yeah, because I haven't dropped, like, my internet. It's just been Twitch, I guess. Fucking get your shit together. I'm trying to do a fucking presentation. Whatever. Okay, shall we continue?
Of course.
Of course. Alright, so after Sakura's capture, the Norian army continues its march to the castle. Azura has been checking in on Sakura, and she's been refusing to eat and refusing to talk to anyone. She's also being held in isolation away from Yukimura and her retainers, which doesn't help her. Elise has been trying to help by bringing her blankets and leaving food for her. I'll send you the playlist later, Tofu. And if things couldn't get more complicated for Korin's stupid plans, the Norian army has been splitting into two. One half God. One half wants to follow Korin's ideals, and the other wants to follow Garen's corrupt ideals. So now there's the threat of a revolution if they don't hurry up with the plan. This means that they gotta play Perfect Soldier even harder, which is great timing because they're arriving at the Great Wall of Susano, where Takumi is leading the charge.
Yay!
Takumi is beyond excited to see Korin, since he's been waiting for the day to kill her for so long. But know that so long there's a single breath in my body, I will not let you pass. Are you ready, dear sister? Today's the day you'll die. Even if I must give my life to achieve it, I will not fail. I will kill you, Korin. Prepare to die like the coward you are. Very normal.
Damn.
He's so normal, what do you mean?
So normal. Not a single issue to be found in this one.
Not one. Also, if you make Korin fight Takumi head on, then you get a special conversation where killing her is the only thing he has left. That's right. There's no turning back now. Not for me. This is all I have left. Totally normal. So
Trauma.
Takumi jumps off the plane with no So after Korn takes down the army, Takumi has nowhere left to run. Leo tells him he is to be a prisoner of war, and if he behaves, he'll be allowed to see his sister Sakura. Takumi freaks out after hearing this. He begins to scream and cry and begs Korn to tell him why she went back to Nor instead of staying with them, her real family, and blames her for all the horrible things that's happened to Hoshido. Korn tries to calm him down and tries to explain that she's had a plan since the start, but he doesn't want to hear any of it. He starts to sob, then purple mist starts to come out of him. He wants to save Hoshido, and he doesn't think it's too late for him. He then tells Korn that she can't take him prisoner, and she left him a way out. He stares down Korn and Azura and throws himself backward off the edge of the wall. Korn and Azura scream, and Korn tries to jump after him, but is held back by Azura. Korn then runs down there to look for Takumi's body, desperately try to save him, but finds no body there. By the way, the wall is like on the side of a cliff.
This Jolly's dead.
He's super dead. She begins to panic, but Azura tells her that they need to leave. They can't risk Hoshidan soldiers finding them past the border of the wall. She assumes someone must have taken his body, but who and why? That's a special secret surprise tool that'll help us later.
Yeah, that's wild.
Yippee! We're murdering innocents!
No!
So Azura and Korn, after seeing Takumi literally kill himself, just have to pretend to be normal as they march and arrive in the Hoshidan capital. Totally normal. They also decide not to tell Sakura about Takumi's fate because she's a little too unstable right now. Korn checks on Azura to make sure she's okay about really destroying Hoshido, and Azura says she's basically in too deep at this point. She believes in Korn too much to give up now. Again, flashback to her in the beginning of the story saying, I would never leave Hoshido. Fake ass bitch. As the army marches through the capital, villagers point and call Korn Princess Traitor and look at the army in shock and horror. Iago and Hans take immense pleasure in killing the townspeople who talk about Korn or are standing a bit too close. Korn watches in horror but can't do anything about it because Garen is right behind her, so Azura has to whisper to her to remind her of that. The further they march, Xander says that they still have so many. They have so many soldiers that they could just secure surrender from Hoshido, but Iago says that won't do, and that their aim is to kill every last Hoshidan royal. Garen even approves of this plan, as Xander's too powerless against his father. Still, like a coward. Iago tells Korn her troops will be in the front line. His will comes up from behind, and his will come up from behind and meet her in the throne room to kill anyone she leaves alive. Korn is 0.3 seconds away from a mental breakdown, and then Xander comes over to tell her about justice. Let me present it to you. Again, remember, literal innocent civilians are being killed around him, and he has this to say. Little princess, the sad truth is that justice is an illusion, a child's fairy tale. There is no light that always leads to good, nor dark path that leads to evil. To believe that, to see the world in black and white, is missing half the picture. All that matters are the choices we make, especially the hard ones. But this, it's too much. Letting innocents die is a tragedy, but so is letting the chance of peace slip away. This is war. There's no such thing as a clean win when lives are on the line. Instead of clinging to false sense of justice, hold strong to something true. The desire to do what you know is right and protect the ones you love, and the ambition to see your vision of a peaceful future through to the end. If we allow evil men to let their vision take precedence over our own, we all lose. Remember that, and find solace in it. So, remember, this is a pretty good speech. It really gives a perspective on Xander's views and everything, right? He says this while literal innocent villagers are being murdered around him, and he's like, "No, princess, you have to understand. Justice is an illusion." It's like, you're just fucking delusional. It's bad. And it's even better in the Japanese version. It's such a shorter speech. He says, things like justice do not exist. This is war. In this world, there is no right or wrong way of being. There is only ambition and desire. Moreover, it is expected. You would do well to remember that. Completely different vibe.
Yeah.
Completely different. And it also is like, it's very fitting because the Xander of the Japanese version is a lot better. because he's consistent. This is just Xander being inconsistent as usual, and then being like, haha, just as an illusion though. Homie!
Whoa.
That makes no sense. I hate this speech so much. I hate it so much because it makes no sense. It's inconsistent to his character again, and also it's such a well-written speech, but it's given at like the worst possible fucking time. And I don't know why they made it so much longer in the localization than the original. I don't know why they did that. Just to really drive home that they hate me personally.
Amazing.
Whatever. God. Anyways, Hinoka, remember her? Tell me one
No.
thing you know about her.
No.
Exactly. She's here. She's actually the last line of defense in the part of the castle to keep Nor from getting into the throne room. She's prepared to fight even if it's against her own little sister. Fun fact, she doesn't know that Sakura's alive or that Takami's most likely dead. This is her cutscene. It's kind of cool, actually. She's a horse girl.
Yay!
I spent my whole life looking for you. Finally, I found you.
I don't know why she sounds like Buttercup from the from Powerpuff Girls.
Because
But that's just the voice they chose to give her. I think she gets a different voice actor from this point forward. She sounds like fucking Rainbow Dash! She does! I don't know why. They were like, that's the perfect voice for our spunky older sister Hoshiden character. Perfect voice.
Rainbow Dash.
Rainbow Dash. I don't know. So, the battle begins. Korn once again has to fight and defeat another Hoshiden sibling for the sake of her plan for world peace. This chapter sucks because retainers are stronger than she is, which is really funny. On a side note, this is the only chapter where her retainers act like retainers and are there for her to protect her and beg her not to die. Like, oh my god. But it's not enough. Korn's army defeats Hinoka fairly easily. Again, she's really easy to defeat compared to her like retainers. She sounds because her VA is Buttercup. Okay, I had a feeling. I just never looked it up because I was lazy. Okay, I had a feeling. So that was Buttercup. Epic.
Amazing.
You know, Buttercup, local soldier in war. I mean, it fits, I guess. Korn insists that she must at least be killed by her own hands and let her remaining soldiers escape with their lives. Korn takes Hinoka to an isolated part of the battlefield. Korn tells her that she has to kill her and she's so sorry or her father will punish them both with fates worse than death. So she lifts up her sword, screams loud enough for everyone surrounding to hear, and strikes and misses. Korn tells Hinoka to give her weapon to show Garen that she did defeat Hinoka in battle. Hinoka is shocked, but is so happy that Korn really was on Hoshido's side all along, just like she thought. Because apparently, these bitches are so not trusting, but also understandable. Apparently, they were just not trusting. I don't get it either. Korn tells her to run away before King Gare gets any word that Korn let her live. Despite her protests, Hinoka obliges, and after Kimela threatens and also flirts with her, to run away and hide till the war is over, but not before begging her to find a way to spare her brother. She doesn't know what she do. She loses Ryoma. As she runs away, she also prays that Ryoma doesn't kill Korn and kill her lovely dream of having her family all unite together someday.
Aww.
Ryoma will wait patiently for to his revenge. Oh, don't talk to me about the VOD. I'll literally start crying, Emily. I'm so upset. It's fine. So we're here. The final stretch.
Yay.
After Hinoka runs away, Korn and her army raid the castle to look for Ryoma. Azura tells Korn of a secret place in front of the throne room where she's sure Ryoma is waiting for them. Iago regroups with Korn before her and Azura can find him on their own. Things are not looking to be in their favor, especially when they find Ryoma is waiting for them and he looks ready to kill. This is actually a really fucking metal-ass cutscene. Look at him. Look at Matthew Mercer.
You have done well so far. But that was just practice.
He's ready.
God.
He's ready. Lobster Lord is ready to kill.
Hi, Matt Mercer.
Hi, Matt
More
Mercer.
games. To the death.
Nice to see you again.
Nice to see you here. My good best friend, my real life best friend, Matt Mercer.
Good buddy. A good personal pal.
My good old personal pal, Matt Mercer. Iago agrees with Korin before Iago doesn't help by rubbing in Ryoma's face that Sakura's been captured, Takumi's killed himself, and that Korin killed Hinoka. He then throws her bloody lance at him as proof. Ryoma is full of rage and challenges Korin on a one-on-one duel so that he can avenge Hinoka. I don't know how he does this, but everyone gets shoved out of the room so that it's only Korin and Ryoma in the room. I don't know how he did it. And then Prince Ryoma waits patiently for his revenge, only for 25 turns. After that, he will begin his assault.
Done well so far.
That's insane.
So he...
Shut up, Matt Mercer.
Shut up, Matt Mercer. God. So he traps us in a room, and then for 25 turns, he just stares at Korin and doesn't move! For no reason. He's like, I will kill you. I will get revenge for my sister.
He's at least polite. He's waiting his turn.
He's like, I will avenge my sister in 25 turns. It's like, okay, dude.
Okay, Matt Mercer.
Okay, Matt Mercer, pop off. Iago and...
Every time we find out somebody's voiced by Matt Mercer, it's just him. It's just Matt Mercer.
It's just Matt Mercer. It's just him.
Nobody else. It's just Matt Mercer.
Just good old Matt Mercer. Iago and... What?
I couldn't remember the fucking Persona 5 guy's
It's
name.
no use.
Fucking warehouse boy.
Yusuke!
No,
You keep calling him Matt Mercer. He has a name.
no, his name's Matt Mercer.
Okay. Kawaii Flowers 11. Thanks so much for the follow. Love you, little tadpole now. Welcome. Your OC is really pretty. Thank you. Oh god, where was I? Oh yeah, Ryoma went patiently for 25 turns. Iago and Garen tell Xander not to interfere with their duel, but he has none of it and tells his siblings that they're gonna have to fight against the reinforcements to get to Korin. Xander and the stretch. I would love to. Oh, I heard every single bone of mine pop back into place.
I think I heard some of them too.
Oh god, I have such bad posture. Korin just sits there or takes on Ryoma slowly but surely, depends on how leveled up Korin is as you play. Either way, finally, when Ryoma is taken down, him and Korin are far enough from the others that Korin tells him that Hinoka is alive and that she lied so that Garen wouldn't kill her. Her yato glows for a moment as she speaks, and Ryoma notices. When Garen approaches, she tells him that Ryoma is at death's door. However, Garen wants to see her kill him herself.
Oh.
Her troops and Ryoma himself. Korin begs him to spare him, and Iago and Garen threaten to kill her troops, and Ryoma himself. Finally, Ryoma speaks up and tells Korin that she's still his beloved sister and that everything will be okay.
Oh.
I cannot fall into the hands of an enemy, so I...
What the fuck?
Yeah.
Samurais. Final duty.
Hey, Nintendo!
Hey, Nintendo!
I'm counting.
I'm uncomfy.
Fun fact, that sizzling is his literal insides being cooked because of his lightning sword. So yeah! Can you imagine being 15-year-old Chai who just witnessed that with her fucking eyeballs?
I don't know how 25-year-old me is handling it.
Yeah, so, Ryoma's fucking dead.
Oh, I just had a full body chill.
Yup. Oh shit, rip this person.
Oh, seven's in the chat for my boy Matt Mercer.
Oh, Seven's and Matt Mercer, at least canonically dead. That's crazy. yeah, Matt Mercer, rest in peace. Yeah, that cutscene is fucked up, right?
Yes, that's the most fucked up thing I've seen. And I listen. I'd rather watch a scooping scene again. I'd rather watch somebody get scooped.
I never thought you would ever bring up the scooping scene again. Yep.
Because that scooping scene was something. That was traumatizing. I'm traumatized.
So true, Valpenia. So true. Oh god. So, Corn... So true, Valpenia. So Corn and Azura stare in shock at Ryoma's dead body while Garen maniacally laughs behind them. While Corn and Azura and Hoshido have lost everything, Garen has won. Corn can't take it anymore and leaves the room while Azura chases after her. Corn mumbles to herself over and over again that she can't cry, and she doesn't have the time to cry, and if she cries, then Ryoma's sacrifice will be in vain. She then tries to repeat a mantra to herself that she's King Garen's child, a ruthless killer, but it's all a lie. Just like her whole life, she finally breaks down into a sobbing mess once Azura catches up to her, sobbing in a corridor alone. Azura tells her that while they broke their promise to Hinoka, they can't break their promise to Ryoma. Corrin promises not to fail Ryoma and fulfill his dying wishes, and her and Azura sob together in the dark away from the rest of the Norian soldiers who are celebrating their victories. Azura says, "My brother, he smiled as he died. He smiled just for you. You will fulfill his promise, won't you? His dying wish? But for just a brief moment, may I cry with you?"
I'm not having fun anymore, Try. I'm traumatized.
Welcome to Fire Emblem. I never said it was a good time. So, but we're in the home stretch. You traumatize me. You scare me. Is that you at me? Are you that TikTok audio at me?
Yes.
With Ryoma and Takumi dead, Sakura captured and Hinoka in hiding, Nor has successfully captured Hoshido. Corrin is excited to get this over with and kill him, so she urges him to sit down the throne that is now rightfully his. He goes to the throne room alone to pray to Ankinos before sitting on the throne, leaving the Norian siblings outside to wait. This is it. Corrin needs to wait a few moments, and goddammit, Iago! Iago blasts magic in Corrin's way, and she barely dodges in time. It's fucking bullshit. Hold on, did the music pause? Did I die? Am I still here?
I hear you.
Okay, suddenly the music just stopped, and I got so scared. The silence.
Oh no.
Iago blasts some magic Corrin's way, and she barely dodges in time. Iago had sent soldiers to patrol around the castle, and they had reported back to him that Hinoka had been spotted running away because she's a fucking idiot who didn't leave when she was supposed to, proving that Corrin lied and left her alive. To Iago, this betrayal is an act of treason, and the only possible punishment is death, and he'll kill her himself. The only thing that's standing in his way, however, is Xander, who stands up to defend his little sister. He'll be crowned with a lot. He'll be a coward with a lot of shit, but he will not let Iago, of all people, hurt Corrin. Nah. So Xander calls him a disgrace, and Leo, Camilla, and Elise follow after. Turns out literally no one fucking liked Iago and Hans, and they were just waiting for the chance to kill them themselves. Corrin also drops this banger of a line for the battle phase as the chapter begins. "I always try to avoid needless violence, but there's an exception to every rule. You want to see me act more like you, like a merciless killer? Then watch this. You may be on the side of Nor, but I will punish you all the same." Which, go off, queen. About time. Fun fact, if you have Corrin take down Iago, he takes his sweet time telling her that he's the one who sent the Faceless to kill Lilith, he's the one who told Garen to tell her to kill Ryoma, and he's the one who told Hoshido that Corrin would be in Mekarath when Elise was ill. He did it all to make Corrin suffer because he hates her. And so does Garen and Hans, and for some reason he hates her the most. Just because? I guess he says all that to make her dragon rage all over the place and be reckless, but it doesn't matter. Corrin and co defeat him and kill Hans, and Iago begs for his life. He tries to blame King Garen, saying that he too is just following orders, but Leo specifically basically tells him L plus ratio plus die. Leo deals the final blow, and Elise, Camilla, and Xander praise him for getting rid of that pest. While they're celebrating, Corrin and Azura realize it's finally time to tell them that it's not over yet. There's still King Garen to defeat. They shockingly react horribly to this, even though we spent the entire game having the siblings constantly talk shit about how much they were afraid of their father and how cruel and hate how cruel he was. Why do y'all suddenly have a problem with getting rid of him, huh? Whatever. Corrin tells them that if they don't believe her that Garen is no longer human, then just open the door and see for themselves. What do you mean our dad is a tyrannical monster? What do you mean our tyrannical dad is a monster?
Oh
No! Before they head inside the throne room, Leo rightfully questions that if Corrin and Azura knew this whole time that Garen was a monster, and why didn't they tell anyone? Corrin and Azura try to explain that they knew no one believed them without the truth, and their proof is something they can't explain. Xander chooses to trust in Corrin after saying she'll be branded and hunted down as a traitor if she turns out she's lying. Like, bruh, God. Something for the Kingdom of Nor. This is the last chapter, I'm tired of it. Then they finally head inside to see his true form. Warning, goop. Goop man!
TV now?
Father,
Oh.
how could...
Why is only the Goop 2D?
I don't know. Goop man! Don't we love Goop man?
Goop.
Goop! Then they finally head inside to see his true form. Needless to say, the Northern siblings are rightfully frightened by their father's true form. Garen swings his big slimy arm around and attacks at least Leo and Camilla with one strike. Corrin tries to rally up the siblings to fight, but they are hesitant to raise a sword against someone they once called father. They only stand up to fight when Xander tells everyone that he's done being pushed around by Garen. He has his happy childhood memories of when Garen was alive and stern but fair and a loving father that he pushed away for years, but looking back at it now, knowing what he knows now, Garen died, literally, a long time ago. He apologizes to his siblings for letting it get this far, and at his declaration of joining Corrin's side, his Siegfried sword begins to glow, and the Yato transforms into its next form, the Shadow Yato. The siblings all rise up and work together to attack their father and his faceless army he summons.
Yay.
Oh my god, the German musical song came on. Holy shit.
What?
The German musical song. Don't worry about it. Rest in shit, Garen, fuck you. Corrin and crew take down Garen, and his body evaporates into thin air after he's defeated. With that, the war is over. Corrin happily talks about wanting to free all the Hoshidan prisoners, and
Oh. How are there still that many cutscenes left? Oh.
I am betrayal.
Takumi!
Oh no. I forgot about him.
Forgot about him, didn't you?
I did.
Why is there another fucking Walter White? Jesus Christ. Hi, real Walter White. Welcome. Yeah, let's have all out. Alright, who let him in here? Seriously, how do you get past all the soldiers outside? Takumi is here. He's shaking and purple and speaking damn near incoherently, and all he wants is Corrin dead. He shoots at Corrin frantically, but the Norian siblings protect her at every turn. Azur notices that he must be possessed, much like Garen was, and it might be too late to save him, so they should just pick up their swords and fight and kill him, just like they did Garen. For someone who was raised with Takumi, she's sure ready to kill him. Like, Azura?
I mean,
I guess, but damn. Corrin tells Takumi that the war is over, but she is to blame for all his suffering, to use her as an outlet for all his pain, since it's the only thing she can do for him at this point. Takumi then shoots Corrin with an arrow, and she falls to the ground, dead. Also, he shattered.
Finally.
Also, he shattered the Shadow Yacht with that single shot. Oops, rip Bozo.
I'm
finally free from this mortal realm.
No, we gotta go to your limbo.
Oh, we have a oh god.
Welcome to limbo. Okay, she's not technically dead. Corrin wakes up in the void, tired and confused. There to greet her is her mother, Mikoto. Around Mikoto, the setting changes and suddenly her and Corrin are in her childhood home. Mikoto acts as if everything is normal, like this is a world where Corrin was never taken away to Nor, and Ryoma is waiting to train her like a good princess of Hoshido. Except the fantasy only lasts a few moments, where Ryoma tells her that she can't stay, and that she can't forget his dying words. Suddenly, the scenery changes, and her and Ryoma and Mikoto are in a field where she had to choose between Hoshido and Nor. Ryoma tells her that she can still return home, and she's not entirely dead yet. She starts to hear the cries of Xander and Azura from the real world being attacked by Takumi. His rage has not yet subsided. She then hears the sounds of all her allies and friends call for her to come back to life. Fun fact is nothing that took from Awakening, but I'll allow this one. Also, look, even your son cries for you! It's so upsetting! Look at my baby! Mama, don't leave me. I promise I'll be a good boy from now on. Please! It's so upsetting! Also, this is your son, Colleen. I forgot to mention you married!
Oh god, why? Okay, I guess I have a kid now.
You're a mother! That's right, guys. Korean canonically fucks.
I hate that sentence.
Before she wakes up, Takumi also appears in this limbo and begs her to kill him so that his soul can be free. He hands her his Fujin Yumi and tells her she's the only hope he has left. He tells her that all he wanted was for them to be as close as she is with her Norian siblings. But it's congrats! Cologne says congrats.
This ends my relationship.
I can't believe Fire Emblem was the final straw. God, my influence. He tells her that all he wanted was for them to be as close as she is with her Norian siblings, but it's too late for that now. He regrets not giving Corrin a chance. Corrin shares her goodbyes with her mother and brother, and Lilith appears to guide her back to Nor. It's so cute. They hold hands as she goes back into the real world. And then, final battle!
Yay!
So, with Corrin revived and her Shadow Yata repaired thanks to Takumi's ghost blessing, I don't understand how it works either, she is back and ready to end this once and for all and avenge her little brother that she couldn't protect. The room starts to fall apart and is flooded with something called dark water. There's the water motif again. Azura mumbles to herself a quiet apology to Takumi for not being by his side to save him as she begins to sing her forbidden song. She knows that doing this means she's going to be seeing Takumi and Ryoma very soon, but she doesn't warn anyone about this. With Azura's song playing loudly, Takumi's power weakens. Corrin's army begins their assault, and a long battle later, they finally defeat him. He whispers his gratitude to Corrin before dying, for real this time, and disappearing into bubbles. With this, the war is officially over. But not before Corrin questions just what was it that was possessing Takumi and Garen, and if sadness and anger grow so strong, they create a monster of their own? Man, great question, and Corrin, looks like someone's gotta buy the DLC to find out! I hate this game.
Oh my god.
And while Corrin and Xander talk about the future and justice and how now the war is over, they can strive for peace forever, and Corrin notices Azura is gone. Anyway, man, that's crazy. I wonder what happened. Anyway, fuck you. Didn't buy the DLC, fuck you. Get the doomed ending, idiot. I hate you. Fuck you. We never see Azura again, by the way. All the siblings just assumed that she'd run away as soon as the war ended. They all miss her dearly, but there are things to do, and they only hope wherever she is, she's happy. She's not, she's dead. Sorry. She just dies off screen. It's never talked about. Xander is crowned by Gunter to be now King Xander of Nor. With him in charge, all the siblings can agree that his crowning is assuring a new era of peace and the kingdom rising again. Xander declares an alliance with Hoshido and a future of peace and prosperity for Nor. Elise, Leo, Camilla, and Korn goof around during Xander's speech, which earns them some nasty glares from Gunter and a lecture from Gramps about etiquette, but everything's fairly normal for them. Things are looking up. Hinoka and Sakura even attend his coronation. Xander had signed a permanent peace treaty with Hoshido, so they could visit whenever they wanted, and Hinoka is to be crowned queen soon, and all the Norians are to be invited to her ceremony. According to Sakura, she's been training to be more queen-like. It's going terrible. But it's because she always thought Ryoma and Takumi could never die, and that they'd take the throne just fine. Almost forgot about that. Hinoka warns everyone that they're not going to be very well liked when the Norians will go to Hoshido, but that's just how it is in a post-war world. There's even a banquet where everyone attends to, and it truly feels like the world is at peace. After the banquet, Korn is even visited by Azura's spirit. Korn hopes that they can meet again someday. Also, Azura is like, listen carefully to my song, and you might sense a power you didn't before. And Korn is like, cool. Anyway... After all is said and done, Korn is with her family. Despite everything, it's all she wanted. And with that, the conquest path is done with this finale.
Come on, hurry up!
Tick Cam.
Oh God, hello!
Let me help. Did you oversleep again?
Sorry, with the Tick Cam, forgot to warn you before it happened. Big titty jump scare me when I look in the mirror.
You're just in time. You've always had a gift for that. No doubt you always will.
I love them. I love them so much.
There was no sense in this war. Only madness and greed. War is monstrous. We're told to make war to support our country.
Just my legs in the back.
It's really good.
Told by those who profit from bloodshed. In my reign as Nor's new king, I vow to seek peace and understanding.
I love her, my
With
baby.
you to guide my hand.
And that's it.
Yay!
And then the next slide is Birthright, and that's for next week. We did it.
God. Oh, so many war crimes.
So many war crimes.
Who let that many war crimes happen?
Nintendo.
Nintendo. Hey, Nintendo, what the fuck?
Nintendo's got issues and also problems.
Yeah.
Yay! Everybody, welcome to part 2. Let's begin with arguably, unfortunately, the worst path in the game. Let's go!
Let's go!
Welcome to part 5, Birthright! Alright, remember everyone's names. We got Korn, we got Jacob, we got Felicia, Sakura, Hinoka, Takumi, and Ryoma.
Matt Mercer.
Oh, Cherry. This entire PowerPoint in total is 320 slides long.
I told 3 games. Give me a break.
I told my dad the number of slides you made, and he just goes, "What? That's not okay."
When I say
yes,
I'm
I
obsessed with this game, I'm obsessed with this game.
Oh my god, we all on nothing. On nothing. We were on nothing. This was just pure, unadulterated us.
See, the best part about this, Cherry, is I had nothing to do with this. I just show up.
Yeah, Colleen does none of the work. Colleen just shows up and looks pretty. That's your job here.
I do it very well.
You do. You're just here to give us live Colleen reactions. All right, Ashley, do you want to start with slide 1? Welcome to Birthright. Let's go.
Hey, welcome to the clown show. So you decided blood is thicker than water. Interesting choice. Despite the obvious neglect on the writer's part to flesh out these siblings, I applaud you for that much. There is 70% less genocide on this route, though.
Yay!
So.
It's an improvement from last time.
Such an improvement.
So Corin tells Xander to back off, which he doesn't take very well, if you remember the entire Branch of Fate thing.
Yep.
He also reveals that he knew that she was of Hoshidan blood, but tries to coax her back to Nor since she's still his little sister, despite the lack of blood ties. Aw, we love that. Unfortunately, that's not this path.
Yep.
Corin, however, has had enough of Garen's bullshit. She rightfully points out that if Garen considered her family, then why orchestrate an attack where she could have easily become collateral if not for her birth mother sacrificing herself? She tries to get Xander to see reason, but he is not having it. And
give me a second, guys. My dad's calling real quick. I just need to pick up since he's literally in the ER.
Right.
That's fair. That's fair. Hi, Emily. Hi, Emily. Colleen is our designated court jester. It's true. And we love Colleen for it.
We do.
Do you guys want to hear some behind-the-scenes tea about making this fucking PowerPoint?
Uh-oh.
Ashley and I, for the last 3 nights, have been pouring blood, sweat, and also tears into finishing this on time so that it would be ready for today. This is the longest PowerPoint I've ever made.
Yeah, when I put free 20 slides into the general chat, that was the end time. That was literally when we finished the final slide.
That was like, what, 1 in the morning?
No, I think it was 12.
Okay, so 12. Close enough.
Yeah, 12. And I just realized there was other things I wanted to add to the bonus slides, but it's too late now.
It's too late. It's too late. I have such admiration for your commitment to these. Hey, I'm insane, and I'm proud of it.
Yeah,
it
we're
takes
fucking...
so much effort to make these. You guys have no fucking idea. The amount of research, the amount of fact-checking, because that's the fun thing about this game that we'll get into later during a moment. There's a lot of misinformation.
I forgot. I apparently took my dad's glasses and wallet with me from the ER.
Oh, goodness.
Oh.
So,
are we good?
Yeah.
All right.
All right.
So when RJ leaves to go see him, he has to come pick him up.
Okay, cool.
Okay. All right. I guess let's continue.
Yeah.
She tries to get Xander to see reason, but he is not having it, and he attacks her. He calls her a traitor and says that she can side with Hoshido over his dead body, which is a reaction to have. He still thinks that they brainwashed her, I guess. Ryoma intervenes and says to Corin that dying as a martyr won't help anyone, so the only solution is violence.
I mean, that's usually the solution, ain't it?
Yeah. Jacob also catches up with Corin.
My wife! My wife!
Corin also points out that he has terrible fucking timing. The Hoshidan swiftly kick the Norians' asses because if you remember from the past, Birthright is the easy mode. It's the baby mode of the free games. So they're forced to retreat. Corin laments that she must fight Nor, but she's sure that she made the right choice. So Lilith just kind of shows up to take Jacob and the rest of the army to my castle. Gotta justify why everyone just goes there now.
I mean...
Yeah.
Welcome to... Nor immediately does a war crime. Oh my god! Hi, Ella! Hello!
Hi!
Hi! Sometime after the family feud, I'm having a great day. We're doing the finale, and I'm very happy. I've been waiting for this day for so long.
Mood.
How long has it been? We need to reset the timer. 0 days since last war crime.
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah.
Also, fun fact about this path that I need to explain to you about Birthright. The thing about Birthright is that the appeal of Birthright is that you're with your blood family again, and they're so happy to see you. You spend I think 86% of this path just finding them again. Because immediately after the Branch of Fate, they all separate for some reason.
Oh my god.
That's how you know they didn't know what to do with Birthright.
It's real bad.
Which is weird, because Birthright was the script that was written first.
Yeah, so I don't know what the fuck happened. So, sometime after the family feud, Azura and Korn are just kind of chilling. The Hoshina siblings kind of just went their own separate ways. They never really explain it. Just bam, Azura and Korn are walking towards the fort. Oh yeah, that's also never explained. We just end up at the fort.
Oh, here
Yeah.
you are.
They arrive at Fort Jinya, which has been turned into a makeshift hospital to help Sakura. She's already arrived ahead of them and is tending to the wounded. We're then introduced
Yes, Data. There were too many fucking writers for this game.
Yeah, 14 was the total?
14 was the total writer, editor. That's the entire writing team.
Mm-hmm.
Again, I've said before, most writing teams is 3 to 5 people.
I did press record. I remembered because I'm a good streamer now. I'm a good streamer now. That's what 2023 is all about. Me remembering to hit record.
I'm proud of you.
Thank you. When we arrive, we're introduced to Sakura's retainers / apparent best friends, Tsubaki and Hana. That's these two motherfuckers right here. Tsubaki's the red one. That's their only personality trait. I lied. Tsubaki is one of the 2 male Pegasus Knights in the series. They're both in the same game. But Mr. the Elements Pegasus Knight, shut up. That's enemy only, so it doesn't count. Personality-wise, Tsubaki is a perfectionist and Hana is a samurai tomboy. Cool. They're not important to the story, so nobody cares.
Kind of here.
Yep. Like, they're the first retainers you see, and they're pretty boring.
And also, Hana has pretty consistently bad stat growth, at least in my experience, so I've never really used her either.
I used Hana in Birthright, and she was really fucking good.
I did not have that. I think I got handed a bad card, like, day 1. She had really bad growth for me.
Yeah. We mentioned this before. Units are live and die by the RNG.
Yeah. The fort is suddenly surrounded by Norian soldiers, despite it being a hospital right now and not an active military stronghold, which is a war crime! We hit our first war crime! 20 minutes into the path starting, we've already done a war crime. The Norian army is being led by Silas, Korn's number 1-sided bestie. Unfortunately, Korn doesn't remember shit, which breaks poor Silas's heart. Sad. Silas would take her out to the fortress, which was illegal. When he was found out, he was beaten and sent to be executed. But Korn begged for him not to die, so he was banished instead. Despite this very traumatic incident, he's pretty forgettable.
Really?
Poor Silas, we'll give him a blurb. He's very easygoing and kind of blunt. After beating the shit out of him, Korn realized that Silas was holding back. After a short convo where it is once again revealed that Silas needs friends that are not Korn, she remembers him. She tells Garen is off his shits and Silas goes, "Oh shit, really?" And then he joins. He'll be relevant 2 more times in this path. Let's go!
Let's go!
Ashley.
Men are fucking useless!
But they've got great tits. Look at that.
Damn.
Saizo returns! Last time we saw him, he was trying to murder us. Now he comes bringing bad news alongside a diviner named Orochi. Now we can talk about Saizo. He is Ryoma's retainer. He's very serious, no-nonsense man with an impulsive temper. Also, he's Kazu's older twin brother. I know, they just look so similar. If you remember Kaze, you will see Kaze again.
I'm going to need visuals.
It was green.
I'm very bad with names, and just especially with this. There's so many motherfuckers here, guys.
I know. Trust me,
Why
we
is
know.
there so many.
Trust me,
Do
you
wanna
fucking
show
know.
You want to show Kaze right now, or do you just want to wait until Kaze is
I'll just
Kaz will show up
like,
eventually.
here he is!
Remember, Kaz is the green ninja. Not like Ninjago, but he's just a ninja who's green.
I remember one time I saw Ninjago fan art, but it wasn't like obvious Ninjago fan art, and I'm just looking at it. It's like, why is this bitch? Why does Phil's a Minecraft look like that?
No! Shut up! 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 Ashley, keep reading. We're not going down this path.
I love you.
Orochi is Mikoto's former retainer. She likes to tease people, is very competitive. Side note, Kaze is important again. He's actually been with Korn since chapter 4. Oops on my part. Just didn't have enough room on the slides. What was I gonna do? Anyways, he's a calm man and loyal to Korn. It's actually pretty popular with women, though he doesn't understand why, because he's fucking dense as fuck. As it turns out, Ryoma and Takumi are missing and probably have been kidnapped. Uh-oh.
Again,
Birthright
Birthright has been going on for like a single day. We've already lost 3 of the siblings. 2 of them have been kidnapped.
No.
They were last seen headed towards Izumo, so the gang decide to go there. Everyone tries to get Sakura to stay at home because she's a small, fragile healer, but she's also our only healer, so we're sending her to war. Saizo's also distrustful of Silas because he's a Norian and Korn by extension, but Kaze tries to assuage his fears. I didn't say there was less racism on this route. This is more xenophobia. It's the same difference. To get to Izumo, we must cross the Eternal Stairway. I suppose there's no 5-minute stairway we could have taken instead? Okay, Corin gets a little chuckle. Just this one.
A little
So
tiki.
funny.
The gang
This
gets
is a reminder. I'm Corin in this fucking weird ass universe.
Yeah, you get a single chuckle out of us. Congratulations.
I'm
Also,
so glad.
Satyr is pissed that you called Lloyd Filza. You need to apologize to him directly.
I'm sorry. He looked like, okay, in my defense, it wasn't tagged. It didn't look like it was fucking Lego. It was just a blonde dude in a green karate uniform. Cut me some slack.
The gang gets attacked by Faceless on the way there, so we do what we do best and kill them all.
Yay.
Corin does a war crime. Oopsies.
Oopsie.
After killing the Faceless, Corin and Co. see that instead of nasty zombies littering the floor, it's people. Oopsies. It's later revealed that she's only injured them despite their models laying on the ground dead. They're not very clear about that in this scene though. I think that was a change in the localization only though.
Probably, but I did note that they changed that, and I was like, huh.
Yeah, it's a very interesting change. They really... Here's the thing. We talked about this in the localization section. They try so hard to make Hoshido the good guys. Mm-hmm. They try really hard, and by doing that, they erase a lot of story for just no reason. It's weird. It's really weird.
Localization has this weird thing where they see characters do bad shit, and they're like, oh, we have to somehow make them more morally good instead of keeping their original character. And there's only one time where they did this that makes sense, as in I agree that they should have done that. But for the most part, no.
Yeah, it's just strange.
Yeah.
Azure recognized their clothing as being from the Wind Tribe, which means they just injured their allies' citizens. Double oopsies! But how could this have happened? In comes Iago. Remember Iago? Garen's right-hand man?
Yeah, he's that bitch.
Yep, look at him. The fucking obviously evil rat man. Yeah.
This greasy man.
That's him.
That's him. He reveals that he made the Wind Tribe people appear as faceless to Corin and her army using his illusion magic. He then disappears like the greasy, ass-haired bitch he is, further cementing how obviously evil Nor is. So now we have to make a detour to the Wind Tribe village to try to explain why we attacked innocents. Saying an evil magician made me do it is not a valid excuse, sadly. My therapist taught me that one. Apparently it's not a good coping mechanism to blame it on evil wizards.
I guess I need a new coping mechanism
Yeah,
now.
sorry I had to find out this way. Corin tries to be the voice of reason to the Wind Tribe villagers, which means it fails because it's Corin. Sakura and Azura speak up, and the villagers are confused as to why they're with us, so they decide to take us to Chief Fuga. You know, Mr. Clean over there. Well,
Mr. Clean!
Yeah, take does not necessarily mean talk with in this case. Fuga decides to beat the shit out of us and judge our innocence based on vibes, which is kind of valid. So Corin must fight her way through the desert to get to Fuga and defeat him.
Christ.
I will take sand over wind fuckery any day. Birthright here just gets sand in that instead of that fucking wind gimmick in Conquest. Everyone cheer!
Yeah, that was my cheer. I'm so fucking happy. I hate the Wind Tribe. God.
Hinoka's here too. She's confused as to why the Wind Tribe is suddenly hostile. Her two retainers decide to give her a bigger headache by being the funniest bitches alive. Azama is a nihilistic priest who's mean as fuck, but like in a funny way. Half of his humor is absurd, which is perfect humor for me.
Oh, I love him.
Setsuna is an ADHD queen. She has no attention span, hyper-focuses only on things that she wants to do, doesn't understand sarcasm, and is a maladaptive daydreamer. She's pretty funny too, but unfortunately almost always gets benched for Takumi. Rip.
Damn.
Yeah.
No,
so
I'm
I like
actually
Takumi
sinking in some
better.
quicksand. Am I going to die now? Physically, yes, probably, but your spirit will live on in our memories.
Oh, I love them. I want more of them.
God, me
Oh,
too! Me fucking too!
Yeah, they're one of the best retainers in fucking Birthright.
Oh, I love these little bitches.
So Corn and Hinoka...
Unfortunately, this is the only time that will be brought up in the main story ever.
Yeah, I'm so sorry.
I know, but they're so funny.
sure.
I love them. I'll
Yeah,
send
sure,
I'll
but
send
the
you their
other
supports
unfortunately.
later. They are the funniest characters in this game.
So Corn and Hinoka reunite, and Hinoka tells her that she was in the capital, but left to catch up with their brothers. Corn goes, "Ooh, about that." After trudging through the sand at a comfortable 5 feet per hour, I don't like sand maps, but it's better than
Insert-
wind.
It is better
Insert
than the wind.
Anakin Skywalker quote here.
Yeah.
Damn it!
Corn
I knew I was forgetting to do a bit. Okay,
But I make the Star Wars reference.
but okay, no, behind the scenes, I will find it in my Canva. I actually started to make the bit where I took screenshots of Anakin's entire rant, and I just put your face on Anakin the whole time. I forgot to put it in. I was so mad. Alright, keep
Emily should
reading.
be proud of me. I made a Star Wars reference.
I'm proud of you.
So Corn finally beats Fuga in hand, sword, to hand, club, combat. Fuga is impressed enough to let Corn explain the attack and also reveals that he knows about the Yato. Apparently he was friends with King Sumeragi and used this battle to double as a test of Corn's worthiness to wield it. Something about the Seal of Flames and having the power to end the world. Who the fuck cares? He also knew we were innocent from the start based on Corn's behavior, i.e. apparently nobody would immediately turn themselves in, I guess? This is logic.
Also, no, the Yato isn't the evil sword. That was Ganglari. This is the Yato. This is the sword that was inside the dragon statue.
Okay.
Yeah.
Ganglari has exploded to
Remembered
bits.
it was a sword.
Yeah.
Yeah, Ganglari has exploded to bits, and that's what killed Mikoto. It's everyone! It's Mose jump scare time!
Who the fuck is this child?
So you want to do the honors?
Yeah, I'll do the honors. This is Mozu, my daughter, my child, my sweet cinnamon roll. It's her, the one and only Mozu. Everyone clap right the fuck now for my daughter.
We are clapping.
Thank you. Who is Mozu? Great question. Awakening had this. Remember Awakening? Again, it's still the ghost that haunts this game. Awakening had this character named Donald. Donald was a random villager your army could pick up in its own separate paralogue. He never appears in the main story. It's recommended to pick him up because even though he's weak at first, he gets insane growths. Mozu is Fates' Donald. She never appears in the main story. She only matters if you decide to do this paralogue. Arguably, she's not as broken as Donald, but with the right growth, she turns into a mini Takumi, aka a critical hit machine. To summarize her paralogue story, her entire village is massacred by Faceless. Corn stops by, kills the Faceless, and offers her a spot in her army, since she has nowhere else to go. You can get her after Chapter 7 in all paths, and the window to get her is always open. You could go pick her up before the final battle if you wanted to. She's a cute farm girl who's really strong and blunt, but a little bit shy due to, well, the above events. And yeah, that's less her story importance, but everyone usually has her in the final army either way because she has insane growths.
Unless you're me, whose Mozu's first 5 level ups had no strength growth. So I had
That's
to
so
bench
tragic. That's so tragic. I've used her every fucking round I've ever done.
her.
Alright, so that was Mozu jump scare. We will never see
You're
her
never
again.
seeing her again.
Oh my god, the other child.
Oh my god, someone not trying to kill us for once. Corrin thanks him and gets ready to leave now that everything's been sorted out. She's kind of confused over what the hell the Seal of Flames is, and Azura hypothesized that there may be more than one Yato out there. She's not wrong, but technically, you know.
Yeah.
Fuga then stops them to introduce us to his adopted son, Hayato, who is taking this entire war thing as a chance to get real-world experience. He's a magic prodigy that uses his arrogance as Samias to basically hide the fact that he looks like a middle schooler. and he probably is a middle schooler. He's also rushed at staff birth.
Because I look like a fucking middle schooler.
So now that we get to keep the Wind Tribe as our ally, it's off to Izumo for real this time. The army, technically not an army, it's really just a missing persons unit at this point, gets into Izumo with no conflict at all, which wouldn't be unusual considering that the land is neutral territory, but Azura is suspicious. Corin also asks a random soldier if they've seen her brothers in the battle near the country, and they go, "What battle? No siree, no battle here at all."
There is no war in Ba Sing
I was
Se.
about to say the same shit. There is no war in Ba Sing Se.
There is no war in Izumo.
The gang meet Archduke Izana, the leader of Izumo, 5-time winner of Best Hair in Izumo, Japanese Lucio, whatever you like to call him. He's
Exactly.
fucking weird.
Fucking fancy bitch.
Yeah, fancy
Yeah.
white-haired anime boy.
The wiki calls him flamboyant, which is a word to use. Yeah, I guess.
I think what they meant to
Fruity.
say was gay, but to each their own.
He's
After confusing the royals with his un-archdukey behavior and also telling them they never saw a battle, they decide to leave. Izana stops them from leaving and offers them a spa day, for stress.
For stress.
They do have the best healers on the continent. Korin and Co. agree, and Izana decide to separate Sakura and Korin for some special treatment.
I'm uncomfortable.
It's just prank, bro, though. Korin and Sakura are led to a relaxation room where Korin notices, it's pretty dark in here, and there's a lot of sharp, pointy objects. That's kind of quirky, isn't it? Uh-oh, shocker. It's an ambush. A bunch of Norian soldiers surround the two siblings as Izana reveals that he's not the real Izana. After all, he's actually a Norian illusionist named Zola, who Korin absolutely does not remember, as is par for the course by now. While Zola is gloating that he got to capture 2 Hoshidan princesses, the soldiers start attacking each other. While Korin and Sakura were being led away from the others, Hinoka realized that Izana was a fake because he acted like a complete buffoon, so she and the others disguised themselves to follow them. At least I think they disguise themselves. It's never actually stated what Hinoka does here.
Yeah.
Nice.
The soldiers just start attacking each other, and then she just appears.
Yeah. Zola is insulted that they think his impression of Izana sucked ass, so the army must fight their way through the castle. From the woods comes 2 new characters, Takumi's retainers, Oboro and Hinata. Oboro is one of the cooler characters in the game. Unfortunately, she is extremely xenophobic.
Oh.
Yeah.
She gets character development, only in supports though, because she's not a main story character.
Unfortunate.
Unfortunate. Oboro's personality, they've been wandering around Izumo beating up Norians and looking for Takumi. Oboro's personality quirk is that she hates Nor and anything associated with it. It's her Silda quirk. She's also in love with Takumi, I guess. She's also a fashion designer. She's a seamstress.
Oh, yeah. She's a seamstress. Other things I wasn't able to fit on this slide because I just didn't bloat it. Her hatred of Nor comes from the fact that, was it Norian assassins that killed her parents?
Something like that.
I don't know if it was assassins or just brigands. Her parents were killed by Norians.
Yeah.
I see.
Which, pop off, but Queen, can we please get along? We're trying to fight a fucking war here. Get over yourself. God. Hinata's personality is, just look at him. That's his personality. He's a pretty dumb boy. That's his whole shit.
Just look at him, and if whatever
Makes sense.
personality you just assigned to him, that's him.
That's him. Korin manages to catch up with them and have them join the army, and to decimate the Norians, baby mode is a blessing.
Oh yeah, babies.
Leo cameo. Everyone clap for him.
I'm clapping.
Good. The Hoshidans win the battle, duh. And then Zola gets away using a smoke screen, or at least he tries to. Leo shows up. He uses Brahindler to incapacitate Zola and is ready to execute him.
Decapitate. I was like, oh!
No,
I mean,
unfortunately.
Brahindler probably could do it.
Yeah.
Imagine decapitation by tree. Ugh.
Oh, that'd be so sick.
Yeah. Anyways, and is ready to execute him for embarrassing Nor until Korin pleads with him not to do that for some reason. She says it's because Zola's Norian and Leo shouldn't harm one of his men, which is a take to make.
I mean...
Okay. Whatever.
He did commit crimes.
Whatever. Regardless, Leo throws a hissy fit, calls her a traitor, spares Zola, and then rides off into the sunset. Cora says Leo has changed since her time in Nora and wonders what happened to him, as if she did not just betray him. She could be talking about Leo as a child, but I can't really tell. That's bad writing, babes.
Yeah, that tracks.
Yeah. Izana is released from jail, and it's revealed that, yeah, he's just like that. Hinoka just got lucky on virtue of not knowing Izana. He reveals he was captured before seeing what happened to Ryoma or Takumi, and speculates they fell into the bottomless canyon before backtracking. Why did he come to that conclusion? I don't know. Because he made Sakura cry.
Which is illegal.
Exactly. But it's okay, he's a fortune teller, so he could get some clues that way. The fortune is him saying Lost in Thoughts All Alone, which shocks Azura because only she's supposed to know that song.
It's
What
her
could
one thing.
mean?
It's her one song. Nobody else can know it.
Oh, whatever, who cares about that? Izana also took time to look into Ryoma and Takumi's fortune and was able to tell that they're still alive. That's good.
Yay! Evil ninja time. Fuck what just happened. Now it's evil ninja time. We can't focus on our brothers being gone. We have to go to evil ninja country.
Ninjas to worry about.
So later that night, Korin is contemplating the weird fortune Izana told him, and Azura joins her. She reveals that the song was taught to her by her mother and that it's an old song. She also says that she thinks lyrics are talking about Korin. Spooky. Korin says it's weird to have a song written about her before she was even born, to which Azura responds by sobbing. So that conversation is dropped pretty quickly.
I'm not even kidding. Corey's just like, why would there be a song written about me? And then literally the next scene is Azura going sob, sob. It's so funny, actually.
Fucking amazing.
So the conversation is dropped pretty quickly.
I would imagine so, yeah.
Yeah. Korin asks Azura to hesitate to confide in her if she ever needs it, and then they both turn in for the night, neither of them confiding into each other ever again after this.
Nope.
It's the thought that counts.
Korin asked that Azura to not. I read that. Later, that the gang is trudging through a dense forest in Mokshu territory to get to the Bottomless Canyon, since that's their next clues to where Ryoma and Takumi might have gone. Supposedly, the country is neutral, so Kaza reassures the gang that there's no way Nora could have compromised Mokshu, but you know the song and dance by now. Nothing is ever neutral in this fucking game. Not actually. Zola then appears right behind them, having followed them so he could join them as thanks to Korin for sparing his life. Korin accepts this proposal with little hesitation, and literally everyone around her is like, that's such a bad idea!
Oh my god.
But she reassures them that Zola is of little threat as an exile of Nor with no army backing him up, so basically calling him a wet, pathetic puppy that she wants to take with him. And she does threaten him with death by Hinoka, so that's cool. He's not a playable character, though, sorry. So that paints a picture as to what his fate's gonna be. Well...
So, how long till he betrays us?
Let's have a counter. Let's... I give him a couple days. As the army gets closer to the Bottomless Canyon, Sakura almost gets got by a shuriken, revealing that, Mokshu might not be neutral anymore. The daimyo of Mokshu, Kotaro, reveals himself and says that he has been aligned with Nor, and with the promise of more territory if Hoshido loses. Azura says it was careless of them to consider neutral territory neutral, and honestly, yeah, a little at this point.
The Skrunkly appears! He has all of the diseases. During the battle, Takumi reappears!
Yay!
Great! Unfortunately, he's screaming his head off about murder and death and is also trying to kill his siblings! Not so great.
Not so great.
Azura sings to him Lost in Thoughts All Alone, and that fixes things pretty quickly. Takumi regains his sanity and is slightly confused about where the hell he is right now. She tells him there's no time to explain the situation and just to go fight. Azura also reassures him that he's loved and cherished, and Takumi goes, "What? Okay," embarrassed.
He's such
it's
a
really
little
funny.
Skrunkly. I love him.
If you let Saizo fight Kotaro, you get some fun Saizo lore. Kotaro murdered his father, Saizo the Fourth. Saizo is actually more of a family title than a name. So, that's that cool lore drop. Saizo's full title is Size of the Fifth.
I see.
And then Kaze is just Kaze.
Kaze keeps his name because he's not the head of the family.
Yeah.
So Size of the Fourth, when he disagreed with him, Kotaro dies and the day is saved. The family can reunite properly now that they aren't in danger of dying via shuriken or caltrops. Hooray! But Ryoma isn't here, so they're still missing one. Takumi recounts how he and Ryoma were separated early into battle and that he just casually fell into the bottomless canyon.
Just oops.
He has no
did
idea
a real
how
big
he got out.
oopsie.
He has no idea how he got out, though, and no one decides to question this. They're just, oh, you fell into the canyon? Good thing that you got out.
Wild.
It's so funny too because like arguably this should be a really big fucking deal, but because the Hoshida family is the equivalent of Dollhouse by Melanie Martinez, they're just like, okay, moving on. We don't have time to deal with you, Takumi. We gotta go. We have shit to do.
God.
Also, he doesn't remember being all murderous and is understandably distraught when told what happened, aka him trying to kill his siblings.
Yeah.
He then joins the Ryoma search party and finally calls Azura his sister. Yay for character development!
Yay!
Azura then starts coughing out of nowhere. I'm sure this isn't foreshadowing.
Oh,
Moving on.
He fucking died. Great. Unfortunate, really, but
The boat chapter required in Fire Emblem. My wife. Okay. From a prison, the Hoshidans rescue Kagero, Ryoma's other retainer, who is also a ninja. Yeah, she got kidnapped. And off screen casually, but we got her back. It's okay.
If you remember, the same thing happened to her in Conquest.
And the same thing will happen to her again in Revelations. I'm not even kidding.
Christ.
Think of her as somewhere in between Kaze and Saizo. Calm, collected, and loyal to Ryoma. Also was Orochi's childhood friend, if you remember her. She's also a really, really bad artist.
It's so funny, actually.
That's her character. She's a bad artist, and she's calm, quiet, and collected. That's what she's got going on.
Love her.
After misunderstanding that Ryoma has died because the siblings are not okay, Kagero explains that she doesn't know where Ryoma is. She had left his side to deliver a message to his siblings that he went to investigate a civil strife in Chive. However, she got captured by Mokushu on the way there. Chive is located in Nor, so the gang has to head out to sea to get there. This means that this is the final chapter to take place on the Hoshido side of the continent for this path. The Ryoma Search Party, the RSP for short, managed to board
on a hunt for Matt Mercer.
We are on a literal quest. The war that can wait. We're looking for Matt Mercer. He has our top priority right now.
Matt Mercer must be found.
Right.
Matt Mercer must be found. Putting that on a t-shirt.
Where is this man?
Have you seen him? Now you have. Where is he?
Where in the world is Matt Mercer?
Someone remake the Where in the World is Carmen Sandiego, but Where in the World is Matt Mercer, please, and thank you. I will pay you $5.
They gotta use Ryoma because it matches the color scheme.
Yeah, exactly. I got so distracted. Managed to board a ship. Azura takes the time to remind everyone that they can't get too comfortable on the ships. There could be enemies nearby. Takumi and Hinoka stare at Zola, like, immediately, but Korn reassures them that it's fine. It's just, at this point, Zola is, like, Korn's really ugly dog that she just really wants to keep.
He's fine!
He didn't betray them during the last battle.
The warts were part of his appeal.
The mold growing on his back is a part of his charm. He didn't betray them during the last battle. He didn't betray them during the last battle, and besides, how could he get that info to Nora anyways? Tsukumi still doesn't trust him. Later in the journey, the ship gets caught in a sudden storm. From the sea, the same mysterious figure that killed Mikoto rises and starts attacking the ship. So now we gotta fight on a ship. During the battle, a Kinshi knight named Reina flies in, searching for Korin. She's one of Mikoto's former retainers. Her personality is, Mommy? Sorry. Mommy? Sorry. And when she's in battle, she goes all murder mode. Great stuff. Shame she can only support with Korin, so that's her only character development.
I'm so pissed about that.
Tip, I'm so fucking mad.
Wait, why is the bad guy getting character development?
This is illegal.
After clearing up... Why did that say memories? Okay, I missed that. Okay. After clearing out all the enemies on the ship ship can finally get moving, and psych, the same guy who killed Mikoto, he really needs a name at this point, comes out of nowhere and goes for Takumi's back. Zola throws himself in front of Takumi and takes the sudden blow. Takumi takes his chance to fire a shot, and Sakura helps heal Zola. Now, having proved his change of heart, Takumi apologizes for being rude and doubting him. Zola reaffirms his loyalty to Korin by saying he was just following her lead. Yeah, it's actually kind of nice to see obviously evil bad guys have character develop. Death, you don't get it at all in this game, so savor this moment.
Damn.
Since the game can't exactly dock at one of Nor's ports for obvious reasons, the ship instead docks at, I always mispronounce this, Sykensia? The resort city located in the neutral country of Nestra. Hinoka points out that the people from both Nor and Hoshido visit the city even during wartime. Gotta bring in the money somehow. Korin is immediately introduced to Kaden, a kitsune who somehow found his way to the city from all the way in Hoshido's mountains. He's very lost.
Yeah.
He's the leader of the kitsunes, and his personality quirk is going out of the way to repay favor no matter what, which is how he got lost in the first place. Also, being a fox furry, he's kind of mischievous at times, literally that emoji personified. I married him on my first playthrough. Don't think too much about that. Moving on.
I see.
Moving on, Chai.
I don't even hear Chai.
Chai, we can't hear you, it sounds like. You're
I think they're talking to someone. I think they're muted.
Alright, they're talking to someone.
Yeah.
Maybe we should turn to seagulls again.
Fine.
Chai?
Chai. How are you, Ashley?
I'm doing good.
That's good. I'm running on 4 hours of sleep.
Oh, we're supposed to read the slide. Okay. They're on the
Okay.
phone. I'll read the slide then. The furry is plot relevant. Sorry.
Damn it.
Kaden
I'm slowly recovering from furry-related trauma, so...
It's okay. I'm patting you on the back.
Thank you.
So Kaden owes someone a favor, so he can't go home yet. This someone is a songstress named Lila, who is sobbing in the corner. There's a lot of girls sobbing in the corner in this route.
Me too.
It turns out her mother is sick and she needs to see her, but she's scheduled to perform for, oh dear, King Garen. Oof. She's also his favorite songstress, so oof. But like stronger, you know? Azura offers to replace Lila, as she thinks this is the perfect time to get the advantage over Nor. How? By distracting him with a performance and then capturing him.
Should have just shot him.
Yeah, I think about that too. Anyways, you might see the problem.
If Fire Emblem had guns.
If only Fire Emblem had gun, it would be in the weapon triangle. It defeats all, actually.
I come back to what if Fire Emblem had guns?
If Fire Emblem had gun, it would win over the entirety of the weapon triangle.
Listen, if any Fire Emblem game had guns, it should have been fucking the plot would have been over in an hour exactly. But if any of the games would have had guns, it should have been Tokyo Mirage Sessions because that takes place in modern day.
Yeah, they don't have guns in there.
Because they're cowards. They refuse to give us the gun triangle.
I can't believe this. Anyways, you might see the problem here, and so does Kaden. He points out that Azura and Lila look nothing alike, and colorful hair dye was invented in 1907. That's too late for this time period. But luckily, the RSP has Zola on their side. Zola's a little nervous because Garen is still big scary, but he eventually agrees. His illusion can't change her voice, but the king is sure Garen won't notice a change in vocal range. Layla is free to go visit her mother, and Kaiden is happy at having completed a favor, except now he owes us a favor, which means we're bringing the furry to war.
Oh god.
And do you have any combat experience as a fox? Statements from the utterly deranged.
Is the utterly deranged me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
We'll see it. part of your charm.
Yeah. In the
This is my
showroom.
healing arc. I learned to trust furries again.
Yeah.
It all comes
good-
together.
For the record, before anyone cancels me, I'm talking about one specific furry. I think furries are fine in general. It's just the one furry.
Ad time. Seriously? All right.
Damn.
Oh, well.
Bye, guys.
Bye.
Should have subbed with Prime.
Should have subbed during the subathon. So sorry. All right, keep reading while I try to open dashboard on my computer. If my computer explodes, I'm blaming Stumped.
Okay, no
That's
problem.
reasonable.
In the showroom, the RSB spots Garen, who is attending the performance with Elise by his side. She's pretty bummed and sad, which means Corin is now sad. Understandable. Corin goes on stage and sings the one song she's known for singing like an idiot. Even Corin points out that this is a horrible idea. You know you fucked up if Corin points out it's a horrible idea.
And I'm an idiot.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, guys. 5-second warning. I'm about to hit 30-second ads. All right. 5,
Bye.
4, 3, 2, 1. All right.
Did it explode?
Not yet.
Yeah, we didn't explode.
Oh shit! Hell yeah!
All right, now we have to wait 30 seconds. We can do the next slide.
Alright, so I guess the people who subbed, how you doing?
How you doing, guys?
I subbed.
You're in the VC. but how you? You know, it is true. You did sub. So how are you doing? How are you doing specifically?
Good. Tired.
I was gifted a sub.
You were.
Yeah.
Oh my god, you finally used my emotes, Ashley.
I barely use the chat. I only go in there to scream at you and then disappear.
That is what you do. But now you can use them. But now you can use them.
I could, yeah.
Has been 30 seconds. I don't know. Let's play a song.
Woohoo!
All right. Lost in Thoughts, All Alone, Hoshido Mix. Nintendo, please. Be so fucking kind to me.
Be gentle to us. It isn't the whole song.
Again, this is the one song she's known for. Oh, you're finally gonna hear Lost in Thoughts All Alone, the normal version.
I mean, this is just the Birthright version, technically.
But remember, they're not playing the game. They haven't been hearing all of the voice clips of Azura singing this whole time.
Oh, yeah. I mean, we saw the Conquest version.
Sorry.
Oh, do I get the feeling that I probably have a seizure again? I'm gonna cry.
It's less prominent this time. It's mild discomfort this time.
It's mild discomfort.
Okay,
There's
not,
a difference.
At least it's not him fucking convulsing like before. Whatever the fuck that was, I hated that.
I still am not sure why they decided to do that to us personally.
I hate us.
Psych! Betrayal! I know, shocker. Shock and horror. The Song and Thrills.
Congratulations.
Congratulations, you figured out the twist. Like 10 slides ago. The Song enthralls the Norian soldiers, and Corin and Co get ready to move in, except Garen immediately notices them. Imagine how much shorter this game would have been if things actually went to plan for these bozos. As it turns out, once an evil, cowardly... No, we're not gonna do that. If you do that again, I'm just gonna refund you. As it turns out, once an evil, cowardly underling... Oh!
Oh! Hello!
Wait, where's the alert? I can hear the alert, but I can't see it! Hi,
Hello,
Delby!
Raiders.
Oh, guys, hold on. Wait, my alerts are all fucked.
No!
No!
Okay. That one gamer 22, thanks for the follow, love you, little tadpole now. Welcome. Hi, Delphi. How was High Pickles? How was Skyblock? You were doing Skyblock. I remembered it as I said it. I was just there. Welcome, guys. We're doing Birthright right now. If you don't know what's going on, just just pop some popcorn, just enjoy the ride, because
I had watched Matt Mercer unalive himself.
That is true.
We
did watch Matt Mercer kill himself with a sword. It was
that
very.
Was last stream.
But that was
I
last
think
stream.
That's all we need to know.
We get to watch someone else unalive themselves in this game.
It happens.
Yeah.
Yay!
Yay!
Don't worry about it. It's all good.
Don't worry about it.
They get better.
They get better. That's the joy of the game. Anyway, so we're in birthday right now, so just sit back, relax, and enjoy the chaos. Even if you don't understand a single thing, I just appreciate having you here. So, as it turns out, once an evil cowardly underling, always an evil cowardly underling. Zola reveals to have betrayed us to Garen. How? Messenger pigeon, I guess. Takumi is confused.
Telepathic communication.
I guess so. Well, I guess to be fair, Ash, Iago has this like magic ball, so I guess all the evil mages in this game have a magic ball they use to communicate and see things.
The wiki states that Zola betrayed us by lifting the illusion early. I could not find any confirmation of this within the game.
Great, even better. That's what I figured was the case, but Takumi's confused because Zola took a near fatal blow for him, to which Zola responds that he did so because he knew a healer, Sakura, was nearby, which is actually pretty smart, I'll give him that. Despite his betrayal, Zola does ask Garen to perhaps maybe pardon Corrin a little bit. Just a little bit. Garen responds appropriately by slinging his giant fucking axe at him, and Zola asks Corrin for forgiveness in his final moments. Rip, snitches get stitches, bitch. He's dead now.
Damn, that's wild.
Garen taunts Corrin for her ability to feel sympathy for people, and calls that a weakness.
How dare you?
How dare you feel you as a Norian raised child feel sympathy? Get that shit out of here. We don't have that shit in Nor.
They're really not good at it. I'm just saying. They really did try to do Nora as morally great, but then they didn't.
Then they just did it. Since there's too many enemies, the objective of the map is to have Corrin just escape. Valpedia!
Hello!
Good morning, Valpedia.
Don't worry, you haven't missed much. I mean, the brothers are missing, so, men are useless as always.
Speedrun, we're in the birthright path, which means we're now with Hoshida, so we're with Matt Mercer and the squad.
Where in the world is Matt Mercer?
Matt Mercer. Since there's too many enemies, the objective of the map is to have Corrin escape. You can do this in 2 turns under the right conditions. I did it once for fun. Also, Xander shows up. Corrin escapes from the opera house, but she's not out of the woods yet. Xander followed her and is ready to kill, except Elise also runs in to yell at her for trying to hurt Corrin. With that distraction, thanks Elise, with that distraction, Corrin's finally able to escape from the city. Once safe, she tells Takumi that battle with Xander is inevitable, that she can't match him as she is currently.
I'm surprised you didn't sing that part. I expected you to do it. Sonic fuck.
I was holding back, you fucker! I was holding back, you fucker! I practiced that line so that I wouldn't sing.
You practiced?
Yes!
I mean, actually. You know how insane that is? I had to practice a line so I didn't make a Sonic reference.
That fits. The only person I could imagine pulling shit like that would be one Chai the Chew.
Don't chide me, Valeria! Leave me alone, I'm autistic. I don't deserve this treatment. Where the fuck was I?
You do, not because you're autistic, but because you're Chai.
God damn it!
Yeah.
Once...
But if it's me, then this would be autism on autism crime, my bad, my friend.
I hate it here. I don't want to be here anymore. blah blah blah
Just
blah.
fly.
Once saved, she tells Takumi about Azura also decides to rest next to a tree where she suddenly collapses. She waves off Korn's worries as no, it's fine, I'm feeling better, and then she just moves on.
It casually collapses, and it immediately is just like, I'm good.
I'm good. Remember how I said that Korn and Azura never share their feelings again after Azura sobs to Korn? Yeah, I wasn't kidding. Azura just hides everything from Korn for the rest of the game.
Yeah.
It's kind of wacky, Wild. Oh my god! No! Okay, I don't have rat protection, so everyone be behaving, okay?
Is this my side, or you want to do it?
You can start it.
Oh my god.
Mommy milkers, big badonka dogs! The RSP arrives in Sheev and are ready to maybe put an end to this long goose chase. The moment their feet hit the ground, Camilla arrives. Cutscene warning. Ass. Tits. Oh my god.
Fun fact, Fate's got a C rating in Japan, which is 15+, and to this day, in the Fire Emblem game with the highest rating. I wonder why. Let's... Here she is.
I'm scared. Hello? Hello? I hate this.
Tit cam! Ass
I
cam!
see you missed your big sister.
I hate that! No! Pause! Because you're not allowed to do that whole ass scene of like the zoom in on the ass, the zoom in on the everything, the zoom in on the titty, and then go, hey sis! No, that's fucking weird. Yeah.
Hey, Colleen, don't forget...
Royals? But we ain't the Habsburgs, honey.
Hey, Colleen, I feel like we forgot to tell you something. In Conquest, she is a marriage option. You can marry any of the Norian siblings.
Yeah, you should have saved that. You should have saved that.
So the moment they found out, oh, we're not related, fuck yeah.
Yeah?
Fuck yeah.
Yeah.
Technically, I don't know how many of you motherfuckers were in the Marvel fandom.
What is that going? Where is that going?
I know where this is going.
I was like a bystander of the Marvel fandom, but let me tell you, Thorky's shippers are a thing out there.
Oh, okay.
And their biggest offender is technically not incest. We can't do technically not incest, guys. The moment we find out someone's not related to us, we can't do this.
It's even worse.
This is still incest, okay? I'm sorry. That's still incest. These people were your siblings. What do you mean? That at some point, the moment I found out, I'm not related to any of these motherfuckers.
Can I just say something? Real quick.
Yeah?
As you were talking, as you were ranting, my box went to red for a split second. So I was like, this can't be where the VOD ends.
Yeah.
By Talos, this cannot be happening.
It is kind of worse, because, like, I don't know what's worse. The fact that Xander is a marriage option and he knows that you aren't related, but he treated you as if you were related to him. Or the fact that Leo and Elise, I'm not too sure about Camilla, they thought you were related to them since the moment they were born.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to be sick. Why is this your favorite game? Where there is a technically not incest.
Listen, as long as you just don't marry them, it's fine.
Yeah, so you don't
It's
marry
an
them.
option. I'm sorry.
Well, how
Yeah,
sorry.
I'm
They make it
never
so you
gonna,
can marry your step siblings, but you can't have more than one gay option.
Yeah. Welcome to Final Fates.
Colleen?
Colleen?
on.
We continue forward.
Okay.
I am rubbing your back in spirit right now.
I need a second.
Oh, Bimbo Doll is playing. This is the perfect time. All right.
I just looked up and I see tits. Okay.
You feeling good?
No.
Well, you're gonna have to start feeling good because we have to move on. All right, Ashley, you want to continue?
Yeah, okay. We could replay the tits if it'll make you feel better.
No.
Anyways, Camilla immediately pulls Corin into a hug, which makes Hinoka and Takumi big
No,
mad.
no, you can't do okay, I'm sorry, I'm going again. You can't do that whole bit and then hug me. No, I'm good.
Well, Camilla can't control the camera. That wasn't her fault.
Yeah, that was the developers.
Okay, I'm sorry. I was slut shaming there. That's on me. I'm instead going to blame the probable male. I hate men.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's the moral of the story, actually.
Men are fucking useless.
So Corin explains to Camilla why she had to leave Nor because Garrett is evil, and Camilla says that she's happy for her, before immediately trying to kill her. Uh-oh. She expresses how sad and envious she is that Hoshida took her sister away, and so she decides the best way to cope with this is by murder. I love you, Corin, but if you survive long enough to make it all the way up here, I will do what I must and pierce your body with my blade, and then cradle you in my arms, just as I did when you were a child. You think
And
these
then
guys
we
need
can marry them.
therapy?
And they say that. I'm sorry. I can't get over this. You say that to me. And then I was supposed to be like, yeah, I can still marry you? Nah.
Technically, you can't marry her in this path. But you can marry her in Conquest.
There are tears in my eyes. Hey, do you guys think these guys need therapy?
I think they do. They need some big old therapy.
Oh god. Keep going.
Sorry.
And then Hans.
This is the second deep dive you've done. Incest is a plot point.
Hey, listen, it's not a plot point. It's a side plot point that you can pursue if you're a freak.
Okay.
And then Hans reappears and ambushes the Hoshidans with a bunch of Norian soldiers. Camilla then flies away to block Corin from moving further into the city with her two retainers by her side, Selena and Beruka. You know the song and dance by now. You know what happens. Corin refuses to kill Camilla and explains how Garrett has manipulated her for her whole life and had sent her out to die. Camilla is actually pretty understanding of this and is enraged at how Garrett dared to harm her little sister before they're interrupted by Leo! Leo runs in and accuses Corin of trying to brainwash Camilla. I don't know how easy brainwashing is in this universe. It seems pretty easy.
According to them, apparently it's the easiest thing in the fucking world.
It's so easy. Gaslight, gatekeep, girlball, so simple.
Exactly.
It's so simple. And goes in to kill her before he's attacked by a random general. It's the Shave Resistance. They're here with their leader, Scarlet. The Norians are now outnumbered, thanks to us, and are forced to retreat.
Sorry, Camilla, you don't get your character development today. You gotta go.
Yeah, you gotta go.
You
out
showed
of here.
us. You showed us.
Oh, thank God.
No.
It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay.
I feel like I'm calling a wild animal right now.
How did he fit in there? Corin, thanks to Scarlet, after exchanging introductions and also getting some world building with the Resistance, she turns to thank the random general NPC since it didn't fit. Okay. I love how, of everyone that is reacting so strong to this, it is Valpenia, teenager who just woke up.
Valpinia's reaction is so funny. I just saw the roller coaster of
Stop!
Throne of their soul.
Huh?
Oh,
What? I'm so confused. What the fuck was that?
I'm confused
Oh, was that?
too. You know,
I guess that was
RJ.
RJ. I guess that was RJ. Oh.
We're gonna ignore my brother.
Okay.
Somebody clip that so I can send it to him later.
Okay. Where was I? Oh yeah, sentence 1. Since I didn't film the previous slides, Scarlet is a free spirit who hates Garen because duh, tyrant. She also has no fear in saying what she wants. She's implied to be Ryoma's love interest. If only she could support with the man, can only support Korn. The general then reveals himself to be Ryoma! The final brother is back, babes!
Matt
We are
Mercer's
halfway through the
back!
game. Matt Mercer's
yeah.
back! But like he comes out with his full armor and gear, so like, how did he fit in there? How did he fit in there? Ryoma brings us to Chief Underground, home of the Resistance. He brings us up to speed by introducing Scarlet to the rest of the siblings. Takumi, I knew you'd be fine. Bitch, you thought he was dead at least twice.
It's so funny how he's like, I knew you'd be fine, as if I didn't see him cry over Ryoma's death like 2 minutes ago.
He's such a fucking loser. I love him. Also, it turns out he gets his identity a secret from Scarlet, so she's kind of shocked to learn that he is the Crown Prince of Hoshido. Yeah, he just never brought that up.
I
Imagine,
just never had the time.
imagine like...
Oh, wait, no, Scarlet. I was thinking of Sakura. That's my bad.
No. But imagine, like, being Scarlet, you just meet this, like, random guy with really weird hair, and he just shows up, and then he just, like, is, like, a really good fighter, and you're like, oh, yeah, that's cool, and then you find out he's the fucking Prince of Hoshido. That's some fanfic romance shit. Too bad they don't have any support conversations. It sucks.
Not just the prince, the crown prince.
The Crown Prince, the future king, once the war is over. Great. Anyway, this entire part is vague fantasy politics and world building that gets interrupted by another ambush. Even though they were supposed to be in a safe house, the Norians still found their location. That means there's still a traitor within the group. Uh-oh, sisters. Ryoma decides to take a secret path further to Nor in order to launch a quick counterattack. Scarlet says they're not ready for an ambitious attack like that, but Ryoma says nothing will come of continuing to run away, so she decides to join our cause. Just like that, the missing person search group is upgraded to bona fide army! Woo! Woo!
Open the country. Stop having it be closed. The path eventually leads Korrin and Co. right outside of Nor's border walls, where there is a shit ton of soldiers. No shit. Side note, Shiva's considered a city of Nor, but the border wall is located further north, and then the rest of Nor is naturally surrounded by mountains. They don't need a border for that. Which kind of implies Shiv is an annexed territory. I think I mentioned this before in the introduction to the many countries, but in the Japanese version, it's outright stated as a territory. In the localized version, they keep calling it part of Nor. So, like, Korrin says they're going to cross the border, but they've already kind of did, but they're going to cross the second border.
The second, more formidable border.
So Korrin does what Korrin does best and come up with the optimal strategy that gets them in the least amount of battle in a country's banana. Just kidding, no, she didn't storm the place.
Damn.
The map is split into two parts, outside the wall and inside the wall. The second part of the map is being protected by some NPCs named Charlotte and Benny. They have unique portraits and voice lines. In another world, they could have been important.
My girl boss wife.
Korrin's run in and kill anything that moves strategy pays off. She defeats the general, Daniela, who despite having a unique portrait was created for this chapter and this chapter alone. And the game decides to move towards the forest to delay reinforcements. This actually brings up something that we haven't discussed. Fire Emblem Fates has the unique mechanic of being able to capture enemy units, and then you throw them into a prison, and then you either bribe them or wear them down to join your army.
It's a fascinating mechanic. The best part of it is that because it's in my castle, and there will always be a prison guard, and it's always random because you have so many units. So sometimes you will go into my castle and you'll have like little baby Sakura as a prison guard.
And she's like guarding, like, I think maximum you can have 7 prisoners.
Yeah.
Which is a war crime? I don't know. Don't know about that one. Anyways, later that night, Corin can't sleep, so she decides to take a walk. She sees that Azura has also decided to take a walk, and she follows her to see what she's doing this late at night. To no one's surprise, she's singing. Guess the song, guys! Guess the song! Go on! I believe in you.
Oh, the capture mechanic was in Thracia 776, but it worked differently. Oh, okay.
Yes, that is correct. That is correct. I remember that the capture mechanic was from the older games. Thank you for reminding me it was Starsha.
Mm-hmm.
I did not pronounce that right, sorry. She is sitting in the middle of the lake, so that's a little concerning.
Uh-oh.
Oh, this cutscene! You should
probably
probably get that checked out. Corin decides now is the time to start asking questions about Azura's song. Like, it's like a medieval Vicks vapor rub. It's somehow perfect in every situation. It healed Takumi of his curse. It managed to enthrall the soldiers back in Kirkenzia. Azura really doesn't want to talk about it, but Corin keeps pushing until, well, this happens. Don't worry about it. She's fine.
Are you sure about that? Oh no.
Oh no! I'm sure everything's fine, guys.
That didn't look good.
No, she's fine. She's fine, guys. She's okay. Can't
I
you
don't
tell
like this.
by her gasp for breaths in the purple void?
Please.
She's fine.
She's fine!
She's sucking dead. Not yet.
Shit.
Not yet. Not yet, Val. She's fine. Everything's fine. I'll do this because last one was really short. The dangers of learning only one song. So that's kind of fucked, huh? Azura manages to recover to explain it to like Corin. She has a special dragon blood. Hi, Red. Except her blood gives her special song powers, no dragon form. However, it comes at a price. Anytime she sings Lost in Thoughts All Alone and her pendant glows, she goes through horrible pain. The reaction tends to be delayed, which is why she was coughing and collapsing at random times. Corin is really concerned by now, understandably so. I took tiny nap. Ooh, well, good morning. But Azura assures her that she only sings songs when it's necessary, and besides, the pain is only temporary. She always recovers just fine. You can trust her on this one.
That's foreshadowing. She's dead. That's dead. That's fucking guys.
No, she's fine, guys. I don't know why you guys are freaking out. Corin reluctantly agrees to let her keep singing the song, but only when there's no other option, which is fair. Enough of shattering revelations. It's time for Furry's Electric Boogaloo. Kazu reports back to the army that all paths to the main castle have been blocked, which puts our heroes in a bad situation. But don't worry, Ryoma studied Nor's geography extensively, so he knows that technically they could get further in Nor by crossing Mount Garol. Unfortunately, Mount Garol has nicknamed the Impassable Peak, which is the worst nickname I could have right about now. Ryoma reasons that they're probably being pushed towards that direction by Nor, since there's no one guarding the entrance to the mountain. But it's their only way of getting further, so the gang decides to do some extreme hiking. Woohoo! Corin, first the eternal stairway, now this. At least we don't have to worry about staying in condition with all the exercise.
Oh, Corin!
Oh, Corin!
Everyone the laugh track.
Alright, forward march. It's like Azura's sitting while everything is on fire. She's like, this is fine. Exactly.
Yeah, that's Azura.
Remember the furry that you liked?
I didn't say there was no genocide.
Just less.
I just there was less. Ryoma says it's time to take a rest since Corin is so out of breath, but then they are interrupted by furries. And this time they're wolves. Wolfskin specifically, and they're also kind of pissed. The leader of the Wolfskin, Keaton, tells them that they're on his territory, and he knows they're here to take their fur. Corin tries to explain that she doesn't wish to fight nor hunt them, and orders her troops to put down their weapons, and it works. But, it doesn't last forever because the slide has more. Until a random explosion of magic kills one of the Wolfskin. Whoops! Corin recognizes the magic is the same dark magic that killed her mother, and leading them to believe that they've been set up. So now Keaton is
extra pissed, and the army has to fight for their lives to get through the mountain. Corrin makes a beeline towards Keaton, taking as little lives as she can in the process in order to defeat their leader and hopefully make it. No, I'm just kidding. Yeah, the army absolutely massacres all of them.
Yippee!
This is around the enemy map, so no survivors. I'm sure this can be argued as the Wolfskin are determined to fight to the death, but like, did we have to do this to a minority that regularly gets hunted and killed for their body parts?
Why do they have to keep doing this?
I don't know. It's such a strange choice.
Corrin is not feeling too hot about directly killing innocents that had nothing to do with their war. Kazi tries to confront her, saying that while they do owe the Wolfskin an apology, the incident wasn't their fault. Corrin still feels responsible and resigns to the blood forever staining her hands. Depending on certain conditions, Kazi will either offer to become Corrin's retainer or not, and will say a whole extra block of or will not say a whole extra block of text. Suddenly, another explosion is heard. Which causes a sudden landslide. The ground gives way beneath Corrin's feet, and Kazi catches her by the hand before she can fall any further.
Oh, we're here now. Pop quiz.
Pop quiz!
How much do you like Kaze?
He
Answer.
exists.
Wrong answer. This is where Kaze gets his own slide. Let's talk about the events in Kaze and Corrin's C supports. In their C support, nothing much really happens except for Kaze dropping the line, "I'm not a good man," which makes Corrin curious because Kaze is pretty okay for a guy. There's also Kaze being oblivious about girls, but, you know, in their B support, Corrin...
Colleen.
No, I just got Cloak's fucking message.
Well, okay, to be fair, unlike the Kitsune lair where they were in the village, it's implied that they're just on the territory, so I assume they're still survivors.
We hope. God, we hope.
Because unlike Conquest, where they were literally in the village.
God.
In their B support, Corrin is still only thinking about the "I'm not a good man" comics, so their solution asks Kaze if they can follow him so that they can point out all the good things about him. Kaze tells them not to worry and disappears using ninja magic. Of course, Corrin is not one to give up, so their solution is to this new problem: sit in the middle of the street and scream for him like a lost child.
I'm not kidding.
It's really funny.
God.
Kaze does pop back to scold them about drawing attention to themselves, to which Corrin responds by apologizing, but also saying that Kaze being worried about their safety means he's a good person. He's fed up by this, and Corrin sulks away, even as Kaze apologizes for lashing out. In their A support, Kaze takes this time to reveal that it's his fault that Corrin got kidnapped in the first place. It turns out... he was in Chive as a child, and he noticed Norian forces in the city. He didn't say anything because he was too young to know that they were not supposed to be there. Corrin says he shouldn't try to say it's his fault because he was a literal child. They're the same age. Hi, DB!
Hello.
Then they point out that Kaze did return Corrin to Hoshido, so he fixed his mistake. Kaze then asked to serve Corrin as a retainer and friend, and Corrin accepts. Now, you may be looking at this and saying, but you said Kaze might ask Corrin to be the retainer during the main story. Yes, I did. He will ask that if you didn't hit A support with him. This makes sense, since technically if you did, he's already your retainer, so you don't get the extra scene. So why does this extra scene matter? It dictates whether or not he dies.
Oh.
Why the fuck would you do this? If you did not hit A support with Kaze, here's what happens. Kaze will start to tell Corrin about his involvement with her kidnapping, and the inconvenient landslide interrupts him. So Corrin is now dangling from his hand, and he finishes what he started and tells her it's his fault she got kidnapped. In order to repay his debt, he decides he must sacrifice himself. Corrin begs him not to do it, but he tosses her towards Hinoka, who catches her. The cliff breaks and takes Kaze with it as Corrin yells for him. At the end of the chapter, he is permanently removed from the roster. If you did hit A support with Kaze, here's what happens. Corrin is dangling from his hand, and Kaze notices a glowing pink crystal and throws a shuriken at it. It explodes and throws them both into the air and onto their ass on safe ground. Corrin goes, "What the fuck was that?" And Kaze says, "I don't know." Zora finds them and leads them back towards the others. Regardless of whether Kaze dies or not, Corrin meets with Ryoma as the sun starts to rise. Since the clear view of the sun is such a rare sight in Nor, Ryoma takes this as a good omen.
Oh, wait, everyone, clear comms for 1 second. I forgot, there's, like, new people, and so we need to introduce ourselves. You already know me, Chai, they, them. Colleen is the
court jester.
Yeah, Colleen's the court jester. Colleen is the one with brown hair and the bandana. Say hi.
Hi, I'm the pink bitch.
You are. And then the bird creature here is Ashley.
Hi, it's me. I'm the only animal here. Well, fully animal, I guess.
Yep. All right. Sorry.
A frog, a moth, and a bird walk into a bar.
This is one hell
That's
of a...
one hell of a setup. All right, continue reading. Sorry, I just wanted us to introduce ourselves.
So Ryoma takes this as a good omen. Korn will either hope Kazu's spirit is watching over them, or that someday Nora and Hoshido can share the same warmth she felt in Hoshido. Things here, why? Why? This reach a certain support level with a character that dedicated to survive for main story never happens again. Not in Birthright, not in Conquest, obviously, we went over it, and certainly not in the third path. And just for clarification, no, the game does not give you any hint that this is going to happen. If you were playing blind, oops. Fun fact: if you did marry off Kaze before this chapter, he will not have his child unlocked until this chapter is cleared. So I guess that would be considered a hint. He only fucks after having a near-death experience.
I mean, if you're going to fuck, that's the time to do it.
You know what? That's so true.
A frog and a moth and a bird walk into a bar, and the bird and the frog info dump about Fire Emblem, and the moth watches in dismay.
That's real. That's so real.
That's it.
You did it. You broke us down to our bare essentials.
You perfectly summed up deep dives.
Yay! But yeah, this never happens to any other character ever again, and it's fucking wild. Oh, Felicia jumpscare on top of it.
Felicia jumpscare.
Hey, remember Corn's made Felicia pink hair clumsy? Yeah, her. She's here now. There's no story reason. Face didn't want you to think that you had two little characters and that your gender meant you couldn't have both Felicia and Jacob. So here, chapter 15, she randomly appears in my castle, talks about how she was looking for Corn the whole time and randomly found her way into my castle. I don't know either, but here she is. We're moving on. I may or may not be looking at Squishmallows. I love Squishmallows. The detail canonically takes place in a hypothetical bar.
You know what?
It's in my castle.
Stop.
Ashley.
Alright, Takumi voice. Big sis, I threw up. Back in Castle Krakenberg, Iago breaks the news to Garen that we're still alive. And also, those crystals, explosives he planted. Don't know why Corn said it was the same magic that killed her mother, but whatever. He tells Garen he's working on a new plan that will 100% absolutely guarantee get Corn dead. And Garen tells him that this is his last chance. The army arrives in Makarif, a town known for entertainment. As Ryoma continues to drop lore, Takumi starts coughing. He says he's completely fine and then immediately collapses. Oh no, not my Borbo!
Wait, Cloak, that's
No.
such a good concept for this, because it's the deep
Honestly?
dive. It's a dive.
Like a dive bar.
Like a dive bar!
Oh my
I
god.
don't know what a dive bar is.
Oh my god, wait, I need
just
to
like-
read
it's like
I need to redo my starting soon screen for this, for the deep dives now.
Oh my god.
And you were saying
Sakura notes that there are spots on Takumi's neck and diagnoses him with a rare disease that is maybe a little bit 100% fatal if he doesn't get medical attention right now. Korn asks how Takumi could have gotten it, and Sakura says it might have come from the wolfskin since they're scavengers. In the original script, there's no mention of the wolfskin.
Oh, so we just decided to be a little racist.
Yeah.
We decided to be a little racist, and in fact, this actually conflicts with something that if I remember, I'll talk off script in the bonus slides. I just don't want to talk about it now because spoilers.
Mm-hmm.
Takumi is like, it's fine, it'll go away on its own, as if his sister's in the closest thing they have to a doctor. He asks Azura to sing, and she says, I'm sorry, Takumi, but my song isn't a miracle cure. Oh, okay, so her song's only able to do whatever the writers needed to do. Okay. There's only 2 bonus slides, Cloaked. Don't cry about it.
Don't worry about it. They're just at the very, very end. It slides 200. It slides 319 and 320 technically.
It's like the Grand Blue bonus slides. There were only like 4 of them. They were just stuff we couldn't fit into the main shit.
Yeah.
Sakura knows that there's a herb that can help him, and Ryoma points out that Palace Makarov has an apothecary that most likely will have the herb. But since the gang is Hoshidan, they just can't waltz in for the front door, so they're just gonna have to sneak in and hope for the best. And then Takumi shaking, twitching, swaying on his feet. Yeah, if any Norians come by, just give me my bow, I can shoot them. Corin is like, I am not going to do that. I have fun at work. Actually, don't survive.
Huh, Iago's a pretty decent villain here. Because of the war, Makarth is pretty empty, which extends to palace staff, so things are pretty easy at first. Suddenly they're spotted by Flora! Did you forget about her? She's back, babes! Sent to Palace Makarth after Corin left, and seems happy to be not near Garen. Good for her. Ryoma explains the whole situation about Takumi, and Flora offers to go get the medicine for them, only to be attacked by Iago. He reveals that they once again have been betrayed by someone within their group. Oops! One mustn't leap straight into battle without a little banter. It's uncivilized. Insane behavior from Iago here.
That's kind of funny during this entire scene, by the way. Yeah, Iago's just fun. He just has some good fucking one-liners for the entirety of Birthright.
He's just really good in Birthright and just really annoying in Conquest. Iago knocks out Flora, which immediately makes Corin turn on murder mode and sends the army onto him like attack dogs. How's this for pity? Get him! She really said get his fucking ass. Corinne is fucking pissed.
Corinne fucking pissed.
Also, since
God,
Takumi...
that's what we're calling this abomination.
She's not an abomination, she's very dear to me.
No, I'm the what makes her the abomination.
Also, since Takumi is still throwing up, he can't be used in this battle. Well, after the battle, Corin demands Iago tell her who's the traitor, and he tells her that it's fitting a traitor is being betrayed. He disappears, taunting her from afar. When will you learn, young princess? I almost feel bad for you. From this moment on, you'll never be able to trust to let your guard down. Who will be the first to stab you in the back? Who can you really trust? Admittedly, a pretty good scene here. They run back to Flora, she recovers. Corin admits she feels uneasy about Iago's words, even as Takumi says he's probably just lying just to fuck with her. He then collapses again, because remember why we're here, the fatal disease he has? Flora and Sakura finally can go get the cure, and Takumi is, okay, the Blorbo is saved. Yippee!
Yay, Blorbo.
A win for the gays. You get foreshadowing. And you get foreshadowing. Corin thanks Flora for helping and tells her that she's going to head to the capital after Takumi recovers. Flora asks if she could stop by the village first, as she doesn't feel safe in Makarov anymore. She says since the Ice Tribe is autonomous, Corin and her family can plan their next move there. Corin is worried about the potential backlash from Nor, but Felicia assures her that the Ice Tribe is strong enough to protect themselves. So it's time to take a detour to the Ice Tribe! But before they can wake up Takumi, he starts groaning in his sleep about something behind the curtain. Weird. He stops talking and everyone takes it as him being delirious. In the original script, he's talking about something Corin must defeat or the fighting will never end.
Again, weird change.
Weird change, but I guess a similar outcome, but less like... It's less, what's the word? Specific in the localization. Later, the gang is making their way through the snow. Corin commends Flora for being able to lead them away from Norian troops, and Flora simply says that they got lucky. Felicia butts in to say that they're on the most direct route. Flora snaps at her sister, asking her why she feels the need to one-up her. Felicia says she didn't mean to, as she thinks Flora is a better sister, and Flora backs off. Corin tells her allies that this is normal behavior for them. They're just normal sibling behavior.
Just normal twin things.
Corin is still shaken by Iago's words, but Ryoma tells her that her trust in her troops to make her a strong leader. The talk with Ryoma helps Corin, although she feels like Iago wasn't lying about a traitor. That was also added to the localization. The original script did not have her doubting. Did not have her considering Iago's words. I'm gonna go piss because I know what's gonna happen. Chai, it's your turn.
Okay, cool. Thanks for leaving me with this one.
Oh, that's fearful.
It's fucking windy. The army arrives at the village, and Flora leaves to go talk with the elders. When she comes back, Felicia asks her to hurry with bringing Corin inside. Flora tells Felicia that she's sorry, but Corin must die for betraying Nor? What? Both Jacob and Felicia try to get Flora to listen to them, but she refuses. She says she's acting under her own free will, tries to convince Felicia to join her, but Felicia refuses. Corin doesn't want to give up on her, and the battle against the Ice Tribe begins. This is an interesting map. Flora is the only enemy on the map initially, and reinforcements will come on later turns. If you visit 4 of the 5 villages, they will be hostile and summon more enemies. This one, the last one is not. Just a fun fact. Once Flora is defeated, Corrin asks once again what Garen is using against Flora. She finally relents and says that Garen had threatened to kill the entire village if she didn't kill Corrin and Felicia. Why Felicia specifically was involved, I don't know. I think it was just to really drive home that Garen is evil and wants Flora to kill.
Damn.
Corrin rightfully points out that there is no guarantee Garen would have actually kept his promise, especially on account of him being pretty murder-happy. Flora understands that, but she was kind of under pressure of immediate execution if she didn't agree. Flora believes she deserves to die for betraying Corrin and her sister, but Corrin, Felicia, and Jacob tell that that's stupid, and that there's still time for her to join them. And...
I'm back just in time. Also, my parents bought some Bath and Body Works soap. Anyways, what were you talking about? Oh, right, death. The guess is my slide.
Yes.
Overused joke here. I did not know how to title this slide, I'm going to be honest with you. Flora feels that she cannot go on anymore, having hated the decision she's made and herself. And, well, she self-immolates. Jacob and Felicia try to stop the fire, but nothing they do works as it keeps growing.
Corrin begs them. She set herself on fire.
Yeah, she just does that. Remember, she's also an ice child, so she's melting. She's burning alive.
It's magical because Flora tries
fire.
Guys, we have another unalive.
Yeah, I told you there'd be more.
I didn't want more. You came out like I wanted it.
We took that as a challenge. The localized version of this speech sucks ass, but the original script has her telling Felicia that she loves her and that she's sorry. She says that she'll always be watching over her before finally succumbing to the flames. I'm gonna be honest. The localized version of this chapter sucks ass in general. From removing the fact that Iago's attack was planned and that Flora was in it from the start, to making Flora's reason that she wants to die being that she betrayed Corrin instead of feeling like she's a worthless human being and this being the tipping point, an accurate portrayal of depression. And to the neutering of Flora's speech to barely focus on her sister. It's just bad. What they did dirty to this chapter.
They did Flora so dirty.
This was so memed on in the English fandom because they did Flora so dirty.
Yeah.
Corrin says that Garen will pay for this, and that's how the chapter ends. Really fucking depressing. In my opinion, Conquest has the better plot, but Birthright has the most gut-wrenching scenes. Just a heads up, Colleen.
It gets worse.
Yeah. If you thought Corrin watching her former best friend Flora set herself on fire and succumb to the flames, if you thought that was bad, we still got more slides to go.
I hate it here. Guys, I'm here to announce that this is officially my last deep dive.
No, it fucking ain't. No, the fucking ain't.
Wait, do you have the next one planned?
Yeah.
Oh, shit.
Slenderverse.
Oh shit, you're right, it is Thunderverse. I'm so excited.
Yeah. Anyways, it's Leo time. The army now finds themselves in the Woods of Forlorn, since not only will it be hard for the Norrens to trail them, but it also takes them close to the capital. Felicia is acting as our guide since she and Flora used to camp there as children. She starts crying in case you forgot what just happened. After walking around for a while, Corrin spots... Also, it's amazing how much more plot-relevant Felicia is in Birthright compared to Conquest, where she just appears and doesn't do anything.
Yeah, they actually... That's why I said, you guys probably don't remember. When I was explaining her retainers, I said Felicia wasn't going to be plot important until I remembered this scene in Birthright.
Yeah.
So...
Before the army can make a decision on whether or not to run, they're surrounded by strange fire. Corrin notices they're in a graveyard, and a whole bunch of faceless spawn from the ground. They aren't attacking them, though, which means they're being controlled by someone. Said someone mocks Corrin for not being able to see well in the dark, despite having lived in Nor all their life. They fuck around with her before revealing themselves to be... I spoiled already. You know it's Leo. Clap for him right now. Let's play his cutscene. It's an arguably pretty cool cutscene, too.
It is.
Look at this!
Norian law is blunt on the subject of traitors. There is only one punishment.
Look at my boy! Look at him!
The sentence is death.
That's my special little guy!
Guy!
Wild.
He's my special little guy. Leo traps the Hoshidans in a swamp that hinders their movement and drains their energy, but Korn is unaffected. Leo comments that it means that her connection to Nor is still there. What does that mean? Are you telling me magic can segregate between nuances of citizenship and nationality? We don't know. It's never explained.
Never explained, but it's actually the game mechanic here is the swamp actually does damage to non-Norians or Hoshidans in Hoshidan classes.
Okay.
Pretty cool.
It's interesting. But it's never explained how the fuck the magic works. Leo uses his pre-battle speech to talk about how much he hates her and how everyone loved her more than him, and he's got issues. He's so melodramatic too. Love him. Xander always lavished you with praise while ignoring my accomplishments. Camilla was the same. She always loved you more than me. You were Xander's perfect little toy soldier and Camilla's dress-up doll. Corrin is hurt by this, asking if Leo never loved her. He refuses to answer, and the gang has to survive his onslaught. He's got problems and also issues.
Yeah. I sure hope you like Deus Ex Machina. After the battle, Corrin tries to make Leo understand that Garen is evil and he should join her, but Leo yells that it's war, and if Nor loses, they'll lose everything. Their culture, their land, their families, etc. Corrin refuses to kill him, as she still thinks of him as her little brother. Eventually Leo breaks, telling her that he lied. He never hated her, but he was jealous of her. He can't betray his father and his country, and he doesn't know what to do now. Azura gives him a strange crystal and tells him to look inside it, as she thinks it might help him. She also takes the time to reveal that she isn't related to Leo at all.
Gas.
Dun, dun, dun!
Daddy never went to my baseball games.
Wild. That's wild, Leo.
Yeah, cloaked. Yeah. The thing about Leo is that he's just got inferiority complexes to the fucking max. Like, he genuinely does want to be treated like a toy. His whole thing is that he was jealous of how badly Korn was infantilized by the family. He's like, I want that attention. He's got issues.
Yeah.
He's got issues.
Like, both him and Takumi, being the little brothers, have inferiority issues, but they stem from different places, which is interesting in my opinion.
Yeah. That's why they're gay parallels.
Hell yeah. Azura says she can't elaborate, and she's giving me
that? How did you squish me?
Hello?
How did you do that?
Chai's been squished.
Modified. That's what that does.
That's what that does.
Oh my god. Okay, well now I've never seen that before. That's amazing. I've been squished. Why is that an option? Why have they made the option to squash me?
They really is a learning experience on the China 2 Twitch channel.
Holy fuck. I'm sorry. I just got so distracted. I looked over and I was like, is that me?
Azura says she can't elaborate, and she's giving Leo everything he needs to find the answer. Before Corrin can leave, Leo tells her that Xander's more powerful than she can understand. So he points her to the Rainbow Sage in Nortres Sagase, who might possibly give her the power to stand up to Xander. Heavy emphasis on might. Now everyone, open up your maps from last stream and figure out where Nortres Sagase is.
Spoiler alert, it's really far away.
I think I still have the screenshot.
Oh my god, you did it really funny.
Yeah, so currently we're in the woods of the Forlorn. I'll try to find Nortres Sagase.
I want to feel smart.
I've been grayscaled.
Chai's been grayscaled.
Oh my god. I can't believe this. I now know I'm gonna burn all my channel points on now. Oh, Cloaked. I gave information. You gave Cloaked power is what you just did. Hold on.
So I do not have a picture of the map I thought I took a picture.
Unfortunate.
Unfortunate. It's fine. Anyway, so Xander also went to the Rainbow Sage years ago.
Unfortunately, there is one little tiny little issue. Noche Sagase is more than halfway back to Hoshido. That's not good. Unfortunately, it's their best chance at winning, so the gang is ready to make the journey back and make an epic speech and how they'll follow Corrin until the end when Leo just gives them a warp book with a full round trip to Nortis Sagase.
Damn.
No epic backtracking adventure required.
Unfortunate. Where the fuck was his magic teleportation books when we had him in Conquest? Don't know. He only uses this in Birthright.
God.
Leo smiles and says they'll meet again and rides off into the distance. Corrin is happy to not only see him smile, but also to not have had to kill her little brother.
I would also be happy to not kill my little brother.
Yeah.
Most people would.
You gotta look for the light in the dark, you know?
And y'all have experienced my little brother. It would be hard to do.
Yeah.
I'm kidding. I love RJ. He's actually honestly, I love my brother. He's really chill.
Hell yeah. We love good family dynamics here.
Oh, he's the only. I wouldn't say I have a good family dynamic. Let's not go crazy now.
God.
Decent family dynamic. I don't know what you want me to say. She hopes that he'll find the answers that he's looking for.
It's never explained if he does. He's not a jump scare.
Not a jump scare.
Hey, remember Izana? He's also here now.
I do.
He joins if you level the hot springs level 3 after chapter 18. I guess he abandoned his country for Corrin. I guess. Whatever, he's here now. I'll do this because the last one was really short. Fire Emblem 2! After traveling by book, the army safely makes it to Nota Sagese, which hasn't been raided by Nor yet. Corrin waves down the local old man by asking where they can find the way at Rainbow Sage, in which he man laughs in her face. Apparently, barely anybody makes it to the Rainbow Sage and lives. Lore drop. Only 4 people have made it to the Rainbow Sage. Sumanagi, Garen, an unknown knight, and Xander.
Huh.
Oh, ancient gods. What's up? I love him so much. He's my special man.
What's up, homies? It's your boy.
It's your boy, Izana. Back at it again. The Hoshidans are kind of desperate, so he points them to Mount Sagese, where they'll find the sevenfold sanctuary. So not only do they have to climb the whole mountain, but they gotta survive whatever's in the sanctuary. Fun bonding exercise with the family. They managed to reach the sanctuary relatively okay, and now have to fight a whole bunch of illusions. Not illusionary invisible soldiers, just illusions. After managing to win and reach the final door, Corrin opens it to reveal they're back in the main town, and the old man is waiting there for him. It's revealed that the old man is the Rainbow Sage. Gasp. Whatever. And he just sent them up just to fuck with them. Corrin asks if it's no use. Blah, 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 blah. Let's go, Brando69. Thanks so much for the follow.
Oh.
Where's my dad? In the other room, actually. You fucking loser. Is that all you wanted?
Damn. Weak shit,
Just want to know where Papa Chu was.
Since
that
was your first chat message, I am gonna have to Cloak ban you, but pretty good username, not bad. Anyway, where was I? After managing to win and reach the final door, Corrin opens it to reveal they're back in the main town. I already read that.
Yeah.
Oh, it turns out there's no secret power. The journey to the sanctuary was the power, cause fuck you. It turns out there is no secret power. The journey to the sanctuary was the power, which is okay. Sure, he does know there's a war going on, right, buddy? But he's not gonna leave Corrin completely empty-handed.
It was the friends we made along the way.
It was the friends we made along the way.
You did it. You summed up the fucking Rainbow Sage. Did I drop out?
Oh, I think there.
There we go.
Oh.
Anyway.
Okay.
Yay!
Where was was I again? Oh yeah. He's complete anti-hero. He unlocks part of the Seal of Flames using the Fujin Yumi, transforming into the noble Yato. I who forged the sacred blade. I who committed the greatest sin. I who wove the divine colors. I hold on to you now, Seal of Flames. Interesting line from the Rainbow Sage. Corrin and Co thank the Rainbow Sage and get ready to head back into Nor. After they leave, he wishes them good luck, stating he'll be long dead by the time the war is done. We never see him again.
Damn. That's unfortunate for him.
So what is the Seal of Flames? Well, the Seal of Flames is the Yato, but not really. The Seal of Flames is the Yato after its power merges all of the divine weapons and transforms into its true form. I know what you're thinking, wait, all of the divine weapons? But in this path, you only get 2 of the weapons, because the other 2 weapons are Corrin's brothers on the other path. Yep, you can only get the Seal of Flames, aka the Fire Emblem, let's say it again, in the DLC. Yippee! We love money.
I can't believe I have to say this, but content warning, war.
I want to go home.
You are home.
I am home. What's the problem? I'm home and I'm sitting here and I'm about to hear about Vor.
Ashley, keep reading.
And the cells at Fort Dragon.
What's the Cloak's having a crisis?
Yeah, Cloak, that's the joke. Don't worry, Cloak. I need, this is kind of off topic, but it's Fire Emblem. Chai knows, Chai can confirm this. I joked to Chai when the crests were first released, when that information was first released from Fire Emblem free houses. No, the Fire Emblem is different on all games. That's why I'm saying the story. I joked to Chai that I'm like, what if Byleth, the main character, was the Fire Emblem because of the crest?
And then and then you were right.
I was right. Yeah, the Seal of Flames. I mean, a Fire Emblem, just it's a different thing every game.
Yeah, I have a slide about it in the very, very beginning in part 1 that I go over it, where like sometimes the Fire Emblem is an actual shield, sometimes it's a sword, like now. Once it was a song, sometimes it's just a banner, like a symbol. It's not actually magical. Mm-hmm. Sometimes it's a crest.
It's either a family crest or an actual blood crest.
Yeah. Sometimes it's just a series of special rocks. It's a fun time.
Yeah. Anyways, they find themselves at Fort Dragonfall, which is a fort built from the corpse of a dragon. It just never decayed and is practically impossible to break down, so the Norians just decided to make it a building. That's fine. Corrin and Riomas finds it a little sus that the fort is completely unguarded, but before they can entertain that thought any further, an earthquake happens. They decide it's best to go back, except the way back is gone now. Uh-oh! Iago is back, and he's worse than ever before. Garen gave him new powers. He's not actually there with them, he's projecting his image from magic. The floor then starts slowly becoming acid beneath their feet. Iago is apparently reviving the dragon, and where they're located is in its stomach. Oof! Corrin tries to break down the walls, but...
Canonical vor!
Corrin tries to break down...
Canon vor?
Listen, I don't know what the fuck the writers are on. There's 14 of them, so...
Someone decided the vor was okay. Corrin tries to break down the walls, but remember, virtually indestructible dragon corpse. Iago then summons a shit ton of faceless and leaves. He's pretty sure being stuck in a reviving dragon's stomach is impossible to escape. And it normally is! Except we have Azura's song! My song isn't a miracle here! Azura with Takumi is going to fucking die. It's also one of my other favorite lines from Iago. Ooh, the blue-haired one is being mean to me.
Oh my god. Guys, you'll never believe who just followed. Valence from Prime Rifters, the canon character Valence just followed me on twitch.tv. That's crazy. Also, hi, Riley.
Hi, Riley, girl.
That's crazy. Did you guys know that Riley's character is canon?
Honestly,
to just roll with it?
Insane.
I know!
Insane.
Riley's so cool, guys. Riley's actually really cool, and I'm very glad to have met them.
Riley Minkuru, I hope to one day be your friend. You seem very cool.
Right, he's
and
really
very
cool.
poggers.
Alright, back to the vor. Sorry, right?
Right. Back to the vor. Azura decides she has to sing or they're going to die via digestion. She assures Korra that she'll be fine despite the pain. However, they do have to defeat the Faceless for her song to work, as they can disrupt her by groaning too loud, I guess. That's the explanation. Whatever, it works. The worlds go back to normal and everyone can escape before the dragon drops dead again.
Yay! We escaped the vor.
Yay!
Proud of us, guys. The next person to say "trust me" is gonna get it. Korra checks up on Azura, and yeah, she looks great, doesn't she?
Damn, she's going to do it.
Korra checks up on Azura to make sure she's okay since the whole suffering thing, and she says she does feel okay, which is a bold-faced lie because she collapses not even a minute later, and oh my god, what the fuck? Yeah, parts of her body are just being eaten away. Only momentarily, though. Korra demands she tell the actual truth about her song, and finally she does. Depending on how strong her enemy is, the longer she has to sing, and the more power she has to draw from her necklace. And the worse the backlash is. Worst case scenario, she disintegrates it completely. She tells Korra she can't stop using her song because they can't win the war without it, but she won't die at least. Which means so much from someone with many death flags. Trust me, I won't disappear. Death flag number 69. Meanwhile, in Nor, Garen is initiating Plan B of his Make Corrin Suffer plan. Elise overhears Garen doing evil things and is spooked by Xander. She starts crying about how the family has fallen apart, and he promises that everything will go back to normal after the war. Because all they can do is believe that they are fighting for the greater good, which would be very profound if Garen wasn't so obviously evil! Sorry. Back to the Hoshidans. Sorry, Elise. Back to the Hoshidans. They've managed to get on a ferry to Windmire. Ryoma gets a message from Yukimura that Hoshida's defenses are weakening. Uh-oh. Even better, this is the medieval ages, so that letter, it's from weeks ago.
Oh, God.
Oh no! Ashley, what here?
Hi, guys. It's Ashley time. I'm so sorry what you're going to learn here. Can you pull up... Colleen, I need... Sit down, Colleen. Colleen, I need you to sit down. You're gonna have to sit down for this, trust me. I've been lying to you. I've been lying to you, Colleen.
This isn't about the priest. Am I oh fuck? The religious trauma's real this time.
Yeah, but you're
Tell
the
me
priest
your
because I'm the one confessing to you about my sins. So at this point in the game, we're at chapter 20, somewhere around there. We have 8 more chapters to go. You probably have married people. You probably have found the husband or wife of your anime dreams, and you're probably gonna sit down.
And hopefully they're not your sibling.
Hopefully they're not your sibling. Unfortunately, Chai did spoil this a little. So next slide. You can marry your step siblings, which is weird, to say the least. Also, if you're wondering what the bottom one is, it's my OC that I created when I was in high school because I played as a male once and for Conquest. Oh, Cloak, not just both routes. All routes.
All 3 routes. So it's triple unhinged.
This is already bad enough. But it's worse when, next slide, each one takes the time to mention either how taboo this relationship is or the fact that you guys were siblings. It's awful. I don't want to read these out loud because it hurts.
I just read the last one. I feel like I'm going to vomit.
Yeah.
So all this, you guys can read it. You guys have eyes. You guys have.
Hold on. I hate myself.
Okay. Which one was that?
Freaking Xander's.
They were the children.
Camilla's is really bad.
Whenever you're done, Colleen.
What do you mean it was confusing?
So,
Are you ready for the next slide?
I'm distraught. I would rather watch Matt Mercer die again.
anyway, so all of this is bad. Next slide. This is it's just all bad. This is all bad. It gets worse. Shall I show them the next slide?
I feel it. Wait! Nah, no, you are not.
Do I do the next slide for the reveal?
No, hold on, not the next slide. I still have more to say. So, remember when we said that one of the main appeals of the games was you could marry anyone? Anyone?
You better not. If I have to read anything.
And now, the reveal, the reason why I've been lying to you this entire time. Next slide.
I'll read it.
I guess
my father,
No,
King Sumanagi, told
no.
me, and in me alone, the truth of your birth. You see, many years ago, Queen Mikoto came to Hoshido asking my father for help. With her was an infant she had given at birth in her homeland. That infant was you, Korin. King Sumanagi knew you were not his child, but because you were the child of the woman he loves, he raised you as his own, and it was not long before obligation turned into deep and abiding love. You meant as much to him as any of us did, I promise you. So he took care of me, died protecting me, knowing I was another man's child? Then he was my father, whatever my blood. But then the question remains, who is my birth father? I don't know. King Sumanagi never shared that detail with me. I'm not certain even he knew.
Oh, I know. I heard Colleen break something. So this information that I taken is from Ryoma S support. Kind of fucking long con. It's an amazing long con that I had to experience too.
This is the worst goddamn experience of my life. This is the worst deep dive I've ever experienced in my life. I hate it here.
So, just so you know, this is only revealed in the S support in Birth. I think the next one says it. This is a lore drop from an S support. This is never brought up in the story of Birthright. The only way you realize that you are not related to your birth siblings is if you marry one of them. Now, this is Ryoma. This is how Ryoma tells you. So Ryoma knew this entire time.
You need to be originally alright with the idea of marrying your blood sibling.
Yep, that's the only way to find out.
Either that or really awful curiosity. Because you see that option and you have to go, what?
I didn't think this through.
Nope. So you may be wondering, like, okay, this is how Ryoma breaks the news to you. How did he? No, we're not done. Don't click next.
Okay.
How did the other siblings reveal it to you? Well, remember when I said Mikoto can see the future? So Mikoto saw the future, saw one of her children was going to fall in love with Korin, and decided to write them a letter and give it to them and tell them to read it if they ever find something wrong with their love for someone. Next slide, Ty. I wish I was fucking joking. Next slide.
No, don't ask. So you mean to tell me this mother was like, I need a scapegoat in case one of my kids ends up considering.
Yeah, it's not even that, but I think what gets me is that Mikoto saw the future. She saw that one of her kids was gonna fall in love with Korin.
And so her solution, write a letter and tell them. As Sakura says, Mother gave me a letter. She said I should read it if I started worrying about the one I loved. At the time, I didn't understand, but Mother had almost prophetic powers. She must have known how I felt.
You just gotta let it sink in that this is the long con. No, you don't have birth siblings. Which means the entire point of choosing your adopted family versus your birth family is moot.
Is nullified. The point of birthright pretty much is just gone.
Hey guys, I want this to be over.
We're not even in the 300s yet. We're not even in the 200s yet.
Why is this your favorite game?
The story and the characters are fun. Well, if we just ignore this, it's fine.
It's fine. Corey doesn't have to marry their siblings.
Are we good to move on?
I guess on a more minor note that is kind of weird as well, Azura can also S support with Ryoma and Takumi.
Yeah, which doesn't make it better. Honestly, and 99% of marriage options are terrible in this game. If you play the game without marrying anybody, it's great.
Next slide. I think my next slide was just me going insane. Yeah, that was just me going insane. And it was that we're half siblings, but what if we weren't? The lesson is don't fuck, actually.
The lesson is don't fuck. Everything sucks. Everything's terrible. Colleen, are you still with us?
Don't fuck.
Physically, yes. Emotionally, mentally, I'm dead.
I'm sorry.
I hate this fucking game.
I hate this fucking
Kai,
game. Yeah?
I'm never going to forgive you for this.
That's fair. That's fair.
I love how you're going after Chai when I was the one who made the birthright slides.
Yes. I love you too, Ashley, but specifically, this is all Chai's fault. I will always blame Chai before I blame anyone else.
Thanks.
I escaped the consequences of my actions once again.
I hate your ass so much. God,
I hate this fucking game.
I hate this fucking
Ashley's fucking neck.
Clipped. Hey, so back to the game. We're just ignoring the marriage options. I'm thinking of Hellfire. Where were we? Right, boat. So Ryoma estimates that they're about 1 to 2 days from the capital. Takumi, meanwhile, has been looking over the map, and the Rainbow Sage gave him like a nerd and goes, "Hey, can't we just go straight across?" And Ryoma goes, "That's an option," and Takumi points out a port named Demon's Fall, of all things. Which, listen, Colleen just has to make it, and I'll do it. If Colleen wants to bear the curse for a month, I am open.
Yeah.
Oh God, we'll see one day. It's on. I have ideas for what I want to do for a deep dive. I just have to figure out how cursed I want to go with it.
That's fair.
Because one of the options, I don't know how much you will know about this, but when I say this, Cloaked will probably be like, "What the fuck is wrong with you?" One of the options for the deep dive is the history of Kellogg's cereal.
That's
I know
so
the history of that.
specific.
Oh, Chai, you have no idea.
I know it was made for like to practice abstinence and shit, right?
Chai, it gets so much worse than that.
Oh shit.
Yeah, Chai, what the fucking it's it's bad.
Oh boy. Well,
I tell you, there are presidents involved with this.
Oh Jesus. Okay.
Henry Ford was also involved with this.
God.
J.C. Penney's, the man who founded the company J.C. Penney's, also was part of this. And you will find out in the worst way possible.
Are we all excited?
Oh,
It's gonna be revenge for the amount of incest that appeared here, which is twice. That's two more times than it should have been.
Once is too many.
I'm sorry.
Ella, I see you. I see you.
I see you. I see you. I hear you. I just can't help you because I have to keep reading. He uses "See I Win" sound clip. He's really proud about this. Ryoma heard of the place and says it's a waterfall made of fire, which doesn't face Korn since, might as well walk through an active volcano to save a few days, I guess. When the army arrives, Jacob drops the sick lore that apparently there was an oil reservoir that caught on fire and Demon's Fall has been burning for hundreds of years. Okay, but it's okay. With the power of the Dragon Veins, the gang can cross the lava pools just fine. There's a bunch of invisible soldiers nearby, so we gotta deal with that. Also, this chapter introduces a new enemy, the Stoneborn. They look like this.
Oh,
art nerds. What is that piece of art on its face?
Art nerds. Art nerds. Art nerds, rise up! Art nerds, rise up! Cloaked, rise up! Cloaked, rise up! It's a thing!
It's pretty popular from what I recall.
I used to know the name.
I know the name. I know both the English. I just don't know how to pronounce the actual name. But I know the translation.
Cloaked, it's all you, buddy.
Okay, here's your hint. It's Italian.
I know it's Italian.
Okay, fuck you. You just say the name.
All right. The name is Boca della Verità, the mouth of truth.
Yay! So that's why is that here? It's never explained.
No. It's just here now.
They can also speak, apparently. I don't know. After defeating the last Stoneborn, a cave opens up. Jacob and Felicia reveal that the cave will lead us directly to Windmire. Apparently, the Rainbow Sage knew the secret path was here, so he marked it on the map. Takumi, and he didn't tell us directly because what the fuck?
Huh?
Oh, something weird came up. I don't know.
It's PM.
I don't know. Okay. He hand drew us a map. Be grateful for once in your life. After some talk with the traitor, remember that plot thread? The army gets ready to head into the passage. The gang gets mugged. Ashley, go.
You heard it, boys. The gang gets mud. Good. I get mud. What do you mean? Love? Are you talking about the song Boca della Verità?
What?
I don't know how else. No, that's. Wait, how that from Love Live?
Ashley?
I'm looking at the cloaks for shit.
Jesus.
I can't hear a word you're saying, Ashley.
You're cutting in and out. Oh, we lost them.
Oh, God.
Every day I suffer. Yes, Cloaked, I corrected myself, but I think that's when they stopped hearing me.
Okay, talking about a chorus traveling to Italy event. Okay, thank you.
So, the army arrives in Windmire, and there's barely anyone there. Silas explains that Nora is so limited in resources, criminals and faceless basically have free roam over the place. So most of his citizens live inside or underground. Ryoma promises when the war is over, he will share Hoshido's resources with Nor. Silas will now die for him. So that's the end of importance, I think.
Yeah, Silas is never seen again, I think.
Yeah. Immediately after that piece of lore, Korn and Co. find themselves surrounded by thieves. The leader, a thief named Shura, demands Korn to hand over her valuables and the Yato, and she is sick of this shit. Honestly, mood. After wiping the floor with the thieves, Azura stops Ryoma from tying up Shura. She explains that as a thief, he might know how to sneak into the castle. Also, she remembers being taken out of the castle via a secret passage. Of course, since he's a thief, he wants money for the information. Ryoma decides the best course of action is to reveal that he is the crown prince of Hoshido, which is not something you should do in front of a criminal.
He's not the brightest.
Naturally.
Yeah. But it's okay, it works out. Shura apologizes to Ryoma and reveals that he is a former ninja of Koga, which was burned to the ground by Mokshu. He was denied entry into Hoshido as a refugee, so he ended up in Nor. Cora not only decides to take whatever information he can give them, but also invites him into her army. Yeah, we're still recruiting people this late into the game. He also reveals to the player, not the army, that he was the one to hired to kidnap Azura from Nor. He's kind of fucking important. Anyways, the secret tunnels are located underground, so down they go. Yeah, Cloak, I think Boca de la Verita was early in my AP art history class.
Here comes a special girl! Turns out the underground capital, basically the sewer, is legitimately half of the city. They got infrastructure and shops and everything down there. According to Shuda, the royals don't know the place exists. How the fuck did they manage that? I don't know. A flower girl runs up to sell some flowers, and Shura tells her to buzz off. She does it and suddenly gasps in recognition of Corin, and Corin recognizes her too. It's Elise! Baby! Corin asks her what she's doing down here, and Elise says that they can't talk here, but she takes them to a place that they can. Said place is where her former nanny Casita lives. Elise has been selling flowers to help out Casita because flowers help make people happy. I love her. Side note: she says she learned about the underground via Camilla, so Camilla knows about this place.
So the royals do know about this place.
Yeah, I think just Leo and Xander are out of the loop because they're losers.
Yeah. So already 50% of the royals know.
Yeah. She also tells Corin that Garen is becoming more scarier and that Xander is starting to question him a little. She also drops a lot of pregame lore. Garen was once a good dad, arete, that no one was allowed to be around Azura, etc. Casita reminisces on both Queen Katarina and Arete, and Ryoma also reveals that Azura is Arete's daughter, which makes Elise excited since new big sister unlocked.
We love Elise in this house.
She's my special baby. I'm guessing that Matt Mercer was in this mask. Cross my heart.
You're still talking about the fact you can marry Matt Mercer, who's your brother?
Yeah, isn't it great? I hate the sense you can marry Matt Mercer, your brother.
Your brother, Matt Mercer, who you can marry.
This game is great, isn't it? Yukimura jump scare. Hey, remember Yukimura? I don't blame you if you don't. Anyways, he's here now. He joins you if you level a puppet to level 3 after chapter 22. He's birthright exclusive, which is weird. Spoilers, he doesn't die in the third path. It's just, he's only in birthright. I don't know why.
Yeah. Camilla. After Elise shows the gang the path Shura said they should go on, Corin tries to shoo her away since they're going to invade the castle. Elise puts her foot down and decides she's going to join us. She says that she's going to stop both Corin and her remaining family from fighting, because remember, Leo ran away, so the war can end in peace. She's so innocent and precious. Unfortunately, Garrett is a murderous tyrant, so I can't see any good coming from this.
Damn.
She and Corin basically have some nice, sweet family bonding as they head further into the tunnel when Camilla shows up.
Oh, God.
Camilla makes the conclusion that Elise has been kidnapped and then notices Corin, and so she makes the logical leap of if she kills all of Corin's new family and friends, then surely she'll come to her senses and come home. Right? She's not doing too hot right now, mentally.
She's kind of lost it.
Yeah.
You know what? Yeah, I think so.
Yeah. Two people, Arthur and Effie, also show up. They're Elise's retainers, and they overheard us talking with Elise and reported us to Camilla. Oops. If it's okay, you talk to one of them, Elise clears up the situation, and they leave. No death for side characters today.
Yay!
After the army wins, Camilla cries over how now Elise is leaving her too. But Corin says Elise is just coming to help persuade Xander, and Garen, I guess. Corin tells her that she's sure peace can... What was I trying to say here?
Huh?
I'm trying to figure out what I'm trying to say. I think Corin just tells her that she's sure that peace can be achieved, and Camilla finally understands what we're doing. She thinks about a future where Corin, as a Hoshidan princess, because she finally accepts that, will visit the Norians and pass it out from exhaustion. Her retainers tell Corin that they will take care of her, and off Corin goes to the castle.
I feel like I'm forgetting someone.
Oh yeah, Lilith.
The army finally. Yeah, don't forget about your fish. Don't forget about your pet fish. God, the army finally makes it through the passage and ends up in a training facility that's currently in use. Hey, at least they made it to the castle. Also, there is Hans again. I apparently got a promotion as a captain of the Norian army. The Hoshidans get spotted and a full-out brawl commences. Korin gets cornered by Hans, and before Ryoma can reach her, Hans swings his axe down. Except the axe doesn't hit Korin. Lilith pops out from Korin's shadow and takes the blow, knocking her out. Korin gets so pissed, remember that Hans also killed Gunther, is that she basically vows to tear Hans apart. Also, remember how in Conquest we at least got Gunther back?
Yeah.
Doesn't happen here.
Yeah, Gunther's dead.
Gunther's dead. Rest in peace, Korin's only father figure.
Also, the quote in the middle is sick as fuck. You should read it, Chai.
I will when I get down there.
Yeah.
She basically vows to tear Hans apart, and then she does. Good for her. Hans calls her a bird too. I know he's not smart, but come on, man. Do fish not exist in Nor?
I swear to God.
So here's Colleen. Actually, do you want to read your own quote in the middle there?
I hate waiting. Look, I'm going to burn you to the ground, Hans, and when I'm through with you, your accident will be the only reminder that you ever lived.
Yay!
It's a pretty sick line, honestly.
line.
It is. I just can't do it justice because I'm awkward.
No, it's fine.
The remaining Norian soldiers surrender after Hans' death, and Korin immediately runs to Lilith's side. Sakura says she's too far gone for her rod to work, and Elise can't heal her either. Lilith then reverts to her human form. She says the astral dragon Mora must have taken pity on her. She tells Korin not to cry for her, as she once saved her life, and Lilith is glad she can return the favor. She dies happily, knowing Korin will succeed without her. Korin screams about what they're even fighting for, and how she's tired of loss and death. And Ryoma tells her to hold her head up high and not let those sacrifices be in vain. Rest in peace again, Lilith.
Lilith does not survive on 8 time. Not my fucking Warmo!
Uh-oh.
Yeah. As Korin nears the throne, who else but shows up but everyone's favorite villain, Iago. Audience boos.
Boo.
Apparently, Iago has had enough of beating around the bush. I should hope we have like 3 chapters left after this one. And then Takumi starts attacking Azura and starts screaming about murder again.
Uh-oh. SpaghettiOs.
Iago reveals that the traitor all along had been Takumi. His possession was not fixed at all, and Iago simply used that possession to be able to figure out where the Hoshidan armies were at all times. He then starts airing all of Takumi's issues in front of us. Nobody asked him to. Does that imagine trauma dumping someone else's trauma?
God.
It's a lot.
He just starts talking about his severe inferiority complex and how his hatred of his family kept him going, and basically implies that that's how Takumi escaped from the bottomless canyon, out of pure spite.
Mood.
Azura tries to sing, but Takumi bitch slaps her. Iago tells Korina how she's got to choose between killing Takumi or letting Azura die. Except she's had enough of this shit and says that she knows the real Takumi is still in there somewhere. This causes Takumi to hesitate enough for Azura to sing. Iago tries to stop her, but Sakura runs in and smacks Iago with her staff. She's also had enough of this bullshit. Imagine this 4'6" pink bubblegum haired girl running after you with a fucking staff and slapping you with it.
She's so powerful.
Unfortunately, Iago is still stronger than her, but fortunately, he's shot with an arrow before he can harm her. Takumi is back to normal, and for good this time. He says he's woken up for good and that his family needs him. He won't fail them ever again. Time to eviscerate Iago, fam. Now you may be asking, where was Ryoma and Horihinoka during all of this? I don't know.
Hey, even better question. Where's Hinoka been this whole time? We don't.
Neither of them appear during this scene.
None of them
Takumi is
appear.
threatening Azura's life, and only Korin and Sakura are there.
It was a choice. From this time forth, I will never speak word. Were you okay here, Ashley? After defeating him...
it's Othello quote.
Oh, right.
It's the final line spoken from Iago.
Ah.
Oh!
Nice. Nice
Man,
reference.
that's smart.
After defeating him, Korin is ready to tear Iago a new one because fuck Mercy. If they ever come between her and her family, she's defaulting to killing now. Iago begs for his life like a pathetic little rat, blaming Gran for his actions. And then Leo rejoins the party. Iago throws himself at Leo's feet, except Leo says, "Nice try, buddy," then kills him himself. Oh. Anyways, Leo's not actually joining us, but he's back from his journey of enlightenment over the entire what do I do crisis. Also, his call is Inside Out again. Korin waited to tell him since she didn't want to ruin his entire cool entrance.
It's really funny.
Aww.
Leo tries to get Elise to hide in that secret passage Camilla thinks I don't know about, but Elise refuses. He relents and calls Corn and Elise reckless, and the army moves on to the throne room. Okay. We're so close, Ashley.
We're so close to the end of Birthright.
We're so close.
And then whenever they call me, I'll send you the notes for that scene.
Mm-hmm.
Don't worry, chat.
Don't worry, chat. Chat, my loves, don't even worry about it.
Yeah, don't worry about the scene.
Everyone is done.
Should I
change playlist because we're at like a halfway mark?
I'm back.
No, I'll change it when we finish Birthright. Currently we are at 196 out of 320, so do the math. I'll talk about it with my therapist.
But RJ walked in again.
Okay. Where was I?
He relents and calls Corrin and Elise reckless.
Okay. And the army moves on to the throne room to meet Xander. So that's 3 out of 4 royals that know about the underground Shura. So Shura was just lying, I guess. Only Xander apparently doesn't know about it. But even then, I'm pretty sure he knows.
And possibly Garen, I guess.
And pretty much everyone knows about it. Shura's just a liar and a deceiver. After Corrin and Co. After Corrin and Co. leave, Leo reunites with his retainers Niles and Odin. This little bit dialogue serves to show that Leo went into the bottomless cave with the crystal Azura gave him. How did he know to do that? Because I'm pretty sure Azura didn't tell him to do that. I don't know. But now he just has this, now he's been burdened with the knowledge.
No, Leo right now is literally the embodiment of, the horrors.
The crystal revealed something to him about his father, but he doesn't tell his retainers anything. He just tells them that a big battle is coming and that anything can happen.
Oh. The end is near. Meanwhile, Xander's telling his retainers, Laszlo and Perry, to stay behind while he goes to fight Corrin, as this is his fight alone. They both try to convince him to let them join, but he refuses. He starts telling them how much he trusts them, and how he'll cherish the memories they spent together, which bothers his retainers, since it sounds like he's saying goodbye. Anyways, Corrin and Co are almost at the throne room, and then Xander comes to meet her. Cutscene.
I was like, when do I play it? It's pretty cool.
It is.
Look at him.
You're here.
Hi, Blue.
Hi, Blue.
At last.
This is Xander talking to Blue. You're here at last.
I wish I was Blue. It got to miss all the incest talk.
Now, once and for all.
I love him. I love him so dearly. Alright, Ash.
He says that Corrin has to go through him first before she can try and kill his father, but Elise tells him to stop. Xander calls Elise naive and refuses to step down from battle. Ryoma tells the rest of the army to stand back since it's going to be a one-on-one duel between Corrin and Xander. The two move into the Great Hall, much to Elise's distress. Corrin apologizes to Elise and says that Elise probably already knew that this was going to happen. Elise is sobbing, also apologizing for failing to convince Xander. Corrin says no matter what happened, she was happy to have Elise as her sister. Elise is having a full-on breakdown, saying that there must be something she can do, because she can't lose her family. The battle between Corrin and Xander starts, and oh shit, Corrin is losing bad. Oh fuck, she's getting the shit beaten out of her.
Xander's a little bit too strong. Oh shit.
She tries to convince Xander that ignorance is evil, but he says justice is an illusion, and there's no justice in war. Corrin responds with this, Colleen?
Oh god. You're wrong, justice does exist. It's not black and white like some believe, but it's there all the same. Open your eyes.
What?
Yes, exactly.
Die there! Why did you die?
I don't know.
You're getting the shit beaten out of them.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, Xander won't back down. By the way, I'm heading to the charging station, so any chat messages directed at me, no, I probably won't respond. Unfortunately, Xander won't back down. And then...
I'm really sorry for what you're about to see.
Who dies? Who's dying?
Very well. You will die fighting for your cause. I shall defend my homeland!
Yeah!
Please, please, speak to me.
Xander, your sword. Lay it down for me.
Oh, I hate this cutscene so fucking much.
Nor needs more from you. Not just your strength. What we need is caring. And a warm hand. And tears.
I hate this fucking game.
The way. Try to be at peace.
Blue, to be fair, they are not blue, red, wrong color. To be fair, they're siblings. But from the rest of this game, apparently that doesn't fucking matter!
Shut up! That's his baby sister and my baby sister! Why are you looking at me like that?
You and me, same brain.
Motherfucker! Coming out here just like, you did this! I hate him! So yeah, I'll do this one. So, wake that slug a bed up! Corin runs to Elise's body, screaming and crying. Xander points Siegfried at, hey, Nim, you're literally at a death scene.
Yep. The baby's dead.
The baby just died.
And Xander killed her.
Corin runs up to Elise's body, screaming and crying. Xander points Siegfried at her and tells her to get up, that they must end this. Corin can't believe Xander can keep fighting after his sister died, trying to stop them from fighting. By him, by the way. This was technically his fault! Xander yells at her to draw her sword, and Corin knows the brother she once knew is gone. She draws her sword and apologizes to Elise for being unable to keep her final wish. Perry and Laszlo run in with reinforcements, their loyalty overriding their orders. The Hoshidans see this, and Ryoma prepares the rest of the army to join in, as the duel is now a lost cause. Yeah, remember how Laszlo is Inigo? He can die in this fight. It's to defeat the boss chapter, thankfully, but still. Ruh-roh, it looks like somebody's not going back to the future, huh?
Whoops.
If Corin defeats Xander, he tells her that he's proud of her and that she's become the leader he always knew she could be. As he starts to die, Corin asks why he let her win, because she's still weak. She starts to cry that Xander always protected her, even towards the end. Xander instead tells her to dry her tears, and his favorite memory of their family, sharing a laugh around the dinner table. As the crown prince, Xander never had the choice, Corin did. As he puts it, my fate was sealed the day I was born. He apologized to Corin for letting her slip away from them. In the end, because Corin can and will do the things he couldn't do, she has suppressed him. Surpassed him.
Yeah, that was supposed to be suppressed.
Suppressed him. His last words are telling Corin to end Garen and to please don't cry. With that, it's time to face Corin's final battle.
Yay. 2 siblings down.
2 siblings down, back to back, not a moment to rest.
I love that gas.
Yeah, I am not joking when I say the day... Okay, I was distraught about Ryoma's death. When Elise died, I almost threw my 3DS across the fucking room.
Yeah.
Did you hear my fucking gasp of air?
We did.
Yeah,
we did.
I heard your gasp when you saw her pigtail.
We're at the final battle now. Also, Nim, the total slide count, 320. I'm normal, I swear.
There he is. That motherfucker. What a tool. Played the cutscene.
Okay. I'm just gonna keep Boss Bitch playing while he shows up. He's so normal. Oh, why is it lagging? Oh god, what the fuck?
Oh god.
Hello?
Yeah, it's struggle in there.
There we go.
Garen's too powerful.
Garen's too powerful. Fucking
I'm
Burger
so
King over
glad
here.
you made it home.
Garen seems unfazed that Corin is here, and after she reveals that Xander and Elise have died due to his war, he just shrugs and goes, "Oh well, sucks to suck, lol." He calls them pawns and doesn't even mention Elise, which activates my kill button. Corin is so incited by this careless attitude towards his own children that she goes to strike him, except her sword doesn't even scratch him. Azura tries to sing, except Gary manages to grab her and put her in a chokehold. Ryoma immediately goes into negotiations mode to get Azura back, and Garen demands unconditional surrender from Hoshido. Oh, and also for Ryoma to die.
Again.
Not again.
Not again. No, Matthew.
He throws a fireball at Ryoma, which hurts him a lot. His resistance stat isn't too good. Luckily for Korin, the Rajito is glowing, just like the Fujinumi did. The Noble Yato combines with the Ranshito to create the Blazing Yato, Korin named it on the spot. With the Reborn Sword, Korin attacks Garen again, this time wounding him and freeing Azura. Now with Azura back, the army is now allowed to go absolutely ham on Garen. And they do! Garen is finally defeated, and Korin yells for the soldiers of Nord to surrender. It's finally over.
Yay.
Psych, it's dragon time! Fuck you! Garen isn't going down that easily, suckers. He transforms into a giant dragon. Very casual.
He can do that.
Remember how in Kagus he's a slime monster? Now he's a dragon. It's never explained the difference.
Yeah.
Okay.
He transfers into a giant dragon, stating that this is his true form, and the blood of the dragons runs through his veins. Fun fact, this form is heavily implied to be the Dusk Dragon. Not Garen, just the form. It has the same shaped wings and everything. It also means Corrin isn't special. Sad face.
Does Corrin ever turn into a dragon again?
DLC!
In main story? No. Not in main story. Only in battle.
Yeah. I hate this game. It's my favorite game. I hate this game. With his new dragon powers, he shatters the Blazing Yato. Ryoma and Takumi move to defend Korin, but he throws them aside with little effort. Korin refuses to let Garen kill her family and her allies, even without the Yato, so she throws herself in front of her brothers to protect them. Ryoma yells at her for basically throwing her life away, and Korin tells him he worries too much before collapsing on the ground, no longer moving. Rip Bozo!
Damn, that's wild.
You ever go like, don't worry guys, I'm okay, then die immediately. Oh my god.
Wanna see how hard I can cry? Korin wakes up in the Northern Fortress where Lilith and Flora are getting her ready for morning practice. Flora's about to use her ice powers on her before saying Korin needs to wake up on her own this time. Korin is confused and realizes Felicia and Jacob aren't there, but Elise and Xander are. They both berate her for staying in bed, and Elise says she needs to get it together, or she'll be stuck here forever. Korin says she'll be happy if she is, and this is what Father wants for her anyways. Wait. She suddenly remembers everything that happened. Xander says she's not completely dead, but she must make a choice. Stay here with them, or fight with her family. Korin hears the battle between her family and Garen, and her allies cries for her to come back. Hey, Colleen? Guess what? You're a mother in birthright too! Congratulations.
Get that
It's
child
coming.
away from me.
Why don't you love your son?
Why don't you love your
I
your
have
son
no
cried for
motherly
you.
instincts, okay? Get that child away from me.
I'll take care of you, Kana.
God, you sound so dead inside. That's great for Revelation.
Oh, that's perfect.
She stands up and
You gotta do another game after this!
Bitch, I'm a mother! No drama!
she stands up and the scene changes between where Flora, Lilith, Elise, and Xander died. Each one says their goodbyes to her for the last time and tell her that they're proud and that they love her. Once they all fade away, Korin finds herself on top of the Northern Fortress. She calls for Yato to give her strength, restoring it and bringing it back to the real world. And I think the next one is, yeah, I couldn't fit Xander on the slide, so there he is.
Time has stopped for us here, but you have so much more life to live, little princess. You can accomplish what we couldn't. You can save this world. I urge you to seize the future. Do it for those of us who cannot. Well, Colleen, you gotta read your lines.
Wait a second, because I'm recovering from everything. When you said it got worse, I did not expect it to get this worse.
Yeah, Birthright goes hard for no good
Birthright
reason
has
at
like
the
the
end.
most tragic scenes and the most boring storyline.
Okay. I know someday our paths will cross again in this realm or beyond. Everyone is waiting for me. I won't give up.
Time to kill a fucking dragon. Corrin finally... Let's fucking go! Corrin finally wakes up, and Garen tries to destroy the Blazing Yato again, but fails since it's powered by Elise and Xander's faith in everyone she loves. It's literally power of love. Like, it's so iconic, honestly. It's time to take down this oversized salamander, Takumi's words, not mine. Azura decides to sing her song without restraint. She tells Corrin not to stop her and to remind her that she promised not to disappear. With that, Corrin tells her to sing her heart out, and she gladly does. Finally, Garen falls, and he transforms back into a human. He says he should have killed Corrin when he had a chance, but didn't, because he knew he could use Corrin to get to Mikoto. Regardless, as he lays dying, he says he finally feels at peace. He says his body was destroyed and his mind was lost, and ever since then, well, we'll never know. He dissolves into water. Corrin wonders what Garen could have possibly meant by that, and notes that Xander said that his father had changed. Azura then falls to the ground and tells Corrin that she's afraid she's lied to her again, and that she couldn't keep her promise. She begs Corrin to live a happy life, and that thanks to Corrin, she's died for a world she believed in. She then asks Corrin to make her one last promise. Oh wait, what the fuck is this?
I wanted to show.
This is not the
I forgot about this. I wanted to show you guys Garen's fucking dead dragon. He's got his tongue out. I thought that was funny as shit.
Just breaking the mood entirely.
Yeah, because I think I meant to have that earlier, but I forgot.
Okay. Anyway,
Ripper for real this time.
I love this game.
I'm questioning your taste in games.
I love angst, what can I tell you?
Can I see you? Smile for me. One last time.
Probably not. Holy shit.
Before I go. That's right. Lovely.
Sucks.
Bye, Azura.
Bye, Azura.
Bye, Azura.
Sucks.
Yeah, Corrin can have shit in this fucking game ever, actually.
Yeah, Corrin gets fucked this entire game. Corrin is dead inside now!
Yay!
The end of the war is finally here. Now back in Hoshido, Yukimura crowns Ryoma as the new king of Hoshido. Ryoma makes a speech honoring those who died in the war and that they must move forward. Hoshido must share their light with Nor, as they have much to learn from them. Light cannot exist without darkness, and if they work together, they will walk the path to a better future. Sakura, Corrin, and Hinoka are crying while Takumi's too cool for that. Yukimura scolds them all for basically yelling at each other. Don't worry, he cries later over Azura.
He's such a teenager.
Yeah. But things seem to be going back to normal. What's this? It's Camilla and Leo! They attended the coronation ceremony, since, peace and all. It's also revealed that Leo is going to be crowned the king of Nor. Yeah, apparently Camilla just advocated her rule, since she didn't feel like running a kingdom, which is a thing to do.
I've just been a little at a loss for words. I'm so sorry, Seder.
Regardless of the choice to leave her little brother alone with the crown, her, Leo, and Corrin take a moment to grieve for Elise and Xander again before saying their goodbyes.
Yeah, I was gonna say, in all fairness, Camilla, after the events of Birthright, is way too mentally ill to run a kingdom.
Yeah, that's true.
It's just the part where she leaves him that I have a problem with.
Yeah. Whatever, it's party time! Literally, they talk about dancing and everything. Later, Corrin hears Azura singing on the lakeside where they first met. Azura's spirit appears before her, asking her to focus on the lake. There's something deeper in there. If Corrin could just focus. But Corrin's much more worried about getting everything off her chest, and then Azura disappears. She promises that she will see Azura again before running off with Ryoma to rejoin the festival. There you go. Corrin has finally brought peace to the land and has reunited with her birth family.
Quote unquote.
Overall, it's a happy ending. And with that, the birthright path is done.
Deep dive over, guys. We did
Nope.
2 games.
Wait, but what about Fantasy Japan? Look how pretty it is.
You know, I always wanted to take you flying.
You had no story important.
She had no story. I think we mentioned her once.
How's it view up there?
Don't fall now. Careful.
They're so cute.
Hi, Matt Mercer.
Hi, Matt Mercer.
I told Mother the war is over.
Hi, Matt Mercer. Stop talking to me.
You stood for peace. Always. We carry on your legacy.
Hi, Matthew Mercer, Critical Role.
Yes.
Damn, full legal name.
Yeah. Yes.
That said, our task will always be a difficult one. But no matter how hard it may be,
Ah! Ghost! Ah! Okay, it's gone.
we will succeed with you at our side.
A snap
Hand
cube
in hand.
dub of this would be fucking insane. Holy shit.
We fucking lose it.
Oh my god. Well, with that, it's done. But did you know it didn't need to be this way? You could have refused to choose a side if you paid for the DLC.
Yeah, you pay for the DLC. That's the only way you can get it.
But first, well,
I'm gonna put Hyrule Warriors over here, and I'm gonna call this the time break.
welcome to the time break. I have to explain the time break.
Why does no one
Welcome.
understand the time break except for me, Brian David Gilbert? Why am I the only scholar in
And
time break studies?
Thank you, David. Don't worry, I'm here now. Okay, so welcome to the time break. Hold on, I went ahead. Okay, so. Okay, so the time break. This is the part where I get to briefly mention that in Fire Emblem Fates, every path is canon, with only revelations existing as most desired outcome with the more truer ending. However, every path is canon. Conquest, Birthright, and Revelations all exist as just branching paths in one set timeline where each path exists separate but are still interconnected in some way. Every path feeds into each other in some way, and earlier Revelations is just mostly recycled chapters from Birthright and Conquest. When you open the game itself, actually the game gives you the option to start a new game, continue a game, or create a new save file right from where you choose your path, aka the Branch of Fate option. In Fire Emblem Heroes, the gacha game, they go out of their way to say that the Fates units you get can be literally from any of the paths because every path is canon and every path has an ending that affects the overall timeline of the world and also the multiverse, I guess. So basically, we can call the big decision Corrin makes where the time break occurs. Let's look at it like this too. There's the Branch of Fate that leads into Conquest, Revelation, or Birthright. Revelation leads to a true end. Conquest leads to a bad end, version 1. And Birthright leads to a bad end, version 2, because technically Conquest and Birthright lead into doomed endings. And then technically. And then all the endings, no matter what, will lead into what is called Heirs of Fate. And Heirs of Fate, we'll get to this later.
Technically, after playing for Heirs of Fate, it's less the true end and more like the bad end of Revelation.
Yeah.
My brain hurts.
Alright.
Yeah, cloaked. So you mean they are?
I have no idea what's going on over there.
We set the counter!
0 days since last Homestuck, baby!
God damn it.
But yes, every path is canon and happens at the same time, actually. Because no matter what unit you get, they usually are from one of them, and they all kind of are the same point no matter what. It's great and awesome and fantastic and totally doesn't hurt my head. Velpenia!
Wahoo.
Alright, but welcome to part 6, Revelations!
Yeah!
Ashley!
The clown show begins again!
Actually,
So you do
fuck
have to
you. We're
decide.
going back, actually. I need to go piss.
Oh my god, so do I.
Are we doing
Alright.
group pissing again?
You know what? Let's group piss.
Okay, we're gonna go do a group piss. I'm gonna leave y'all with some music. I'll be back.
Woohoo!
I'm back. I've returned. Hello, chat. Hello, chat. Hello. And hello, Ashley.
Hello.
And hello,
Hello.
Colleen. We're all back.
I was listening
guys,
to
I have
Anthony. You
horrible
can destroy
news.
a log.
I have
What?
very bad, terrible news.
What's the news?
My mom has company over.
Oh no. What does that entail?
So, I hope and pray to God she did not hear me yelling about incest before.
Oh no! Oh, we can only hope.
Oh.
Well, are we ready to continue? We're close to the end.
Let's continue.
Is everybody ready?
I'm ready.
Guys, I love you guys. I love you truly, madly, and deeply, and all the work you put into this thing.
Oh no.
Why do you do that? Why does it always have to get longer?
Listen.
I'm gonna be honest, I don't think any other deep dive is possible to get this long.
But don't say that. Chai will see it as a challenge.
I think Chai wants it to be longer. You should have heard them last night. They wanted to die.
I'm so tired. Y'all don't understand the mental energy that goes into doing these. Oh my god. Okay, well, we're here now though. We're at Revelations. It's this, and then 2 more DLC, and then the 2-slide bonus round. I don't think I have enough content to make the Suniverse one longer than 320 slides. I'm gonna be real. If that somehow ends up happening, I think that you have to check me into a hospital.
We have to finally admit you.
You can't let me do that to myself, guys. All right. I'm
goal
sorry.
is
I'll
420.
try. I'll try, Nim, to make it long just for you, but I don't know.
It's a word per slide.
Every slide, it's a picture of someone getting closer. For 300 plus slides. Oh god. Well, okay, everyone. I will tip you if I somehow make it 300 slides, okay, I'll let you know, and then I'll keep that to you. If I make it somehow 300 slides, I'll tell you, so you give me my $5.
You know what's crazy? I still stream after this too.
Yep. That was your idea.
That's so weird. I don't know how long this is gonna go on for.
Alright, part 6, Revelations, aka the DLC only path where you choose neither side. In order to win the war, you don't choose either siblings, you just go on your own path, and it's weird, it's wacky. It's the second best story, because the best one is Conquest. Alright, let's go! Ashley!
Alright, the clown show begins again. So you've decided, actually, fuck this. Either route sucks, so let's go for neither. Great choice, honestly. It's hard to pick between families. However, choosing this does make you an enemy of both countries now. We're not kidding. Choosing this path means Corin telling her brothers that she doesn't want to choose between either of her families because she loves them too much. And this will mean that Ryoma and Xander both decide that it means that Corin simply doesn't know what she's talking about, and so they have to fight even harder.
They're idiots.
Oh, you want peace? Fuck you. Jacob also reappears with his impeccable bad timing. Azura joins Corin side in all this, and they decide to get Xander and Ryoma's attention. They need to defeat their commanders. They do so, but unfortunately, Xander and Ryoma considered it as an act of treason and declared Corin a traitor. Her, Jacob, and Azura run away from the battlefield. Azura tells Corin she has to pick a side because this is real life, and Corin simply says, no. So Azura gives in. They realize they need a place to hide, and Azura tells them she has the perfect place.
If Azura jumps off a cliff, yes. Azura's perfect place is at the bottom of the bottomless canyon. Jacob immediately thinks that Azura is insane and that the group should leave. However, Corin trusts Azura and tells her that she'll follow her no matter what. Why? Ooh. Yeah, pick a side or everyone fucking hates you. We don't allow centrism bullshit in this chat. Down the bombs canyon they go! Why did it not load? There it is. And down
you
the
go.
we go. Whee! Mind you, this is on the 3DS, so that's why they wanted it to be as protruding in your face as possible. You know, for the 3D effect. That never worked because nobody ever used it.
I used it at first, and then I got sick of it.
It gave me a headache.
Yeah, you have to hold your head at a very specific angle for a long time.
We're back! In the here! We're back in Grand Blue Fantasy, guys! We did it!
Hey, we're back to Grand Blue Fantasy.
Send off the
not
Peters.
again.
Get out of here! No! No! You stay! So, they wake up in the beautiful, misty landscape with floating islands and blah blah blah, same thing from Conquest. But it has a name now. Welcome to Vala, the secret third country of the Big Trio. Azura explains Vala's whole deal to Corrin and Jacob after leading them to an underground cave system. I don't know, where they'll be able to, where they'll be safe from invisible soldiers that occupy the land. Key points of this lore dump: the throne of Vala was occupied by Anankos, who took it by force from the Valite king, who was Azura's dad. She's a princess of Vala. She's from here.
Yeah.
Anankos is the one who orchestrated the war between Hoshido and Nor and plans to destroy the world. Beyond the border of Vala, if you talk about Vala by name, you trigger a curse and disappear. Which is fascinating.
Weird.
Cool.
What?
None.
Okay. No time to talk. Enemies appear to kill the trio, but as they make their way through the visible enemies, Gunter appears. He's actually alive. Yippee! Grandpa! He helps kill the remaining enemies, and then the squad discusses what to do next. Also, Gunter remembers Reserve from her time in Nor. Gunter also reveals that Garen hates him because of the time Gunter refused to drink dragon's blood and swore absolute loyalty to Garen, so they have beef.
They got beef.
Why is my keys not working? There we go.
Corrin's no good, really bad days begin. Oh, sorry. The conversation of catching Gunter up to speed is cut short by the appearance of another, even more mysterious invisible soldier. You can tell she's going to be plot important because she has a custom face sprite.
Whoa!
Oh, she calls herself the Mage of Vala and commands her soldiers to attack. Corrin and Co run away and retreat back to the surface world, and Azura acts as if she knew who that mage was. Azura tells Corrin this: when dawn turns to dusk, when dusk turns to dawn, then the door will spawn. This, as Corrin and Co figure out, is something Azura's mother had told her long ago when the skies above Hoshido and Nor will switch, which conveniently will happen a few months from now, and only happens once every few decades. So once that happens, the door to Vala and the Bottomless Canyon will close. Since they're able to get in there now, that just means next time it closes. Corrin decides on her mission to get Hoshido and Nor to stop fighting and join together against their common enemy in Vala before the door closes.
Hi, Ruby.
How? Well, that's what the next 20+ chapters are for.
You can't hear it. I'm clapping.
Yeah, I believe you.
All right, first little sister acquired because we're collecting them like Pokemon cards. That's the new goal here. Corrin decides to bring everyone to Hoshido, where surely she can at least get one sibling on her side. Azura, I assume it's Azura, because how the fuck else would Corrin know what / where Fort Jinya is, leads the party to Fort Jinya, where they are interrupted by Yukimura, who calls them all traitors to Hoshido. Yukimura casually drops the info that Takumi's been kidnapped and Ryoma's gone missing. How? It's been like a day. How did we lose them already? It's the same shit from Birthright. No time for anything. Yukimura wants Corrin captured and dead, and he sends the guards after them. Corrin fights through the soldiers sent after her and makes her way to him, Orochi, and Saizo. So after Saizo tries to literally kill himself and Corrin by blowing himself up with his fire magic, this can't keep happening. By Talos, this can't be happening again. It's okay though, because Sakura and Kaze appear. They plead for everyone to hear Corrin out, so they agree. Corrin explains that there's a third party pulling the strings, and that it's not Garen, but someone controlling him, but she can't say who. Which is a terrible explanation, and no one believes her save for Sakura and Kaze, who decide to follow Corrin and join her quest. Alongside Sakura, her two retainers, Hana and Tsubaki, also join. This is the start of the end, as I like to call it, which is where every time you get a royal sibling, you get the +2 of the retainers. you're gonna get so many fucking units in this path.
Oh
Also,
my
Sana
God.
gets her own little cutscene. Look at her go.
Thank you for letting me join you. I, missed you. I hope I can help.
She's so baba. She's so baby. I love her.
She's baby.
She's so baby. Not twice. Not twice.
My fucking beloved. Garrett interlude. He knows Corrin is alive and that she knows the truth of Vala and that Anakin is actually pulling Garrett's strings. Isn't that cool? Everyone is shocked. Everyone's shocked.
Shock and horror.
Elise is listening through the door, concerned about how her father's talking so evilly to no one in particular, and she thinks Xander should be involved.
How dare you, Yawn.
Camilla arrives to tell Elise that she's also been listening and that she's noticed something otherworldly is strong with their father, and one wrong step and we could cause Corrin more trouble. So Elise and Camilla decide to plan to stay back for now, for Corrin's sake. Notice how quick she is to realize this here, but not in the other two paths? Oh, she did.
They have more brain cells in this path. I
Yeah,
guess.
this path gave them more brain cells.
Oh, wait,
What the fuck is that? Is that a vacuum cleaner?
That's my phone. It's a phone call. The fuck is Discord, stop glitching out on me. I am dying. I am dying.
Okay, you're good now. You're good now. You're good now.
I'm good? I'm
Yeah.
good. Okay. Alright, who the fuck called me? It's CDC, why are you calling me? Where were we?
Yeah, because now they're focused on Corden, but not fucking obsessed. Yeah, she's significantly calmer here. I guess it's just that Core didn't choose Hoshido over her. Core just chose no one over her, so I guess she's calmer now.
Don't worry, she goes back to insane later.
Yeah, it's Camilla.
Cut back up to Corrin on the heavenly stairwell with her group. They want to make their way to Izumo, which is neutral, so they have some sanctuary since two countries are specifically targeting them. As they're walking, they're apprehended by Faceless and wait, we've seen this song and dance before. Yes, it's the same trick pulled as in Birthright, where Iago, who's been following Corrin, made the Wind Tribe members appear to be faceless to Corrin and co. Oops, we did a manslaughter again. Oops. No. They head to the Wind Tribe village and apologize and are taken into questioning by the chieftain Fuga, who is rightfully pissed. Corrin tries to explain to him about Vala but can't, so Fuga just thinks she's kind of insane. Which, fair.
Also, Cloaked is totally right on his analysis of Camilla. Yeah, that's basically it. It's either yes, good because we have the Corn, or we are the best, or no, we don't have Corn, the others must die. Now it's, shit, Corn's gonna fucking die, we should be a little bit careful.
Yeah. Luckily, Rinka shows up to vouch for Corrin since she still owes her a debt, so Fuga decides the only way Corrin can prove herself is with a fight. One long and horrible fight later, it reintroduces the wind mechanic from Conquest. Fuga believes Corrin only has pure intentions and decides to send his adopted son Hayato with Corrin on her journey for some reason. Fuga also talks again about how he was friends with Sumeragi, the Seal of Flames, and with that, Corrin is granted safe passage through to Izumo.
Yay! Not this guy again. Oh?
Why is he on Among Us? Oh, I see why.
That's my favorite. This is my favorite slide. Just because of the Among Us. I was honestly hoping no one would bring attention to it. It's just there. Welcome back to Izumo. You broke the bit. How dare you?
Yeah, Colleen, we were supposed to gaslight gatekeep girl boss the chat.
Sorry, no one gave me the memo.
Sorry. Next time we'll do a dress rehearsal.
Yeah.
Welcome back to Izumo. Izana grants Corrin and Co. with his usual informal and fun self. When Corrin and Azura pester him his knowledge of the Seal of Flames, he continuously brushes it off and tries to get them to follow him to a feast to be prepared for their arrival. Seder, are you having a stroke?
What the fuck is going on over there?
You triggered something in him.
Good God. Bless you, Seder. It takes Gunter 0.4 seconds, and he points out that he's not the real Izana, and he's right. It's Zola again. Man, where have I seen this before? Basically, besides literally every route. No time to think about that. It's time to fight through the thick ice that Zola and his mage just summoned to kill him. One very fun, actually. Chapter fight later, and Korn and Co. corner Zola, Zola, and interrogate him on where the Archduke is being held. He tries to use Sakura as a hostage, but is swiftly killed by Leo after his sudden appearance, because he's back again. I don't know. Leo is just always, like, around the corner for some reason, that he's just like, I actually don't care about you, Corin. It's like, okay, you fucking sued their little brother ass, whatever.
Fucking kill someone, and he goes like, this isn't for you, Corin.
This is for the glory of Nor, whatever. Corin tries and fails to explain to Leo the situation of Vala, but can't find the right words to convince him. Leo leaves as still believing Corin have abandoned him and their family, and that he totally only came here to dispose of Zola. Yeah, sure, okay, edgelord. And to show how obviously pissed he is at Corin, he attacks her, misses, and conveniently breaks the door to the prison. He trots away, and Corin can't dwell on it for much longer, and goes to save the real Izana and his people who were being held in the banquet hall, and Takumi? Turns out Takumi got kidnapped by Zola after all, and was being held in the same basement as Izana.
Look at that! Roblox oof noise. Oof. Sakura helps untie Takumi, who thinks that Sakura too has betrayed Hoshido, and Ryoma's going to be so devastated when he finds out. Sakura tries to explain that she and Corin have betrayed Hoshido, and that there's a third party at play, but Takumi doesn't take the flimsy explanation at face value. Izana decides he won't be having any family drama in this house. He can't explain why Takumi should go join Corin, but he knows that he has to. It's what the gods are telling him to tell Takumi.
God told me, bro.
Yeah, Takumi still doesn't believe him, though. Izana gets a prophecy that speaks of Anikosto, not by name, and that he is the true enemy to Hoshido and Nor. It also turns out that, sadly, he doesn't have any information on the Seal of Flames. Wah!
Holy shit.
What he does have is a prophecy passed down his family. We will show she who suns delight and dark another way. Oh, I wonder who that's about.
That's where it was supposed to be! The one I sent you, the like, I wonder what that's for. It's like your face and you're looking at it. Oh! That's where I was gonna put it. Okay, I'll fix it in post. The VOD will have an additional thing.
Wait, what is it?
The one I sent you, where it's like the Garfield meme, but you're looking at a sign with a sign of your face with an X through it, and you're like, I wonder who's that for. So
wait, what is that supposed to be? Oh,
it was supposed to be pretty. Ooh, I wonder who that's about with the prophecy.
Oh God,
I forgot to include it.
Oh, damn, that's a good one too.
Like, damn it, whatever. The other one's in here.
It still isn't enough, so he holds a ceremony with the ancient gods.
Try, like I said, I'll probably use the other one for my going live tweet later.
Yay!
People will see it.
It still isn't enough, so he holds a ceremony with the ancient gods to get some more information to help Corin with her quest. However, something goes wrong. Izana comes back from the ceremony exhausted and collapses into Corin's arms. He's dying, and all the gods told him was, go meet the dragon. All these ceremonies always require something in return, and this time the gods decided to take his life force.
For a really shitty prophecy, too.
Yeah. There's so many dragons in this universe, my dude. Takumi is still a little about joining Corin, even though a man is dying in front of him. Izana quite literally threatens to haunt him if he had found her sister. Izana dies in Corin's arms, and Takumi decides to join Corin's cause. 2 out of 4 Hoshido royals are already on Corin's side. It's early in the game. Wild. With Takumi reluctantly joining, his retainers Hinata and Noboto also come along.
I don't know where they were the whole time. I think they were also in the basement. Kagero, how does this keep happening? You'll never believe it, but it happened again. Earlier relations just a lot of repeating plot points from Conquest and Birthright till it gets to the juicy stuff. I'll speedrun this chapter. Corin and Co. are taking a lovely stroll to the next destination when Corin spots a smoke signal in the distance. Kaza recognizes it as Saizo's distress signal, but the specific kind of signal that means allies should stay away. Corin says fuck that and tells everyone that it's time to save Saizo. Kaze thanks her for ignoring the obvious danger to save his twin. Kagero got kidnapped by the Mokshujin again, and Saizo, Reina, and Orochi are trying to rescue her. Korin tells Saizo that she wants to help rescue Kagero from Kotaro, and she does. Saizo finally believes her that she's not a traitor, and that Sakura was right to trust Korin, and him and his friends join Korin's army at last. Sorry.
Yay.
When all the Mokshujin are defeated, Kagero's grateful and tells the group that Ryoma isn't dead, but had left to Chief to assist in resistance against Nor. So now they gotta go on a, you guessed it, boat. Kagero joins the party.
Hello.
That's, wow, you get a lot of characters in this one chapter. Good God. Also, there's a very interesting backstory here as to why everyone is in the same art style except for Orochi. It's because Kozaki, the artist, was busy. So he just didn't do all the characters.
Yep, and he just never did them all.
So to this day, a lot of the characters just don't have official art from Kozaki, so Orochi's one of them. So this is from Fire Emblem Heroes, which is like the gacha game. Hydrate! I'm gonna go grab my bathroom, my bottle from the bathroom. I left it in there. So, actually, the next slide.
Alright, vote chapter! Required in Fire Emblem.
I hurt myself getting my water bottle.
The water bottle's all the way across the room. Korin makes it to the party in time to catch a fairy in shape. Sakura tells Korin to rest, as all they've been doing is fighting for the last few weeks has seemed to be nothing but endless fighting. Huh? Sorry, did you say something?
I was just drinking my water.
Oh, okay. Korin takes a stroll around the ship, and Jacob lets her know that according to the captain, everything is going well. Oh no. The boat suddenly lurches to a stop, and the skies go dark. Korin and Jacob look around to see that the sea around them has suddenly completely frozen over, and they're surrounded by enemies on their own ferries. To make it worse, in comes Camilla with direct orders from Garen to kill Korin. Also, here comes Flora with those same orders to protect Camilla during this. Hey, remember how Flora and Felicia are hostages from the Ice Tribe? If Flora doesn't complete her mission, then the Ice Tribe will be wiped out. Meanwhile, Camilla is the same as she was in Birthright. Normal behavior.
But you don't have. But you have to stop thinking of me as your sister. Don't think of me that way. It'll be easier for both of us if we don't cling to sentimentality. Though all I can do for you now is end your life with my own hands. Come to me, Colleen. Let me hear your last words. Totally normal behavior on Camilla's end. She's so normal.
Despite the particulars of how this chapter is, it's a fun chapter, lots of cool strategy. Korin does defeat Flora and Camilla. Camilla falls to her knees in front of Korin and begs her to kill her with her own two hands. The retainers argue against this, but Camilla knows that if she returns to Nor, she'll be killed for failing her father. Korin tells her that she can't go home, then the least she can do is join her army. Takumi is violently against us. They just tried to kill you. Everyone so far has tried to kill us, Takumi. But Korin reminds him that the real enemy isn't Nor, but that mysterious third party. As she says this, the Yapta starts glowing, which Flora noticed in surprise.
3 out of 8 siblings unlocked. Congrats! Camilla decides to believe in her little sister and joins Korin's army along with her retainers Selena, Severa, and Beruka. Flora decides to also believe in Korin, but she's just going to be returned to the Ice Tribe. Luckily, before Flora had left, she had told them to go into hiding anyway, just in case. Would have been nice if you mentioned that earlier, but whatever. She's going to keep the Ice Tribe in hiding until Korin ends the war. Flora calls Korin the hero that will save the world from the Ice Tribe legends. Korin takes this up as an opportunity to ask if the Ice Tribe has any legends about dragons, but it's another dead end. Dragons have been gone for so long that they don't even have stories about them. Wild and also pretty much impossible.
Yeah, but that's what Flora says, so whatever.
Yeah, but we have to listen to Flora, so whatever. Camilla's on the team now, which makes Sakura and Takumi, especially Takumi, very uneasy. But this is the first step for Korin to have her whole family get along. How uneasy? Enough to basically eavesdrop on Camilla and Korin reminiscing about snow forts or whatever. Azura was there too. Literal children. Also, here they talk again about how Azura was treated by Norian royalty, with the added bonus that Camilla was given specific orders from her mother to avoid Azura like the plague. And she's always felt guilty about it. Turns out every sibling was given the same order. With this, Korin's plan to unite Hoshido and Nora is actually working, surprisingly.
Wow. Yeah.
Fight! I love the CG so much!
Remember the opera country? Nestra, the neutral one? Corn and Co arrive and Camilla is shocked and horrified to find that the opera house is completely destroyed and the surrounding town in ruins. Kykensia has never been a target before, and to make matters worse, even the furries got injured. No! Cotton and Keaton, Fox and Wolf Boy, crawl to Camilla, Sakura, and Corin and to tell them to flee and that it's not safe here anymore. Sakura heals their wounds and now they owe her one. Cotton tells the group that, for no reason at all, areas of the town have just been falling apart. Oh! He means invisible soldiers have attacked Kykensia. Takumi runs in to tell them that Xander and Ryoma are in the area as well and have blamed each other for the city falling apart. Keaton asks Corin whose side she's on, and she says that her army is neither, and all they want is peace. Keaton kind of decides to join Corin's fight to end the war. Corin tries to explain to her brothers about the invisible soldiers, but Ryoma brushes her off. Xander tries to see the soldiers she's talking about, but can't really see them, so Corin commands her army to cut down for the invisible soldiers to try to get Ryoma and Xander to stop fighting. They do, but it doesn't work. This game would have been so much shorter if it did.
I know. We would have cut like 14 chapters.
Xander and Ryoma have both decided that the first to stop fighting is basically admitting defeat. So, to quote Ryoma, this war will continue until we take our last breath. To get them to stop fighting, Azura sings her song, which drains their energy and will to fight temporarily. After this, Xander leaves to clear his head. Corin chases after him to beg him to go to the bridge above the bottomless canyon after the skies above Hoshido and Nor change. Xander tells her he's not just going to walk into a Hoshidan trap and he has no reason to believe her. He's right, but that was kind of harsh.
Yeah, come on.
Yeah. He calls Corin a traitor and then leaves. Camilla tells Corin that everything will be okay and that Xander will come around eventually.
Scarlet is shockingly trusting. Corin returns to her other siblings to find Takumi and Sakura having a pleasant conversation with Ryoma and filling him in on everything Corin's been doing so far. It's amazing how just suddenly he decides to listen to people after not doing it for 2 routes straight, but whatever. Namely, just that she actually is just fighting to end the war, not to destroy Nor or Hoshido. Corin begs Ryoma to trust her about her motives and the invisible soldiers she's talking about, and Ryoma tells her she's asking a lot of him. Scarlet is also there, the girl from the anti-Norn resistance group in Chief. Her and Ryoma have, a thing. Sakura makes it a point to bring up how he's not his usual calm self around her, and Takumi begs him to not embarrass himself over Hinoka at the very least. Ryoma gets pegged. I just know it. Oh my god. I just know it. I know I'm always right. And I will never not say it. I'll shout it from the rooftops. Ryoma gets pegged. But that's not important here, I guess. Scarlet exposes Ryoma spent a lot of their time together talking about Corin's kidnapping. After kind of roasting Corin a bit for being way too idealistic, she decides she's going to join her cause later. Scarlet and Ryoma are going to head to Castle Shirasagi, and on the way, she's going to be convincing Ryoma to join Corin's cause. Okay. I know! My love. Mwah. Ryoma sighs in reluctant agreement, asks Takumi and Sakura to take care of themselves, and Corin asks him if he knows anything about dragons. He says he doesn't, but the Rainbow Sage might know a thing or two. Camilla brings up how only 4 people have survived the trip to the Noto Sagesse. Again, King Sumeragi, King Garen, some unnamed knight, and Xander. With that, Ryoma is technically on Corin's side, though he's still not entirely sure he trusts her, and heads for the castle with Scarlet. With Camilla's guidance, Corin's group decides to head their way to Notre Sagesse. Also, this is just a little interlude. Ryoma, you literally fought against invisible soldiers during Chapter 5? Do you fucking not remember that? Why do you not trust Corin? Did you forget? We were all there! There you are! The man was invisible! Why are you shocked when we did invisible soldiers? I'm normal. I'm so normal. I'm so normal. We're moving on. Ashley, go. I'm so mad.
Ashley?
Oh god. Oh god, she's dead!
Oh god. Ashley died.
Ashley! No! No! My bird child! Oh, there she is.
Quiet. Alright. So, wow, Xander's a fucking idiot. Xander returns to Nora after the skirmish in Nestra. Iago's there waiting for him and immediately calls him a failure for not killing Corin when he had a chance. Xander pushes past him to go report to his father. Hans appears and Iago questions his seeing Corin shook Xander's faith in Nor. Hans then defends and calls him Norian to the bone. Iago brings out how Camilla left Nor for Corin in a heartbeat, so they should keep an eye on the army since it seemed to be more of a threat than they thought. Elise overhears them talking and realizes that Camilla is alive and with Corin, so she immediately packs her shit up and leaves to find Corin. We love her.
I love her so much.
She doesn't tell anybody.
Mm-hmm.
Smash cut to Xander, and Leo is now following him around. Leo tries to tell him that the father is acting strange, and Xander brushes it off as father being under the weather. That's all. Leo once again tries to tell him that something is wrong, and tells him to listen to King Garen as they approach him. He's been standing up with his arms out, laughing evilly by his throne and saying things like, "Burn it all, burn everything to the ground, not even ashes should remain. Destroy Hoshido, destroy Nor, both nations are completely useless to me." I think it's theory that he has a cold or says some merit or something. I don't know, it's impossible.
This is what he looks like when he's saying that, by the way.
Oh my god.
That's a man with a common cold.
Oh, yeah.
That's what I look like.
That's how I'm at the ER when I went to go see my dad.
Oh, did he? Oh, that's the one that showed his whole ass to you, huh?
Yeah, he's the drunk guy whose whole guys. Okay, quick story time. I'm sorry because I was traumatized last night. I had to go to the ER because my dad's back in the ER. Long story short, he's fine. There was a drunk. So when drunk people get turned up, they send them to the ER because sometimes a lot of diabetic issues look like drunk problems. So they'd rather be safe than sorry. So the drunks go to the ER.
Mm-hmm.
Got a drunk last night, and he was a fun time. And I saw that man's bare ass, and it was not a good time.
And that man, King Garen.
That man right here.
This is it, officer. That's him. That's the one. God. I just had to include a visual of what his model looks like when he's saying all this fucking batshit insane shit, and Xander's like, I don't know, I think he's just sick. He's fine, guys. He's fine.
Yeah. Xander and Leo leave the room, and Leo asks me finally.
Yeah? Sorry, one sec. I just got jizz wailed. Thanks, Sater.
Okay.
That's what's playing in his little sick head. Yeah, it's true.
No brain, no head, no thoughts. Head empty. Only jizz wail.
Only jizz wail. Exact. That's the slogan of the channel.
And Leo asks him if he will finally listen to him and that something might be controlling Garen. And Xander asks if that's even possible because he's an idiot. Leo tells Xander that Corin may have had a point about Hoshido not being the real enemy, and Xander calls him a fool for daring to try to betray Nor and their totally not evil father. They have responsibilities as Princess of Nor. Xander tells Leo that he has until the skies change over Nor and Hoshido to assemble an army of trusted soldiers. And then he just doesn't tell Leo what he means by that and leaves him to have a little crisis in the corner. Sounds like someone's planning to betray Corin. Yikes.
Poor Leo. Good God. Oh shit, we forgot about Silas again. Corin's group makes it to the port town Dia to catch a ferry to Noto Sagase and are intercepted by the Norian army led by Silas, who with orders to kill Corin. Remember him? Corin's childhood best friend that almost died for her once? Corin once again does not remember this man at all, which is unintentionally hilarious.
Yeah,
I've
really.
included over here.
Whose man is this?
Yours!
I don't want it.
Well, too bad. He want you. He misses
He looks
you.
like Percy. He looks like Percy from Critical Role.
Oh my god, he does. I'm gonna end it all. I don't know if anyone here has played Kid Icarus Uprising, but he has the same voice actor as Pitt.
Oh.
Which really puts in perspective all the dialogue he says, so it makes it even funny, because he sounds like a 12-year-old boy. Of course, who else would I... Do you not consider me your best friend? I don't know who you are. You don't even remember me?
Damn. Forget friend zoning. That's
That's stranger zoning. That's even worse. God.
Yeah.
Seals decides it's actually for the best that Corrin doesn't recognize him at all, and it'll make it all the less difficult for him. Can this one read? Shockingly, yes. With perfect timing, Elise shows up right as the battle begins. Elise tells Corrin that she ran away from home without warning Xander and Leo. Camilla tells her to go home while she still can, but Elise kicks and screams that she won't go home as she wants to stay with Corrin and Camilla. Everyone back home has been shit-talking Camilla and Corrin and calling them evil traitors, and she couldn't handle being alone anymore. And she knew that there was no way that Camilla and Corrin could be evil, and had their reasons. Wow! So true. Corrin agrees to let Elise stay, and with that, Elise and her retainers, Arthur and Effie, join the army, and the battle against Silas' army begins. But Elise isn't done being the world's cutest child soldier yet, and brings up that we can add even more people to the army. These people are Charlotte and Benny, who, if you send Elise to talk to them, they get convinced to join the army as well. Charlotte joins cause money, and Benny joins cause Elise is just so damn pleasant to talk to. If you don't remember what they look like, here they are. Woo! Girl boss and then male wife. Alright, let's get rid of them. Get out of here.
Yeah, shoo.
At the end of the battle, Silas is defeated and Corrin questions why he was holding back. Silas brings up how his honor was more important than her father's orders, and brings up the picnic that he had taken her on as a child that sparks her memories of him again. Silas then joins Corrin, and the small army is once again victorious. They get on the ferry and head for Noche Segese, but not before Elise decides that... this is where Elise decides to bombard Azura and Sakura with her little sisterly affections. And Azura muses on, if they end the war, then everyone in Nohr and Rashida will get along as well as Sakura and Elise are already getting along. So things are looking up. Anyway, look at Elise. Treasure her. Look at this baby.
Ready for an adventure? I am! Yay! I'm so happy!
Baby.
So
Isn't it nice to see her alive and not dead?
Yeah, isn't it great?
Please don't remind me.
Rainbow Surge! More like, yeah, I don't know, titles are hard.
Can you tell I wrote so many of these slides in the middle of the night?
Corrin arrives in Noche Segese and is given directions by a local old man TM to the Sevenfold Sanctuary. A lot of hiking and at least not understanding how gravity works later, they reach the sanctuary and it's once again filled with enemies. Except they aren't Nori and Hoshidan, they're just, the illusion guys to test Corrin's resolve or whatever.
Gage!
The fight goes on.
Gage Sage! That was so much better. Damn it!
Dang it. A man named Shura is also trying to reach the sage. This is a girl named Nyx. Remember them? Shura's the ninja who kidnapped Azura to bring her to Hoshido, and he's here because he wants to rebuild Koga. Nyx is the murderer who got cursed to be forever 12. She's here because she just came here for the sanctuary to hide from the war. Corrin convinces them both to join because she's just so damn nice and trusting. Off script note. It's so funny how you recruit Shura, because Shura's like, I'm gonna kill Kotaro, and Lauren's like, I already did that.
Yeah, he has nothing else to do, so he's like, oh, well, thanks for getting my revenge for me. I guess I'll just join you.
Oh, funny. After passing his trial, Corrin runs to find out the Rainbow Sages. The old man who gave her instructions during the beginning of the chapter! Okay. The Rainbow Sage enhances Corrin's Yato and turns into the Alpha Yato and tells her that she needs the other 4 weapons to unlock the Seal of Flames. Cool! And then he just starts dying of old age in front of Corrin? It turns out that he's the dragon that Corrin has been looking for all along. Long ago, he was the one who created the Yato and divine weapons, which dragged humanity into the war between him and his 11 dragon friends / siblings. We aren't too sure what they are. As he dies, he tells Corrin to use the Yato to make her own destiny, and then he dies peacefully, knowing he has atoned for his sins through Corrin. Corrin realizes it's time to head for the Bottom's Canyon. The skies above Hoshido and Nohr are changing soon.
So, now we know the Seal of Flames, already by now, it's the Fire Emblem, blah blah blah. Why is this guy called the Rainbow Sage? I know what you're thinking, and no, it's not just because he's gay. It's because he's gay, and when you put all the different forms of the Yato together, they make kind of a little rainbow. The middle one is a Seal of Flames, and it's also a chainsaw, but we get to that later. And also, it's not, I'm just a liar. It's actually because this is his dragon form.
Yeah, that's kind of cool.
Yeah. Oh god, Felicia jump scare. Hey, remember Corns made Felicia pink hair, clumsy. Yeah, she's here now. There's no reason. I don't know either. She's here. Moving on.
Move on. I guess this is me.
I love chat delay. I love chat delay. Cloaked going, oh. Huh? Oh! Slay.
God bless.
God bless.
The Hoshidans have got issues, apparently.
Good night,
Get back to Castle
Satyr.
Shidasagi. Ryoma and Scarlet have arrived to help out Yukimura with the oncoming Norian forces. Huh?
Satyr's going to bed.
Satyr's going to
Okay, good night. Once they're dealt with, Ryoma introduces Yukimura to Scarlet. They discuss what Korin told them about the skies changing over Nor Hoshido and the plan to meet at the bottomless canyon. Ryoma brings up to the two of them that when he was younger, he was wildly jealous of Korin's natural leadership abilities, and it haunts him if his jealousy stopped him from being able to save Korin from kidnapping. Except this jealousy of a 5-year-old's leadership.
Yeah, I was just about to say, like, when did this child who was exiled to this random chateau in the middle of fucking nowhere get to exhibit their leadership skills?
We don't fucking know. What's even better is it's like he gives examples. He's just like, Korin was such a natural leader. I was always so jealous. It's like, the 5-year-olds?
Look at the 5-year-old, the Goo Goo Gaga.
Yeah, of course she has quote-unquote natural leadership. She's 5. People just pay attention to her because they don't want her to die because she's a kid.
Not really.
Ryoma has, like, issues, and I don't know if he understands that they don't stem from that. He just has issues.
Matt Mercer, what the fuck?
Matt Mercer is... I don't know why they chose to do... I don't know what it says in the original either, because I didn't look it up. I don't know if it's different. But this is such a stupid reasoning. It's so bad.
Ryoma then decides in order to redeem himself for letting his jealousy possibly get in the way and to grapple with his feelings, he's going to head to the Bottomless Canyon to support his sister. Scarlet joins him, and they once again try to leave Hinoka behind the castle, but she overheard everything and wants to follow because she wants to redeem herself to Korin. She also brings up not being able to protect Korin, which implies that she was also there when Korin got kidnapped, but not really. This possibility is never brought up in canon, by the way, and I have not checked the original script on this one.
Mm-hmm. From what we know, the definites of who was there was little baby Kaze for some reason, Korin and Ryoma.
Okay.
And possibly also Hinoka, but we just don't know.
Okay.
Yeah.
So Yukimura can't do anything to stop them, so he promises to protect the castle and sends them on their way to Korin, and tells them to promise to return home safe. Hoshido needs the royal family. This is the last time we see Yukimura, by the way. He doesn't join your army on this path. He's busy at the castle, which is fine, except in Birthright he was also busy at the castle, so what the fuck?
I don't know.
I mean, I don't know what to tell you.
Yeah. Now let's go back to Korin. Oh, she's on fire.
Oh!
Yay! The skies are changing and you're fucking laughing. Korin and Co. is on their way to the Bottomless Canyon, and the skies above her are changing. To get to her destination, she has to cut through what's that? The lava fields? Okay. They're the first ones there. Or nobody else wanted to come. Aww. Okay, but Yukimoto is kind of gender. You know what? Cloak, that's fair.
Absolutely fair.
As cool as the lava fields are, their pleasant stroll through the area is cut short by Hans appearing with his Norian army. Because of the timing, everyone immediately blames Xander for sending the assault. To be fair, he is most likely the candidate from the evidence. Such betrayal. Korin starts to lose faith in her after her brother's betrayal. But fear not, Ryoma, Scarlet, Azuma, Setsuna, and Hinoka have really good timing and appear to apologize to Korin and join her side. The fight begins, and now with victory assured thanks to the appearance of the older Hoshidan siblings. After killing Hans, good riddance, the army moves a few feet to the left, and then a second, stronger army appears. This one is led by Iago himself. Ryoma assures Korin that everything will be okay. They fought Hans and his army, and surely they can take down his army as well. She's been chosen by the Yato, so he knows that his sister can win. Everyone prepares for battle, and the next chapter immediately starts. Yes, intelligence systems decide to make these chapters back to back, so you can't save. I hate it here. If you lose an enemy if you lose an ally in this chapter, you have to restart with the chapter before. It sucks.
That's dumb.
Yeah, it's
fun.
the worst, and it's the only time they do this. The only other time they do this is for like the finale. I don't know why they decided to make it in the middle, but whatever. However, as the battle rages on and more reinforcements arrive, it's looking bleak. And then who should arrive but Xander, baby! Yeah! Woo! Al and Leo. He's here too. That's cool.
Yeah. Oh, sorry, were you running low on units? After Leo and Xander arrived, so do all 4 retainers: Niles, Odin, Owain, Perry, Laszlo, Inigo. Since you couldn't save between battles, counting the previous chapter recruits, that's about a 1, 2, 3. 11 units added to your army. Christ.
Yippee. God, Leo, I hate you.
Oh, it turns out Xander didn't betray us. But how cool of a twist would have that been? Anyways, Xander explains to Corrin that he's not the one who sent the Norian armies, and him and Leo are actually here to help Corrin's cause. Oh yeah, by the way, Hans and Iago did die back there.
Yeah, they're dead and gone. They never show up again, thank God. Good Christ.
He can't explain how / why until later, but even Iago is shocked Xander betrayed Norn. He's willing to cut him down, even for King Garrett's mysterious evil plans. After killing Iago, good fucking riddance. All the siblings finally group up. Elisa is ecstatic to see her brothers and the whole Norian family reunited. Yay! After Leo mocks the Hoshida royal family for not being able to handle the Norian army until he and Xander arrived. Rude! Xander explains that after Garen told him to destroy both Hoshido and Nor, he couldn't justify his father anymore. Wait, but that cutscene from earlier had said otherwise. Shut up! We're moving on! Also, I didn't mention this before when it happened. Remember when Xander in Birthright was saying, like, he never had the choice because he was the crown prince?
Yeah.
So that was a fucking lie.
So that was a fucking lie.
Because here he is, he made the choice.
Was Xander's duty lying with Norn Corrin and not his father? Him and Leo decided to join forces because it turns out that she was probably right all along, and that the true enemy controlling Garen. Ryoma realizes that him and Xander are more similar than he thought, and he proposes a truce, and the army can finally make their way to the bottomless canyon.
Yay!
Homeosexuals.
Oh yeah, Leo's casual racism corner. Just make sure you don't slow us down, Hoshidans. You don't seem to share your brother's open mind. I apologize for Leo. He bears you no ill will. Don't let it worry you. We can't have you sully your pretty face with a frown. Yeah, Camilla's like super gay. She's got problems and issues, and she's also gay. We love her.
We love it here.
Don't worry, Leo gets character development. Right now, he's just a little shit. Can't have shit in this house. Well, you did it. Congratulations. Corrin got the whole family together just in time for the skies to have almost changed over Nor and Hoshido. So it's time for the best part, telling Corrin's family that it's time to go jump off a cliff. They are, understandably, not okay with jumping off the bridge into the literal void. But after Corrin tells them that she's willing to literally kill herself by mentioning Vala outside of Vala to get them to believe her, Zen and Ryoma and the siblings decide it's better to believe her than not. This confuses Corrin. Scarlet pokes fun at how dense Corrin is for not realizing her brothers are willing to just follow her orders, no suicide needed, and one by one they all jump into the bottomless canyon, until only the two left are Scarlet and Corrin. Scarlet pins a flower to her chest, as it's tradition to do so for a big event in Chieve. Remember this, write it down, it's just Corrin and Scarlet, and only Corrin is the only one who knows about the flower. It will come up later. She tells Corrin she's special for getting everyone together like this and trusts her so hard, but she's not as special as her bestie boyfriend Ryoma. And then she jumps in the canyon. Corrin follows. And then...
Can't even jump off a cliff in peace.
Oh god.
dragon!
Oh
The betrayed king!
no! He's naked!
The entombed
Who is this man?
That's what I want to know.
In the name of the King of Valor, I sentence you to death!
Whose man is this?
Well, you just
Oh,
don't
Colleen's
know.
on fire now.
Corn is on fire now. Uh-oh. This is
Uh-oh.
me not gonna lie. Yeah, it's Riley McGrew. Riley actually had a really cool cameo in this.
Damn, Riley, that's wild.
Roblox oof noise. The mysterious man, question mark, continues to follow Corrin and Scarlet as they fall down to Vala and shoots another magic fireball at them. However, Scarlet manages to pull Corrin away at the last second and takes the blow instead. Corrin and Scarlet land in Vala, and Scarlet is dead before she hits the ground. The flower pinned to her chest has burned away. Rest in peace. Or rather, pieces.
No.
Yeah, Scarlet, for some reason, is another one of these weird decisions they made where they were like, we can't have Corrin have everyone. So they killed off Izana and Scarlet in this path, specifically.
Even weirder than Izana is that Scarlet does join for chapter 16, so you can use her. I believe it was chapter 16, so you can use her for chapter 17, and then this is chapter 18 where she dies before the chapter starts.
Yep.
So it's a very interesting case.
They really
We had
tricked
her
you
for
into a
2
false sense of
chapters.
security. Yeah, they really trap you in a false sense of security that you can have this fucking bisexual girl boss, but no, fuck you.
So Corrin's honestly hit a world record here of how badly a plan can go wrong, because as she leaves for help and leaves the body behind to escape, milliseconds later she immediately gets surrounded by invisible soldiers. Under Ryoma, Gunter and Azura reach her in time, but Corrin doesn't get any time to tell anyone about Scarlet's death before the battle begins. This is where Revelation's nasty, difficult fight truly begins, and my god, the back-to-back chapters suck, but this map doesn't pull any punches.
Yeah.
The gang defeats the mysterious blue-haired mage, and as soon as they do, she disappears into bubbles. Huh. A water motif. Weird.
Weird champ.
Anyways,
Wild.
after all the siblings are thoroughly creeped out by this, Azura finally explains that they're in the country of Vala, the home of their true enemy. A few moments pass, and Ryoma is seen wandering around looking for Scarlet. Corrin takes him to Scarlet's dead body, and the Norians and Hoshidans gather around her to mourn the loss. Alright, it's just Ryoma mourning, and the family is there for moral support.
Yeah, I feel like they knew her really well.
Ryoma's distraught, so he begs Corrin not to let Scarlet's sacrifice be in vain. Corrin swears on the yacht that it'll all be worth it in the end. I assume after this they bury her, but considering their track record thus far, I have my doubts.
Do you know how many Lilith bodies are scattered across the multiverse? We never bury her. It's so fucked up.
Doing alright.
Remember Izana fucking died earlier on? Well, someone's gotta replace him. Fuga joins after chapter 18 if you leveled up your hot spring to level 3. Why is he here? Guess he was so moved by Corrin not choosing both sides that he just broke the time-space continuum. Whatever.
I love Mr.
Wild.
Fuga's wild ride so much.
I love Mr. Fuga's wild ride.
Look at Elise. Oh, rip.
There she goes!
There she goes.
Also, you can marry this man. Isn't he just so sexy? I'm sure someone's into him. Someone has to be into him.
He's someone.
There's someone for
favorite.
everyone. Exactly.
Hey,
Lore
it's
speedrun.
fucked that you can marry Fuga and then Hayato becomes your stepson.
Yeah, it's really fun. Lore speedrun, any percent. Some wandering later, Azura explains to the group the history of the Vala. Let's speedrun once again. Oh, actually, I'm not gonna speedrun. Ashley, read this. I have to get my food.
Oh, okay. I guess I'm speedrunning. It used to be a prosperous, peaceful country that was visited often by Hoshidan and Norian royalty. The Hoshidan Throne of Truth was actually a gift from the Valite King. We don't know if it's Azura's father or a different one. They aren't very specific. When the silent dragon Anakos, who was gifted with unlimited knowledge and foresight, took over, the land was destroyed. King Garrett's statue in the throne room, which you can see on the left, is of Anakos, and turns out that none of the Norians ever knew the name of the honestly frightening statue in their dad's room. After questioning why their father would be worshipping Anakos and not the Dust Dragon, Azura drops on them that King Garen actually totally died years ago, and he's just a husk of a human being puppeteered by Anakanos right now. Xander doesn't take this well, understandably. Leo thinks it definitely explains his behavior, but he doesn't want to believe it. Anakos has the ability to possess people and control the bodies of the dead, which explains what happened to Garen and what happened to Takumi in Conquest and Birthright. So those two possessions of Takumi in Conquest and Birthright were of Anakos.
Okay.
Yeah. Anakos and his servants were behind the attacks in Oshida that led to the war starting and Korn being forced to pick a side and behind the destruction of Sykentia. Azura was a princess of Vala, and when her and her mother were exiled is where she learned all about Vala's lore. I did not put it on the slide. But basically what happened was that Arete, which was her mother, told her about Vala and remembered a curse.
Mm-hmm.
So the curse happened, and so the curse basically procced, and Azura just saw her mother disappear into nothing. Isn't that fun?
A lot.
Yep. Hoshida and Nor have to work together to defeat Anakos to save the world, but Ryoma has a problem with this. What's his problem? He can't say it because suddenly a small child appears and starts screaming for help. A survivor! Whoa! Oren swoops him up and saves him from invisible soldiers, and he introduces himself as Anthony, a former page boy for Anakos. More lore. All survivors are forced to work as his slaves. They just know him as a tyrant, not a dragon.
Hold on. I was chewing my fucking taquito. Hi, Artemis! Thank you so much for the raid,
Hi,
lovely.
Artemis.
Hi, Brox. Hello, Artemis.
oh.
Everybody, welcome to the deep dive. We're on the last path. Well, no, I'm just a liar. It's this path and then something else. But we're almost at the end, guys. Woo! How's your stream, buddy? All right, Ashley, keep reading. Sorry, I'm eating my taquitos.
Anthony points out to Corin where Anakanos is currently located, in a castle called Gygus. And off they go. Little do they know that Anakos is watching with two more mysterious figures.
Damn, that's wild.
Damn, that crazy. Do I just keep reading?
I can do this one. Streamers must
Okay.
Heyo. Well, I'm glad to have you here, buddy. I love you. Gay people? On guard? Okay.
For real?
For realsies? Making their way through Vala, the family arrive at some ruins they must pass through to get to the castle. Lee, Sakura, and Camilla point out the floating islands and how fascinating they are, but how dangerous the bridges that connect the islands appear to be. Anthony assures them that it's totally safe and crosses to show them as much. The family crosses one by one, and Takumi is the last one to cross. As he crosses, the bridge collapses under him, and so Leo asks him to take his hand, and he pulls him out of danger and into his arms. These two have some extremely high homosexual tension. However, it's only really ever in the supports, which is why we won't be showing, unfortunately. But just know that Leo Kumi literally ruled Ashley and I's lives from the years of 2015 to 2017. I will take the crumbs.
This is how it works here, you know?
Yeah. Anthony acts very nonchalant about seeing Takumi almost die in front of his eyes, which Xander points out is strange at best, suspicious at worst. But before he can actually interrogate Anthony, enemies appear and battle begins. After defeating this enemy soldiers, the group makes it across the connecting floating islands and onto the next island where the castle Gygus can be seen in the near distance. Anthony tries to lead them forward to a back entrance, and Xander immediately cuts in and says he is not about to lead his family and the Oshidans, Xander, God, they're here too, into more of his traps. Corin is shocked that Xander would dare insinuate Anthony is leading them directly into traps. Xander picks his little body up and basically tries to kill him, but Corin stops him and tells him to trust Anthony. The bridge collapsing was bound to happen since it was so old and worn anyway. Xander and the Norians decide to trust Anthony for now.
That's gonna make me a steak.
There it is!
Wow.
There it is!
God bless.
You are not immune to trusting weird children. Dumbass.
That's the best part is that's not even a version of the meme you sent me.
No, I made two because I didn't want to spoil this bit.
Oh my God. So for context, Shy sends me shit sometimes, just out of context, and it was this time around. It was the two memes. It was that meme and the meme that apparently is going to be my going live tweet later for stream. Yippee! I just realized I'm streaming and it just hit me. I'm like, oh fuck.
Yep.
Anyway,
after this. But yeah,
Yep, that's why I'm trying to rush for the slides that I'm speaking on.
your tendency
Let's
to believe
go.
in people is also your greatest weakness, and yeah, dumbass, you are not immune to trusting weird children that you honestly shouldn't.
Oh, if it isn't the consequences of my actions. Everyone's relaxing on the hillside and chatting amongst each other when Anthony approaches Corin, who is resting a bit further away from the rest of the group. He tells her his plan to get everyone to trust him. He's going to run into the castle from the back, open the front gate from the inside, and let the royal families in. Corin decides that it's too dangerous to send him alone, so she'll go with him. Great idea! Except only after some minutes into their travel, aka once Corin is isolated in some ruins Anthony led her to, he tells her it's a shame she's going to die alone and tries to stab her. Oh, Xander was right all along. Shocker. He summons his own army of invisible soldiers, is ready to take down Corin. His plan is simple. You take down the leader, the rest of the army falls easily. However, he didn't account for Corin pulling the smartest move in her entire life, which was leaving a message for her family that if she never returned, Anthony had led her into a trap. She wanted to trust him, but like Xander said, fuck this kid.
fuck them kids.
Fuck those kids. Corin fights off a few of the soldiers on her own, but she doesn't need to for long before Leo and Takumi show up and snipe some remaining stragglers. Turns out the second they read that message, they followed her all the way here along with the rest of the siblings. And as this happens, Anthony begins to scream in pain and begs for Annikos to stop doing something. Corin looks on in confusion and in horror as Anthony transforms into a faceless before her very eyes.
Wild.
Whoa. This chapter is Nightmare World. You see that weird ass blue in the back of the screenshots? Those basically switch colors every turn. Not every turn, but basically every turn. Enemies on there change into promoted units or unpromoted units, and it's basically Hell World.
I fucking hate this chapter so much. I did cry. Xander voice, you're stupid, but we love you for it. After killing Faceless Anthony and his soldiers, Corin apologizes to her What? Sorry, my family just got home from church, so they're all opening the door one by one just to pop in. I'm like, please, I know you're here. The garage is so loud.
Oh my god. Christ.
After killing Faceless Anthony and his fuck it. Corin apologized to her family for being too trusting and nearly getting everyone killed. Instead of chewing her out for trusting Weird Vibes' murder child in a desolate wasteland, they instead tell her that as stupid as she is, they love her for it. Her being too trusting...
That's really just the summary of all my friendships. You're stupid, but goddamn, we'll keep you around. Funny.
We love you so much, Colleen. Her being too trusting is her character flaw, and they love her for it. Without that, they would not be following her. Basically, no, being so trusting is so cute of you. Don't stop doing it. Like, guys, she's gonna die one of these days. At least Leo and Camilla agree, and Gunter comments on how strong Corin's allies are and how proud he is. And, okay, this is, like, my intermission time. Remember Hinoka? Or, like, Sakura? They've had maybe, like, 2 lines since we got down here in Vala. Revelations feels less like the whole family's together, and Corin's dreams come true, and more like, welcome to the Azura Norians plus Takumi Ryoma show featuring Gunter as a special guest star. Not a complaint per se, but just an observation I find kind of funny. Those poor girls, 07's to Hinoka and Sakura. Especially Hinoka. She gets the short end of the stick no matter the path. It's so bad.
God.
You can tell she was not in the original script at all. I feel so bad. Alright, Ashley.
Mommy issue speedrun. After the Anthony incident, it's time to still use his idea of cutting for the ruins and then for the surrounding forest and then into the castle. Why the fuck would they still use his plan? Okay, whatever. It was Azura, Corin, Sander, and Ryoma are walking through the forest together. It'd be too hard to animate all 10 character models in this scene, I guess. Azura mentions how she faintly remembers these woods from her time in Vala with her mother. Speaking of her dead mother, surprise! Here she is! This blue milk is called Arete, the former queen of Vala. From the shadow, she appears and introduces herself as a faithful servant of Anikos. Azura quickly realizes that the mage that attacked them when they first arrived in Vala was this ghostly version of her mother. And this is what Azura meant by Anikos can control the dead and make them his puppets. Arete tells everyone that she only has one mission, is to kill all of them and not to focus on the whole mother nonsense. Luckily, she's a mage, which means she has glass bones and paper skin, so Corrin and go defeat her.
She's really easy to defeat. Her army is fucking brutal, but she's really easy to defeat.
But she isn't defeated fully, so she disappears from battle after promising to return. Corrin, Ryoma, and Xander assures Azura that was most definitely not her mother, and Azura agrees, but she's still shaken up about having to fight a puppet version of her dead mother. Her mother was very dear to her and taught Azura all the songs she knows and the history of Vala before her death. So she's ready to kill the shit out of her again. Okay, I'll give Revelations this one thing, and it's that the scene with Azura hyping herself up to defeat her not mom is kind of cute with how supportive and caring Xander, Ryoma, and Corrin are to her.
It's very nice. And then you remember that there's other siblings that just aren't participating in the conversation, and then you gotta giggle. You just gotta giggle. 4, jump scare!
4, jump scare!
She's here! She's here! She's alive in this route, thank God! Remember, Corrin's made 4, a blue hair pronoun, she's here now. There's no story reason if you level her up to, if you level up a fire orb, launcher, or ballista at level 3 after chapter 22, she joins by somehow finding her way through the space-time continuum. I don't know either, but here she is. Moving on. There's an imposter among us. Ryoma pulls Corrin aside after some time and tells her he's been thinking of Scarlet recently and how he's been antsy to avenge her death by finding out who the heck her murderer was, because they never figured that out. Gunter's been thinking about it too, and him and Ryoma have come to a conclusion that due to the timing of her death and all, it wasn't just any old Valite soldier, but most likely a spy, a traitor even. It had to have been someone from the group who jumped with them. Corrin asks what she should do with the traitors since they're so close to the ending. He tells her just to watch out for now and look out for anything suspicious. Funny how this conversation happened literally right after the entire family told her to not be suspicious of people, but pop off, I guess.
Mixed signals.
Mixed fucking signals. They really said, Corrin, you have to be trusting of everyone, and also, Corrin, there's a spy, never trust anyone. Like, what do you want her to do?
Poor girl.
Also, speaking of, actually, I finally found a source. I think it comes up later. But it might come up later. Do I put it in the Revelations, or did I just add to the beginning?
I don't remember.
Okay. If it doesn't show up later, I'll talk about it later. But Corrin just has not been in the outside world for a very long time. Stop giving her mixed social cues. She's confused. No time to investigate just yet, because Arete has reappeared and is now allowing the group to come any closer to the castle. The group refuses to retreat, so Arete summons another faceless army, and in that army is, good heavens, Scarlet. Anikos is controlling her dead body as well and forcing her to fight her former allies. If you make Ryoma fight her, you get this dialogue. This presence, it feels so familiar. Is that you, Scarlet? No, it can't be. This may be Scarlet's form, but the woman herself is long gone. Even knowing that, I can't. Forgive me, Scarlet. At the very least, I will give you peace. At the end of the fight, if you make Azura fight her mother, you get this dialogue that was too difficult to screenshot, so I just wrote it down. Why is it that looking at you gives me such an incredible headache? Could it be? No matter. Killing you will make the pain go away. Prepare yourself for the next world. After our last encounter, I readied myself for this moment. I knew that if we met again, I might have to be the one to take you down. Ashley.
Bury your mom trope. After defeating Arete, she lays down on the ground and calls for Azura. Azura is shocked that apparently her mother remembers her. She doesn't approach her, though. Not just yet. She's still wary. Her body begins to fade as she tells Azura that her death will mean that she'll be free from Anakinos' control soon. And now that she's dying, she finally remembers her sweet Azura. Azura asks once again if this is even possible and if she's even her real mother. Corrin assures her that she already knows the answer. Azura runs towards her mother, believing that it's truly her. She cradles her mother's body and finally gets to talk to her one last time. Arete asks if she forgives her for leaving her alone for so long, and Azura assures her that she was never alone. She had the Norians. Not really, she's just lying to make her mom feel better, and the Hoshidan royals. Arete smiles and starts disappearing into bubbles, and Azura screams, saying she can't go so soon after she just got her back. Before she disappears entirely, Arete assures Azura that she's proud of her, and then she's gone. And Azura cries for her mother. Korrin swears revenge on Anakinos or Azura.
We love mommy issue speedrun.
We love mommy issue speedrun.
Oh, this! I'm sure that will happen here on forward. Korrin and the family are making their way further towards oh my Jesus Christ! Am I dying? What's happening?
Whoops! That's the end of China Channel.
I'm giving the channel to. That's the mystery. You gotta figure out who I was gonna give it to. Okay, bet it's Colleen. I'm giving the channel to Colleen when I die.
Cool.
Korrin and the family are making their way further towards and into the castle, and the air is getting heavier and more ominous the further they head in. Ryoma assures the family that no matter what, they have to push forward. 2 seconds after he says that, the lights go out and Korrin gets separated from the family. I swear, you really just can't leave her alone for more than 5 seconds. Suddenly, a faint light catches Korrin's attention. Oh, whoa? What's this? It's very pretty. Whoa!
Ooh.
Mom!
It's wonderful to see you again. I could not be happier.
That's not
I
suspicious.
don't trust.
No, she looks so normal. Buckle up, shit's going down.
Is this me or you?
I'll do this
Okay.
one, because last one's pretty short.
Yeah.
Ma's back!
Right.
Well, not really. Much like Arete, Annika's taken Mikoto's dead bodies, using her as a puppet to get to Korrin. Again, this is great timing to happen right after Korrin's big brothers had told her to always believe in everyone. If it isn't the consequence of their damn bad advised actions. China's final act of fucking ARG. It's true. That's all I want.
My God.
Korrin tells her mother that she refused to believe it's her, but God, she wants to believe it is her so badly. But she can't, and won't listen to a puppet of Anankos. She raises her sword and strikes, but stops so she can hit Mikoto. Why? Because Mikoto didn't move to dodge her attack. Mikoto tells her that she may be a puppet of Anankos, but her spirit remains her own. Korrin believes her. Xand and Ryoma, this is your fault, damn you! And Mikoto warns her of upcoming traps in the maze ahead of her and how to avoid them. Mikoto then disappears and begs Korrin to free her. Korrin promises she will, and Mikoto disappears. Before she can think too hard about the situation, she hears Azura singing from another room. Azura, at this point, starts doing, like, I swear to God, echolocation? Yeah! Because, like, to find people, she just starts singing in random rooms, and that's how people find out where she is and how she finds out how other people are. Like, I don't know why she does this.
No, it's fucking weird.
But, God, whatever. She finds her way back to her and the rest of the family. Korrin guides them through the maze using Mikoto's advice. Now, often we bring up gameplay, but there are 2 gimmicks for this map. The first is stealth. If you complete the stupid if you complete the stupid stealth mission, God help you, you get some extra prizes. If you fail, reinforcements up the wazoo come and beat the shit out of you. The second is the aforementioned traps. Mikoto's advice does help you avoid getting the shit beaten out of you and automatically failing the stealth mission. Until the final trap. Following Mikoto's advice here not only fails the stealth mission, but also brings all units down to 1 HP, a single hit point. You might as well restart the chapter. Regardless of what happens, the boss of the map is revealed to be Mikoto. Mikoto was just leading Korrin right to her so that she could either kill her or get her sent to Anakinos. Or both, really. You've come for me, haven't you, Colleen? When you were kidnapped, I was devastated. I always wanted to get back all the time we lost, and now I can. If you surrender, we can serve Anakinos together. Forever. Mother, you can't mean that.
God damn.
Bury your mom trope. Part 2! Much like I said, Mikoto has had some time before her spirit will move on. All the Hashina siblings come out of the fucking ether where the riders put them. Oh God, I almost forgot Sakura was down here with us. And Korrin run to her side at once. Mikoto apologizes to Korrin for tricking her, and Korrin tells her not to worry about it and that Anakinos was to blame. Sakura saws over her mother's body, saying how much she missed her. Mikoto smiles and comments how she'd forgotten how beautiful Sakura's smile was, and how happy she was to see Hinoka, Takumi, and Ryoma again. Takumi and Ryoma talk about how much they miss her, and they haven't had any time to grieve since her death because of the war, which is pretty tragic if you think about it.
Yeah.
Yeah, Hinoka is just happy to see her again regardless of the circumstances. Also, this interaction is kind of funny.
I always believed in you. Believed you'd be able to defeat me. It's hard to feel good about living up to your expectations. Then Mikoto drops a lore bomb. Mikoto's from Vala. Korn is part of the Valite royal line. Oh, and Arete? Her sister.
But doesn't mean the rest, so are the rest of. Oh yeah, wait, I forgot they're not fucking siblings.
So Arete and Mikoto are sisters. Mikoto and warns them about a powerful servant of Anakinos waiting for them. She then dies and disappears into bubbles, while all the Hoshida siblings beg for her not to leave them again. Meanwhile, the Noyans are just watching this, I suppose. Oh wait, what was it about Arete being her older sister?
So, you accidentally did another incest, huh?
Yeah. You want to do this one? I'll do the rant on the next one.
Yeah. So, yeah, gamers, it turns out that woman you spend 90% of your time with, and the game really emphasizes your bond with, is your only biological relative that we know of. And you can marry her and have kids with her. Also, you can marry your cousin's son. Yep, you can marry her son and have a kid with him. As you can imagine, this reveal was not well received by people who shipped Azura and Korn before Revelations. Before Revelations was released a whole month later. Remember, there was a time between the first game coming out and then this DLC dropping, so nobody knew they were related. Korn Azura was an insanely popular ship. It didn't matter the gender of Korn, they were shipped with Azura. If you recall, major parts of the pre-localization culture is very anti-spoiler, so you can imagine the environment this created in the shipping community. Azuran is the modern-day Luke Leia. So, Azuran shippers were desperate at this point. Fanfics were explicitly stated to have Korn and Azura not be cousins. People said, okay, well, my headcanon is that they're not cousins, just by shipping it, despite this. And then the art book dropped.
I'll take over from here.
Yeah.
This is Fire Emblem If, Visual Works Pellucid Crystal. It was never localized. It was a Japan-only art book. It wasn't just an art book. It was also concepts. It also had a couple concepts about Fire Emblem Fates. Next slide. It had this, though. This is a dragon ancestry chart, and I did the translations for this. It was painful. Thank you. So I've translated all that, and you can see, you can see that. Now, at first glance, this looks like a family line. It looks like a family tree, right? So what happened was that this was translated, and people saw that if you notice, Mikoto and Arete aren't connected, which means that the art book basically retconned the sibling relationship, right? That was the reasoning. Except that's not what this chart is. This chart is not a family tree. This chart is showing how dragon blood is passed down. So just because Mikoto and Arete aren't connected by lines does not mean they still aren't siblings, because that's not the point of the fucking chart. But people could not fucking read Japanese, and so they thought that this meant that they were not siblings. And next slide. As you can see, this was the title of the page, just Dragon Blood. So it's just what Dragon Blood. But when I was searching this up, this wasn't the only thing I saw. I also saw, next one, a lot of people talking about sisters in spirit. That the art book said that they were sisters in spirit. Now this is where I lost my phone. So I'm searching. I'm searching for every fucking source that I can find of the Sisters in Spirit line. I am fucking short of buying the art book myself. I cannot find it for the life of me. But what I found was this post. Next slide. Was this post on GameFAQs from 3 years ago with a broken link. And this basically says that the Sisters in Spirit thing is fake. And this link isn't even archived. I can't tell what this is. It's a broken link. I don't know. I don't know what it has on there, but it just says the Sisters in Spirit thing is fake. Okay, well, that's interesting. That's the only one. And then I see a reply to this, I see a reply to this post where someone says, yeah, where someone basically points out, no, but it's the family tree. Except remember, it's not the fucking family tree. It's not a fucking family tree. It's just
Oh my god.
So this fucking dumbass game facts guy is like, do you not know what family trees are? They're both shown together on one with no sibling line. That means they're not siblings.
It's no use!
Family trees are not open for interpretations. Except nobody knows goddamn Japanese. That was not the point of the fucking tree.
Thanks for the follow.
It's not a family
now.
tree.
You joined
it
us
shows
at an
you how
interesting
Dragon
time.
Blood was passed down because you're all fucking idiots. This art book retcon that everyone clinged on to never existed.
I hate this. I hate this game.
Conclusion: this retcon never happened.
I hate it here.
And then the Heroes Gotcha game happened, and this now has. We caught the extremely affectionate Queen of Hoshido. I had this younger sister. Moral of the story: there isn't one. Don't date your fucking cousin.
Sweet home Alabama. So we're caught up to speed now.
Someone literally followed you during that rant.
So I had to apologize to them.
You have broken me.
You're welcome.
Every deep dive, I lose my will to live.
You love me. You love me, and my favorite things.
I do love you. You know I love you. But Christ Almighty!
I'm letting
Jesus, Mary, and Joseph. Why is it so much?
Yeah. Welcome to the things I like.
Yeah.
I'm sorry for the person I am.
I
Every day I have
It's
to
so
apologize.
fucking funny seeing Azure and Fix and how they all are before Revelations dropped.
Oh, back to the clownery. I don't think they love this game. I don't think so either. Back to the crown. Oh, right, royalty. With literally no time to dwell on the fact that apparently she's royalty by birth of an entirely different kingdom. Again, Corrin has to move forward with her plans. They're in the castle now, which makes things easier, but it's still going to be one giant maze. Azure advises that they split up. This is a terrible idea. It proves to be a terrible idea when after they split up and Corrin finds the stairs that leads to the next floor of the castle, a voice cries out saying, "In the name of the King of Vala, I sentence you to death!" The same one that killed Scarlet. And then Corrin gets attacked and knocked unconscious. Seriously, we cannot leave this girl alone!
It's true.
Luckily, Grandpa Gunter finds her after the attacker had randomly left her unconscious. He tells her he had sensed some powerful magic, and the enemy must have escaped down the hall. Corrin and Gunter go ahead together to find them. Corrin is sure the person who attacked her was the same one who killed Scarlet, since they did repeat the same lines. The fact that she got attacked the moment she was split from the group only solidifies in their minds that the attacker is a traitor amongst the group. Corrin tells Gunter that they cannot focus on who the traitor is, and Scarlet would have liked them for them to fight amongst each other. Gunter agrees and reminisces that the sight of Scarlet with the flower pinned to her chest just for the jump was a bit haunting, and that he does not wish Corrin to meet the same fate.
Bitch!
Processing. Moving forward.
Motherfucker!
Daddy should speedrun part 2. Ashley.
I have enough.
Yeah, more.
Enough parent issues. I would like to return this, please. I've had enough. I accidentally ordered a second set. I don't need this.
We don't do refunds. We don't do refunds here.
I'm sorry. With Gunter, Corrin runs into Azura down the corridor. Gunter points out that the only way Azura could have gotten there was via the hallway where Corrin was. He thinks Azura is the traitor. Everyone gasps.
Gasp.
He wants to confront her, but can't before suddenly invisible warriors appear again. So Azura runs to warn the others. Gunter questions if a good idea, but Corrin tells him that she literally medically cannot stop trusting people, so she trusts Azura. Then Ryoma brought in, and then comes with a reappearance of a familiar foe. The invisible soldier who killed Mikoto. But who is he? And why is he suddenly talking about all being happy to see his children all grown up and ready to fight? Oh. Ryoma reveals with shock and horror that this mysterious figure, the one who killed Mikoto, was none other than her own husband and Ryoma Takumi Hinoka's and Sakura's father, King Sumeragi, and he's itching for a fight and for his kids to prove their worth to him. Takumi voice, God, this is my worst nightmare.
Okay, well, you gotta make this like 2 minutes long because I have to speak Spanish for 2 minutes.
Oh, okay. Well, that doesn't apply to me. But
No, legally you have to just read it in English. Porque
Please slow.
that doesn't apply to me, baby.
sí, lee lento, porque yo no quiero hacer la translación para el próximo, ¿ok? Gracias.
Well, a fight is what he wants. A fight is what he'll get.
Mm-hmm.
Honestly, the Hoshidans are just speedrunning all the mommy and daddy issues back to back, huh? After the battle, Sumeragi lies defeated and is surrounded by his children who have grown up so much since he last saw them 15 years ago.
Yeah,
He tells them how proud he is.
Passing of time does, buddy.
Yeah. And to be fair, he was dead for 15 years. So. He tells them how proud he is of how strong they became. And here he is dying on them once again. Takumi decides he's had enough death for one day and yells at Sakura to heal Sumeragi. She attempts to do so, but her healing has no effect on an already deceased man. Sumeragi tells them that he loves them and apologizes to Korin for not being literally indestructible and dying before he could save her from Garen.
You know, sí, todavía yo no sé por qué. Ay, me perdona porque me morí. ¿Cómo no?
We're going insane.
I'm sure that was funny, Chai. Either that was really funny or I'm sorry.
Korin tells him
Está
not
bien,
to
está bien.
apologize, and Sumeragi spends his last moments surrounded by the children he believes he had failed. He then dies and turns into bubbles once more and tells his children since he was able to see them again, he can die without regret.
Heather, ¿por qué? ¿Por qué no me quiere, Heather?
Do you want me to read Sumeragi's lines, Chai?
Sí.
You've all become so strong. Why? Why are you crying? You met and surpassed my hopes for you. I couldn't have wished to be for anything better. Be proud. Be proud of who you've become.
Thanks, Dad.
Gracias, papá. I can
So,
talk in English. Fuck y'all.
Yay.
Yay!
I forgot to raise the prices after the subathon because that was one of the incentives to cut it in half. Corey can I love it so much. Corey can have shit in this house. After speedrunning trauma for the Hoshidans, the entire family makes it to the outside of the throne room. Corin decides, oh no, we are not doing that here. Please, Heather, someone redeem Heather. I'm trying to finish this deep dive, please.
Heather, I have to go live after this too. Please have mercy. We need to speedrun this.
I will give you just a free 2 minutes of Japanese next stream if need be, please.
I want to understand the funny, haha, stupid incest video game.
Stop calling it that!
Forgetting the loophole is just passing it on to me.
True. Speak Japanese.
What?
Speak Japanese. I've decided.
You bitch! You mother...
Okay, that one everyone has to do. We can't swear for 5 minutes.
Okay, what am I supposed to do?
You keep speaking Japanese. Colleen and I can't swear. Go.
So. Yeah.
He doesn't it?
Yeah. Yada.
No, it's fine. It's funnier if I make Ashley speak Japanese. Seen it. After speedrunning trauma for those Hoshidans, the entire family sits to the outside the throne room. Corin decides she's going to lead the charge with her family right behind her. She runs in and everyone has their weapons drawn and they arrive in an empty throne room. Yeah, there it is. Suddenly, explosions go off and the entire family is shot at repeatedly with fire magic. Everyone except for Corin and Azura, who stare at the family in horror. Then, because they're stupid, Ryoma starts to assume that Corin and Azura were the traitors all along because Leo points out that those two weren't attacked at all. They're straight up like, what? I got shot, but Corin did it. Corin's the traitor. It's like, you're so dumb.
Everyone here is stupid.
so dumb. God.
Oh my god.
The Gunter even brings cheers all along because Leah points out the two weren't attacked at all. Gunter even brings it up. It makes sense that it's them because they're Valite royalty, which is so stupid because if you remember, Cora didn't know that she was from Vala up until like 15 minutes ago.
Really?
Why would they betray everyone for Vala and they didn't know they were from here until 10 minutes ago? Gunter.
Yeah, Azura, you can argue.
Yeah,
But,
Azura,
like,
you can argue. Corrin? The one who was in a castle for 15 years and this is their first time in the outside world? Yeah, nobody. No. It's so dumb. So dumb. The family starts to believe it to be true, and Corrin and Azura have been tricking them all along and getting them all down here was their master plan all along, which is, again, a very stupid plan. However, 2 minutes are up of that one. The family starts to believe it to be true, and Corrin and Azura have been tricking them. However, while Gunter explains how Corrin and Azura are clearly lying to the family, Corrin realizes who the real traitor was all along. Remember how I told you to put a pin in how Gunter brought up Scarlet's flower when he wasn't even there to see it? And no one was, actually. Plus, when they found her body, the magic that killed her burned the flower away. Yeah, Gunter's the traitor.
Alright, Ashley, intermission here. Alright, anyone here played Persona 5? Do you understand when I say that this is Gunter's pancake moment? However, unlike the pancake moment, there are a bunch of, like, pretty...
Ashley, robot mode. Ashley, robot mode.
Valpina!
Valpina, we're talking about Persona. Come back.
Back?
You're back now.
Or better.
Alright. So what was I? Pancake?
Yeah, this is his pancakes moment.
This is a pancakes moment. However, unlike the pancakes moment, this has a couple pretty big plot holes. One, why did everyone believe Gunter when he said that that Corrin and Azura were the traitors for they're believing Gunter over Corrin. You gotta understand, like, even the Hoshidans are believing Gunter over Corrin. That's fucking weird. Two, Gunter only brought up the flower to Corrin. So if these guys are really, like, convinced that Corrin's the traitor, then wouldn't the logical conclusion be, like, Corrin made that shit up? Because who else can justify... Nobody else was there to hear Gunter say that. The flower thing. Free! The only person who saw the flower were obviously Corrin and Gunter. Because the flower burned off in the first place. So, who's to fucking say that the flower existed in the first place? Why is the flower the pancakes moment? The only reason why the pancakes moment works in Persona 5 is because there were, like, 3 other people that were there. Here, there was only Corrin and Gunter! This doesn't make sense!
Christ.
We love it here.
Whatever. Instead of logically thinking that that's how he can gaslight Garrelboss gatekeep these stupid people, Gunter immediately gives in.
Yeah, straight up, this is the next scene. Ryoma stares in shock and questions if Gunter is the one who really did kill Scarlet. And then he just starts giggling. He's like, hee hee! He's like, hee hee, I did! I did do that, that was me! And purple smoky aura.
I'm gonna ask my parents when we're leaving to eat.
Mm-hmm.
I'll be right back. I'm gonna ask my parents when we're leaving to eat.
Okay. Ryoma stays in shock. Gunter teehees in response, and purple smoky aura emanates out of him. He then sits up on Anakos' throne, and he tells Corrin how much he secretly hated her all along, and hated her blind faith in everyone, and loves the look of hopelessness on her face.
Damn.
Here's the thing. Gunter's not dead. He's just so angry at the world he got possessed. Much like how Takumi didn't die in Birthright, but he still got possessed. Anakinos can possess the dead and also the very angry living.
That's so specific.
The two genders, the dead and the angry.
Me!
I'm the angry.
I'm the dead.
Let's go. Corrin decides that she's still gonna believe in the real Gunter deep down, and Gunter can't decide if Corrin's naive or just stupid. Corrin's both, honestly, and she's gonna save Gunter from Anakinos' control.
Never mind, I'm not going out to eat. I'm gonna eat in here, which means I'm stuck with you, bozos, until the end.
Yay!
Besides the probably 30 to 1 hour break I'd take to actually eat, but you know.
The blood hungry and the bloodshed. Real.
right, that's me. You are the ocean's great waves. So during the fight, Korn and Zura sense warm light and water surrounding them, and the army figures that it must be their mothers protecting them from the afterlife. Pretty cool. Never comes back as a gameplay mechanic. At the end of the battle, he begs Gunter to hear her and return back to her. Reminder, Gunter was the only real father figure Korn ever had. So this is where, you want Colleen to say this entire fucking speech?
Don't make me.
No, I think Colleen would cry.
I will.
Alright, Colleen.
Just know that it's a lot of just like, this isn't you. Look at me. This isn't you. Remember our great times together, Gunter.
Yeah, that's basically the whole speech.
Yeah.
Azura begins to sing her song and help exorcise Anakinos out of Gunter. Xander cheers her on. Korn reminds him of all the memories together in the fortress to get him to break control of Anakinos. He screams and rips his head and raises his sword to stab Korn, who looks up at him with her big sad eyes. He can't actually bring himself to do it, so he screams once more and stabs himself instead. Doing this, it turns out, was enough to free him from Anakinos' control. He collapses and tells Korn he's atoning for his sins. Korn says she's not having any of that and gets Elise and Sakura to heal him from his wound. When he comes to, he tells Korn about how he refused dragon blood from King Garen. King Garen had killed his wife and child and everyone in his town. So that's the big beef.
Remember the beef I mentioned? That was the beef.
That's wild.
Yeah. After this, he hated royals and thought they were all the same. Bastards who only view... Wait. No, the cussing, the swearing is done.
Yeah, you're good.
Who only viewed commoners as weeds to kill and stomp on. He only agreed to raise Korn in order to get closer to Garen and get his revenge on him.
Also, intermission real quick. During this part, Ryoma is like, what? What? Do commoners really believe that it's us royals? Yes, stupid! I don't, like, if Xander said that, I would have been even angrier, but Ryoma, that's how royalty works. Why are you shocked? He's like, I can't believe commoners think that of royals. It's like, are you blind? He is. He's stupid as fuck.
In the original script, he says nothing.
Yeah, and this one, he's like, I can't believe this. I can't believe you done this.
I can't believe you done this.
Should I have a British accent routine? I think that'd be funny and quirky.
I think you should just so every so often when G is in chat, he has to fucking suffer.
Oh yes.
So he only agreed to raise Korn in order to get closer to Garen and get his revenge on him. Korn tells him that even though he killed Scarlet and he was under control of an evil dragon, and even if he never loved her, he was at least always kind to her. Her standards are really fucking low.
They're so low. It's really sad.
Fair, I think it's just because, well, technically she didn't go for the other paths. This is just straight up. I think she's just tired of it. I think she just wants.
I'm also tired of it.
Yeah, she's just tired of it. She's like, you know what? Even though you're a murderer, you were nice to me. She tells Gunter to live for the family he once lost, and tells the family the finale is coming.
Anakinos is terrifying, actually. We finally get to see the bitch. The face on the wall of the throne room comes alive and a giant body steps out of it. This is one of Anakinos' forms. Korn has her generic hero speech that he's been toying with the lives of humans for so long and she's here to defeat him. Anakinos has his generic speech about that all humans are lesser to dragons, and why can't he just manipulate and kill everyone? After he was forgotten by humans for so long. He has a whole lore we'll get to later. Korn begs for her family to give her strength to end this once and for all, and all at once, Takumi's Fujin-Yumi, Leo's Brynhildr, Xander's Siegfried, and Ryoma's Rajinto begin to glow in response to Korn's cries, and her Yato transforms for the final time into its final form. Omega Yato! It's a fucking chainsaw! And we did it! We got the Fire Emblem, boys!
Finally!
We finally did the Fire Emblem!
This is a really
it's real!
Good... It's real! The Fire Emblem is real! This is a screenshot from Super Smash Bros. Because it's the most HD of the Yato I could get.
Nice.
Korn uses it, and with her family at her side, and shockingly easily defeats Anakinos. It's almost too easy. In fact, it's so easy, Ishuden comes to shock to tell you that Anakinos summons Garen and eats him. It's
him.
Yeah, he eats him.
I hate it.
He just goes like, okay, I'm done playing games. And then he summons Garen, and then the Norians are like, Dad, what are you doing here? And he's like, shut the fuck up, kids. I hate all of you. And then he just gets eaten.
That's a lot to unpack.
It's so funny.
It's so funny. And then Ryoma is like, no, haven't we lost enough? And I'm like, actually, this is a great thing to happen to you.
Oh, wasn't it Xander that said, "Haven't we lost enough"? That
Xander,
line is what
sorry.
killed me. So let's look at the losses that have happened so far in Revelations, right?
Too many.
No, we lost Izana, which was on the Hoshiden side. We lost Scarlet, Hoshiden side. We lost Arete, who was technically on Nor, but she was hated by Nor, so she was more Azura, which is Hoshiden side. We lost Mikoto, Hoshiden. We lost Sumeragi, Hoshiden. And now Xander comes in, he loses his poor little daddy Darius, and he's like, no, haven't we lost enough? And I'm staring at him like, this isn't your loss! This isn't your...
He's my special man. In his defense, it's just poorly worded because it's just like the whole thing about him was that he was just fighting to like keep his family alive. Like his plan was he would return from this, the war would be over, and he would fix Garen, but now he can't even have that much. The Nords have lost a lot, but it's just really funny timing because it's right after the Hoshidas have lost everybody.
Yeah.
Oh god. So yeah, Garen gets eaten. We get another Vor. But after eating someone he had poured so much power into keeping alive, Anakinos feels his true strength return, and he returns to his true form. This cutscene changed me.
Oh, by the way, the mask form we could not justify putting a video in, but just know, it moves like a horror movie.
It
that
was
mask.
real good. All right, this cutscene's fucking sick. It's a Valid Castle. Oh no!
Dragon!
Dragon! Look at him! Ain't he great?
That is, in fact, a dragon.
Oh, sick JoJo reference! I'm gonna kill you! I'm gonna kill you! Also, look at his human hands.
Oh, I hate it.
I think it makes him quirky.
Yeah.
Uh-oh. Hole. Uh-oh. Hi, Anakinos. Or Anakinos. I still don't know how to say your name.
Why this? Oh, I hate the ball.
He's just a big old dragon, man. Look at him go.
A big old dragon.
Also, all the islands are getting sucked into the hole. Uh-oh.
Oh.
So now we gotta kill him. Here he is.
Oh, look at that mug. Ain't that a face only a mother could love?
I love him. Beautiful. Iconic. Show-stopping. Ashley.
In which everyone immediately gives up. It is currently 12:39 a.m. Everyone sees the dragon's full form and immediately decides that they're all going to die. Xander reminisces on how he never thought his final moments would be spent with a Hoshiden prince by his side, and Ryoma agrees. That's gay. Colleen tells everyone that she's going to never give up, and she's going to fight with everyone for a world. There was a Super Smash Brothers reference here. Fight for your friends. With that, the battle begins. It's everyone versus Anakinos and his terrifying Valite warriors by his side. Also, fun fact, Anakinos' true form is actually just a ball.
Oh, it's the thing I hate. Got
it. That's just him.
It pulses.
Yeah, it's
With
real
the heart.
fucking nasty. He's a nasty boy.
Yeah.
Hate it.
It takes all the family working together and using Korn's Omega Gatsa to get the final strike, but Anakinos is finally defeated. He's taken down and fades into purple smoke and bubbles. After his death, it takes Fairly a few moments to realize it, but it's over. They did it. If this sounds anticlimactic for you, because it is.
It's because it is. He just dies. It's actually not that hard.
Yeah, he just disappears into bubbles. I mean, the fight's pretty cool because you're fighting, like, you have to get his hands and then his head and then his
pieces of him at
actual
a time
true form.
and then get to the ball. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, and you can see him when you go into battle with other enemies. You can see him in the background staring at you. But like the actual story part of it is anticlimactic. He just dies.
Yeah, it's you really do a
Damn,
disservice
that's
to Fire Emblem
wild.
when you get rid of when you're just going over story and don't integrate any of the gameplay. Because gameplay is also story, but it was 12:39 a.m. I was not gonna get into detail. I was so tired.
Yeah. See, if these last slides seem a little rushed, it's because Chai made them at 12 a.m. and I didn't want to edit them.
We were really
You
tired.
know what? I still love that for you.
Yeah.
If you
So
guys
at least
wonder
in-
how much blood, sweat, and tears goes into these, that's how much. We were staying up so late.
Yeah, I think the way the process worked was that one of us would write basically a section, and then the other would edit it with with correcting misinformation or forgotten plot points. I didn't do that for these last couple slides.
But they're right. I was at my peak. It's fine.
Yeah, at least in Sakura cheer. Leon to Camille are shocked that they're alive. Camilla and Hinoka are relieved. Zen and Ryoma are giving each other eyes.
They're gay.
Sometime later, they then return to the throne room to crown Korn as the Queen of Vala. Congratulations, Colleen. You're a queen.
You have to rule a kingdom now. How do you feel?
Oh God, responsibility.
A lot of it.
Azura never wanted to be leader, but Korn sure will be. Felicia and Jacob congratulate her, and Zen and Ryoma offer her land to rebuild Vala to its former glory. With the very few survivors of Vala in the crowd, when did they get here? Where are we? Reconstruction will be on its way, and Korn is pledging to be the ultimate kind leader. By the way, I don't know where Vala is right now.
I don't know either.
Because Vala sunk into the ground when Anakinos destroyed it and somehow wiped everyone's memory of it. I don't know where it is now.
We assume it resurfaces to be where the Bottomless Canyon was, but honestly, because we never get a clarification, we never know.
Yeah, and Zen and Ryoma said that they were going to give them back land, so maybe Vala was less the Bottomless Canyon and more like the land that had the Bottomless Canyon in it.
Yeah.
Who knows? Yeah. All her family reassure her that now they can now they can help her no matter what. No curse to get in the way anymore. Gunther watches from afar and leaves, hoping to atone for his sins on his own.
Yay.
After the coronation, she's her cousin. After the coronation, Azura and Korn spend some alone time together to discuss the future. Azura talks about how the song she always sings, "Lost in Thoughts All Alone," may have just been written by Anakinos back in the day. Azura theorizes that he might have written the song when he realized he was slowly losing his mind and wrote it to help him. This would explain why the song is so effective to exorcise out his spirit from possessing others. Azura mentions how the song has no mention of what the future will bring, so maybe the next part of the song should be written by her. Korn tells her she doesn't want to do it alone, and will only write the song if she has Azura by her side. Azura agrees to be with her no matter what. Then they return to Hoshido and Norians, who are having a post-coronation party!
Final cutscene!
Cutscene!
Finally.
In the name of the first dragons, I, Xander, speaking for the Kingdom of Nor.
And I, Ryoma, speaking for Hoshido.
No, your name's Matthew Mercer. Get it together. And then they
Thou
kiss.
to
And then
keep
you make
peace.
out.
And then they
You
kiss.
finally make out.
Violently in front of the entire family. This is actually a marriage ceremony.
We shall all be bound by this vow.
See, they're married!
Yes. Peace for our nations. I swear.
That's a gay. That's gay.
They're all so gay.
We're friends now. Friends.
Wish it were that easy to just forgive.
Edgelord. God, I
know.
hate them.
But healing can only begin with trust.
Yeah.
Gay people! Gay people!
Our people,
Really
our
worries
countries, and to the brave soul who brought us together.
Colleen the
Hoshido
boss.
and Nor are united
Damn, that's
together
mean.
forever.
That's you, they're talking about you!
Talking about me. Silly old me. Please don't look at me. I will have a panic attack. I do not appreciate being perceived.
They're perceiving you
Edgelord
right
x
now.
Edgelord, new
not
ship
like
dynamic.
Hello, weird family I am now a part of.
A weird, fucked up little family.
We swear to you.
Cool.
Cool! That's literally what Corin said too.
Did.
And with that, it's
No, it's
over.
not. I see the problem with
No,
this
it
is I
isn't
know you're lying.
It's time for Hidden Truths, baby!
Oh, I hate this part. So remember Hidden Truths?
What are my truths, guys?
Ashley, you read this.
This game does you dirty. With the other revelations, we are still left with many unanswered questions. Who was Corin's father? Who was even Lilith? Remember her, Fish Girl? Azula said Anakin knew he would lose his mind. Was there a point where he was sane? Let's see before all this. Who was the third unknown knight who was given the Rainbow Sage's power? Why did the game canonically give us 12 dragons and showed us like 2 of them? Is Vala still underground? In the other world? How do people get down there safely since the door via the bottomless canyon has closed? What land did Xander and Rioma give? Who are the survivors of Vala? Is Corrin ruling a barren kingdom? Why don't we see them? Was gay marriage legal in Vala? How did everyone end up forgetting Vala anyway? Do they remember it now? I can answer 3 of those questions with full confidence.
Only 3.
Remember the beginning of the PowerPoint where Mia and Chai discussed the Hidden Truths DLC, where it explained how Severa, Inigo, and Owain ended up in Fates after being transported by a mysterious man? Well, when we went over that, we actually only covered a very minuscule portion of this story in this DLC, aka how the trio got to Fates and what they got out of it. Now is where we should go over it in actual detail and give you the lore that genuinely should have been in the main game, aka Welcome to the Lore Dump, and where Lilith becomes an actual character.
Yay!
We are at...
It's been
we're at
5 hours.
We're at slide 265 of 320. We're almost there. Hidden Truth / neg, but also / pause. So here's a lore bomb. Buck it up. So the mysterious man who transported the Awakening Trio to the Fates is actually Anakin himself, but in his human form. Yes, he has one of those. Much like the Rainbow Sage and Corrin herself, every dragon has a human form. Anakin had called upon for some help by shouting, "Please save my kingdom!" by the castle walls in Yalise, the main country where Awakening takes place. And that was enough to catch the attention of the trio oh my god, and have them agree to help travel to the Mila tree because he's Anakinos and he knows everything. He already knew who Severa, Inigo, and Owain were and that they were from a desolate future. Before he could explain why he knew that, the ghost of Sumeragi had arrived with the Valite soldiers. How did he travel here from another world and also another point in time, and why is he here to kill Anakinos? Isn't that his boss? Just wait. After defeating those Valites who had arrived, Sumeragi returned back to his original world and time, which left the Awakening Trio incredibly lost and confused. They asked what was going on, and Anakinos told them he couldn't speak of what was going on or where he was from because of the Vala curse. For their troubles, Anakinos then restored the future in which the trio were from, where he told them that their spirits of the dead had thanked them for restoring their land. He also gave them some transportation crystals that they could use to travel from Fate's world to Awakening once their mission was complete. Anakinos has then began the process of transporting the trio to Fates.
In which Fates retcons itself. This is where the original explanation of Hidden Truths had ended. Here's the thing, Hidden Truths is actually 2 DLCs. And this is where the real lore drop comes in. After transporting the trio, we go back to Vala where we play our sees Anakinos? Except it's dragon form. Dragon Anakinos mentions how some filth had broken apart from him, and he thought it would just fade away from now. What's going on? Just wait. Oh, and also here's a new character who's being ordered to use all the Valite soldiers needed to destroy the filth, and oh, it's Lilith! Hey, wait a second!
Flashback time!
Flashback time!
Remember this slide? Remember this part? Anyway, she gave temporary human form to serve Corrin because she was grateful to her, and now she's turned her true form that she can no longer assume her human form. So that was a fucking lie!
Why does this game lie so much?
I wish I could tell you! This game is nothing but a bunch of lies strung together in a terrible string. It's horrible. We love expedition dumps here. From here on, all the new things that Ashley and I are omitted from talking about before because it's all spoilers for Revelations. Yippee! After the events of Hidden Truths 1, we are now in Hidden Truths 2, where it starts with Anakin showing the Awakening trio around Vala. Inigo then asks him why a god like him would bother with saving a dying kingdom like Vala, since frankly it looks like shit when they arrive, and Inigo doesn't know how to be nice, I guess. Anakin smiles sadly, then tells a story about some dragon. This dragon helped build the kingdom that loved the humans with all his heart. He gave them knowledge and chose to live among them, and spent his time with the kings of the land, whom he was closest to. However, as he continued to live amongst the humans, the more his ancient draconic instincts began to take hold, and the more he wanted to destroy the kingdom he helped build. He started to go mad from how strong the urges were, and he knew they'd only grow worse. Therefore, he left behind a powerful song with the Valite King that would weaken the power and destructive urges of the dragon. However, the problem was that only those with ancient blood could unlock the song's powers, and even then they'd need a fragment of his Dragonstone. To ensure the world's safety, he would increase his blessing of powers over time, hoping one day someone would be able to stop him. However, the day never came, and in a fit of rage, he obliterated an entire forest, which led the humans to turn on him and attempt to kill him. He felt betrayed unlike anything before, but still didn't want to hurt anyone, and went into isolation where his only visitors were the king and his family. One day the dragon finally snapped and killed the Valite King. That act was enough to make the dragon completely lose himself and go on a rampage to destroy the kingdom. While lost in his insanity, he ripped out his own soul. That soul became its own person. That person...
Kai, this was the plot of Centaur World!
A wolf? What does that mean?
No, the fucked up part is that you're right.
John, this was the exact plot to that episode of Centaur World that made me lose my shit.
All
you
of my,
motherfucker.
My favorite things are always connected.
Like, as soon as I was like, it's, like, as soon as we got to the fucking, he started to go mad from the urges and he knew they would go worse, I'm like, he's gonna split into two. He's gonna split into fucking two. Just like fucking Centaur World!
You know, it's all Chai's interests are just a circle on the Venn diagram.
I love myself, even if no one else does.
Are you happy? Are you proud of me that I caught that? Please say
I'm
yes.
so proud of you. I didn't think you would get that at all. I'm so proud of you. I love you so much.
I pay attention.
I'm so glad. But yeah, so yeah, he rips his soul out, and then that soul becomes its own person. Oh God, God's taking me.
God saw that it has been this has been going on for exactly 5 hours, and said it needs to end.
No, I refuse.
We must continue, we must persevere.
That person is the human version of Anakinos that stands for the Awakening Trio. During this time, he loses his memories and ends up meeting someone. Hey, Colleen, meet your new dad!
Oh my God.
Now that is an oh my God of despair.
Yup. So, that new person, her name, Mikoto. They had a child. That child was Korin. Haha. That explains the dragon thing, doesn't it?
Why wasn't this in the base game?
You would think it would be, right?
I ask myself that every day, actually.
I ask myself that every fucking day. This is the DLC for the DLC. Do you know how insane that is? So yeah, Mikoto, the mysterious man that she married and had Korin with was the human version of Anikos. And she never told anyone.
Nope.
Did she know?
Well, she's about to. Alright, Ashley. I'm so mad.
All of this info, DLC lore only. Anakinos explains that before this dragon self fully destroyed the kingdom, he had regained his memories and told Mikoto all about who he was and helped her and Arete escape with Azura and a newborn Korran intel. He then specifically instructed Mikoto to never mention who he was to Korran, so that she never hear her father built and destroyed a kingdom and burden her with the sins of his past. Unfortunately, that still ended up being the case, which is a tragedy. It was after his wife, child, Arete, and Azura had escaped, was when his dragon senses returned as well, and he used his foresight to see a future where brave warriors defeated a different fell dragon. So he decided to try to bring those warriors to this world to defeat his evil dragon self. It's also where Anakinos tells the trio that they cannot share this information with anyone outside of Val, and they need to go to Hoshido, where they will meet up with Mikoto and give him safe harbor that they need to accompany Korran in her quest to get the 5 divine weapons and then come back to kill him. The trio are against this at first, but he assures them that it's the only way. Wade steps up to ask him about his child Korran when Lilith suddenly appears. Lilith is here to kill the human Anakinos for being an imposter. Dragon Anakinos can live without... I was waiting for that. Dragon Anakinos can live without human Anakinos, but human Anakinos can't live without Dragon Anakinos, by the way. Lilith also drops the fact that she is the daughter of Anakinos. Not the human Anakinos, the Dragon Anakinos. Oh, me and your sister, Colleen!
Yay! So here's the full family tree. Here's the only biological relatives that Korran has. Her cousin Azura, and her little half-sister Lilith. That's it. And you only learn about Lilith in this DLC. For the DLC.
This is stupid.
It's so stupid. I hate that this isn't just in the main story. There's no reason why it shouldn't be in the main story.
She also laughs in Anakinos' face to tell him Korran's in Nor and not Hoshido. Lilith's creation fucked up his future vision, it seems. Yeah, Lilith was asexually reproduced, technically.
She's just kind of created from energy. Yeah. And Lilith is actually OP for some reason. Lilith then slaps her on Owain and almost kills him. Anakinos is horrified. His dragon cell created his daughter, creating a daughter from energy, I guess, who's so powerful and it only paints a bleak future. He tells the trio to run away and return to their world before things get worse. Severa yells at him, saying that he's an idiot for pushing away the only help he's gonna get. After some hero speeches from Owain and Inigo, and Anakinos starts to believe in humanity again. He snaps his fingers, and Owain, Inigo, and Severa transform into Odin, Laszlo, and Selena, and he gives them all new skills. Odin uses newfound magic to strike Lilith and lands a hit on her. Lilith tells them not to get too ahead of themselves and summons her own Valites, and fight begins. Anakinos then feeds the trio his blood. Don't ask, it's fine. So then they can utilize some dragon veins. He gives them enough to last a few years so that we can use the estimate to say that after this, the trio are about to spend quite a few years in Nor. How many? I don't know. Fuck you. We don't get numbers. Not in this game. You gotta guess, idiot. I'm sorry. It's almost 11 p.m. and I'm very tired. It's past my bedtime. I don't remember writing that.
Sleepy Chai is the best chai.
I love when Sleepy Chai has input.
They fight and defeat Lilith. However, Lilith has an endless supply of soldiers given to her by her dad.
The best Wasian is a frog.
Now the best
Wasian! Working now over here.
I woke.
Mel, please help me.
No, Mel, you
I know
can't.
we're not like best friends.
No, Mel, you
have
can't.
To I've been here for 5 hours. I need help.
Hi, Mel. Go, Ashley.
Lilith has daddy issues. Anakinos has had enough and decides to protect the trio by sending them directly to Nor without him. He tells them to become retainers to Norian royals and find Korran and protect her for him. He then sends them away, tells them the next time they meet it will be as enemies, and just leaves him and Lilith. Hi, it's almost midnight. Future Try just read this. I can't believe Future Try just put this on me now. Child, you get to be Lilith.
Okay.
Fuck you, you ain't escaping this one.
Okay.
What are you doing, child? You're going to kill me, dude, quickly. If I'm to die, it would bring me no greater joy than to die, while looking upon the face of my beloved daughter.
What? Don't you dare call me your beloved daughter. I faithfully serve my father, and he barely even acknowledges my existence. You know nothing about me, so don't you go call me your beloved anything.
Really?
He's never loved me, even though I'm his daughter. He only ever used me as a pawn. He's cruel. He treats me like a slave, no matter how hard I work for him. Never once has he paid attention to me or shown me love. But you're him too. Calling me your beloved daughter is cruel. What am I supposed to do? You're making me want to ignore a mission I can't refuse.
Lilith, my daughter, your life has not been an easy one. I am sorry I didn't know about you. I would have tried to save you.
Shut up or I'll kill you.
Then kill me. If that will prove my love for you, then kill me again and again for all eternity. I want only for you to believe me, Lilith, to know that I love you. I want to shower you with love and to make up for every horrible memory you have. You need to know what it feels like to be loved. I notice, because I am your father, it is my most sacred duty to protect your heart.
You're a fool. You're a coward and a fool. You wear your heart on your sleeve. I can't stand you. But you win, Father. I can't kill you.
Lilith.
Wonderful guy.
Yeah, thank you.
Welcome.
Yay, trauma! Lilith, after calling human Anakinos her father, Dragon Anankos can sense it and tries to kill her by sapping her of all her power. It's unclear. What is clear is that Anakinos decides that he can't handle the idea of seeing his not daughter but still his daughter die, so he takes a hit meant for Lilith and collapses on the ground and begins to die. Lilith is shocked and horrified and holds Anakinos in her arms. She asks him why the fuck he would do that, and he tells her that he was destined to die soon anyway. She cries and sobs and begs him not to die, as him treating her so kindly was the first time anyone had treated her nicely ever. He apologized to her, to Mikoto, and to Korn before dying in Lilith's arms. Lilith screams in horror and makes it a point that she's going to find this Korn and protect her one and only sister the same way Anakinos protected her, without even really knowing her. She also promises to never tell Korn about Anakinos to save her all the trouble feeling guilt over killing him. Lilith returns to the astral plane to speak with the dragons to help her locate Korn. Meanwhile, Dragon Anakinos sits plotting his perfect victory, but in the middle of the credits, a piece of his human form returns back to him. Just for a moment.
Someday, come kill me, Odin, Laszlo, Selena, and my dear child. I will be here, always.
Why is he typing like Gamzee?
Always. Shut up! Always waiting. We will meet again. I will always. I believe in you.
Fucking 0 minutes since last Homestuck, more like it. God!
Sorry!
Also, yeah, all the info. DLC for the DLC, baby. Fuck you. Want lore for this game? Pay for DLC twice over. And we're not done yet. Next slide. Go, go, go. You're a robot again, Ash. Oh, God, she's dead. Colleen, she's dead.
I don't wanna.
Oh, no, Ashley. Ashley.
No.
Ashley, no.
No!
Not again! Oh, I miss her so much.
I don't want to be a mom.
You're gonna have to be for this universe. I'm so sorry.
There
you are.
But it's also time for me to eat. So unfortunately, Chai, you're gonna have to handle the game show.
Oh, God damn it.
Wait, what do you mean game show?
Alright, welcome to part 8, Here's a Fate. Oh!
Alright. Maybe bye, or maybe not. I don't know.
Bye! Alright, it's just me again. It's just the it's just the Chai show. Yeah?
Chai?
Yeah?
What do you mean by game show?
We'll get to that. Just be patient, okay? Also, intermission. You paid how much for this game? Let's do a bit of a financial exercise. As a break, Fire Emblem Fates, Conquest, and Birthright cost the same as most AAA Nintendo 3DS games, $39.99. Reasonable price. But remember, that's only for one path. Revelation can only be accessed after buying either Birthright or Conquest, so that's an extra $19.99 on top of that. Oh, don't forget, you probably want to actually have the chance to choose a path. Add the path you didn't buy for $19.99. So you've dropped about $80 for one 3DS game. That's fine. You got 3 experiences, so really that's a discount. Oh, right, the other DLC. So we got the obligatory grinding DLC for weapons, experience, and money. We also have the DLC that allows you to access DLC-only classes. Right, did I mention DLC-only classes? These are Witch, female only, allows you to teleport to allies and enemies. Ballistician, male only. I'm just gonna speed through these. Ballistician, Darkflyer, Dreadfighter, Great Lord, Lodestar, Vanguard, and Grandmaster. So that's $17.99 to the total. Oh, don't forget the current section, the Hairs of Fate DLC. This is a collection of 6 maps that make up their own side story. Rewards for these maps are the taker skills. Think Beast Boost from Pokemon. I don't know what that means, but I'm gonna assume someone does. And Point Blank, which lets your archers hit adjacent enemies. Overpowered. So it's another $7.99. If you've been keeping count to the final total to the access to everything in this game is, drumroll, about $106 USD.
That's too much. That's way too much
and
money.
I did buy all of it.
Now you're a madman.
Wait! There's more! With a DLC that was never localized. Luckily for you, dear viewer, there's only 2 pieces of DLC that were never localized. Hoshiden Festival Bonds and Norian Festival Bonds. Why? I don't know. The artwork isn't even as spicy as the Beach DLC, and that got released. Another funny thing about the Treehouse never localizing these maps is that they're the only way to get the Exalts brand and the Heroes brand multiple times. The other map you get them from, Before Awakening, only gives them out as a first-time gift. So all non-Japanese games can only have checks notes, 1 Great Lord / Lodestar per save file. Isn't that wonderful? Where were we? Oh, right, money. Each map was 250 yen, so compare that to other localized maps, $199 each. Final totals, about $108 USD. That's $114 Canadian, 81 pounds, and 10,900 yen. And yeah. Isn't that great? That's so much money. For so much DLC.
The fact that the Brits got the best deal.
I know! The motherfuckers. It's time to play the game show. Guess that parent.
What? Oh, Chai, you're so...
I didn't make this. This was Ashley's idea. There are 21 of these fuckers, so strap yourselves in. Some of them you've definitely seen. I've put them in the slides. Alright, so where is he? Oh, yeah, there he is. Alright, so we got the literal fucking child, ray of sunshine. I would kill for, can turn to a dragon, terrified of being alone, has a slightly different personality depending on their gender. Who's the parent?
I'm thinking, give me a second.
Oh my god, this is the easy one.
Can you narrow it down?
Dragon!
Fuck. Dragon. Oh my god. I can't. There was too many.
It's you, dumbass! It's you!
Oh.
That's your kid! Who else could turn into a dragon?
I thought... Okay, in my defense, I thought I was guessing who the other parent was. Like, I assumed it was me and then the other person. I was trying to figure out who the other person was going to be.
No, you're just guessing default person. The other parent doesn't matter.
Okay, that's on me. I just didn't understand. I was trying to guess the other parent.
It's okay. All right, next one. She writes haikus and poems. She's a lazy girl boss queen who loves sleep and inherited her eyes from her father. No, really. Her canonical hair color is literally impossible to get in game. Hint, if that helps, because I want to help you here. Hint, he's really funny. You liked him.
Chai, I promise you I've been paying attention. It's just there's so many of these motherfuckers. Oh, fuck, I think I know who it is, but I can't tell you his name.
Can you describe him?
No, that's also the problem. I'm like, oh, just fucking...
It's Azama.
Who is he again?
He was the guy that said, like, physically yes, but your spirit will live on forever.
He showed up in one slide. How was I supposed to remember him? He showed up in one slide.
I'm just the host. I didn't make the game. All right. So, should be at least easier. Selkie, she's very naive and fearless. She doesn't think before she does anything, but quickly learns from consequence. She treats battles like they're a game. She's so baby, actually.
He's the wolf guy. Or the fox guy.
Ooh. Do you remember his name?
Kate, something with a K.
Close enough. I'll take that. Cotton! Yeah! Fox guy. All right. Next one. Literally the exact opposite of his father, and will go to bat for him. He hates studying and responsibilities. He's a very skilled hunter. Hey, redacted, stop using your own son as your therapist, maybe? Here's a hint. It's one of your brothers.
Okay. I want to say Leo.
Is that your final guess?
Yes.
Close. Really close. It's Takumi.
Oh, damn. He was going to be my second guess.
Yeah. I love how you and Cloaked both said Leo. Y'all really are besties. You share the brain cell.
Told you.
Alright. She acts like her father, but she has some inferiority issues. She can foresee the future using the stars, and she's a crystal and gemstone girly. She's just another theater kid. Hint. One of the Norian retainers.
Oh, fuck. Yeah, I remember none of those bitches.
He's mentioned a lot, though, recently as well.
Was he the one that dies depending on your bond?
No. You get another hint.
Is he one of the trio people?
Yes.
Can you name the trio people again?
It's Odin, Selena. Well, she's a girl, so she won't be here. It's either Odin or Laszlo.
I want to say Laszlo.
No, Cloak's got it though. It's Odin.
Yeah. Hey, listen.
This is fun, actually. Very polite and considerate of others is Midori. She's very cute. She loves making medicine and tonics. All her tonics taste really bad, but they're very effective. She brags at her father often. You can't tell just by looking at her or her traits either, but you did say her father's name.
Oh, Leo?
No.
Matt Mercer?
No, not Matt Mercer. Think Hoshiden ninjas.
Oh, he's the guy that dies depending on the thing.
Yeah, Kaze!
Yay!
His daughter's adorable. I love her. She's so cute. Little baby.
Why is there so many?
There's 21 kids.
I'm gonna die.
Sigbert, serious, kind, and stressed out of his mind. Compares himself way too much to his father. He's very harsh on himself. Has the whitest teeth in the army. I don't know why that was his trait, but it is.
Xander.
Yes! You got it! Let's fucking go! You got it in one.
Win these.
Rajat, obsessed with Korin. Isolates herself because she's scared of hurting others. She seems cold towards her father, but really does care. Hint. Little boy.
And the fucking weird-ass kid from before?
Which weird-ass kid? I'll give you where he's from, but I won't say his name. Wind Tribe.
Okay. I remember none of those bitches, I'm sorry.
This is Hayato's kid.
Oh, okay. See, when you say their names, I remember.
Yeah, that's fair.
I don't want you to think I wasn't paying attention, because I was, but it's just so much to keep track of.
That's fair, that's fine. That's why I actually made the game show. The adopted son, yeah. Solel. We talked about her extensively in the beginning. She's the actual lesbian the developers were too cowardly to commit. She has no shame and sometimes fails to understand personal space. Can't dance, can't write, can't sing. She's very popular with women.
Fuck, you mentioned who her parents were before. When?
Hint, awakening.
It's no use!
Is it the what lady?
No.
Laszlo.
Yeah!
Process of elimination!
Yeah! Also, Ordinary Clover, OC, thanks for the follow. You little tadpole now. Welcome.
Hello, welcome to my hell.
Oh, what the fuck? What? Huh? Oh, wait, hold on.
It's about...
Yeah, it's over! No, it's not! 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 Fuck it, we're skipping the game show now. I've decided. Congratulations, you win nothing. I'm so mad.
I'm sorry.
You win nothing.
Yeah, that tracks.
Also, oh god, I forgot about this. I should get Adventure Time PowerPoint. Ooh, I would love someone to make an Adventure Time PowerPoint because I don't know what goes on in Adventure Time at all, but I would love to know.
Me neither, actually.
So trigger warning. Google Slides. Mentions of transphobia and straight cis people writing GNC characters. Yippee. Okay, so let's talk about Forrest. By extension, Leo. Forrest is this kid right here.
Oh, okay.
So this is Forrest. He dresses feminine, but identifies as a straight male. He enjoys fashion designing. He and his father are complicated, to say the least. Okay, so similar to Behemoth from Evilist Chronicles, Forrest is described to identify as a cis heterosexual man who is simply in touch with his feminine side and enjoys dressing like a girl. His reasoning for dressing like a girl is when he was a child and Leo was in his deep realm. He had tried on one of Elise's hand-me-down dresses and it made Leo smile because of how cute he looked. Forrest is only interested in girls and is open to discuss how he is a man. The point of contention comes on to if Forrest is supposed to be written as trans or not. In Forrest's support conversations with Leo, he discusses how he was aware of how other boys didn't wear dresses or skirts. Trey Gilbert, so thanks for the follow, lovely little tadpole now. Welcome. Hello. How other boys didn't wear dresses or skirts but didn't care. He loved sewing and how looking into the mirror made him feel like a pretty princess and used dressing up to cope with his loneliness of having his father abandon him in the deep realms. He was never mistreated in the deep realms for his interests, but after interacting with his father Leo again is when he began to be mistreated for his appearances. Leo goes as far as to not want to save him when he's kidnapped and calls him a disgrace.
Why?
The thing about Leo and Forrest is that Leo suffers from toxic masculinity through and through. You can see this especially with his interactions with his siblings, where a lot of his inferiority complexes stem from 1. Xander is so much better than him, and 2. Everyone loves Corrin, 3. A toxic household where half his siblings were almost all entirely assassinated and his mother never loved him, and he only had magic to help him stand out. Then just add your basic bitch toxic masculinity that comes with being a high prince of Nor and having a huge responsibility on your shoulders to be a big strong prince who does everything right all the time, or else suffer at the hands of King Garen. None of this is excuse Leo's treatment of Forrest, but instead explain it, which becomes the point of their support conversations. Gender is complex, and Face doesn't handle it well. Once again, I'm forced in a corner to discuss how neither Ashley nor I are trans femme, male to female, so we cannot speak on much with authority on if Forrest rings more to be just a badly handled story of a young trans girl in fantasy Europe who teaches her father how to embrace his feminine side, or an equally strangely written story about a cis boy who's still deeply in touch with his feminine side and also teaches his father to embrace that feminine side as well. Also, there's nothing wrong with the second option. I did to preface this. There's nothing wrong with having an openly feminine GNC male character. However, I can also see why people would be so uncomfortable with how Forrest's story is presented, especially with adding the transphobic elements to Leo, and also how adamant that the writers try to force down your throat about how male man Forrest is. I can see how people would ring that to be uncomfortable. Mm-hmm. However, as a non-binary person myself, I can see that I can say I do resonate a lot with Forrest consistently having to prove his gender and talk about how his appearance doesn't dictate his gender or sexuality in any way, and it really shouldn't at the end of the day. While it is a good conversation to have, it does bring up the conversation of, well, can we still interpret Forrest as trans despite the text? And to that, I say, I dunno. Honestly, much like Chihiro Fujisaki from Danganronpa, there's another layer of conversation at play when you remember how this game is from Japan, and Japan has different views on gender and gender presentation than in the West. So, Keep this in mind when discussing Forest and be respectful of trans people who would view Forest one way or the other. Remember, this is a fantasy game, a bad one, but the elements presented with Forest's story are painfully real. Everyone behave from here on out. I am not afraid to ban people. I find it funny.
Augers.
We're cool? We're cool. All right. More boring stuff, actually. So let's answer the other question you may have had. What is Heirs of Fate, and why are the children important here? Here's where Awakening comes back. Awakening had a pack of DLC maps called the Future Past. The side story here was the Crom and Co. were sent to an alternate timeline to save the world, where shit goes down. Overall, pretty good. You can have the future children talk to their future alternate selves. Funky. FaZe decided to do the same thing with their side story, except it focuses solely on the children in an alternate timeline. Sort of. The time break is important here, but I'm not going to spoil the surprise. It's double the size of Future Past with 6 maps, and it's not bad, actually. It's actually pretty good, and has no fucking reason to be good. It's actually the best maps in the game. I cannot wait to make this game cannot handle shit slides in the future. Yeah. It gives the children their much-needed chance to shine since you're forced to use them. I mean, it wouldn't be needed if the very much unnecessary children weren't shoved in, but I digress. Sadly, unlike the Future Past, all children characters have their canonical hair colors. Sad. Let's jump into Sanity with Matt Mercer.
Oh, God. Hi, Matt Mercer.
He's gonna sing to us. He's gonna serenade us.
I shall tell you a story of another realm that I will never forget.
Oh, yeah, I forgot to mention, Matt Mercer voices Shigure as well.
Children born during the
God.
war were raised in faraway
Never
deep
escape.
realms. When the long war finally came to an end, these children were called home. But
We played this game a lot, Chai.
A force of mysterious soldiers struck the deep realm.
You know what? You're being a little sassy pants right now.
To the last to keep
Listen, it's been another 5.5 hour stream with you learning about a video game that I'm never going to play.
Lost in every sense.
It's been a day.
Left alone and bereft to march through the
That's
rain.
just his narrative voice. Yeah, this is Matthew.
She had no inkling of the many turns of fate.
It really is. That's the thing. As someone who's watched Critical Role.
So, the trauma conga line begins. Just as Matthew Mercer said, we open up on female Kana, sobbing she walks through the rain, dragging the Yato behind her. Her cries attract 2 others, Mitama and a kitsune named Selkie. They ask her if she's lost, and she tells them that her whole village was destroyed in the resulting battle. She had to leave her father behind because she couldn't fight. He gave Kana the Yato before sending her away, telling her that she needed to protect it. Mitama and Selkie tell her that they went through a similar situation, a sudden assault on their homes and losing their father somewhere in the chaos. Suddenly, Valite soldiers... I can barely pick out his root voice earlier as Ryoma. Yeah, his Shigure is very much just his regular voice.
Yeah.
So
I heard baseline Matt Mercer with Ryoma.
I mean, at this point, it's like talking to Sakura. I can always point out a Matt Mercer from like a mile away.
Yeah. The Matt Mercer senses are tingling.
My Matt Mercer sense is activated. Suddenly, Valite soldiers appear. Mitama tells them that they should run away, since only Selkie can fight out of all of them. But Selkie points out that there are 2 boys fighting in the distance. These boys are Kiragi and Hisame. Fuck, sorry. Kiragi. I should probably show you these kids. I skipped over them because I was so mad.
No, I have no idea who these motherfuckers are.
Yeah, okay, hold on. Let me scroll up. Okay, so. This is Kiragi, Ophelia, Midori. And then over here we have Sigbert, Rajat, and Soleil. And then this is my baby Dwyer, Shigure, and Hisame. Dwyer is the Jacob's kid, so I made Jacob every single fucking route, so he's always been my son.
Aw.
I love him so much. He's an emo bitch, and I love him so much. And then we have Valoria, who is the Wolfskin child. We have Sophie, who's Silas' kid. Shido, who's Ryoma's kid. Asugi, who is Saizo's kid. Caldori, who is Tsubaki's kid. And Ignatius, who is Benny's kid. And then Forrest, who is Leah's kid, as we already discussed. Percy, who's Arthur's kid. And then Nina, who's Niles' kid.
Okay.
Yeah, so those...
Oh, I just saw that Nina's a Fujoshi. I'm scared.
Yeah, we ignore her. We ignore her. We ignore her because it's easier that way. These boys are Kiragi and Hisame. Kiragi is having trouble aiming and firing shots out of his bow correctly. Hisame refuses to leave Kiragi behind, but is begging him to run away, as they are outnumbered. The girls catch up to them and also try to convince Kiragi to run away, but he's standing his ground, saying that the Fujin Yumi will eventually work with him and that he can go save his dad. He really, really, really loves his dad. He's such a baby. Out of pure determination, Kiragi finally manages to defeat... Literally went and got my hair done and came back with, "You're still going. Should I be scared?" Yes. Hi, Cherry. The girls, after determination, Kiragi finally manages to defeat a few soldiers. Kana sees them and immediately begs for him to teach him how to fight with her sword. Kiragi recognizes the Yato and tells her it's basically a chosen one sword.
Nice.
Why did she get the noble Yato early? God. Kana becomes distressed since she isn't the chosen one, but Kiragi tells her to keep trying until the sword works, since that's what he did. His words strip Kana, and then the Fujin Yumi begins to glow. The Yato becomes the noble Yato. Hooray! Unfortunately, the flash of light attracted a bunch of Valite soldiers, and Kana defeats her first enemy. Now with Kiragi and Kana being able to fight, Hisame and Mitama feel much more comfortable with standing their ground. After defeating the commander, it turns around and starts running away. The gang try to run after, only be stopped by a familiar ghost? Ooh, it's Zora. Ooh. Everyone feels like they should know who the ghost is, but can't recall a name. The ghost tells them not to worry. She talks to Kana, asking if she has a dragon stone. Kana says she can't turn into a dragon, but the ghost tells her that she's wrong. So the ghost gives Kana a dragon stone and tells her to unlock the fire emblem. You love hearing rants about random shit? You're in luck. That's literally my whole brand.
God.
The ghost also reveals that... The ghost
I was
also...
going to say, you totally should get the deep dive VOD deep dive VOD folder, because goddamn.
Oh, true. You know what? Fuck it. I'm plugging my VODs. I don't even care. I need to upload more of the deep... I'm gonna upload the GBF one probably tomorrow.
Oh, yes, the 6-hour one?
Yeah.
Good job.
Yippee. I'm late, okay? It's hard. She talks to Kana, asking if she's a Dragonstone. The ghost reveals that she also doesn't know if their fathers are actually dead, and leaves the children with one final question. Wasn't there something strange with the soldiers they fought? Somewhere else, Shigure sings the birthright version of Lost in Thoughts All Alone. He says that this is the song from the one who chose the cherry blossom over the rose. He mentions the song, combined with a dragon stone, will create the miracle they need. However, once that happens, the song will lose all power. Despite this, he must continue on. Ooh, mysterious. Holy fuck, Markiplier lore!
Oh god, that one was a trip. You'll have fun with that one.
Hi, Blue! Thanks for the raid! Hi, Blue! I'm still going. I talk about my favorite game. Hi, Blue. How's your stream? What are you up to? Thanks for the shout out, Clark. Thank you. Guys, do you know that Blue is really cool and really nice and is a really cool streamer? You guys should check out Blue. Hi! Oh, yeah. This slide's over. Woo! Whose dragon is this? I played 13 Centennials. I don't know what that is. What is that? We'll go back to those guys later. In Abandoned Town, a dragon is going on a rampage. It's another Kana. He's a boy this time. Also, there are Sophie and Dwyer, who are trying to bring Kana back to his senses by smacking him around. You know, because they're kids. Apparently hitting a feral dragon is not a good idea because all just make him angrier. How did they get into this mess? Apparently Dwyer had come across Kana crying, but upon approaching him, he turned to a dragon. Walking to town is a boy named Forrest, and his two retainers, Nina and Ophelia. They're so fucking lost, actually. Forrest is... I'll explain it for real. Oh, goodness gracious. Forrest is also carrying Brynhildr, which he found cast aside while running away from the Vala invasion of his Zeep realm. Knowing his father wouldn't have simply thrown it away, he fears the worst has happened. Blue, Blue, Blue. I love Fire Emblem so much. Music is a tiny bit loud. Okay, I'll turn that down a little bit. No problem. Don't worry about it. I love Fire Emblem so much. I'm so excited for Fire Emblem Engage. Fire Emblem Engage comes out in 5 days, Colleen.
Fear. Because I know I'm going to hear everything from you.
Foaming at the mouth.
I can't wait to get updates.
The trio come across Kana and the others surrounded by Violet soldiers and decide to help them. After defeating all those soldiers, Kana finally turns back into a human. He doesn't remember anything that happened while being a dragon or even turning into one in the first place. Much like his female counterpart, Kana's mother gave him her yato and told him to run away when the invasion happened. That's weird. It sounds like there's 2 Korrins. What's going on here? What's going on? He then cried himself to sleep and was startled by Dwyer. Kana starts crying again over how he couldn't save his mother if he couldn't turn into a dragon earlier, and the chickens and the children start panicking over him transforming again. So Forrest apologizes before attacking Kana with Brahindler to get him to calm down, which is a choice. Forrest apologizes for hurting Kana. He was as gentle as he could be, and tells him that he can't stay frozen with grief. He must move forward for his mother's sake. Kana asks if he can join them, and if he learns to control his dragon powers, and they all agree. Forrest calls Kana a brave warrior. It's really cute.
Aww.
Memory fuckery? Maybe? What's going on here? Suddenly, Brahindler starts glowing. Okay, you get the idea. Grim Yato time. Forrest recognizes the Grim Yatos and says if they can get their hands on a second sacred weapon, they can create the Shadow Yato. Shadow the Hedgehog. Kana calls Forrest by his name, and wait a minute. Forrest never introduced himself to Kana. Upon calling Forrest by his name, Forrest has a headache. Even weirder. With Ready, actually. I like talking about disagreements with writing Spider-Man's universe more than writing. I actually mostly like Adventure Time. That's fair.
We love complaining here.
It's slay. Even weirder, Kana knows everybody's names, despite this being the first time they've met him. As it turns out, Kana was under the assumption they knew him. And then the familiar ghost comes back. She tells Kana that it's okay and that once everything's over, their lost memories will be restored. Kana also recognizes the ghost as Azura, his mother's friend. His mother's friend. Unfortunately, he can't remember what happened to her after the war. Ashley!
Did I miss the Colleen win?
No, Colleen lost.
I lost so bad.
Garrett, how many did you actually get?
I think
I got 1.
You got Xander.
You got Xander.
Okay.
We also didn't finish the game show because Chai pressed the button and skipped like 20 slides ahead.
And I got so
mad. They decided to rage crit the game show.
Chai, how the fuck did you do that?
We had some technical difficulties, okay?
Chai, I spent so much time on the game show.
It's okay, we still went through it. Because we just show off all of the kids anyway, because Colleen's like, I don't know any of these people.
Fine.
We're at the memory fuckery, maybe.
Oh, okay.
She then gives
you want me to speak?
You can do the next slide.
Okay. Wait, is this my slide?
No, I'm still reading it. I'm halfway through.
Okay.
Unfortunately, he can't remember what happened after the war. I don't remember if I mentioned Tiny Box to him. What happened after the war? Azura says he'll start to forget her and the others soon, and that they're running out of time. She then gives Kana a dragon stone to help control himself. Azura then tells the rest of them there's a possibility that they never met Kana before, but she can't be sure, since memories are so fickle. They must press forward to hopefully uncover the truth. She leaves them with this: when the time comes, make sure to choose what you can't afford to lose. Somewhere else, Shigure sings the Conquest version of Lost in Thoughts All Alone. He says that this is the song for the one that chose the black rose over the cherry blossom. He also says something about a curse, and the key to escape it is to follow the stone left behind, and to never stray from its holder's past, lest they completely lose their memories and succumb to the curse.
Woo! How do they keep missing each other? Not that far from where Kana's companions were, Shido is nursing his wounds alongside his companions, Rajat, Midori, Karadori, and Asugi.
It was me.
How did they end up here?
You.
Because Shido is a hot-headed idiot who saw a dragon in the Valite ranks and said, I can beat that. And everyone was like, no, you can't. And it turns out, no, he couldn't. Like his cousin, Shido inherited the Rajinto. All the other children start worrying about their fathers except Asugi, who says his father never came and he no longer has to worry about inheriting the name of Saizo. At least until Shido reveals that Ryoma had told Saizo to go save his son. Asugi never saw his father because, ninja. I will say the interaction between Shido and Asugi here is pretty funny. Asugi's like my lord / neg, and Shido's like, no one asked. It's so funny, actually.
They're
Raja
to
points
me.
out, yeah, Raja points out it's a little weird how all of their experiences are similar. She then notes that the president of the dragon had disappeared, and so the children feel confident enough to start another attack on the Valite soldiers. Kaladori does take this time to point out that the Valites with the dragon acted strangely and unlike the other soldiers. Whereas the children think the enemies have dwindled, more arrive and surround them. Shido refuses to run away and demands to get answers because he's a fucking idiot. Asugi throws himself in front of Shido to protect him from an arrow. Before the enemies can strike again, female Kana and her crew catch up to them. Finally, they convince Shido to run away with them to safety.
Yay.
Yay! What do you mean there's more to this song? Once the gang is safe, Midori and Mitama heal everyone's room. Actually, you know what? I don't want to read anymore. Ashley, you do this one. I decided I don't want to do this anymore. You go.
I am sitting in my chair mad. And most of the children also feel a sense of deja vu when talking to each other and can't figure out why. Except Rajat, because she's quirky like that. It's the self-isolation. Or the self-imposed isolation, more specifically. And Kana and her companions catch the others up to speed, and how their homes were also invaded by the Valites and about the strange ghosts that they saw. Shido agrees to join Kana, and oh, look at that! The Rajito's glowing now. The Yato changes into the blazing Yato, and the children are happy to have another advantage over the enemy. Somewhere else, Shigure is singing the Revelation verse of Lost in Thoughts All Alone. He says that this is a song for the one who chose the path between the two chasms, but alas, they failed. Azura appears in front of him, telling him that her time is growing short and that she must teach Shigure the final forbidden verse of the song. Yeah, you thought there were only 3 verses? Fuck you, there's more.
Meanwhile, there's a final forbidden verse of my song.
She also reveals that Shigure can use the pendant's power in combination with his singing, as she once did. But if you remember, it comes at a price, especially because apparently Shigure has more potential than Azura ever did.
It's the Matthew Mercer effect.
Yeah. She also drops the lore that Anakin was friends with the first king of Vala, Kadros, and that Shigure not only has Kadros' power, but also shares his appearance. I don't know, reading bullshit, I guess. Zoro apologizes to her son, wishing he didn't have to take on this burden, but Shigure assures her, saying that he will succeed and bring back everyone who has faded away. Zoro assures him that she will always be by his side and teaches him the final verse.
I am at the Great Wall of Susanoo again! Meanwhile, Sigbert and his companions Solil, Ignatius, Valoria, and Percy are, you guessed it, running away from battle. Luckily for them, the Valite soldiers gave up pursuing them after some time. Sigbert apologizes to the group for leading them into battle, as he was attracted by the light emitted from the Valite's strange sword and bow. He's like a moth. He's like you. He saw the light, and he's like, ooh! And ran into battle.
Sigbert is a moth.
He's a moth boy, confirmed.
Nice. I like him.
I
like him.
That boy. I like that boy. He's a good boy. The light was warm and calming, which Solo believes must have been a trick to lull them into a false sense of security. The gang decides to take a rest, as Valoria states if King Xander really had gone missing, then there should be other people also looking for him, like those people she's been hearing fighting for a while now. Everyone except Sigbert and Valoria want to go help, but Sigbert can't continue fighting, and Valoria tells the group that if Xander's going missing is bad, then it would be worse if they lost the Crown Prince as well. Sigbert, no, she's also pretty blunt in telling Percy that his dad might be dead. This makes the poor boy start crying.
Yeah, what happened?
Pop. He's just a little boy. He's like 10. He's just
a boy.
Who's his dad again? Who's his dad?
Arthur, ugly Captain America.
Ugly. Oh no, not ugly Captain America.
Pop.
Shut up, Percy is the love of my life.
He's my baby boy, my shining star. I love him. Solil bullies Sigbert into joining them, and he in turn convinces Valoria that she shouldn't give up on her dad. Not that far off, male Kana and his group are surrounded by Valites until they suddenly turn tail and run away. They see people approaching from the distance, but have to flee to catch their breaths momentarily. Forrest recognizes the other group's leader as Sigbert and promises that he'll join up with him once they catch their breath. Sigbert also recognizes him from across the field.
The wild goose chase ends. During the battle, Sigbert catches up with Forrest, and Forrest tells him that the soldiers seem intent on capturing them, and that they act like they have free will for some reason. This makes Sigbert wonder if they're actually enemies at all. Eventually, they get cornered, and Kana's Yato is about to break under the stress of repeated attacks. Sigbert notices that Kana has the Grim Yato, and so pleads Siegfried to unlock the power of the Yato. Now, with the power of the Shadow Yato, Kana strikes the soldier that attacked him, and... Whoa! Now that I have a good look, that girl looks just like me. Everyone is teleported to a new place, and the Valet soldiers in front of them are no longer Valet soldiers, but the Hoshidan children.
Everyone gasped.
Side note, I kept it vague for slide reasons, but in-game the Valet soldiers uses the portraits and models of the other children, so not really a plot twist when you play it. Sorry, I tricked you, Colleen.
We need to stop tricking me. We keep doing this.
I was gonna say, we keep just lying to Colleen.
This whole PowerPoint has been nothing but you lying to me, guys.
Well, what else am I supposed to put here? How is this supposed to be a natural, like, hey, by the way, look at this?
I just think it's funny.
Except the scene changes back to the wall of Susanoo, and the Hoshidan children disappear. Sigbert asks if anyone else saw what he did, except no one has a chance to answer as Kana starts saying, kill them, and they have to die. Uh-oh. Kana says they attacked his home and hurt his mother, so they have to die. That's simple logic for a 7-year-old.
Yeah, makes sense.
Out of anger, he transforms into a dragon, and so does the other Kana. Forrest and Sigbert try to calm him down, but it's futile, until they hear a man, Matt Mercer, singing. Shigure appears and tells both Kanas that the urge to kill doesn't belong to them, and to let it go.
I can tell these. I think I could tell that these slides were made after the last deep dive by how often you inject the fact that it's Matt Mercer speaking, because that's all we talked about the last deep dive.
Well, to be fair, me and Chai were also talking about Matt Mercer while we were making the first part.
He just haunts us.
That man lives in my house rent-free, I swear. He's in my walls.
It works, and it all started when Chai needed to point out that Ryoma was Matt Mercer, and then we said we were going to drive this joke into the ground.
Yeah, and then I heard it and it was like, oh, new bit just dropped.
We were already going to drive the bit into the ground, but you just made it worse.
Or should I say better?
Thank you, Chai.
You're welcome. Always there for you, buddy.
Shigure appears and tells both Kanas that the urge to kill doesn't belong to them, and to let it go. It works, and both Kanas return to their human form. Shigure introduces himself and reveals that they are trapped in an illusion, and asks if the others truly deserve their hatred.
The time break. Shigure breaks the illusion again, this time for longer, hopefully, and the scene returns to somewhere that isn't the Great Wall of Susanoo. Now that the others are aware that they aren't enemies, Shigure reveals that they have been in Vala the entire time. Nobody there has heard of Vala. Karagi tells them that that's crazy, since they've been in Norian Castle this entire time. Hey, that's not true. Once the children find a safe spot to rest, Shigure tells them that the illusion was a plan by the true enemy, Anikos, to have them kill each other. Soleil asks why Anikos can't just destroy humanity by himself. Oh, here's Vala! Yeah, I took a minute.
Yeah.
Anakinos is not that powerful outside of Vala, it turns out, so he invaded the deep realms of the children in order to lure their parents in and hopefully kill a king, or two, or maybe 3. Shigure also hypnotizes that hypothesize that their parents are currently in Vala. Something about portals. The children
I didn't know what he was talking about there.
I didn't either. I was like, okay. There's like portals that appear to suck the parents in, I think. I don't know.
He's weird. I don't know. It doesn't really come back.
The children are amazed at how Shigure knows so much. Of course, it's because that's odd. He's forgotten why he knows all this. This is expected, as the illusion Anakinos placed on them is basically slowly brainwashing them by taking away their memories, then sense of duties, and then their free will. The children start to introducing each other, and it all goes swell. The Kanas just accept that they are the same person, until the royal children have to introduce each other. After all, according to Hisame, Leo is the king of Nor, except Forrest would know if his father was king. Plus, Ryoma and Takumi died in the war anyways, which is odd because Ryoma is still the king of Hoshido. Shigure tries to clear up this confusion by telling them that they come from 2 separate worlds, which is why there are 2 Yatos. Remember I said every single path is canon?
Yep.
Yep.
So this is technically basically them retconning the bad endings.
This is them pointing. Dude, it's the fucking Spider-Man meme.
Yeah. They're just as stupid as their dads, for fuck's sake. Shido takes this information and decides to work together with Sigbert to take down their true enemy, Anakin. No, I'm just pulling your leg. I love lying, actually. What Shido actually does is accuse Sigbert's dad of probably killing her version of his dad, not his actual dad, just another version of him, and possibly the alternate parents of his Hoshidan allies. Sigbert says it's an absurd claim, valid, and then says that his dad probably killed their version of his dad, not as valid. The argument spirals despite Shigoda's efforts, and the two decide to part ways. Shigoda despairs over this, since this is what Anakin wanted in the first place. These crown princes are just as stubborn as their fathers.
Nice.
Wahoo!
Despite saying that they're going to part ways, they realize, oh, we have the same destination in mind of killing a god. So now they're forced to travel with each other. That doesn't stop Shido and Shakebird from giving each other the silent treatment. Equivalent of saying bye to someone and then walking into the same direction as them, except with dead dads.
Amazing.
They're really dumb. They're like extremely dumb. Anyway, it's time to beat up Grandma and Grandpa, because of course we are. Kana and Kana, confusing, I know, are trying to make a small talk despite the tense atmosphere. Shigure feels like he probably should have broken the news of the alternate dimension thing a little bit better. His original plan of going straight to Castle Gygus to comfort Anakinos is moot now because the children refuse to get along. Both Kanas bring up the possibility of them going to the Omega Yato, and are then interrupted by Arete. She attacks, separating the whole group. She then taunts Shigure, calling the other children false companions. I wonder what that could mean. Each group coincidentally has at least one Hoshidan and one Norian, so now they have to work together to survive. There are 3 bosses in this map: Arete, Mikoto, and Sumeragi. Fighting Arete with Shigure reveals that Arete feels a pain in her skull every time she looks at Shigure. Shigure reveals that he knows she's his grandmother. Sumeragi has dialogue with Shido and Kiragi, where they recognize him as their grandfather. In case you didn't notice from the first cutscene of the game, Sumeragi was the original wielder of the Rajinto. Mikoto has dialogue with both Kanas, where she mistakes Kana for Korin and cries about how she never got to be a mother to Korin. Mikoto, Korin, how I wish I could have been a mother to you, to hold you, to tell you bedtime stories, make meals for you. Some things I wanted to do together and never could. Are you crying?
Aww.
Am I? How strange. I seem to have already forgotten why. By my memories went alongside my dreams a very long time ago.
Aww.
Yeah. Yay!
The gang's back together! Wahoo!
Woo!
Once Arete, Mikoto, and Sumeragi are defeated, they regain their memories. With the last of their strength, they activate the dragon veins to help the children reach Anakos. Mikoto uses her final moments to ask for Kana's name, saying she's happy to have met them, and begs them to save Anakos. She then activates the last dragon vein, clearing the path to Castle Gygus. The Kana start crying a little after she dies, and Shigure tells them that this is why they must remember. This is why they must remember her, so that she can live on. So she may live on in their memories. Can you tell? I wrote this at midnight.
Yeah, I get it. You're good.
Yeah. Now that the children are all together again, Shido apologizes to Sigbert, telling him that he's his own person and he shouldn't be blamed for the actions of his father. Sigbert also apologizes, as he knows nothing about the world Shido comes from, yet said some insensitive things. Congratulations! These kids made up faster than their parents ever did. They all express their gratitude to Shigure, and it's off to Castle Gygus. Except the Kanas are still wondering what Arete could have possibly meant when she called them fake.
The truth! Everyone gasp. I don't know if I did, Clover. It was a while ago. I was just going over the lore, like the POV lores and such. The truth, everyone gasp. The Kanas are ready to create the fire emblem, so they hold their yatos in the air, and what's this? It's Shigure, the steel chair! The steel chair is lost in thoughts all alone. Shigure sings, sapping all of the children of their strength. He tells them that their roles are over, and that he hasn't been entirely truthful with them. See, it's not just us lying to you, it's also the game lying to you. We're just doing what the game wanted us to do.
The game is this fucking game.
To be fair, it's a good story tool to lie to your fucking reader or viewer. Except Not when we have to find DLC to get it.
Yeah, this would be great if this was a main story thing, but it's not. Shigure sings, sapping all the children of the strength. He tells them that the rules are over and that he hasn't been entirely truthful with them. They are from 2 different timelines. The truth is, each child is from their own separate timeline. In each timeline, Korin chose either Nor or Hoshido. The Vala they're standing in is Shigure's Vala, and it's the only universe left standing. In Shigure's timeline, Korin chose neither side, leading to the Revelations route. However, Anakino shattered the Yato and killed everyone except for Shigure and his mother. In order to save him, Azura sang until she died, like in Birthright and Conquest. All of his friends and family are dead. So with the timelines. Anakinos wasn't satisfied with ruling only one timeline. He needed to invade another realm, and then another, and so on. All the children's families and friends are most likely dead as well. Azura's pendant prevented Shigure from falling under Anakinos' control. Now it's time for him to face the god alone. His plan? Sing the final verse of Lost in Thoughts All Alone, which will hopefully restore all the worlds. He'll have to absorb the brunt of the curse once Anakinos dies, sentencing him to eternal suffering. The other children obviously think this plan is insane, but Shigure won't budge. He won't let a bunch of strangers that look like his friends fight this battle. He asks that they remember him once he's gone and gives them a crystal to send them back home once Anakinos is defeated. The teleportation crystals, they're always here.
They're always here. We love teleportation crystals.
With that, he teleports them outside of Castle Gygus. Oh, we have Matt Mercer!
Yeah, this is the last Matt Mercer cameo.
It's beautiful, isn't it?
I shall tell you a story of the last of all realms. A place where I am forgotten.
Oh, Matthew.
My mother's son to the end. I marched into battle alone to sacrifice my own life. The other children could no longer reach me. They could not intervene on my behalf. The faces of my friends and allies. The last echoes of my name on their lips. The water would claim it all.
He's a bit of an edgelord.
Chekhov's magical teleportation crystals.
Yay!
Now teleported somewhere in Vala, Shida refuses to let Shigure die like this. Unfortunately, Shigure was the only one who knew the land, and nobody can come to an agreement on how to get back to Castle Gygus. Melkana points out, that perhaps their memories could save Shigure. A woman a while back, he's forgotten her name by now, told him that memories are as important as one's life, and that they can be interchangeable. She also said if you ever need to weigh memories against something else asked of you, when the time comes, make sure you can choose what you can't afford to lose. Kana comes to this conclusion. They can sacrifice their memories instead of Shigure's life. Still, they have no way of getting to the castle. Ophelia prays for Shigure over the gemstone her father gave her, and Soleil points out that she has the same type of gem embedded in her sword. Nina takes a closer look and realizes their gemstones are actually translocation crystals. Yeah, did you remember? Did you remember Anakinos giving Owena, Severa, and Inigo those crystals? The ones to teleport them home? Did you remember? It's plot relevant again!
I love how as Ashley gets louder, her mic gets quieter.
Yeah.
It's really good.
I think it's just Discord's noise reduction going off the chart.
It's trying to silence you.
It's trying to silence me. I can never have a proper rant. That brings up another problem. The crystals are much smaller than the one Shigure gave them, so there's no way it'll teleport all of them. Despite this, they have to try. It's their only chance. And then someone appears, asking if this is their final decision.
The power of friendship. She's alive! Yeah! That's right, boys. Lilith is back. She says she'll transport all of them back to the castle, but it will take the last of her power. She's gonna die again.
Yeah.
She shows up to die. It's so sad. Let Lilith live.
No. Lilith only lives in Revelation. And she doesn't even have plot relevance in that one.
It's so fucked up. I hate it. Her father was the one who made those gems after all. Meanwhile, Shigure finally confronts Anikos. Anikos mistakes him for Kadros, saying he's been waiting for him again all this time. Shigure tells the god he's gone mad. This causes Anikos to go off on him, saying that he gave humans power and his trust only for them to betray him when he accidentally lost control. Shigure asks if this is really true. That's not a single human believed in Anikos till the end, but Anikos can't remember, because remember, he doesn't remember Azura's father anymore.
Yeah.
Regardless, he thinks that humans
I thought he was referring to Mikoto.
or any of them. He doesn't remember anybody.
Yeah. Anybody, yeah.
Cause no, remember, the one that would visit Anikos was the Valite king.
True. True, but I don't know how I feel about
Mikoto...
you saying that he prioritized his homie over his actual wife.
I mean, listen, I'm just saying, for this specific part about the nobody trusted you, specifically it was just him, and then the whole soul ripping thing happened. But whatever.
Yeah. Okay, whatever.
Regardless, he thinks that humans are chattel who forget that they owe him who forget what they owe when it suits them. So he feels pretty justified in the whole extinction of humanity thing. He still offers Kadros, still mistaking Shigure for him, to join him in rebuilding a new kingdom. You know, the homies.
Yep.
Yeah.
Once he finds the perfect universe, one where he has been betrayed, but he hasn't found one yet. Shigure tells him that he will never find that realm, and he prepares to sing. Anakinos tries to convince him to not do it, telling him that Shigure will suffer for all eternity, and that he isn't ready to leave this world. Except Shigure is stopped by the others, who all teleported into the castle right on time, thanks to Lilith. Shido, and I guess she just dies off screen.
Yeah.
Shido...
Wild.
Shido and Siegfried immediately charge Anikos, but their weapons don't even make a scratch on him. Both Kanas demand Anikos return their parents, but he refuses, saying that Korn belongs to him and is all that he has now.
These kids need so much therapy. Anakinos teleports away, and Shigure yells at the others, demanding they tell him why they came back when he had everything under control. The kids confront him, telling him that he knew they could sacrifice their memories instead of his life. Mil kind of tells him that some woman told him, probably because she didn't want him to die. Shigure does confirm that a lifetime's worth of memories could cover the price for the song, but they shouldn't do it, since they already lost their memories from their homeland. All they have left are the memories made here, and he can't ask them for that. Since the others came from different realms, they will never be able to meet each other again once Anakinos is defeated. So if they sacrifice their memories, it'll be like they never met at all. Despite this, the children still persist because it'll be worth it if he can live. Not the Shigure from their world, but this Shigure. Shigure finally relents and brings them to fight Anakinos. He's already transformed into his true form, and the castles crumble to reveal many lights alongside Anakinos' eyes, ball of eyes, eyeballs, I'm not too sure what to describe them as. The lights are the realms the other children come from, and the eyes are the Anakinos' from those realms. Literally into the fucking multiverse bullshit.
Isn't it great?
And yeah, Anakinos tells them that they will regret coming here and summons his forces being the children's fathers. Shigure tries to calm them down, saying that they can still break Anakinos' control over them.
These kids need therapy after this. Fire Emblem!
Imagine being these kids and just seeing the corpses of your father.
That would suck.
It sucks ass. Fire Emblem 2, literally. Kana, God, that never gets old, finally gets the Yatos to transform into their final form, thanks to the strength of their friends. They tell Shigure that this time the Fire Emblems won't break and to trust in them. He does. Shigure begins to sing she...
Can you guys...
Help me. Shigure begins to sing his song, and Azura's spirit encourages him one last time, reminding him that she is always by his side. Final battle. Yes, all the kids battle done with their fathers. Here's just the princes, but we don't have time for 20 of these. It's I'm not going through them. I'm too tired. They're good. But they're beautiful. It's mostly just them apologizing and being like, "Don't worry, Dad, I'm gonna bring you back."
It's actually really nice, but we don't have time.
Oh, robot again.
10 slides left.
Oh my god, this ending is so long, but at least it's good.
Ashley, you're robot again. Ashley, you're robot again. I miss her already.
Yeah. She's back.
There we go.
I am one bad mic away from screaming and crying and shitting and coming.
No! Not at the end of the PowerPoint!
Please. We're so close.
If one or more of the children died in the final battle, you get the bad ending. The bad ending is just a good ending, but depressing and short. I didn't want to go over it. I literally did not.
That's fair.
So you only get the good ending. If all the children survive, you get the good ending. It's just that simple. Once Anakinos is defeated, he regains his sanity, saying he feels like he's awoken from a long nightmare. He turns to Soleil and Ophelia and thanks them for fulfilling their promise to him. Hey, remember crystals Anakinos gave away Severa and Egypt?
Oh my god.
With his death, all the timelines he destroyed with are returned to normal, with him no longer existing. Now he can finally rest. Lilith then appears to guide her father into the afterlife, where they will find the star that shines the brightest. Anakinos' final wish is for the children to never lose their way and to forget him. But before they part ways, there's one last thing Shigure must do.
What does Shigure have to do?
Shigure leads into...
I'll read this.
Yeah.
Shigure leads him to a spring where he plans to throw his mother's pendant into the water. Azura told him she must dispose of it once Anakinos was dead, so that it must never find its way into someone else's hands. Why? I guess the song's powers will stay even after its creator is dead. You know Titanic?
Yeah.
Where she throws the necklace? It's like that. It's like symbolism, too, on top of, like, it holds unreasonable power or whatever.
Nice.
The children will return the moment after they are separated from their parents, basically returning everything to normal as if nothing happened. The children take their time to say goodbye, and that hopefully deep down they still remember meeting each other. Technically, they were never supposed to meet, considering stuff like Xander being dead in Birthright or Takumi and Ryoma in Conquest means some of these children don't exist in other timelines. Kind of fucked, actually.
Yeah.
Isn't that great? Even though they're gonna lose their memories, the kids want to make a passcode greeting so that if they somehow meet again, say in a gacha game, they can hint that they were part of this adventure. After much consideration, they settle on something simple. It's good to meet you.
Aww.
With that settled, and after some tears, the children are ready to part ways for good. After Azura's pendant sinks into the water, never to be seen again. And with that, Heirs of Fates and the rest of Fates' story is over.
Holy shit.
But look at these CGs!
This is kind of why I wanted to show the final... This is kind of why I had the Princess final battle, because each one of their speeches actually mention... like, for example, Sigbert is like, I want you to hold your hand... for you to put your hand on my shoulder and tell me, like... Or praise me or whatever. And Xander actually does that in the ending CG. And that's for all of these.
It's very cute. And, like, oh, look at them. They all get their happy endings. Colleen, look at this baby boy! They're so babies. What? Oh.
I put a little animation there.
It's good to meet you, Kana. It's over.
Oh, thank God.
Big fun time for the bonus round.
This is 2 slide and some
I forgot!
Shy, I hate you. I actually hate you. I need you to die after this.
I forgot!
What did you ruin that? The food.
I'm sorry!
Oh my god. It's time for shit that doesn't deserve its own slide hour. Fire Emblem Warriors is a spin-off game that is the product of a collaboration between Intelligent Systems and Koei Tecmo, which was the company that created the Warriors franchise. If you don't know what it is, it's a hack-and-slash game that's pretty fun. Most of the characters are in the game. It's from Awakening and Fates with a heavier focus on Fates characters. All the Royals were part of the game. I'm not fucking kidding. Other characters are from Shadow Dragon and Blazing Blade, as in just Lyn. Lyn was the only character from Blazing Blade. Fire Emblem Heroes is a game. Oh, I guess kind of an off-topic thing that does have to do with the lore that hopefully I can get over. That blonde bitch in the fucking middle, the boy fucking in the middle of that Warriors thing. In the game's main story, he gets sick with the same illness Takumi did. If you remember what Sakura said, the illness that Takumi had is native to Nor only. How did he get that? Well, if you remember, Iago was behind Elise getting sick, and Iago appears in the Warriors game, which means that Iago was probably also the one that made Takumi sick, which is extra why I don't understand why Sakura blamed the wolf skin.
Nobody knows.
Whatever. Do you want to do what we did last time, just switch it around, or just do a whole slide?
Fire Emblem Heroes is a gacha game. Corrin is there. That's it. Alright, well, Heroes does have some interesting things in it, unfortunately. Adrift Corrin, both genders, is an alt of Corrin that exists as a byproduct of child Azura's loneliness and dreams. It's a long story as to why Azura is a child. Okay. They aren't actually Corrin, and if you recall that the Vala line has the power to see the future, that's why child Azura managed to create 2 adult Corrin to be her dream friends. The children were relatively introduced into Heroes. Most of their intro quotes go, "It's good to meet you," aka a nod to Heirs of Fate.
Yeah, which means that there are so many timelines coming into Heroes.
Yeah, there's if I was even more insane than I am, I would plot out all the timelines, but that would actually take me 15 years.
Yeah, just know, like, bare minimum, the kanas come from 2 different... All the children plus the 2 kanas make 22 timelines minimum.
Yeah.
Which is fucked. Anyways, Fire Emblem Engage is the most recent mainline game in the franchise, but it hasn't been released yet. The main gimmick of the game is a ring that contains a sort of a copy of past Fire Emblem Heroes. Female Corrin is one of those. A win for the lesbians.
A win for me! Before Awakening was a free DLC given out for the game. To summarize, Corrin and Co. get lost, manage to somehow get across the space-time continuum and into Ylisse and run into Chrom, Matt Mercer, Lisa, and Frederick. They find out some invisible soldiers that also manage to cross and then leave. After they do so, Chrom and Co. find Robin on the ground, kickstarting Awakening. If you bring Odin, Laszlo, Selena, Caldori, or Ophelia into battle, then you can get some pretty funny combos with the Awakening characters.
Okay, it's... I forgot I put that. It's 12 a.m. Let me die. Corrin was announced for Super Smash Bros. Mere weeks before the North American version of Fates was released. As you can imagine, the drama was insane, to say the least.
Mm-hmm.
Corrin
Corrin has their own amiibo for both genders. You can use them to unlock a variety of stuff in Echoes and 3 houses.
Fire Emblem If, The Crown of Nibelung, is a manga that was never localized. It follows the Revelation route, and instead of Corrin being the main character, it is told from Leo's point of view. A variety of interesting changes to the plot and elaborations were made in this manga. There's a lot of emphasis on Corrin's life in the fortress, and shows how sheltered she is, using her naivety to show the poverty of Nor. Speaking of Nor's poverty, its economic struggles and internal conflicts are elaborated on more, i.e. a famine that killed thousands of people near the northern fortress is a disgust. Garen and Iago are more complex in the manga. The manga attempts to show Garen's more human side, as at one point he's nicer to Leo when mistaking him for his mother. Iago, on the other hand, is shown to care about Nora and was groomed by Garen with the promise of power. Also, Leo finds out about Vala and its curse by himself. There are conflicting reports on how good the manga actually is, and the only fan-translated version is a literal translation, which can be hard to read at times. Holy shit! Whoever advocates for a literal one-to-one translation, I hope you die.
Jesus Christ!
Yeah, don't quote me on this. I haven't been able to read it because I just can't stand it. I've heard that Leo has some weird pseudo-incesty feelings towards Corrin, but I haven't been able to confirm this because it's 12 a.m. I am not reading the entire manga for this. That's just a warning if you want to go into it. I don't know if it's true.
I remember reading it when it came out, the literal translations. I don't remember much, but I remember I really liked it personally, but I don't remember much about it. Just the fact that I really liked how it was from Leo's POV. It gave you a lot of perspective.
Yeah, I just put that in there. So the final question is
Fire Emblem Fates a bad game?
Yes!
That's okay.
No. It's okay. Because the gameplay itself is fun. Looking back at the story, it's not as bad as most people point out. A lot of the Reddit posts that I had to look at was purposely either they were purposely misinterpreting things, or they were just being like, Fire Emblem Fates is such a fucking bad game. But, the story is not as bad as it can be. There's no way around the incest stuff, though. That's fucking weird.
Yeah,
but the next game, they had the teach your children romance, so really it's just pick your poison.
And at the end of the day, I think Ashley and I, and anyone who likes Fates agrees, the story is ass. It's okay, but it can be really ass sometimes. But the gameplay, some of them is... Elitist can suck my fucking dick. Conquest is some of the best gameplay in the fucking series, and you cannot deny that.
Yeah. So, basically, this is where I have to advertise Fire Emblem Fates, apparently. So Fire Emblem Fates is off the eShop a whole month earlier than it closes. Why'd you do that? Why'd you ruin my fucking talk like that?
I just wanted everyone to
What is
remember.
wrong with you? So Fire Emblem Fates gets pulled off of the eShop a whole month earlier. If you don't want to deal with all the fucking story, I would recommend getting Conquest at the very least. Revelation is soon to become inaccessible media because of the eShop closure. Video game preservation should be taken seriously sometimes, you know. But whatever. That's my. Chai, you have any final words?
Luckily, you can just completely not do the incest part, which is the best part of the game, because you don't have to marry Xander, Leo, any of them. I married my butler, and he is my wife, and I love him so dearly.
God
bless. I married the furries.
You did.
I did. I don't know what that says about me.
Honestly, don't ask me who I would marry, because the answer is probably fuck if I know.
That's fair. And with that...
That's fair.
It's over.
Oh my god, it's over.
It's over. Colleen, do you have any closing thoughts?
I hate it. I don't want to say I hated all of that because it was very interesting, and as always, you guys make it so goddamn entertaining.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm so fucking happy I never have to hear about the possibility of me possibly marrying my siblings ever again.
Yeah, that's a pretty good pro.
So, oh god, it's my turn.
Do you want to go live now? Oh.
Nope.
I guess it's a yes.
I guess so. What do we do now?
That bitch!
Look at the court jester left early. Oh, she's still getting her pay jogged for this. Oh, hi, welcome back.
Not mean to exit out of Discord. I exited out on the wrong tab.
Okay, all right. We're not gonna dock your court jester pay then.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm so sorry. I genuinely exited out of the wrong tab.
It was so funny. I was gonna accept it, honestly.
I was gonna be like, okay, I guess we just wait.
Nah, but no. And I was giving a whole little mini speech too, and didn't realize. Anyway, as I was supposed to be saying, you guys made fun, and I look forward to never having to think about possibly marrying any of my siblings ever again.
Yeah. I don't think any of me and Chai's share interest has this weird incesty vibe to it. I don't think so. I wait until Chai hits me with something that I have to remember.
No, I think it's just this one.
I think it's just this one.
Okay.
I don't think you're gonna see a deep dive longer than this. I want to say, because this was pre-game. So.
Oh god, the fact that this was part 2 and it was 6 hours.
And I didn't disconnect once.
You did it!
Yeah! Okay, go live now before that becomes like an ironic statement. Go.
Oh god.
No.
Do I just okay?
Just spam in the chat when you're live so I can raid you.
Alright, be free. I feel like just so you know, when I said be free, I was imagining releasing a moth into the night.
Oh my god, guys, I love this game. I know. Listen, again, I have to preface by saying, if you just ignore the marriage aspect, it's just a fun game, and I'm too attached to the characters. It's been years, and I'm still very deeply attached to Corrin.
I am very serious when I say I think Fire Emblem elitists are very unfair to this game. The plot is bad. Don't get me wrong. The plot is bad, but it's not as horrendous as some people will actually make it out to be.
Yeah. If you want an arguably just not fun story. Oh yeah. If you want just an arguably not fun story, genuinely, unfortunately, Warriors. It's really boring and forgettable.
Yeah. And like I said, it's an okay game. At the end of the day, Fire Emblem Fates I think was too early for its time, and it's kind of important in the Fire Emblem franchise. Yeah. It is what it is. It's what we got, and
You missed everything else. You missed a lot of story.
Yeah, you missed so much story.
Don't worry, if you just ignore that part where the game gives you the option for some reason to marry your pseudo siblings, you just ignore that. It's a fun time. It's a great time. It's about family.
It's a great time. It's about family. It's not to sound like a broken record, but I legitimately think it was too early for its time.
Yeah. If the game had waited, if the game had come out for the 3DS, it was just one game the way Three Houses was, it would be way more treasured than it is. I'll say that much.
I think if Free Houses and Fates were somehow reversed, they would be into similar positions.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was adjusting him and I made him too big. I was adjusting him and I made him too big. Don't worry about it.
Otherwise than that, if you guys are into the Fire Emblem series, I do recommend getting into it. Awakening is always good. If you can't get it before the eShop closes, Yar Har Sail the Seven Seas. Colleen's life?
Okay. Also, Clover, the only time I'll do guest stars is just if it's my close friends. Very sorry though.
Yeah.
Colleen is live? Okay. Guys, with that, the long ass fucking stream is over. The next deep dive is gonna be Slenderverse, and when that's done, I'll tell you. Cause trust me, I don't know when the fuck that'll be done. I need a week to recover.
You'll see me sporadically if you liked me or not. I don't know. Maybe you guys are happy to get rid of me.
I love you. Alright, with that, I'm sending out to Colleen for her first ever stream ever.
Oh yeah, support her. We put her for too much.
Alright, everybody. Join the raid, join the raid, join the raid, join the raid. Yes, the next one is Slenderverse. I'm very excited for it. I love the Slenderverse. Anyway, bye everybody!
Bye!
Alright, I hope you guys have a great day. Bye!
Is it?
Stop
Is it over?
streaming.